transcending to become Naruto Uzumaki. I am endowed with a supreme system as my ally. Right from the outset, I have mastered the reanimation jutsu and flying thunder god technique. You might assume my battles consist of mere fisticuffs and kicks, a back-and-forth exchange. In truth, I command a legion of invaluable, costless manpower, all of whom possess unparalleled combat prowess. First Hokage Hashirama Senju remarked, "Tsunade, do not challenge Lord Naruto. Your obstinacy makes things difficult for your grandfather. It would be wise to abandon your dark path and embrace the light." Uchiha Madara interjected, "What are you prattling about? Behold my power. Limbo, border jail." Second Hokage Tobirama Senju cautioned, "Niece, should you fail to pledge your loyalty to Lord Naruto, I shall be compelled to intervene." Water release, great waterfall technique. Chapter 1. Signing in as Naruto. In the back mountains of Konoha village. Swish, swish, swish. A youth clad in vibrant orange attire, with striking yellow hair, darted through the treetops, carrying a scroll nearly as large as himself on his back. The distinctive yellow locks and protective goggles on his forehead made it evident that this boy had yet to become a ninja, as he lacked the forehead protector that signified his status. "Naruto, cease your flight. Surrender the Book of Seals, and I may consider granting you a swift end. Baka, you cursed demon fox, you can't escape. If I catch you, your fate will be dire." Mizuki, leaping deftly from branch to branch, howled frantically, his voice echoing through the woods. Hastily fleeing, Naruto felt a surge of fear upon hearing Mizuki's shouts, prompting him to quicken his pace. Given Mizuki's furious words, it was clear he was incensed. If caught, Naruto feared he would meet an untimely end. As Mizuki pursued Naruto, he scrutinized the telltale signs left in the boy's wake. The young lad, still a mere student yet to graduate, posed no real threat. However, upon observing the clear footprints Naruto left on the branches, Mizuki's smirk widened. Indeed, what a foolish demon fox. Did he not realize the necessity of concealing his tracks when fleeing? Such an overt escape would never allow him to elude his pursuer. Today marked the graduation day of the Ninja Academy, and Mizuki's meticulously devised plan to brainwash Naruto was finally bearing fruit. After his coaxing, Naruto had unwittingly ventured to help him steal the Book of Seals. With that tome in his possession and a successful escape from Konoha, Mizuki's life would be irreversibly transformed. He envisioned presenting the Book of Seals as a token to Lord Orochimaru, thereby securing both guidance and protection. Or perhaps he could learn the extraordinary jutsu inscribed within and practice diligently until he could emerge as a formidable figure. Lost in thought, Mizuki's excitement intensified, urging him to accelerate in pursuit of Naruto. Mizuki was acutely aware of his own abilities. After years in Konoha, he had merely been a teacher at the Ninja Academy, instructing undergraduates in basic techniques. He often envied the accolades and achievements of others. The seeds of jealousy took root in his heart. He yearned for recognition and admiration, longing for power and the adoration of all, akin to the Hokage. With this ambition in mind, after his initial encounter with Lord Orochimaru, he resolved that the path to greatness lay through the legendary figure. Only with Orochimaru's resources could he swiftly attain strength that was not rightfully his. The legendary Sannin, Lord Orochimaru, was the destined benefactor who could alter the course of his life. Huff, huff, huff. Breathing heavily, Naruto felt the limits of his endurance after a prolonged escape, yet he dared not pause, for Mizuki's voice echoed ever closer. Clearly, Mizuki was gaining ground. Suddenly, in the midst of his flight, Naruto felt the ground give way beneath him, and he tumbled heavily to the earth. Am I dreaming? Have I truly transcended? Am I Naruto? Wang Xiaolong gazed at his surroundings, bewildered by the scene and his own attire. Had he genuinely crossed over? Was it truly this absurd? Just moments prior, he had been idly scrolling through Douyin, where he encountered an intriguing comment beneath a video of the Naruto versus Sasuke battle at the Valley of the End. It read, "Congratulations, host. You have successfully activated the system. By commenting, sign, incomplete, you will bind the system. Upon successful binding, your transcendence will be realized. Please maintain discretion to avoid panic." Wang Xiaolong chuckled. Ever since the rise of reincarnation themes, many videos featured such comments designed to elicit likes and responses. He typically dismissed them, thinking only a fool would fall for such trifles. Yet today, inexplicably drawn to the comment under the Naruto video, he followed the instructions and typed the requested phrase. His phone began to heat up, followed by a blinding flash of light. And when he regained consciousness, he found himself sprawled on the ground, burdened by a massive scroll on his back. Stunned, he thought, is this real? Have I truly crossed over? And into Naruto? As Naruto, in that instant, a torrent of memories surged into Wang Xiaolong's mind, akin to a slideshow displaying Naruto's 12-year history. The disdain and rejection from those around him, the ostracism from peers, the scornful gazes of villagers, and the ridicule from teachers at the academy, alongside the relentless pursuit of the deceitful Mizuki. Wang Xiaolong was all too familiar with this scenario. Was this not the very beginning of Naruto? Realizing this, he decided to sit down. Why bother fleeing? He had watched Naruto multiple times and was well acquainted with the plot. The next steps involved opening the Book of Seals, mastering the shadow clone technique, and subsequently being rescued by Iruka. Mizuki would then beat him mercilessly until Iruka intervened, sacrificing himself to shield him with a kunai, uttering words of encouragement that would resonate with Naruto, igniting a fierce determination within him to unleash a multitude of shadow clones, ultimately defeating Mizuki and earning Iruka's forehead protector, thus graduating from the academy. That he was profoundly familiar with this storyline. He had always viewed Mizuki as a fool. The third Hokage, observing through his crystal ball, could see everything clearly. With so many powerful ninjas in Konoha, how could they allow a mere child to steal such a pivotal tome? Did they truly believe their defenses were paper thin? This was clearly a trap, yet Mizuki, in his folly, believed no one would notice. Understanding the plot simplified matters considerably. After all, the third Hokage was watching, and Iruka would soon come to the rescue. He faced no real risk. The pressing concern was to master the skills contained within the Book of Seals. Wang Xiaolong remembered that young Naruto had detested the shadow clone technique, yet it was the first he had mastered, and he had learned to perform it in multiples. Chapter 2. Mastering Reanimation and Shadow Clone Techniques. Wang Xiaolong grasped the Book of Seals, shifting to settle into the lush grass nearby. Untying the cords binding the scroll, he laid it flat before him, intently studying the forbidden techniques inscribed within. Holding a crystal ball, the third Hokage let out a sigh of relief. At last, he had opened the book. Within its pages lay the potential to discern knowledge. If he were to fail in learning, it could only be deemed fate. As the saying goes, even the most meticulous plans may have their flaws. The third's intention behind this scheme was to discreetly provide Naruto with an advantage. Yet, he was acutely aware of Naruto's dismal academic performance. Whether he could grasp any of the techniques remained uncertain. Thus, he lifted all restrictions on forbidden jutsu, hoping that Naruto might discover one that resonated with him. Initially, he had only intended to unlock the shadow clone technique, but upon reflecting on Naruto's abysmal record with it, he decided to release all constraints, reasoning that even a blind cat could stumble upon a dead mouse. With such an array of forbidden techniques, surely one would be within Naruto's reach. He harbored no fears of Naruto mastering them all, for if he possessed that kind of talent, he would not be languishing at the bottom of his class year after year. The third's greatest hope was for Naruto to master the shadow clone technique, as it aligned perfectly with his lineage, the Uzumaki clan, known for their immense chakra reserves. This ninjutsu was essentially tailor-made for him. Alas, Naruto's aptitude for the shadow clone technique was woefully inadequate. The clones he produced were either pitifully weak or grotesquely flawed, leaving much to be desired. Wang Xiaolong's eyes widened as he meticulously examined the forbidden techniques inscribed in the sealing book. Indeed, it was worthy of its title. The contents were such that they truly warranted sealing. Should they fall into the wrong hands, chaos would surely ensue. Shadow clone technique, flying thunder god, reanimation jutsu, exploding tags, 8 gates for symbol seal, corpse demon consuming seal. Wow, this is impressive. Truly befitting of a sealing book. Familiar powerful techniques from the world of Naruto were all present. Wang Xiaolong noted the absence of the Rasengan, a technique that Naruto had famously mastered, indicating that it had yet to reach the status of a forbidden art. To learn this technique, he would still need to seek Jiraiya. With so many techniques available, Wang Xiaolong found himself in a quandary about which to pursue. Mastering even a few of the formidable ninjutsu listed could ensure his dominance in the ninja world. Imagining mastering them all led to a singular conclusion. Summon Uchiha Obito. I demand his presence. According to the narrative, one ought to start with the shadow clone technique, especially since he planned to confront Mizuki shortly, and the third Hokage was observing through. The crystal ball. However, as a seasoned fan of Naruto who had traversed into this world, Wang Xiaolong was determined to forge his own path. Having grown accustomed to being underestimated, he refused to adhere to the script. I'm a narrative. I will learn as I please. In the story, Naruto only managed to grasp the shadow clone technique. However, Wang Xiaolong was resolved to master all. After all, he had been a top student back in the 3rd grade, securing 3rd place in the midterm exams. Gazing at the hand seals for the shadow clone technique, a smile crept onto his face, and oh wonder Naruto managed to learn it so easily. It required merely a single hand seal. Deceptively simple. The basic clone technique demanded 3 seals, yet the shadow clone required only 1. Who could possibly fail at that? Upon reviewing the notes, he suddenly understood. The distinction lay in the fact that the shadow clone technique was suited for those with a vast chakra reserve. Without such reserves, attempting it could lead to self-harm or worse. The overwhelming influx of memories and experiences would be too much for an average person to withstand. The Uzumaki clan's natural affinity for large chakra reserves explained why Naruto could only manage the basic clone technique. It was practically designed for him. Having resolved to learn the shadow clone technique, Wang Xiaolong glanced at the other entries, aware that such an opportunity might never come again. After all, once he returned to Konoha, Naruto would likely never see this book again. The 8 Gates. Wang Xiaolong scrutinized it, realizing it required immense physical training and was ultimately a self-destructive technique. Not appropriate for him. He quickly moved on. The corpse demon-consuming seal was likewise intriguing but fell into the same category of self-destruction. Not suitable. The 4-symbol seal left a profound impression on him. He recalled how Danzo had used it to seal half a bridge. However, it was largely ineffective. The Flying Thunder God was indeed a remarkable technique, but upon assessing its difficulty, Wang Xiaolong realized he lacked the time to master it. As he continued to peruse, he found the reanimation jutsu. While somewhat unsavory, as it involved grave robbing for cells, its effectiveness was undeniable. Even if obliterated, it could reassemble itself, truly invincible. This was what he would learn. Wang Xiaolong made his decision. Afterward, he would dig up the graves of various legendary figures in Konoha, resurrecting the 1st and 2nd Hokage. He envisioned a formidable army of undying spirits, rendering him untouchable. Are you Orochimaru? Have a legendary Sannin made you arrogant? Obito, come forth. I shall teach you a lesson. 3rd Hokage, are you hoarding the compensation left for my family? The 1st and 2nd Hokage could join him in delivering a few well-deserved slaps. The reanimation jutsu required only 4 seals, making it relatively straightforward. The challenge lay more in the difficulty of exhuming graves. Wang Xiaolong continued his examination, noting that he also needed to learn the summoning technique, as he was aware that Orochimaru had already mastered the reanimation jutsu. Thus, he needed to learn the counter to it, ensuring that in a confrontation with Orochimaru, he would not be overwhelmed. In total, 6 seals were required for the summoning technique, 2 more than the reanimation. Fortunately, they were not overly complex, and he committed them to memory. He mentally reviewed the intricate details of the shadow clone technique and the reanimation jutsu, ensuring he grasped every nuance. Having completed these tasks, he scratched his head, feigning a look of deep struggle, for the 3rd Hokage was still peering through the crystal ball. One must commit to the performance. He could not allow the old man to perceive that he had already mastered the techniques, as Naruto had always been the underachiever for the past 12 years. Chapter 3. System Sign in Naruto. I know you are here, you wretched fox. Come out at once. Damn you, give me the Book of Seals. A shadow suddenly descended onto the tree branch near Naruto, revealing Mizuki with a face twisted in malice, his venomous words pouring forth incessantly. He had been fixated on the footprints on the branch, tracing them to this very spot, but now they abruptly ended, leaving no further trace. He refused to believe that Naruto had successfully eradicated the tracking marks. If that were the case, he would have done so much earlier. He knew that Naruto must have grown weary and hidden himself nearby. That foul fox was undoubtedly lurking in the vicinity. He could surely hear my words. Having gone so long without obtaining the Book of Seals, Mizuki was beginning to lose his composure. The ninjas of Konoha were no pushovers, and he was acutely aware that if he delayed any longer, he would have no means of escape once they arrived. He needed to acquire the Book of Seals swiftly and flee from Konoha. Damn it, this old fool is remarkably swift. I was just preparing to learn a couple more tricks, and here he is, already pursuing me. Cursing inwardly, Wang Xiaolong remained motionless in the bushes. Though Mizuki was incompetent, he still posed a significant threat to someone as inexperienced as himself. Despite having mastered the shadow clone technique, which would allow him to dispatch Mizuki effortlessly, Wang Xiaolong preferred not to expose himself, especially with Irika on his way to rescue him. It would be prudent for Irika to confront Mizuki first and tire him out. While Mizuki continued to mutter curses, Wang Xiaolong seized the moment while he remained undetected to call upon the system. After all, he had just arrived in this world, and the system had already been bound. He began to summon it in his mind, recalling the plot lines of various novels. The first step upon arriving in a new world is to activate the system. System, are you there? As expected, just as described in the novels. A mechanical response echoed in his mind. Ding, system binding complete. Congratulations, host. The system has been activated. Welcome to the world of Naruto. System notification. Hello, esteemed host. You may check in once daily to receive random rewards. Dear host, the check-in system is divided into 3 phases: daily, weekly, and monthly, with rewards increasing in value. All rewards are random. Esteemed host, due to your binding with the Naruto world system, your rewards will consist of items unique to this universe, including ninja tools, jutsu, and bloodline limits. The distinctive mechanical voice of the system reverberated in Wang Xiaolong's mind, and he was instantly filled with excitement. With the system at his disposal, the world was his for the taking. He recalled a novel he had read in which the protagonist signed in for 10 years, becoming invincible. Even the gatekeeper transformed into an unbeatable demon emperor. As for the protagonist, he dispatched foes with ease, whether they were gods or demons. Commencing today's check-in, Wang Xiaolong silently recited. This was perfect. He had arrived and activated the system to check in. Let us see what rewards the system would bestow upon him. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have received your check-in reward, Kanai X5, Explosive Tags X5. Upon hearing this, Wang Xiaolong's face fell. Was this system even reliable? Other systems offered unparalleled techniques or extraordinary cultivation levels. At the very least, they could provide magical weapons. Yet here he was, merely receiving a handful of kanai and a few explosive tags. Speaking of explosive tags, Wang Xiaolong felt a twinge of regret. Had he known, he would have learned the technique for multiplying explosive tags earlier. He could have slapped one onto Mizuki and triggered a localized explosion. He could have placed it right on his. Well, one could imagine the consequences, though it was merely a fictional scenario. The thought of himself being invincible in the future while others mocked him for being chased down the street by Mizuki, a mere amateur, filled him with a sense of discomfort. He finally understood why the Jade Emperor became agitated whenever his past exploits were mentioned. The weight of past failures could tarnish a lifetime. Naruto, I see you. Come out and surrender the Book of Seals, and I shall spare your life. Otherwise, do not blame me for being merciless. As Wang Xiaolong pondered these thoughts, Mizuki's voice echoed once more in his ears. Turning his head, he peered through the bushes and saw Mizuki, resembling a fool, holding a kunai and scanning the area for his whereabouts. Mizuki was certain that Naruto was nearby, but the dense foliage made it difficult to locate a small boy. Calculating the time, Mizuki grew increasingly anxious. The Book of Seals had been stolen for some time now. Even a pig would have realized it by now and started tracking. Moreover, given that Konoha was a top-tier ninja village, even if he retrieved the Book of Seals from Naruto, he feared he might not escape. With this thought, Mizuki's expression darkened further. Wang Xiaolong glanced once more at Mizuki, who was still searching for him. He vowed he wanted nothing more than to leap out and reveal Mizuki's incompetence. But he also understood that Irika was en route and that there were likely A and BU watching him closely. They were merely holding back for now. After much contemplation, Wang Xiaolong resolved to adhere to the plot. He would allow Irika to confront Mizuki. After all, the third Hokage had gone to great lengths to orchestrate this situation to ensure that he, as the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, would remain loyal to the village. If Irika did not take a blow for him and weep in repentance, how could the will of fire be passed on? As a fan of Naruto, Wang Xiaolong had developed his own insights into the characters and their roles, especially with the influence of social media. He did not wish to live his life merely following the original plot. He had come to this world with his own identity. He desired to carve his own path and showcase a different version of the Naruto universe. System, upon first binding and crossing over. Are there any special rewards apart from signing in? While Mizuki remained oblivious to his presence, Wang Xiaolong attempted to inquire within his mind. As a seasoned reader of novels, He was well acquainted with the tropes and rules of such narratives. Some rewards and rules would remain undisclosed unless asked. Ding, esteemed host. In light of your first binding with the Naruto world system, a special storage space has been granted to you. The area is limitless. Please check your inventory. As expected, a triumphant grin spread across Wang Xiaolong's face. I knew it. These systems are notoriously tricky. They never reveal anything unless prompted, but once you ask, they provide substantial rewards. Chapter 4. Acting what happened? Where did Mizuki go? Wasn't he just here? Just as Wang Xiaolong had extracted some benefits from the system, he noticed that Mizuki, who had been frantically searching for him moments ago, had vanished. Whoosh! A figure descended from the sky, landing before Wang Xiaolong, startling him with a chilling voice. Hey, Naruto! Recognizing the distinctive nose, Wang Xiaolong immediately identified the figure as Irika. Surprisingly, while Mizuki had failed to locate him, Irika had swooped down from above. Could this be the unique NPC ability to find others? Instantly, Wang Xiaolong realized the plot was unfolding. He chuckled. Well, you found me. Irika-sensei, I just learned a new jutsu. Wang Xiaolong feigned embarrassment, scratching his head with a sheepish grin adorning his face. He was aware that, according to the narrative, at this moment, Mizuki should be observing him from the tree behind Irika. Mizuki's sudden disappearance must have been due to his awareness of Irika's pursuit. Wang Xiaolong carefully scrutinized Irika's demeanor. It was abundantly clear from his expression that the third Hokage and the Umbu had not informed him of the fact that he was being hunted by Mizuki. Irika, caught off guard, was bewildered by Naruto's claim of practicing ninjutsu. What sort of ninjutsu could be practiced in this eerie place? Irika-sensei, I want to show you an incredibly powerful ninjutsu. If I master it, will you let me graduate? Irika was even more perplexed. Who told you that? Who said performing a ninjutsu would grant you graduation? Wang Xiaolong began displaying his acting skills, leaving the third Hokage, observing through the crystal ball, equally bewildered. Wait a minute. Mizuki was just pursuing you, and now you suddenly claim to be practicing ninjutsu upon seeing Irika? Do you take me for a fool? Or has that cunning little fox been deceiving us all these years? Thankfully, my remote monitoring via the crystal ball allows me to keep track of him. He likely has no idea that his every move is under my control. The third Hokage stroked his chin, deep in thought. If he has been pretending all along, then we could be in serious trouble. Irika, who told you that performing a ninjutsu would allow you to graduate? Irika asked urgently, sensing something was amiss. It was Mizuki-sensei. Mizuki-sensei revealed the location of this scroll and told me that if I learned a ninjutsu from it and performed it for you, I would graduate. Wang Xiaolong responded cheerfully, animatedly gesturing with the sealed book in hand. Upon hearing this, Irika's face was filled with shock, and he immediately thought, this is bad. Mizuki has set a trap for Naruto. I didn't expect this kid to fall for it so easily, and even bring out the sealed book. Watch your back. At that moment, Wang Xiaolong cautioned Irika. Irika, quick to react, had sensed something was off the moment Naruto mentioned Mizuki, and combined with this sudden warning, every hair on his body stood on end. Without a second thought, Irika pushed Naruto aside. Before he could even turn around, he heard a flurry of whistling sounds approaching from behind. Swish, swish, swish. He barely managed to evade a few critical strikes. But there were far too many shurikens to dodge, and the enemy's speed was astonishingly swift. Just as the plot suggested, Irika was struck by a shuriken in the thigh, and several more pierced his hand, though none were fatal. As expected, Wang Xiaolong mused inwardly. The Hokage system operated as it always had, with the narrative unfolding just as scripted. However, he feared that after his transmigration, the story would not continue in the same manner as the anime. Mizuki. Irika gritted his teeth, calling out the name of his assailant. Mizuki stood leisurely on a branch, two hexagonal shurikens slung across his back, looking down at Irika and Naruto with a mocking gaze. Irika, didn't this kid tell you that I was just chasing him? No matter. That little fox is just like this. I thought it was the Umbu coming after me. I didn't expect it to be you. Today, you both will meet your demise here. The sealed book belongs to me. Mizuki sneered, considering Irika and the yet-to-graduate Naruto to be utterly insignificant. Moreover, with Irika injured by multiple shurikens, his combat capability had drastically diminished, and as for Naruto, he was merely an underachiever, his combat potential virtually non-existent. Naruto, hand over the scroll. After I eliminate Irika, I might consider sparing your life. Mizuki declared from his perch, a sinister grin plastered across his face. I see. Irika. Gritting his teeth, extracted the shuriken from his thigh, and tossed it aside. He struggled against the pain, saying, "Naruto, whatever you do, don't give him the sealed book. It contains many dangerous ninjutsu, and if Mizuki gets his hands on it, the entire Hidden Leaf village will be doomed. Mizuki used you to gain access to the sealed book. You absolutely cannot give it to him, not even if it costs you your life." Wang Xiaolong rolled his eyes inwardly, thinking, "Of course, I know I shouldn't give it to him. Can you stop following the script for a moment? Hurry up and take a hit for me, so I can use Shadow Clone to take him down. This guy is unbearable. Don't listen to his nonsense. He wants the sealed book too. Naruto, Iruka has been deceiving you. Let me reveal the truth," Mizuki said with a playful demeanor, ready to drop a bombshell. As Mizuki began to speak, Iruka immediately sensed the impending danger. "Stop talking nonsense. Don't say a word. Naruto," Mizuki continued, 12 years ago, the Hidden Leaf village established a rule, but you are the only one in the entire village who must remain unaware of it," he proclaimed triumphantly. "What rule?" "It was merely that the Nine Tails invaded the village and killed Iruka's parents." The fact that he harbored such a destructive force within himself was hardly a revelation worth claiming as explosive news. Internally mocking Mizuki, Wang Xiaolong had to feign shock and disbelief, putting on an expression that could earn praise from any professor at a prestigious academy for its authenticity. "Silence! Mizuki!" Iruka shouted, desperate to prevent the truth from being revealed. Mizuki, with a sinister smile, articulated the words that would shatter Iruka in an instant. "You must never mention that you are the Nine Tails." Wang Xiaolong couldn't help but roll his eyes again, thinking, "Come on, are you suffering from amnesia? You were shouting Nine Tails the whole time you were chasing me. How can you forget so easily? Don't project your foolishness onto others. Are you senile? Or do you think I'm too young to hear you call me Nine Tails repeatedly? You've mentioned it countless times. And now you tell me there's a rule against mentioning it? You're actually saying this in front of me." Chapter 5. Triggering the mission. The third Hokage, observing through the crystal ball, couldn't help but cradle his head in disbelief at Mizuki's revelations. The subordinates Orochimaru is gathering are becoming increasingly brainless. How could someone so intelligent in childhood end up recruiting such foolish minions after a few years? Meanwhile, the only person truly shocked in the scene was Iruka, who never anticipated that Mizuki would so brazenly disclose the secret, especially in front of Naruto. This was a direct confrontation. "So, you are the Nine Tails who killed Iruka's parents, the true culprit behind the village's devastation," Mizuki proclaimed triumphantly. Iruka stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend that a secret he had hidden for 12 years was so easily revealed before Naruto. Wang Xiaolong widened his eyes in exaggerated disbelief, his pupils dilating, his expression conveying pure shock and astonishment. Observing the reactions of the two below, Mizuki felt a sense of pride in the successful unveiling of his secret. "Now you understand why everyone hates you and keeps their distance, right? Now you see why no one wants to play with you? Because you are a monster. Die, Naruto." Mizuki, watching the incredulous expressions on their faces, especially Naruto's shock and Iruka's disbelief, secretly rejoiced at the opportunity, launching a hexagonal shuriken towards Naruto with a swift motion. At such a close distance, he possessed great confidence in his shuriken. The plot had finally arrived. Wang Xiaolong silently lamented the delay and then feigned panic, falling to the ground and scrambling backward with all his might. At this moment, Iruka's mind echoed with the words spoken by the third Hokage during their earlier conversation. "Iruka, Naruto has never known the love of parents. The villagers harbor disdain for him due to that incident, alienating and resenting him. His incessant pranks and acts of destruction are merely cries for attention, much like your own childhood. He strives to assert his existence, desperate to avoid being overlooked by the villagers. Though he appears strong on the outside, he is, in truth, a fragile child, suffering immensely within. You have endured the rain, so I implore you to shield him from it, preventing him from bearing the burdens of blame that do not belong to him." Upon reflecting on this, Iruka's eyes brimmed with tears as he shouted, "Get down, Naruto." Wang Xiaolong observed Iruka's expression closely, witnessing his sudden outburst signified a pivotal moment in the narrative. Indeed, Iruka displayed an extraordinary speed, darting forward to shield the terrified and retreating Naruto from the incoming shuriken. Wang Xiaolong gazed in astonishment at Iruka, acutely aware that although this was scripted, the first-hand experience was overwhelming. He could distinctly perceive Iruka's emotions: regret, pain, relief, guilt, and a hint of liberation. Experiencing the plot firsthand differed vastly from merely watching it unfold. Despite the necessity of the narrative, he couldn't suppress his inquiry. Why? The figure on the tree, Mizuki, was equally stunned by Irika's act of protection. Wait, buddy. This demon fox is responsible for your parents' demise, and yet you still defend him? Have you been bewitched? As anticipated, Irika's emotional monologue was about to unfold. Following Naruto's inquiry after Wang Xiaolong's arrival, Irika began to weep profusely, expressing, "We are of the same kind. Everything you are experiencing now, I endured in my youth. I empathize with your pain, just as you are in anguish now. Naruto, you too are suffering, aren't you?" "I am sorry, Naruto." Tears streamed down Irika's face. His sorrow was genuine, as he felt remorse for Naruto. The third Hokage was correct, having weathered storms himself. Why should he not offer a protective umbrella to Naruto, who faced similar downpours? Reflecting on the disdain and injustices Naruto had faced throughout the years, as well as recalling his own harshness and indifference towards him at the Ninja Academy, Irika's sobs intensified, tears and snot flowing freely. Wang Xiaolong, observing Irika's heartfelt lamentations, also noted the impending droplet of mucus threatening to fall upon his face and mouth. He fervently prayed to the system, exerting himself to retreat further and evade the imminent attack. "Please, I beg you, don't let that mucus land in my mouth. I fear for my health." Perhaps his prayers were answered, for just as Irika's mucus threatened to drip into the astonished Naruto's mouth, he swiftly inhaled, retracting it back. Wang Xiaolong exhaled in relief, narrowly avoiding calamity. "What a fright. Brother, you may repent, but please, spare me the mucus. I cannot abide that. If I had done better, you wouldn't feel this way. Would you? Naruto, it's all my fault. I am sorry." Irika continued his heartfelt confession. Mizuki, perched on the branch, could no longer suppress his laughter at Irika's dramatic display of remorse. "Can you two cease this farce? Your antics are causing me physical pain. Naruto, Irika harbors resentment towards you for the death of his parents. His words now are merely a ruse to persuade you to retrieve the scroll." Beep. Congratulations, host, on successfully triggering a plot task. Choose A. Successfully moved by Irika, eliminate Mizuki, and gain 10 recognition from Konoha. Choose B. Hand over the sealing book to Mizuki, allow him to kill Irika, and join him to report to Orochimaru, gaining a pet snake. Choose C. Pretend to be moved by Irika, eliminate Mizuki, and then prepare to rebel against Konoha, randomly obtaining 2 types of cracked ninjutsu from the sealing book with no side effects. Goodness, must I even ponder this? Clearly, I shall choose C. Wang Xiaolong unhesitatingly selected task C. The rewards from the first 2 tasks were laughable. Who would want a pet snake or some elusive recognition from Konoha? Only someone deranged would opt for that. Choosing C was a no-brainer, especially since I am adept at this. If the sealing book grants me an immortal version of the 8 gates, would I not send them all into a frenzy? Bring Uchiha Obito to me, and that other one. Summon the Otsutsuki as well. Let me see what gives him the audacity to flaunt before me. He was merely learning Chidori while I was already mastering cracked S-rank ninjutsu from the sealing book. He is not even a shadow of my prowess. Chapter 6. Multiple Shadow Clone Technique. Beep. Honorable host, congratulations on successfully selecting Task C, eliminating Mizuki, and preparing to rebel against Konoha. Warning, the task has a countdown. The host must defect from Konoha within 2 years. Failure to do so will result in immediate death with no chance of revival. How outrageous. Is there truly a time limit? Wang Xiaolong was taken aback. What difficulty could there possibly be in defecting from Konoha? Even a lowly genin like that idiot can escape. What more can I, with this system, achieve? How dull it would be to flee. I shall make my grand exit through the front gates. The task had been triggered, and Naruto decided to drop the pretense. Brothers, for simplicity's sake, since Wang Xiaolong has become Naruto, Wang Xiaolong is dead, and only the remarkable ninja named Naruto remains. Foolish Mizuki, have you finished your incessant prattle? Come forth and meet your demise. Naruto cracked his wrists and ankles, twisting his neck with an audible crack. Irika, still impaled by a massive shuriken and drenched in tears, bore a face that resembled a funeral. He trembled, attempting to articulate, Naruto, you must flee. You are my esteemed student. Do not heed Mizuki's lies. In my heart, you have always been my most exceptional student. I will cover for you. Take this opportunity to escape. Reinforcements will arrive soon. Naruto rolled his eyes, disinterested in the NPC lost in the narrative. Brother, The reinforcements have been here all along. The third Hokage has been watching through his crystal ball. How could there be no Ombu in the vicinity? Only you are naive enough to be deceived by that old fox. Rest assured, Irika-sensei, against a fool like Mizuki, I have no need for concern. Just verify if my newly learned ninjutsu meets the Academy's graduation requirements. Mizuki's anger flared. You little brat. Have you forgotten how you were crawling away moments ago? Do you dare call me a fool? You wretched demon fox. Prepare to die. Shuemu flicked his right wrist, and several shurikens promptly scattered from his sleeve, hurtling towards Naruto. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With a swift motion, he drew a massive hexagonal shuriken from behind his back, spinning it with a powerful thrust. Accelerating slightly, the shuriken raced towards Naruto, accompanied by a terrifying sound of slicing air. Crunch. The sharp hexagonal shuriken, akin to a high-speed rotating fan, mercilessly cleaved through every tree in its path, sending fragments raining down. Surrounded on both sides, Naruto, the target, found himself with no escape. A sly smile crept onto Shuemu's lips. After eliminating Naruto, he would finish off the severely injured Irika, then flee with the sealing scroll. Upon his return, who could possibly rival him? Surely, Lord Orochimaru would be delighted with this gift. Ha ha ha. Shuemu's heart was filled with glee. As the saying goes, pride precedes a fall, calamity follows hubris. Just as Shuemu was about to revel in his triumph, he sensed something amiss. The imagined scenario of Naruto being pierced by shurikens and decapitated did not unfold. Instead, the Naruto before him shattered like paper. With a loud bang, he transformed into a cloud of smoke and vanished. This situation left Shuemu in utter astonishment. This was most definitely not a mere substitution technique. Substitution techniques always have a physical replacement, typically wood. The only thing that could dissipate into smoke was the shadow clone technique. Shuemu's pupils constricted. It had to be shadow clones. As the thought crossed his mind, before he could relish his anticipated reward, Naruto's voice rang out from the nearby bushes. Foolish Shuemu. You think I would die so easily? Today, I'll make you wish you never crossed paths with me. Multiple shadow clone jutsu. In the blink of an eye, the bushes beside Shuemu began to rustle, revealing one after another of Naruto, clad in orange attire with yellow hair. Suddenly, the surrounding trees, branches, and the nearby underbrush were filled with countless yellow-skinned, yellow-haired Narutos. Shuemu turned around in shock, his face a mask of disbelief. What? How can this be? Multiple shadow clones? In an instant, all around him, there were thousands of Narutos, at least 3,000 or 4,000. Shuemu was utterly dumbfounded. It felt as though he had been ensnared by an overwhelming force. What should he do when surrounded by 3,000 to 4,000 foes? Effective answers rewarded handsomely. Shuemu, weren't you just boasting about killing me? Well, here I am right in front of you. Go on, make your move. Don't hold back. Thousands of Narutos surrounded Shuemu, their faces adorned with taunting smiles. Naruto did not rush to strike. The prey was firmly in his grasp, a certain demise. No one could escape, let alone flee. If anyone dared to defy him, they could step forward and test their luck. Fox Spirit, what are you so proud of? Even if you've mastered the shadow clone technique, what does it matter? You must know that certain individuals could dispatch you with a mere finger. Despite his eyes betraying terror, Shuemu shouted defiantly. Oh, my temper. You pursued me relentlessly, yet I refrained from overwhelming you. Now that the tables have turned, you still speak so boldly? You dare to threaten me? Naruto's anger flared. He knew exactly whom Shuemu referred to. Was it not that slippery snake? Come on. If you have the guts, summon him. I'll finish you off, then him. The closest Narutos rolled up their sleeves and approached Shuemu. Say, you foolish idiot. Are you still considering killing me? If not, I may just have to kill you instead. Hearing this, Shuemu felt his fury rise. Gritting his teeth as he angrily drew a kunai from his sleeve, thrusting it towards the approaching Narutos. Bang, bang, bang. As the kunai pierced through, several of the shadow clones exploded into clouds of smoke, disappearing from sight. Naruto's taunts echoed around him. Oh, well done. 3 of me have already perished. Keep it up. There are still about 3,000 more to go. Good luck, foolish Shuemu. With over 3,000 clones, even if I don't attack, just having you stab each one will tire you to death. Naruto cast a disparaging glance at Shuemu. Recalling the last time someone wielded a kunai so ineffectually, it was Danzo. What was the difference between stabbing a Susanoo and stabbing multiple shadow clones? It seemed there was no distinction. Both actions stemmed from a lack of intellect. Shaking his head, Naruto mused that the individuals in the Hokage office must possess rather low intelligence. Meanwhile, Iruka stood in shock, still pierced by the hexagonal shuriken, unable to think of removing it. The scene before him was simply unbelievable. Was this truly the same Naruto who had always lingered at the bottom of the class? Chapter 7. Mission accomplished. Rich rewards not far away. Two masked individuals perched in the branches of flourishing trees observed the spectacle unfold before them. They, too, were astonished by the scene. Is this really Naruto? That kid struggled to master the shadow clone technique, with his clones often looking crooked and unsteady. How did he suddenly become this formidable? There must be over 2,000 of them. No, at least 3,000. I dare say it could be 4,000. Just look at the sheer numbers. Had we been a bit closer, these clones might have been able to crush us under their weight. The magnitude of Naruto's chakra was staggering. The only one capable of employing the shadow clone technique to such an extent was likely the second Hokage himself. The two Umbu members exchanged glances, each reflecting the astonishment mirrored in the other's eyes. They could hardly believe that the Naruto who had consistently ranked at the bottom of his class possessed such remarkable talent for shadow clones. Nor could they fathom the immense chakra hidden within his petite frame. Truly, the Uzumaki clan's physique was formidable. Their chakra was unparalleled. The second Hokage could never produce this many shadow clones. Meanwhile, the third Hokage, peering through a crystal ball, observed the thousands of Narutos and felt a glint of excitement in his eyes as he began to assess the situation. The shadow clone technique required vast amounts of chakra and formidable mental strength, attributes that the Uzumaki clan possessed innately. Thankfully, the technique was simple, requiring only a single hand sign. Had it been more complex, they might have needed the Umbu to intervene. The third Hokage puffed contentedly on his pipe, relishing the moment. This performance had not flopped. Shuemu, you truly are lacking. You wish to deal with me? With your strength, you're not even worthy to carry my shoes. Today, I shall use your foolishness to redeem my reputation as the underdog. Thousands of Narutos continuously jeered at Shuemu from all directions. Each clone, with either taunting words or comical gestures, provoked him further. Shuemu's face transformed from pale to green, then black, and finally red. With each taunt or gesture from a shadow clone, his fury escalated. Ultimately, he could endure no longer. Damn you, fox spirit. I'll fight you to the end. The humiliation inflicted by Naruto's antics was far worse than simply being killed. Naruto disdainfully shook his head, declaring, "It is futile. If you had approached me before I perused the Book of Seals, perhaps you would have had a chance. But now, before me, you are merely a punching bag." Over 3,000 shadow clones surged forth, and the frail Mizuki found himself akin to a solitary leaf tossed in a tempestuous sea, swaying helplessly amidst the tumult. The sound of fists and feet striking flesh reverberated like thunder, punctuated by wisps of green smoke that occasionally spiraled upward. Mizuki was relentlessly struck by the clones, his body flailing through the air like a deflated ball, darting from east to west and then south to north. In the midst of the countless Narutos surrounding him, it was easy to mistake the frantic movement for Mizuki weaving through them. Yet, if one were to listen closely, beyond the cacophony of blows, faint cries for mercy and pleas for reprieve could be discerned, though their feeble volume was drowned out by the sounds of combat. How tragic! Surely, Mizuki's bones must be shattered. Indeed, I dare say, if you were to present him before me without revealing his identity, I would not have believed it was Mizuki. He is unrecognizable. I would believe you if you said he was merely a lump. Two Umbu guards perched atop the treetops, concealed amidst the lush foliage, were oblivious to the turmoil below. The Umbu, renowned for their prowess in tracking and stealth, ensured that neither Naruto, who was diligently unleashing his attacks, nor Iruka, who was on the brink of collapse, noticed their presence. As for Mizuki, battered beyond recognition, who has ever seen a punching bag on the verge of death possessing the strength to scrutinize his surroundings? The two Umbu observed the unfolding scene with keen interest, meticulously documenting Naruto's actions. They had been dispatched by the third Hokage to covertly monitor Naruto, primarily to prevent Mizuki from absconding with the sealing technique he had stolen from the young ninja, and to record which jutsu Naruto could master after glimpsing the Book of Seals. "I'll beat you so badly your mother won't recognize you. Now go back and ask her if she knows who you are. And it seems I'll need to continue until I make you soil yourself. Wait. I can do it myself. I'll do it right now." Mizuki, resembling a swollen pig, with every inch of his body bruised and battered, could barely muster the strength to beg for mercy when he realized Naruto was poised to resume his assault. All he desired was for the Leaf Guards to arrive swiftly and whisk him away for a thorough interrogation, anything to escape the torment inflicted by this relentless fiend. As Mizuki felt the sting of his plight, he longed to weep, but his swollen eyes betrayed him, leaving no room for tears. He had never experienced such a beating. Was that truly Naruto? And the figure with the six-pointed shuriken embedded in his back? Wasn't that Iruka? I saw him earlier today. Indeed, it was Naruto and Iruka. Hastening to the scene were Aoyama, Ebisu, and Kanji, characters of minor significance in the grand narrative. To be frank, sending Ebisu to deal with Mizuki was a gross underutilization of his talents. After all, he was an elite jonin, and Mizuki was hardly worthy of his attention. Congratulations, host. You have successfully completed the task of defeating Mizuki. The prerequisites have been met, and rewards will be dispensed shortly. The system's mechanical voice echoed in Naruto's mind as he glanced at Mizuki, who lay on the ground like a defeated beast, barely clinging to life. A smile spread across Naruto's face, brimming with anticipation for the rewards. 2 versions of the Book of Seals containing Super Jutsu. As he observed the arrival of Aoyama, Ebisu, and Kanji, Naruto's shadow clones dissipated instantaneously. With the reinforcements from the Leaf Village present, there was no need for pretense, lest they find themselves without standing room. Rising from Mizuki's prostrate form, Naruto felt it was imperative to deliver a few final kicks himself, for this arrogant fool had pushed him too far. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully comprehended the modified versions of Edo Tensei and Flying Thunder God technique. Eagerly, Naruto examined the descriptions of these 2 jutsu, and upon reading them, he couldn't suppress a sharp intake of breath. Goodness! How can others compete? Edo Tensei no longer requires living sacrifices. Shadow clones can summon. In future battles, why should I even lift a finger? Madara, you shall come forth and witness the dance of mortals. The Flying Thunder God's universal applicability is revolutionary, allowing him to utilize markers created by the 2nd and 4th Hokage without regard for spatial constraints. In one moment, he could be asleep in the land of fire, and in the next, deliver a resounding slap to the 8 tails. The mere thought was exhilarating. This is what true teleportation entails, divine. As Aoyama and the others arrived, they initially overlooked Naruto, who stood off to the side as if in a trance. Instead, they hurried to Iruka, who bore the shuriken embedded in his back. Where's the medical team? We need them now. 2 members of the medical squad, clad in white attire and masks, promptly emerged, unceremoniously extracting the shuriken from Iruka's back without preamble. The pain elicited a muffled groan from Iruka, who internally lamented. Could they not offer a word of warning? As healing light emanated from their hands, Iruka's injuries gradually began to mend, and his complexion improved. With renewed vigor, Iruka momentarily set aside his grievance regarding the rough treatment he had received and excitedly grasped Ebisu's arm, exclaiming, Ebisu, look. The one lying there like a defeated dog is Mizuki. Do you know how he ended up like this? It was at the hands of my student Naruto. I witnessed the entire battle. Naruto moved like a blur, exchanging blows with Mizuki in the blink of an eye. That left hook he delivered to Mizuki's right cheek was tremendous. I saw his teeth go flying. The scream he let out resembled that of a pig in distress. Iruka's face was alight with excitement as he animatedly recounted the battle to Ebisu. At the height of his narration, Ebisu's eyebrows twitched, and he smirked knowingly. If that is how you describe it, then I understand. That punch's force simply divine. Ebisu's demeanor was decidedly lecherous. I don't quite comprehend, Kanji interjected, looking bewildered. Why are you 2 holding hands and suddenly calling me over? Not you. Keep quiet and listen. Iruka and Ebisu retorted in unison, casting disdainful glances at the perplexed Kanji. Continue. Brother, we missed the action and arrived after the battle had concluded. Ebisu wore a look of intrigue, aware of Naruto's previously lackluster reputation. Now witnessing such prowess, he was eager to uncover the mystery behind this transformation. Had he, too, found some miraculous enhancement in the heat of battle? With a single punch, Shuemu was propelled through the air like a cannonball. A resounding crack echoed as he collided with 3 mighty trees, splintering them upon impact. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. No way are you pulling my leg. How can the tail end of the class be so formidable? Those trees required at least 2 people to wrap their arms around. And he shattered them with a single blow? Was Shuemu possibly a pawn of Naruto? Let me tell you, that punch marked a turning point. After being struck, Shuemu was sent flying, while the shadow clone landed firmly and delivered a powerful kick, sending him spiraling back before he even touched the ground. He was like a ragdoll soaring through the air. Did you notice how few teeth he had left? Most of them must have fallen out during that aerial display. Incredible. Ebisuzawa and the others raised their thumbs in admiration. Shuemu, despite being a teacher, was an officially recognized ninja from Konoha, and yet he was being tossed around like a lightweight by a student who was at the bottom of the class. This was truly a rarity. If it were a genius student beating him up, it would be understandable, but to be so thoroughly defeated by a student considered the weakest? Few would believe it. Is it true that even the tail end of the class is this impressive now? The quality of this year's students is remarkably high. What happened next? Gongzi asked. His curiosity piqued. What transpired after all that? But there was no further story to tell. Irika shrugged his shoulders, innocently replying. That's it. Gongzi exclaimed in disbelief. Indeed, when you arrived, Naruto had just been riding on him, delivering heavy blows. If you had arrived a moment later, you might have found yourselves bringing back a corpse. I must say, the shadow clone technique is rather formidable. Irika glanced at Naruto, who was scratching his head and grinning foolishly. This boy had indeed delivered a tremendous surprise today. That technique was personally created by the second Hokage, and while the multiple shadow clone technique has high requirements, it isn't impossible to learn, as long as one is not completely incompetent. But how could Shuemu, as a ninja, be defeated in such a manner by Naruto? 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands, and a lone tiger cannot withstand a pack of wolves. Ebisuzawa chimed in. Remember, Shuemu is merely a teacher at the Ninja Academy. His strength is limited. His theoretical knowledge may be strong, but that doesn't equate to actual combat prowess. Take this year's top genius, Sasuke Uchiha. Although he hasn't graduated yet, he could easily overpower Shuemu. Never underestimate the strength of a genius. Of course, Naruto has indeed provided us with a significant surprise. Whenever the multiple shadow clone technique is inscribed in the Forbidden Scroll, it signifies a jutsu of great renown. When did forbidden techniques become so commonplace that one could simply learn them at will? Though the difficulty of the multiple shadow clone technique is manageable, the risks are not trivial. How could this boy so casually employ it and even thrash Shuemu? How many clones did he create earlier? King Qingshan asked suddenly. Ebisuzawa, Gongzi, and the others shared a curious glance, all eager to know the answer. About 3,000 or 4,000, I suppose. Irika pondered slightly before providing an uncertain answer. Ebisuzawa and Gongzi exchanged incredulous looks. 3,000 or 4,000 shadow clones. Do you think this is a wholesale market for cabbages? Chapter 9. The third Hokage's thoughts. Yashiro always observed the defeated Shuemu, then glanced at the grinning Naruto, and finally turned to Irika, who wore a smile reminiscent of a proud ant. He furrowed his brow, contemplating Irika's earlier assertion about the sheer number of shadow clones Naruto had created, feeling that something was amiss. Was this Naruto's first encounter with the Forbidden Scroll? How could he have learned such a jutsu so swiftly? And to inflict such damage upon Shuemu? At this rate, if the battle continued for 5 more minutes, Shuemu would be done for. After all, Shuemu was a ninja. Unable to restrain his curiosity, Yashiro always knelt beside Shuemu to check his pulse and listen to his heartbeat. He was relentlessly pursuing me from behind. I had no strength left to run, so I hid in the bushes. Just as I peeked out, Irika-sensei arrived, and then Shuemu ambushed me. Naruto recounted without withholding any details. Why didn't you warn Irika that Shuemu was chasing you? That way, he wouldn't have been caught off guard, Yamashiro always remarked, casting a pointed glance at Naruto. Naruto, already anticipating this question, had his response prepared. Teacher, I'm just a child. Shuemu was on my tail the whole way, and I was so flustered. The moment I saw Irika-sensei, all I felt was excitement. Of course, it's my fault too. I was so busy reporting my progress to Irika-sensei that I forgot to warn him. By the time I remembered, Shuemu had already launched his attack. I'm so sorry. Teacher. Naruto lowered his head, tears welling in his eyes. It's not your fault. It's the teacher's slow reaction. Irika interjected. Aoi, don't blame Naruto. When I found him, he did indeed try to warn me. But my own strength was inadequate, and my reflexes were too slow, which led to Shuemu's ambush. Moreover, if it weren't for Naruto, by the time you all arrived, Shuemu would have likely seized the scroll, and you would have only found our corpses. Irika quickly patted Naruto's head in a gesture of comfort. He placed all the blame upon himself. To be saved by a student, especially one considered the bottom of the class, was utterly humiliating. How would he ever show his face among the teaching staff after this? Damn it. Yamashiro Aoi cursed under his breath. Could you stop asking questions? Are you deliberately trying to make me look foolish? It was only natural for a child to react this way. When a teacher arrives, it feels like a shield against danger. After all, nobody expected the teacher to be so weak. Ebisuzawa stepped in to ease the tension, stating, "It's just that kind of situation." No one enjoys hearing it said like that. Damn it, Ebisuzawa. Are you trying to undermine me? Irika snapped, momentarily forgetting his injuries, leaping to confront Ebisuzawa. Yamashiro Aoi observed the commotion among the group, his brow furrowing slightly, but he chose not to delve deeper. Upon reflection, it was quite reasonable. He turned to Naruto and inquired about the whereabouts of the Forbidden Scroll. Where's the scroll, Naruto? Where did you put it? Naruto turned, retrieving the scroll from the bushes, which was nearly the same size as him, and placed it before Yamashiro Aoi. Here it is. I only took a glance. Yamashiro Aoi scrutinized Naruto closely, asking, this scroll contains dozens of jutsu. Aside from the multiple shadow clones, what else have you learned? The contents are too complex. Only the multiple shadow clones were easy to remember and learn. As for the other seals, they're filled with all sorts of convoluted requirements, many of which I can't even comprehend. Naruto shook his head, feigning exasperation, as if the material were too difficult to grasp. Irika, Ebisuzawa, Aoi, please don't press him further. This boy truly only learned the shadow clone technique, and he had very little time to study it. He had barely opened the scroll before you found him. You've already seen what transpired. To master a single forbidden technique in such a short time is already impressive. You must understand that forbidden techniques are not common. They are not something one can learn just by looking at them. Many individuals may only master one or two in their entire lifetimes. Two masked ninjas descended from the trees. Unmistakably the Umbu who had been keeping watch on Naruto under the third Hokage's orders. Ah, I see. Ebisuzawa and the others nodded, indicating their understanding. Irika and the Umbu had both confirmed the situation, suggesting it was indeed trustworthy. Yamashiro Aoi reflected on this. After all, while Irika might lie, the Umbu operated solely under the authority of the Hokage. Since you are here, does that mean the Hokage is already aware of what has transpired? Ebisuzawa, ever the astute Jonin, connected the appearance of the Umbu with other implications. One of the Umbu took a step forward, shaking his head as he spoke. No, we were executing other tasks and merely happened to pass by, witnessing this scene. Of course, after consulting with Lord Third, our mission has now changed. Our current task is to escort the Book of Seals back. He turned to Naruto. You, young man, are a genius. I don't know much, but to master the shadow clone technique with just a glance is remarkable. In this regard, even the second Hokage, who created this technique, pales in comparison to you. To be honest, it feels as if this ninjutsu was tailor-made for you. The two Umbu did not speak the whole truth. In fact, they were assigned by the third Hokage to keep an eye on Naruto. Their mission was to intervene if Naruto was about to be eliminated by Mizuki, eliminating Mizuki themselves, and then finding a way to have Naruto open the Book of Seals and learn any ninjutsu contained within. If Naruto inadvertently defeated Mizuki, they were to watch closely to ensure this young lad did not succumb to temptation and escape from Konoha with the Book of Seals. Of course, there was a third scenario they did not mention. The third possibility was that if Naruto, under Mizuki's influence, succumbed to death and defected alongside Mizuki, their only responsibility would be to return the Book of Seals, leaving Naruto and Mizuki behind without a second thought. Although they were unclear as to why the third Hokage had given them such orders, the Umbu's duty was to unconditionally obey the Hokage's commands. They proceeded with their task. However, they did not anticipate just how formidable Naruto truly was. With just a single glance, he was able to produce over 3,000 shadow clones, leaving Mizuki, a seasoned ninja, utterly bewildered. One must admit, this boy possesses a certain talent for the shadow clone technique. Could this be the third Hokage's intention? To orchestrate such a scenario with the Book of Seals, allowing the underperforming Naruto to learn the multi-shadow clone forbidden technique that suited his talents? After all, forbidden techniques are not something just anyone can learn, and there is a distinction between the shadow clone and the multi-shadow clone. But what could be the purpose behind this? Why set up such a scheme for a mere 12-year-old child? Is it solely because of his identity as the Nine-Tails vessel? Or is it due to that person? Regardless, let us first return the Book of Seals. The task has already been accomplished. Naruto's mastery of the multi-shadow clone technique would make many Jonin envious. Chapter 10. Brainwashing after securing the Book of Seals on his back, the two Umbu exchanged glances with the onlookers and nodded. Everyone, we shall return to report to Lord Third that the Book of Seals has been retrieved. As for Naruto's theft of the book, that will depend on Lord Third's decision, as it is indeed a fact that he attempted to learn forbidden techniques. Naruto chuckled sheepishly, scratching his head. Thank you both. Please intercede on my behalf. It was not my intention. Of course, this was merely Naruto's act. As a longtime fan of the Hokage, he had always anticipated such a scenario. The third Hokage would not punish him. Perhaps that old man was currently reveling in his crystal ball, finding amusement. The two Umbu were conveniently nearby. What a coincidence. No one would believe it if they heard. You two have been observing from that tree for how long, yet you still pretend it was merely coincidence. This situation stems from the relationship between the third Hokage and the fifth Hokage Danzo. As Konoha's cunning strategist, Danzo has always maintained a facade of benevolence while orchestrating schemes behind the scenes. The revelation of Naruto being the Nine-Tails vessel was information he had covertly disseminated through his root organization. However, while revealing that Naruto was the vessel, he conveniently concealed the fact that Naruto's father was the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. As for the third Hokage, from the narrative, he appears to be indecisive and lacks the resolve to take decisive action. Even during his life-and-death battle with Orochimaru, he showed mercy at every turn. But is Sarutobi Hiruzen truly such a person? Naruto believes not. Based on his understanding, he perceives the third Hokage as more cunning than Danzo. Why can't you speak of the hero's offspring? Let us consider a hypothetical scenario. Minato had many adversaries, and jealousy surrounded him. You fear retaliation against me. But what of the compensation for Minato as sacrifice? For the past 12 years, Naruto has either subsisted on nearly expired ramen or had to fish for his meals. Where's the compensation? Meanwhile, your grandson Konohamaru enjoys a life of luxury, a little lord in the village. He even has the elite Jonin Ebisu as a teacher. Why must the fourth Hokage's son survive on expired ramen, having to fend for himself? We are both descendants of Hokages. The disparity is simply too great. And now you concoct a scheme that allows me to steal the Book of Seals and learn a couple of ninjutsu as compensation? Do you think the Book of Seals is so easily pilfered? A mere child, ranked last in his class, manages to steal a forbidden scroll without being discovered? Is that even feasible? This is not just a trickle, it is an entire ocean. This scheme has but two objectives. 1. To eliminate Mizuki, the traitor with ulterior motives. And 2. To assuage a guilty conscience by providing a modicum of compensation to the son of the fourth Hokage. Naruto has thoroughly analyzed the third Hokage's motives. As a devoted fan of the series, this is child's play. In the forest, the two Umbu, with the Book of Seals secured, were racing forward. Steel and Aoyama, along with others, were carrying the barely conscious Mizuki back to Konoha. As for Iruka, he was being supported by his fellow teacher Ebisu, despite Iruka's insistence that he was fine and unhindered in his movements. Ebisu, however, insisted on assisting Iruka, just in case. In the Hokage's office, the Umbu's swiftness was remarkable, as they quickly delivered the Book of Seals to the third Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat at his desk, astonished as he listened to the report from the two Umbu. 3,000 clones? You cannot be serious. The two Umbu immediately knelt, heads bowed, responding, we assure you. Every word is true. In an instant, Naruto produced over 3,000 clones, rendering Mizuki incapable of self-sufficiency, if not for the presence of those involved. One would hardly recognize Mizuki. Sarutobi Hiruzen was momentarily stunned, filled with regret. Had I known I should have held it in, now I've missed the thrilling moment. I fast-forwarded through the climax. What a loss. Moreover, at least 3,000 clones. The subordinates had not had the chance to count them all, but given the scale, it was quite possible there were over 4,000. Another Umbu chimed in. Haha, splendid. This boy has finally mastered a ninjutsu worthy of recognition. Who would have thought that while he struggled with the basic clone technique, he would excel so rapidly with the multi-shadow clone? This truly is a surprise. Indeed, the once underperforming student had managed to overpower his teacher. I would assert that this boy will undoubtedly become an exceptional ninja in the future. Aside from the multi-shadow clone, what else has he learned? Sarutobi Hiruzen ceased his smile, attempting to inquire further. He wished to know if Naruto had acquired any additional ninjutsu. The time Naruto had to open the scroll was limited. During his confrontation with Mizuki, he only showcased the multi-shadow clone. We deduce that he likely mastered only this technique. If he had learned others, he would have employed them immediately. After all, the forbidden techniques within the Book of Seals are truly devastating, and no one would refuse such a magnificent opportunity. Moreover, he is but a youthful lad with an incomplete understanding. Having learned the multi-shadow clone, he was so eager to show off in front of Irika that he momentarily forgot he was being pursued by Mizuki. I believe his performance and words are sincere. He must have only learned this one forbidden technique. The forbidden techniques in the Book of Seals are not easily learned. Indeed, they are forbidden, and the time is limited. The two Umbu exchange their analyses, causing the third Hokage, the venerable Sarutobi Hiruzen, to nod repeatedly. He, too, found their reasoning sound. Naruto was still but a child, and considering his limited time to learn, mastering a forbidden technique was already quite impressive. If he were to learn another, what extraordinary talent that would require. Such aptitude would surely prevent him from lagging behind in school. Would one ever forsake high marks in elementary school, intentionally aiming for single digits just to face parental wrath? The shadow clone technique, capable of summoning thousands of duplicates at once, when complemented with additional taijutsu, could exhaust any adversary. In an all-out brawl, he could overwhelm enemies with sheer numbers, retreating into a flurry of false Narutos to confuse foes while preserving his true self. For Naruto, this was a remarkable ninjutsu, surely. The deceased fourth Hokage could rest in peace now, knowing that with such a technique at his disposal, Naruto's demise would be a challenging endeavor. Provided he did not court disaster himself. Sarutobi had made up his mind, with little Naruto mastering forbidden techniques and his combat prowess vastly improved. It was time to initiate the indoctrination of the Will of Fire. Having learned the shadow clone technique, even without the Nine Tails, Naruto could already create thousands of clones. Should he harness the power of the Nine Tails, he could potentially summon tens of thousands. If Naruto were securely bound to the war chariot of Konoha, the strength he wielded would surely render the other four villages obsolete. Chapter 11. Otsutsuki Kagaya? You may go now. Sarutobi gestured to the two Umbu, signaling that their mission was complete. After exchanging glances, they prepared to depart the Hokage's office. Just as they turned to leave, Sarutobi called out, "By the way, where's Kakashi? Find him and bring him to me." The two Umbu acknowledged their task with a salute to the third Hokage before vanishing in an instant. Once the Umbu departed, Sarutobi, pipe in mouth and hands clasped behind his back, turned his gaze to the window, lost in thought. With no one privy to the musings of this elderly sage. As the sun descended, Irika and his companions leisurely made their way back to the village after the Umbu had left with the sealing scroll. Among them, Yama and Ebisu escorted the battered Mizuki to the designated interrogation facility, while Ganji returned to guard the entrance. Irika and Naruto exchanged glances, both at a loss for words. Finally, Irika broke the silence. "Naruto, it has been ages since I treated you to ramen. How about I treat you today? It can be a celebration of our survival and your mastery of the powerful shadow clone technique. What do you say?" Irika patted his chest, his eyes sparkling with delight. "Yay, Irika-sensei, I'm going to eat my fill." Naruto beamed, thrilled at the prospect of a free meal. At the entrance of Ichiraku Ramen, Naruto marveled at the once televised establishment now standing before him, feeling a sense of disbelief. "What's wrong, Naruto? Long time no see. Are you missing Uncle Ichiraku?" "Not at all. I was just pondering how many bowls I should devour to bankrupt Irika-sensei." Naruto cheekily replied. "Haha, go ahead and eat. Irika-sensei has plenty of ramen money." Irika boasted, slapping his chest. "How much could a few bowls possibly cost? Today, I will cover the tab." Two figures, one tall and one short, swept aside the curtain of Ichiraku Ramen and settled into two vacant seats at the counter. As a regular patron, Naruto was well known to Uncle Ichiraku, who greeted him with warmth. "Welcome, little Naruto. What flavor of ramen would you like today?" Uncle Ichiraku inquired with a smile. "Uncle, I'll have 10 bowls of chashu ramen, please," Naruto declared with a mischievous grin, recalling how the Naruto from the series could devour ramen in large quantities. He wondered if he had inherited that same talent. If he couldn't finish, he could always save some for tomorrow. 10 bowls today? Is little Naruto not feeling well? Uncle Ichiraku was momentarily taken aback by the order. "Not at all, Uncle. I just want a hearty start. Irika-sensei is treating, so don't worry. Today, I won't budge from my seat until I'm done." "All right, no problem." Uncle Ichiraku chuckled, recognizing the appetite of this young glutton. "Hey, Naruto is here." A bowl of noodles was brought out by Ayum, Uncle Ichiraku's daughter, as she spotted Naruto and Iruka. Yes, I am Nichin. Please ensure you give me extra chashu today. Don't worry. Little Naruto, have I ever skimped on the chashu when you visit? She replied with a smile. Both she and her father had kept a watchful eye on Naruto, aware of his struggles and the disdain he faced from others in the village. Many times, when Naruto had no food, he would come to their ramen shop for a meal. They had never charged him, allowing him to eat freely, never judging him by the opinions of others. To them, he was simply a mischievous yet kind-hearted child. Iruka, however, felt a pang of despair upon hearing Naruto's order. How could he have forgotten about Naruto's insatiable appetite? Could he take back his boast of covering the meal? Iruka-sensei, is that all right? Naruto asked, noticing Iruka's distressed expression. Of course. No problem at all. Eat your heart out. I have plenty of money. Iruka grimaced, realizing he might not survive the month on his salary. Chashu ramen is here. Dig in, little Naruto. Uncle Ichiraku set a steaming bowl in front of Naruto, his eyes filled with affection. I'm starting now, Naruto proclaimed, joining his hands in gratitude before diving into his meal. As he ate, he couldn't help but steal glances at Uncle Ichiraku, recalling the popular lore that Ichiraku ramen was impervious to destruction, even in times of war. After all, despite the devastation wrought by pain, it was Ichiraku ramen that first opened its doors post-conflict, embodying an unbreakable spirit. Fans of Naruto often joke that even a nuclear explosion would spare Ichiraku ramen, ensuring safety within its walls. Uncle Ichiraku felt a bit uneasy under Naruto's intense gaze, stammering. What's wrong, little Naruto? Is today's flavor not to your liking? No, haha. I just think Uncle Ichiraku looks really cool while cooking the noodles. Naruto exclaimed with a laugh. Haha, little Naruto is still so charming. For your next bowl of chashu, I'll double the portion. Uncle Ichiraku beamed, delighted by the compliment. At his age, men appreciated honesty, and to hear such praise from a child was truly a treasure. Thank you, Uncle Ichiraku. I'll take 5 more bowls of beef ramen. With extra beef, please. Absolutely. Uncle Ichiraku grinned, knowing he was in for a big order. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Iruka was momentarily engulfed in darkness. His mind racing with a singular thought, it was all over. Chapter 12. A New World. It is no wonder that in the anime, Naruto can devour 10 bowls of ramen in one sitting. After all, this bowl barely amounts to 2 or 3 bites, hardly enough to feed a cat. Naruto gazed longingly at the steaming bowls below. Just moments ago, he felt that 10 bowls might be excessive, but now, given the circumstances, he realized he could easily consume 5 more. This ramen should not even be called ramen. It ought to be dubbed a mouthful of noodles. However, to be fair, although the portions were modest, the flavor was undeniably exquisite, far superior to any noodles he had previously tasted. After finishing his bowl, Iruka tilted his head back and drank the remaining broth with gusto, then made a request for extra noodles to Uncle Iruka, who, without turning his head, simply gestured an okay with his hand before returning to his work. Iruka then turned to Naruto, who was stretching his neck in anticipation of more noodles, and, after a moment's contemplation, he removed his forehead protector from his brow and tied it around Naruto's head. Naruto, caught off guard by the sudden weight atop his head, looked up to see Iruka busily adjusting the protector. Then it dawned on him. Oh, right. In this episode, Iruka gifted his protector to Naruto to commemorate his graduation from the Ninja Academy. It was a moment for Iruka to showcase his acting prowess. Naruto's face was awash with excitement, tears brimming in his eyes. Little Naruto, from this moment forth, you are a true ninja. Iruka beamed at Naruto, his expression filled with pride. In the past, I may have been somewhat harsh on you. Reflecting on those days, I feel a deep sense of remorse. I want to sincerely apologize. During those times, I failed to fulfill my duties as a teacher. Iruka spoke slowly, his initial joy gradually transforming into heartfelt regret. Please, Iruka-sensei, don't say that. You have always treated me well. I am truly happy to have your recognition. Naruto replied, feeling a bit awkward. Truth be told, he felt that his own acting was riddled with flaws in the face of Iruka's earnest gaze. He could hardly bring himself to meet Iruka's eyes. I'm sorry, Naruto. I was indeed influenced by the villagers and held an unjust perception of you, even treating you differently, like they did. But after today, I've come to realize that you are my student, and you too are a victim. You are truly remarkable. Naruto, I am proud to have you as my student. I am elated that you have finally mastered a powerful jutsu, a forbidden technique written on a scroll, and you learned it so effortlessly. In the future, you will undoubtedly be an outstanding ninja of Konoha. just as you have always dreamed. Perhaps in the not-so-distant future, you might even become Hokage, the hero of the village. Naruto's face involuntarily twitched. Had he not crossed over, the script would have remained unchanged. Naruto would ultimately become the 7th Hokage, marrying the perfectly developed Hinata, and leading a fulfilling life with a son and a daughter. Yet now, having traversed into this world, he could not guarantee the title of Hokage, nor could he envision himself as the hero of Konoha. After all, he harbored an ulterior motive, to defect from Konoha. If he did not defect, time would simply erase him. However, gazing at Iruka's hopeful expression, revealing his true feelings, Naruto felt a twinge of reluctance. After all, human emotions are tender. Though Iruka had once been among those who disliked Naruto, following the conclusion of the Water and Wood arc, he had grown to genuinely cherish Naruto, a sentiment that remained unchanged even through Naruto's wedding. In truth, many fans of the series hold a fondness for Iruka. After all, during several of Naruto's moments of despair, it was Iruka's kindness that guided him back to the right path. Unfortunately, Naruto was no longer the same boy he once was. "Congratulations on becoming a ninja of Konoha," Iruka exclaimed, his face alight with a genuine smile as he placed a steaming bowl of noodles before Naruto. "Thank you, Iruka-sensei. I will definitely become an exceptional ninja." Naruto nodded tearfully, addressing Iruka. Yet, deep down, he silently uttered an apology. He was no longer focused on becoming Hokage or safeguarding the village. His thoughts were now consumed with the notion of becoming a rogue ninja, departing from the village. "You are no longer a child. You are a ninja, and ninjas do not cry." Iruka placed the ramen before Naruto, affectionately ruffling his hair. "Now eat up. Our village's future star, the shining hope of tomorrow, great ninja Naruto Uzumaki." Naruto lowered his head and devoured the noodles ravenously. But amidst the usual disdainful memories of the village's adults, Iruka's kindness resurfaced in the depths of his mind. "They say that once you've weathered a storm, you will hold an umbrella for others." Naruto felt that Iruka was precisely that kind of person. However, the 12 years of memories weighed heavily on Naruto. He could not simply forget how the villagers treated him. Moreover, having crossed over from the modern world into the realm of anime, especially embodying a protagonist like Naruto, he was even less inclined to follow a conventional path. Once you become a character endowed with power, charisma, and even a system, do you still seek others' approval? No, rather. It is this world that must seek my validation. After all, the battles in Naruto are cataclysmic. One-tailed beast bomb can obliterate half the village. And the Moon Eye plan threatens to annihilate the entire ninja world. Not to mention the numerous beautiful kunoichi of the Hokage era. Who could adhere to monogamy? It must be a world of multiple wives. If this were a world of monogamy, then my arrival is to rectify the entire system. Only I, Naruto Uzumaki, am the architect of the new world order. The rules of existence can only be dictated by me. Others may choose monogamy or polygamy. But as the bearer of a system and the strongest force, I must not be bound by such limitations. Fists are the ultimate truth. Anyone who disagrees, step forward and witness my might. If you can defeat Uchiha Obito, then you may descend to unify all nations and become the singular supreme ruler of the Naruto world. That is the truest aspiration stirring within Naruto's heart after his crossing. Hey, great ninja Naruto, do make an effort in your training. Uncle Iruka's daughter, Shobu, made her entrance, playfully smiling as she held a massive spoon overflowing with beef, which she promptly placed atop Naruto's bowl of ramen. "Thank you, Shobu-nichan. You are so kind," Naruto exclaimed with joy, his face lighting up at the sight of meat. Who needs noodles now? Indeed, she was the ramen fairy of the Hokage world, beautiful and kind-hearted. Chapter 13. The first encounter with Obito. "Oh, I am stuffed to the brim. Thank you for the treat, Iruka-sensei." Naruto beamed, patting his round belly, his satisfaction unmistakable. "Naruto, you can eat an astonishing amount. I swear. I will never again promise you that you can eat as much as you want or that I have money," Iruka lamented, feeling a mix of despair and amusement as he patted his now-deflated wallet. 22 bowls. No, make that 22 bowls with extra helpings from the ramen shop owner's daughter. Goodness gracious, this boy could eat me out of house and home. After exchanging pleasantries with Iruka, Naruto headed straight home. Once inside his bedroom, he feigned washing his face and brushing his teeth, secretly performing the newly acquired shadow clone technique, though he only produced 2 clones. In the cramped confines of the bathroom, there existed 3 entities, his true self and 2 clones. However, He dared not create more clones, for the space was limited and he harbored suspicions of being under surveillance. Upon exiting the bathroom, his true form stifled a yawn and reclined on the bed, drifting into a semblance of sleep. While one of the clones remained in the narrow bathroom, only for one to vanish in a blink a second later. Who goes there? A sharp voice erupted from a masked ninja. As Naruto landed, he beheld a man adorned with a single-eyed mask, who immediately hurled a kunai his way. Startled, Naruto rolled away to evade the attack, yet the masked figure seemed unwilling to relent, twirling his wrist to conjure several gleaming kunai before Naruto's eyes. Stop! Obito sent me. I am one of Madara's subordinates, summoned to find you. Naruto, quick-witted, invoked the name of the formidable Uchiha Madara in a desperate bid to assert his authority. Madara? I am Madara Uchiha, and I know not of this Obito you speak, nor do I recognize you as one of his subordinates. The one-eyed masked man, though claiming ignorance, was inwardly shaken. Cease your pretense, Obito. Madara himself has declared you his representative during his absence, instructing me to arrive here via specific jutsu at a designated time. Naruto stood, brushing off the dust from his attire, determined that the earlier role should remain a secret. Such humiliation was intolerable for the future leader of the ninja world. What proof do you possess? Obito lowered his kunai, though his vigilance remained unyielding. Your name is Uchiha Obito. One half of your being is composed of black Zetsu, while your other eye resides with Kakashi. Your heart belongs to Rin Noara. The moment Naruto began to elaborate, he was abruptly interrupted by Obito's furious exclamation. Enough! What did Madara instruct you to seek me for? Was it not agreed to proceed with caution? Obito's tone darkened, revealing his agitation. Naruto recognized that the mention of Rin had struck a nerve. Her tragic demise at the hands of his closest friend weighed heavily upon Obito's heart, a wound never fully healed. Madara has commanded me to retrieve 2 of his weapons at this time, namely his fan, and to ascertain the condition of his remains, Naruto proclaimed, maintaining an impassive facade as he embraced the role he had crafted. Who are you? Obito queried, his confusion palpable. Although Madara had not mentioned such a detail during the briefing, Naruto's knowledge of hidden truths about Madara confirmed his allegiance. I am Kabuto, a spy planted within Konoha by Orochimaru. However, unbeknownst to Orochimaru, I serve Madara. Naruto fabricated yet another identity, confident that his prior transformation allowed him to assume any persona. Very well, the items are over there, alongside Madara's body, preserved by potions. You must ensure he shows no signs of decay. Obito gestured toward a concealed passageway, seemingly disinterested in further inquiries. This location was indeed obscure, and few could infiltrate it unnoticed. Wait, did you just use the Flying Thunder God technique? Obito suddenly interjected, halting Naruto's advance. That is absurd. The Flying Thunder God is a technique unique to the 2nd and 4th Hokage. I lack the prowess to master such forbidden arts. What I employed was a form of space-time ninjutsu, a bloodline limit that allows traversal between specific locations. This is merely one such instance. Naruto hesitated, perspiration trickling down his brow, crafting a plausible excuse for his earlier maneuver. As anticipated, Obito nodded, suspicion dissipating. Indeed, mastering the Flying Thunder God is no simple feat, yet your bloodline limit is impressive. Spatial ninjutsu of that nature is rare. The world is indeed full of wonders. Now, do attend to your matters. In the future, do not appear so suddenly. I may not be able to restrain myself. Obito waved him off, clearing the path before him. Thank you, Obito. Please expedite the moon's eye plan. Madara has indicated that our time is limited. Naruto fully embraced his fabricated role, understanding that urgency was essential to align with Madara's subordinate's characteristics. As Madara had indeed sought to hasten the passage of time. Understood. I shall advance the schedule promptly. With that, Obito vanished into the shadows, evidently disinclined to engage further. Phew, that was close. Naruto exhaled, relieved. In his haste to reach Obito using the Flying Thunder God, he had forgotten to prepare an excuse. Thankfully, his composure remained intact, and he was fortunate that Madara had been deceased for several years. Let us proceed to retrieve Madara's relics. The moment Naruto had used the Flying Thunder God to seek out Obito, he had resolved that the first person he would summon would be none other than Madara Uchiha, the one whom even the 5 Kage could not defeat. With him at hand, one might boldly ask, who would dare to raise their voice against him? Step forward if you dare. Chapter 14. Kabuto as he traversed the passageway. He arrived at a wall. Upon activating the adjacent mechanism, a vast array of weapons and a colossal body submerged in formaldehyde greeted his gaze. The man within, with hair cascading to his waist and a visage aged by time, was unmistakably Uchiha Madara, just as depicted in the anime. Could this indeed be formaldehyde? The hue resembled that of the potions in Orochimaru's lair. Surely, these concoctions were the work of that cunning serpent. Naruto marveled at the sight of the verdant liquid, reflecting upon the boundless possibilities of science. Nevertheless, he dismissed such thoughts, eager to complete his mission and depart. Rolling up his sleeves, he lifted the lid of the container enveloping Madara's body, suppressing his revulsion as he excised a piece of flesh from the shoulder. The body had been preserved for quite some time. With a bit of effort, he extracted a sizable portion, ensuring that it was not easily discernible. After casually placing it within the confines of the system's reward space, Naruto turned his attention to the plethora of weapons adorning the walls. Clearly, Obito had overlooked this treasure trove, for he had not touched a single item. However, Naruto was acutely aware that Madara never kept anything of inferior quality. All he possessed were treasures, such as the prized fan prominently displayed in the center, a true gem. Naturally, Naruto felt no compunction in claiming a share, especially since he currently held only a few shurikens and explosive tags from the system's rewards. If not now, when would he seize such an opportunity? Moreover, with Madara poised to become his subordinate, and Obito as Madara's subordinate, it was only fitting for him to take what belonged to his subordinate. After all, this was merely a gesture of respect from one subordinate to another, a duty that could not be construed as theft. It was, in essence, a matter of rightful propriety. Indeed, it is precisely as you say. All these items have been cast into the system's space, which I must admit is remarkably convenient, an infinite expanse where shadow clones can share resources. Alas, it cannot accommodate living beings. If only it could, one could take refuge within. Exhausted after a long day, while a lady provides a soothing massage, and indulge in a moment of relaxation beneath the moonlit sky, what bliss that would be. Once refreshed, I could emerge and continue my endeavors with the old man. Even if I cannot best him, I could certainly tire him out. Furthermore, with the system at my disposal, who could possibly contend with me? I am the protagonist. Naruto promptly shook his head, dismissing such errant thoughts, while adjusting his younger subordinate, a spirited lad bursting with energy. Youth is a double-edged sword. Though everything else is splendid, his age leaves something to be desired. Years must pass before I can acquire Uchiha Obito's physical tissue. All my gathered weapons and resources have been thoroughly scavenged. I recall there being a wall of Sharingan here, originally intending to take a few, but considering Obito's presence, it would be difficult to find a pretext for such an act. After all, aside from transplantation, they hold little utility. Reflecting on it, I decided against it. One cannot overreach. Should I take too many, it might arouse Obito's suspicion. In an instant, I vanished. Am I truly gone? It feels akin to the flying thunder god technique. From a place beyond Naruto's sight, a sigh resonated softly, but alas, the departing Naruto was fated never to hear it. Selecting the restroom clone, I activated the flying thunder god, and in a flash, the clone bearing Uchiha Obito returned to the restroom of Naruto's home, while the other clone waiting there promptly dissipated back to its original form. After all, the restroom is rather confined, and too many would be cramped. The clone has returned? Its non-disappearance indicates success in the mission. The true Naruto, lying on his bed in feigned slumber, sensed the clone's presence and received the feedback it provided. Given this, I must summon Uchiha Obito to another location tomorrow. Let us first see if it works. With this in mind, Naruto decided to return the other shadow clone to its original form. As for the items, there is no safer place than the system's space. In this world, apart from myself, no one can retrieve Obito's skin tissue and those weapons from the system's domain. Ding, ding, ding. The alarm clock set on the nightstand began to ring, and Naruto sprang up with a lively motion. Today marks the second day. It is time to continue the sign-in. Ah, great system. Let us commence the sign-in. Stretching and yawning, Naruto began today as ritual. Ding. System sign-in complete. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the loyal subordinate Yakushi Kabuto. Loyalty at 100%. The system has detected that Yakushi Kabuto's allegiance is to the legendary Sannin Orochimaru and has automatically brainwashed him for you. At this moment, Yakushi Kabuto is now under your command. Would you like Yakushi Kabuto to publicly request to renounce his loyalty to Orochimaru? The system's reward left Naruto momentarily dazed. No way, my friend, I was merely boasting to Obito, and you truly caught that? Is your system based on byte data and Alibaba's big data algorithms? Just mentioning it leads to homepage recommendations? I shall not make it public. I wish to maintain Kabuto's allegiance to Orochimaru. Although momentarily stunned, Naruto resolutely opted to keep Kabuto's identity concealed. It must be said, Kabuto is an excellent subordinate. During the Fourth Shinobi World War, he demonstrated exceptional prowess, mastering the sage art of the Ryuchi cave that even Orochimaru had failed to achieve. In the early stages of the war, he was the one laying the groundwork. To say he single-handedly took on the Ninja Alliance would not be an exaggeration, given his army was filled with the reanimated corpses and white Zetsu. If one were to select a talent from among the characters in Naruto, Kabuto would undoubtedly be Naruto's top choice. His innate talent is extraordinary, and he is incredibly reliable. Especially now that I have grasped the cracked version of the reanimation jutsu. Kabuto serves as an excellent spokesperson. There is no need for instruction. I can simply let him develop according to the original plot. How it was in the anime is how it shall continue to be. I was initially troubled about how to excavate graves to raise an army, but now, the system's reward has delivered it right to my doorstep. In the world of Naruto, if I were to say I am second in this field, who would dare claim the first? It is only the second day, and the system sign-in has yielded such a delightful surprise. What might await on the 7th day's weekly sign-in, or the monthly sign-in of the first month? Surely, it would be of grand proportions. The system cannot possibly present anything of low caliber. Great system, do you not agree? Presenting inferior items would only diminish your reputation in the eyes of the readers. How about this? Reward me with a well-versed Hinata Hyuga or the multifaceted Mizukage Meiterumi. Either one will suffice, as I am not picky. I make a wish. Great system, I promise to chant daily. How about you fulfill my desire? Chapter 15. The conversation between the third Hokage and Kakashi. How was it? Were there any unusual occurrences last night? On the rooftop, two Umbu exchanged information, their gazes occasionally sweeping over the target under surveillance, seemingly unconcerned, for after all, the subject was merely a child. No unusual occurrences. After finishing ramen last night, he returned to wash his face, brush his teeth, and went to sleep. In the middle of the night, he visited the restroom, then slept soundly until dawn. Now he is merely sitting on his bed in a daze, clearly reluctant to rise, contemplating a second slumber. All right, I will keep watch now. You go report to the third Hokage about the situation here, and I will continue the surveillance. One Umbu stated. The other nodded, vanishing in an instant. In the third Hokage's office, Kakashi was face to face with the third Hokage. Yesterday, while on a mission, Kakashi received word from Umbu that the third Hokage was seeking him. Fortunately, it was not a high-stakes task. Upon handing over to Umbu, he leisurely made his way back to Konoha, where he comfortably took a hot shower and enjoyed a restful sleep before arriving at the office of Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage, that very morning. Why me? Kakashi was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that the third Hokage would assign him such a challenging task upon calling him back. Had he known, he would not have returned. This matter is far more troublesome than any mission, because it can only be you. Logically, you hail from Umbu, and your years of combat experience will enable you to guide these few young ones effectively and teach them how to be ninjas. Emotionally, the boy with yellow hair is the orphan of your teacher. They perished in that great war, leaving only this child behind. For all these years, while he has been mischievous, he still bears the legacy of his father. He learned the multi-shadow clone technique after just one demonstration. In terms of talent, he is not inferior to that Uchiha boy. He requires a good teacher. The third Hokage puffs on his pipe, inhaling deeply, releasing a plume of smoke that gracefully curves through the air. Turning to Kakashi, he solemnly stated, one whose entire clan has been slaughtered, whose parents were village heroes. Yet the child is regarded as a demon fox by the villagers. These two children, if placed in anyone else's hands, should they fail to be taught well, could become the village's most feared adversaries. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke lightly, yet the weight of his words was unmistakable. I have never taught anyone. I fear I may not be able to manage this, and besides, I dwell in darkness. Kakashi replied nonchalantly, truly reluctant to take on this messy situation. Precisely because you have experienced darkness and have not lost your way, you are the most suitable teacher. You can lead them out of the shadows and towards the light. Where the leaves dance, the fire persists. The flame shall continue to illuminate the village and foster the sprouting of new leaves. Do you comprehend the essence of this statement? The third Hokage's thoughts seemed to drift into the distance, his gaze suddenly becoming vacant and hollow. May I visit him? Kakashi spoke after a prolonged silence. Sarutobi Hiruzen was about to respond when suddenly a figure appeared in the office. Unmistakably an Umbu member come to report. What news? Sarutobi inquired, showing no surprise at the Umbu's abrupt entrance. Kakashi felt the same. Having originated from the Umbu himself, he was well accustomed to such matters. Moreover, the surroundings of the Hokage's office were heavily guarded. Who but the Umbu could traverse freely? There is nothing unusual. The Umbu replied in a hushed yet firm voice. They have already departed for the academy. Sarutobi nodded, indicating his understanding, and the reporting Umbu quickly vanished from sight. Once again, only Kakashi and his current master, Sarutobi Hiruzen, remained in the Hokage's office. Sarutobi said nothing. He rose and walked out, casting a glance at Kakashi, who immediately understood and silently followed suit. In the slums. At Naruto's home. Is this the residence of that child? Kakashi observed the open carton of expired milk on the table and the pile of greasy dishes stacked high in the sink. His expression remained unperturbed as he surveyed the surroundings, where flies buzzed about amidst the clutter of discarded shoes and remnants of instant ramen packaging. Indeed, this is the abode of the orphan son of the fourth Hokage. Sarutobi seemed to discern Kakashi's thoughts and confirmed what was in his heart with a calm statement. I can hardly believe it. He is the child of Sensei Minato. Kakashi sighed, his eyes filled with disbelief, which soon morphed into disappointment. Thus, I assert that it is most fitting for you to watch over this child. Sensing Kakashi's emotional turmoil, Sarutobi promptly shifted the topic. He wished to prevent Kakashi from becoming entangled in this matter. Because you are astute and clever. Well, you also have a Uchiha child in your class. Let us go and pay a visit. Sarutobi rose and opened the door, slightly turning to look at Kakashi, who remained rooted in place. What are you pondering? Upon seeing the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, narrow his eyes, Kakashi felt a flicker of wariness, but years in the Umbu had trained him to maintain an air of nonchalance. Oh, nothing. I merely noticed that this milk expired over a year ago. If consumed, it would surely cause a stomach ache. Nothing to worry about. Let us be on our way. Our time is limited. Sarutobi stepped outside, saying no more. Kakashi hastily set down the half-empty carton of milk and followed Sarutobi out. This truly is troublesome. As perceptive as Kakashi is, having spent so many years in the Umbu and possessing a considerable reputation, how could he fail to notice the oddities here? He harbored doubts about the third Hokage and was deeply suspicious, yet he dared not voice them. Sarutobi Hiruzen was not merely the Hokage, he was also lauded as the strongest Hokage in history. This old man, others may be oblivious, but he knew all too well. Being proficient in all 5 elemental ninjutsu, earning the moniker, the Professor of Ninjutsu. Invincible. These 3 words echoed in Kakashi's mind. The scene shifted, and Kakashi, alongside the third Hokage, arrived at the residence of the last surviving Uchiha, a grand villa situated in the affluent district. After surveying the meticulously arranged interior, Kakashi could not help but sigh. In stark contrast to Naruto's dwelling, it was worlds apart. Children with homes are treasures, while those without are akin to weeds. Truly, the ancients do not deceive. Uchiha Fugaku was a strict man, and his approach to his children's education was equally stringent and successful. Sarutobi remarked while observing the Uchiha Sasuke's abode. He adjusted the brim of his Hokage hat, attempting to scrutinize the layout and environment within. I recall that his brother Itachi worked under your guidance back in the day. Now, his younger brother is also under your care. What a coincidence. Indeed, a rather troublesome situation. Chapter 16. Clothes make the man. Meanwhile, on Naruto's side, although he had acquired the perverse SSR subordinate Yakushi Kabuto during the morning attendance, the excitement from the previous night, combined with the morning's overzealous enthusiasm, had swiftly drained him, returning him to his former state. Initially considering a quick nap, he soon realized the time was nearly upon him, prompting a hurried wash and brush before heading to school, as today was the day of class division. Regarding the division, he was already aware, and without suspense, he would be in the same class as Sasuke and Sakura. The leading teacher was Hatake Kakashi. Yes, that Kakashi, known for his Sharingan and the moniker Copy Ninja. It was said that he performs poorly against the weak but excels against the strong, his combat prowess remaining a mystery. Regardless of who arrives, he can always engage in a fair fight. His father, Hatake Sakumo, was known as White Fang of the Leaf. Had it been the old Naruto, the news of sharing a class with Sakura would have sent him into a frenzy of excitement. However, in his current form, he felt no ripple of emotion. What good could come from being in the same class as that two-faced Sakura? That girl would rather have Naruto risk his life to bring back the traitorous Sasuke. Each time he witnessed Sakura pleading with Naruto to ensure that Sasuke returned, he felt an overwhelming urge to smash the television. Damn it! You want me to help you chase your rival back to be your beloved? How shameless can you be? Naruto resolved that upon arriving in this world, he would bid farewell to his past and steadfastly pursue a path of feudal monarchy. He would become the king of the Naruto world. However, first, the king needed to purchase some new clothes. After all, one must dress appropriately. To be fair, Naruto wasn't lacking in appearance. As a child, he had not yet matured. And lacking Sasuke's pretense, if he were to clean himself up, there was a significant chance he could outshine Sasuke, or at the very least, stand on equal ground. After all, he was not without merit. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, was not only skilled in ninjutsu, but handsome as well, and Naruto had largely inherited his fine genes. Brothers, do not laugh. Take a look at the photos of Hugo posted by others and compare them with those he shares himself. If you claim they are two different people, I would believe you. But if you insist they are the same person, you can guess whether I would believe that. Yet the reality is, one must concede. Naruto first ventured into a store specializing in children's clothing. Logically, at his age, he should be shopping in an adult clothing store. But due to his limited finances as a child, meals had to be budgeted, let alone clothing. Thus, he often experienced intermittent hunger, resulting in malnutrition and stunted growth, which is why he was compelled to shop for children's apparel. Upon emerging in the morning, the streets were relatively quiet, with only a few individuals leaping about, predominantly clad in ninja attire, clearly engaged in missions or returning from them. Naruto searched diligently, recalling the style of clothing he desired, and after visiting several stores, he finally found an outfit to his liking. How much for this garment? The shopkeeper, a somewhat portly middle-aged man, emerged from the back room with a smile, eager to greet his first customer of the day. However, when he recognized the visitor as the despised Nine Tails, his smile vanished instantly. Upon spotting the clothing in Naruto's hand, he disdainfully exclaimed that he wouldn't sell it and snatched the garment away, brushing it off as if it were infected with a virus. What the hell? How dare you refuse to sell to me? Do you think I want T-Pay? Naruto suddenly ignited with fury. What is this? You came out grinning. But the moment you see your father, your face looks constipated. What is the matter? Have I made it hard for you to swallow? Why? Just because this shop is mine. I can sell to whomever I please and refuse anyone I wish. Especially you, you wretched fox spirit. Sell you? I wouldn't sell you even if I burned it to ashes. The rotund shopkeeper, filled with indignation, cast a disdainful glare at Naruto. Well, I'll just buy it by force today. What are you going to do about it? Here is a tael in cash. No need for change. Naruto coldly tossed the money onto the counter and snatched the garment the owner had just placed back on the shelf, heading for the exit without a backward glance. Hey now, trying to rob me, are you? Just one tael? This clothing is worth 100 taels. Your measly one won't even buy a pocket. You little brat. I bet you haven't learned your lesson yet. Without further ado, the stout proprietor seized a drying pole and swung it towards the back of Naruto's head. Heaven's misdeeds may be forgiven, but one's own transgressions are inexcusable. With a resounding crack, two shadow clones emerged, one catching the pole aimed at Naruto's head, while the other delivered a powerful kick to the owner's chest. The hefty figure of the shopkeeper, nearly 200 pounds, was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing into the back room and demolishing several clothing racks along the way. A scream echoed from behind. Although the street was sparsely populated that morning, the shopkeeper's cry attracted a considerable crowd. They gathered around to witness the commotion, and upon recognizing the boy everyone loved to hate, the notorious fox spirit, they grew curious about the wails coming from the back room. Isn't that the shopkeeper? He has been attacked? By Naruto? As realization dawned, the crowd quickly surrounded Naruto, some even shouting for them to take action against this fox spirit to eliminate a scourge from the village of Konoha. Now, Naruto was no longer the same boy he once was. Surrounded by a throng of people, he remained unperturbed. Upon being encircled, he leisurely donned the newly acquired garment he had just purchased for one tael. The onlookers were incensed to see Naruto, the fox spirit, disregard them entirely as he changed clothes right before their eyes. Their anger boiled over. This boy was far too arrogant. However, As they observed the transformed Naruto, adorned with the Leaf Village headband, they began to notice a resemblance to someone familiar, perhaps even slightly handsome. Hey, doesn't this fox spirit resemble someone? It's oddly familiar, but I can't quite place it. I know. It feels incredibly familiar. Naruto's kick had been forceful enough that the shopkeeper bore a grudge against him, and he held nothing back in return. If you dared to strike me from behind, I would retaliate with a kick to your heart. The shopkeeper, who had been howling just moments ago, was now reduced to whimpering, his presence hidden from view. A good Samaritan ventured inside for a peek and soon discovered that the shopkeeper was likely suffering from a fracture, unable to move without screaming in pain. Quick, call a doctor. He must have broken a bone. Chapter 17. I am Naruto. Naruto placed another tail on the counter. One tail for your clothing. And this tail is for the damage done to your property. As for you, you reap what you sow. He glared contemptuously at the back room, ready to depart. Stop this wretched fox. He is a killer. Hurry and report to the third Hokage, demanding he punish this murderer severely. I knew this damned fox would return. Years ago, he unleashed his fury, killing many villagers, and now he is back. The villagers encircling Naruto began to hurl insults, each remark dripping with disdain, consistently referring to him as the fox spirit. Many escalated their vitriol, pointing fingers at Naruto and unleashing a torrent of vile curses aimed at his family and friends. Those familiar with the harsh tongue of the village knew that such verbal assaults were the utmost humiliation. Naruto, without hesitation, summoned 1,000 shadow clones, swiftly filling the rooftops of the street, transforming the encirclement into an overwhelming counter-assault. Since you seek death, then today you shall all lie here. After all, I am not bothered by a multitude of pests, nor do I fear debts. Did you not call me a fox spirit? Today, I shall show you what a fox truly is. I want all of you to perish. Each word escaped his lips laced with fury and resentment. Naruto had long believed that his childhood was marked by suffering. He should not have to guard Konoha without complaint as an adult. Experiencing this firsthand only intensified his animosity towards the village. I may be a fox spirit, but I am a guardian fox spirit. Yet, do you deserve my protection? Had I known your true nature, would the fourth Hokage have risked his life to shield you? He protected you, and yet you treat his son this way? If his mother, the fiery pepper, were to find out, she would set this wretched village ablaze. Naruto's heart screamed with a sense of injustice. He was an outsider, yet bearing this identity, he felt a deep empathy. My father protected you, yet you wish to repay his kindness with death for his son? With a flick of the wrist, the 1,000 shadow clones drew kunai, and Naruto's icy gaze bore into the crowd. Such a Konoha, filled with such villagers, could be discarded. Just as he prepared to issue the command for slaughter, a thunderous voice rang out. Stop, Naruto. Recognizing the voice, Naruto slowly lowered the kunai, though he did not dissipate the clones. Naruto, how many times must I remind you? They are the villagers of Konoha, and you are a ninja of Konoha. You must protect them. Just yesterday, you vowed to become a great ninja. The speaker was Iruka, who had sensed something was amiss. It was time for school. Yet Naruto had not shown up. Assuming the boy had merely overslept, he thought it odd for someone to miss such an important day. After contemplating, he decided to search for Naruto, hoping against hope he hadn't truly missed the day. However, halfway there, he heard cries of a fox spirit attacking someone. Alarmed, he hurried and arrived just in time to witness Naruto's shadow clones brandishing kunai. Had he been even a moment slower, he feared he would not have been able to prevent a massacre. I haven't forgotten. I have always aspired to be a great ninja, to become Hokage, cherished and recognized by the villagers. But look at them. Do they deserve it? All they ever call me is the fox spirit. What have I done wrong? For 12 years, they had shouted fox spirit at him, filled with disdain and hatred. They refused to sell him clothes, food. When hunger struck, he either begged at the ramen shop or ventured to the mountains to catch fish. What have I done to deserve this? As a mere child, from the moment I became aware, I have never wronged them in any way. Have I stolen their wives? Killed their families? How could a child like me do such things? Why me? Why the discrimination? Why the insults? Naruto's grievances, his resentment, and his fury all erupted at this moment. The actions of the Nine Tails were not solely his doing. He too was a victim. His own parents perished beneath the claws of the Nine Tails, and like them, he was indeed a victim. Yet, this victim had endured a childhood of relentless torment at the hands of those who were also victims of the Nine Tails, suffering for a full 12 years. 12 years. Iruka bowed his head in shame, fully aware that Naruto spoke the truth, unable to refute it. As Naruto rightly asserted, he was not at fault. Rather, he should have been hailed as a hero within the village. The blame lay with the Nine Tails, not him. But such is human nature. People tend to bully the weak and fear the strong. If the Nine Tails were to stand before them, who would dare confront it? Would they truly dare? When one led the bullying of Naruto, everyone else followed suit, learning to torment him in unison. If 100 people witnessed it, 100 would join in. If the entire village saw, they would all begin to harass the defenseless Naruto. This is the essence of humanity. However, Iruka could not voice his thoughts. Just as he understood Naruto's plight, he could only remain silent. He lacked the authority to speak out, and he was afraid. I am Naruto Uzumaki. Anyone who dares to challenge me, come forth. But be warned, next time, I shall not hold back. The Naruto of the past is no more. From this moment on, whoever dares to obstruct me shall face my wrath. Whoever dares to insult me shall suffer the consequences. Those who are unconvinced, feel free to test me. With a cold and commanding presence, Naruto addressed those encircling him. As he spoke, the shadow clones he had summoned dissipated instantly, clearing a wide space around him. He regarded the gathered crowd with a steely gaze, declaring, "Now, I shall leave this place. Whoever is not afraid of death may step in my way." Upon hearing Naruto's resolute words, the onlookers sensed an ominous air surrounding the venue, tinged with a palpable aura of menace. Iruka, standing nearby, felt a profound shift within him. He recognized that Naruto was indeed harboring murderous intent. The intensity of his aura mirrored that of his confrontation with Mizuki the day before. However, there was a subtle distinction. Yesterday's aura bore a hint of pleasure and provocation, while today's was entirely saturated with a desire for bloodshed. He had no doubt that should anyone foolishly block Naruto's path now, the boy would not hesitate to strike. Chapter 18. Shock Report to the Hokage. On his way to school, Naruto had a confrontation with a shopkeeper while buying clothes. The shopkeeper was left with broken bones and has since been taken to the hospital. His life is not in danger. The surrounding neighbors, witnessing Naruto's violence, contemplated attacking him. Naruto, having divided himself into thousands of shadow clones, was poised to retaliate when Iruka arrived to intervene. He was now en route to the school for the class division ceremony. Sarutobi Hiruzen rubbed his temples, feeling a headache brewing. Just as he returned to work, he was greeted with such alarming news. Was this the transformation that came with newfound power? The third Hokage lit his pipe, taking a few deep puffs before furrowing his brow and murmuring, "Naruto seems different from before. Does he truly wish to eliminate those villagers who surrounded him? Yes, I would not dare deceive you, Lord Hokage." Naruto had summoned thousands of shadow clones, each brandishing kunai, and his gaze was devoid of warmth, regarding the villagers as if they were corpses. I have no doubt that if not for Iruka's loud admonition, Naruto would have unleashed a massacre within the village. This is a matter that requires caution, Lord Hokage. Naruto is the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, if he goes berserk. The Umbu agent who came to report expressed his concerns. To be honest, he was taken aback by Naruto's drastic change. How could such a young child harbor such murderous intent, ready to kill at the slightest provocation? Was this still the same Naruto who had quietly endured the villagers' insults just days prior? Could power truly alter a person's character? Relay my orders. The villagers must be vigilant in their words and actions, showing Naruto more tolerance and refraining from provoking him. Additionally, provide compensation to the shopkeeper who was sent to the hospital to soothe his emotions. Advise the villagers who reported the incident to disperse, urging them to be more mindful in the future. Assign Iruka to handle this matter. He can submit a report, and I will sign it. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head in resignation. This was the only way to handle the situation. With Naruto now capable of using multiple shadow clones and housing the Nine Tails within him, Sarutobi could not afford to lose Naruto. With proper guidance, he could become a formidable asset to the village. He even envisioned that once Naruto completed a few impressive missions, he would have the perfect excuse to let him study the sealing techniques further, perhaps even acquiring a few extraordinary jutsu along the way. If he inadvertently mastered some extraordinary ninjutsu, such as the explosive tag multiplication or the Reaper Death Seal, or even the Flying Thunder God technique, after all, those were his father's specialties. If Naruto inherited his father's talent, Konoha would once again boast a yellow flash. What village would dare challenge Konoha with such power? It is quite normal for young people to become a bit hot-headed after gaining strength, especially when being insulted by others. If it were me, I would have acted too. Saratobi shook his head, thinking of the impudent boy who stirred up trouble everywhere. And as for the shopkeeper, why not just sell him the clothes? What difference does it make who you sell to? Now look where he ended up. Hospitalized. Come here. Saratobi cast aside his chaotic thoughts and called out into the air. Your command. A moment later, an Umbu appeared, kneeling before Saratobi, awaiting his orders. Inform Kakashi that Naruto has become quite powerful, and his temper has flared as well. He enjoys playing pranks, so it is crucial for Kakashi to guide him properly. We cannot allow this child to stray from the right path. Understood. The Umbu responded swiftly before vanishing in an instant. As Naruto walked out from the crowd, those villagers who had once dared to confront him now fell silent, stepping aside to create a path for him. They stood quietly, not daring to breathe. Iruka was left utterly bewildered. Wait, weren't you all so bold just a moment ago? You were shouting about wanting to kill Naruto and execute him on the spot. How has everything changed now? Come on, Iruka-sensei. Naruto turned back, inviting the astonished Iruka, whose jaw had dropped in disbelief. His smile was as radiant as ever as they walked towards the school. Side by side, Naruto and Iruka made their way to school, with Iruka occasionally glancing at the carefree Naruto, who had his hands clasped behind his head, whistling merrily. Naruto, you look exceptionally cool today, especially in that little cloak. Iruka exclaimed, admiring Naruto's outfit. Upon hearing Iruka's compliment, Naruto beamed with pride. Right? Iruka-sensei, I specifically chose this outfit. I feel it suits me perfectly. His eyes sparkled with delight as he reveled in his appearance. This ensemble was the very one he had worn during his grand entrance when Konoha was devastated by pain. A striking outfit that few could rival in the entire Hokage series. Of course, compared to that moment, he still had some growing to do, as he was currently underdeveloped and a bit short. However, once he fully matured and donned this outfit again, he would undoubtedly be the most handsome of all. Don't even mention that idiot. He pales in comparison to me. Be mindful of your words. Do you dare to challenge me? Think carefully before you speak again. Now, I ask you once more, who is the most handsome character in Naruto? Naruto, in his quest for the villagers' affection, must first earn their recognition. Only when they acknowledge you will they truly hold you dear. If you resort to violence as you did today, do you believe they will still recognize you? At that point, let alone acceptance, you would undoubtedly be marked as a fugitive in the village. Is that truly what you desire? Iruka observed Naruto's expression, which was one of amusement, just as he posed this question. Rest assured, Iruka-sensei, I was merely intimidating them. I had no intention of resorting to violence. I understand them well. These individuals are merely idle and bully the weak while fearing the strong. If you display strength and ferocity, they will cower before you and keep their distance. Conversely, if you are timid and overly cautious, always wearing a smile, they will perceive you as easy prey and become increasingly brazen. Humanity has always respected the strong and oppressed the weak. It is in our nature. Naruto chuckled, patting Iruka's arm, reassuring him and explaining his earlier actions. Isn't this situation rather favorable? I am confident that after this incident, no one will dare to insult me. Even if they do, it will be merely in their hearts. When confronted, they will be forced to smile in my presence. No one is inherently contemptible. I refuse to believe anyone would seek their own demise by provoking me. Chapter 19. Class Allocation. Iruka was profoundly astonished. He could not fathom how a child of Naruto's age could possess such insights. His understanding of human nature was astoundingly shrewd. Iruka pondered for a long while and could only summon these four characters to encapsulate his view of Naruto. Are you perhaps thinking, Iruka-sensei, how could Naruto, at such a young age, comprehend these matters? Shouldn't such wisdom be reserved for adults? Naruto, noticing the deep astonishment in Iruka's eyes, could not help but chuckle. Iruka awkwardly nodded, surprised that his inner thoughts had been so easily discerned by Naruto. Since he had seen through it, he decided to acknowledge it openly. Indeed, Naruto, in my understanding, children like you should not grasp these concepts. Your comprehension of human nature resembles that of formidable ninjas. Even a few jonin have voiced similar sentiments. Thus, I am taken aback by your words. This is not something a child of your age should know. Just days ago, you were a mischievous child, and now, it seems as if you've transformed overnight into a mature ninja, seasoned by experience. Your change feels remarkably swift. Iruka expressed his thoughts, feeling both curious and somewhat concerned. There's nothing strange about it, Iruka-sensei. Once you have faced life and death, you will understand. Perhaps it is a wisdom reserved for children. Since the incident with Mizuki, I have realized that in the face of life and death, there is little that cannot be compromised, yet some things are non-negotiable. Naruto replied with a faint smile, articulating his understanding. As they spoke, the two arrived at the school. When Iruka led Naruto to the classroom, the class had already been divided, leaving only 3 individuals inside. Upon seeing them, Naruto immediately recognized who they were. Familiar faces. Leaning against the window was a silver-haired man with a headband resembling a one-eyed pirate, Kakashi Hatake, the master of the 50-50 chance. Seated in the center of the classroom, resting his chin on his clasped hands, was a boy with a fan design on his back, Sasuke Uchiha, often referred to as Duju by fans of Naruto, and closely watching Sasuke with starry eyes. Completely oblivious to the new arrivals was none other than the lovesick Sakura Haruno. Iruka led Naruto to stand before Kakashi, smiling as he said, "Kakashi-sensei, here is your last student." Kakashi, who had been dozing, only noticed their arrival when Iruka spoke, reluctantly opening his eyes to respond with a lazy, "Oh, good." Iruka chose not to engage further. He understood that Kakashi was notoriously late, often even keeping the Hokage waiting. Today, however, it seemed the tables had turned. As Kakashi was now waiting for Naruto, Naruto was also aware that this was due to the excessive time he had wasted at the clothing store. Sakura felt quite distressed. When class allocation occurred, and she discovered she was placed with Sasuke, her heart soared with joy. Finally, she had the opportunity to be close to the handsome Sasuke. Leaving Ino, that wild girl, with no chance against her, she would have ample time to spend with Sasuke every day. Yet, the universe is always fair. When it opens a window, it inevitably closes a door. While Sakura was granted the most handsome Duju, she was also paired with the troublesome and unremarkable Naruto. Upon realizing that Naruto would be in her group, Sakura's expression soured instantaneously. Just moments ago, she was elated. Now, she wore the face of someone who had just lost a loved one, her displeasure evident. Naruto, noticing her disdainful gaze directed at him since his entrance, thought to himself, "What a shallow girl, Sakura. Can you not possess a bit more depth?" However, today, Sakura was unlike her usual self. Though she despised Naruto, when Iruka brought him into the room, she was momentarily taken aback. Had it not been for Iruka's announcement that he was handing Naruto over to Kakashi, she would not have believed that the somewhat handsome boy before her was indeed the same mischief-maker Naruto. Is this real? How has he suddenly become handsome? He seems to rival Sasuke now. This is splendid. Our group has 2 attractive boys. How will Ino cope? Sakura mused internally. Noticing Sakura's reaction, Naruto realized that she was once again lost in her thoughts. The early version of Sakura in the anime had always been a double-standard character, with her outward demeanor contrasting sharply with her inner thoughts. The prospect of being in a class with the likes of her and the pretentious Ino, led by the eternally tardy and dubious Kakashi, made Naruto sigh deeply. If only I could team up with Hinata. Sakura found it peculiar that Naruto did not rush over to her as he usually did, displaying his typical infatuation. Has he changed? He usually hurries to be near me. Why is he acting indifferent today, and does it seem like he even looks at me with disdain? Sakura was bewildered. Was it her makeup today, or was her outfit inappropriate? She struggled to comprehend Naruto's unusual demeanor. In the office of the 3rd Hokage, a member of the Umbu, wearing a tiger mask, inquired with uncertainty, "Hokage-sama, are you suggesting we withdraw half of the Umbu monitoring Naruto?" "Yes." With Kakashi overseeing him, Naruto can hardly escape his watchful gaze during the day. Thus, it is unnecessary to waste Umbu resources. We shall retain only the night surveillance. The remaining personnel should focus on observing Danzo. That old fool has been quite restless lately, and I suspect he is up to something. The 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, exhaled a plume of smoke, voicing his concerns. However, given the commotion Naruto caused today, I fear 2 Umbu may not suffice to monitor him. The tiger-masked Umbu hesitated, expressing his worry. "No worries. As long as we keep an eye on him at night to prevent him from wandering off, the rest of the time Kakashi is present, and he won't stir up any significant trouble. Besides, no matter how formidable he may be, he remains but a child. Furthermore, the forbidden technique he has learned is merely a multiple shadow clone, and its impact is not as substantial as one might imagine. The little ones, after a tiring day, need their rest at night. Without sleep, how can they muster the energy to learn? Your task in watching over him is twofold. First, to prevent him from roaming at night, and second, to guard against any intentions from Danzo's side." The 3rd Hokage spoke calmly. a glimmer of apprehension flashing in his eyes at the mention of Danzo. Clearly, he held a deep-seated wariness towards him. Proceed with your tasks. Yes, Lord Hokage. Chapter 20. Ingenious ideas. Naruto now had more pressing matters to attend to. He had no time to deal with this green tea. After all, if it came to brewing this green tea, wouldn't it be an effortless task? Green tea is notoriously easy to brew, yet equally notorious for the trouble it brings. The immediate priority was to locate Kabuto and have him handle the corpses. After all, during the Fourth Great Ninja War, this fellow had amassed countless bodies without ever being discovered. Even Kishi was oblivious to the circumstances. Although it's also possible he was simply too lazy to write about it. Moreover, he needed to prepare a few capable subordinates, for at present, he only had Uchiha Obito at his disposal, who couldn't be summoned at will. This guy had a notorious temper, while others emerged from their coffins. He was the one who kicked the coffin lid to shatter it. Renovating his home would be a monumental task. Let us put it this way. Securing a door that could withstand Uchiha Obito would be akin to rendering a death knell inaudible. As the class concluded, Kakashi led Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura to the riverside. The customary self-introductions and sharing of dreams ensued, as Kakashi gathered the necessary information and formed a rough understanding of each individual. His task neared completion. With the command to disperse and the agreement for the next day's assessment, the four of them parted ways. Naruto cast a sidelong glance at the overly eager Sakura, who was fawning over the icy Sasuke, before departing alone. Kakashi, lacking any motivation, vanished the moment the dispersal command was uttered, likely sneaking off to an unknown location to indulge in Jiraiya's questionable literature. However, this was fortuitous for Naruto, who preferred a quieter environment. Glancing around, Naruto strolled through the village, whistling with his hands behind his back. His goal was to find Kabuto, yet he was uncertain of Kabuto's whereabouts. He was undoubtedly in Konoha, having grown up in the orphanage there, remaining until the Chunin exams. Wait a moment, the orphanage? Suddenly, Naruto smacked his forehead, berating himself for being so foolish. Where else could he find Kabuto but at the orphanage? This was his home after all. Although he had become a ninja, he was still a Konoha ninja. The orphanage was indeed his residence in Konoha. With urgency, Naruto dashed towards the orphanage, harboring no intention of concealing his whereabouts. After all, the current Umbu forces were beyond his capabilities to evade, unless he employed the Flying Thunder God technique. Unfortunately, Naruto was unaware that the third Hokage had discreetly withdrawn the Umbu monitoring him, leaving only nighttime surveillance. Is that the direction of the orphanage? What could he be doing there? Kakashi mused from his perch in the tree, slightly perplexed by Naruto's departure. At the orphanage entrance, Naruto inquired, "Is he not here? When he returns, could you kindly inform him that a boy named Uzumaki Naruto came by today, looking for Senior Kabuto?" He gazed at the orphanage director with wide eyes, feigning innocence. "What do you want with him?" The director asked with a warm smile, her patience with children evident. "Senior Kabuto once helped me catch fish to eat. I expressed my desire to become a ninja like him and contribute to the village. Today, I was assigned to a very strong ninja as a student. I came to tell Senior Kabuto that I will continue to work hard and always look up to him as my role model," Naruto declared earnestly, clenching his tiny fists in determination, his expression radiating sincerity. "Oh dear, I never imagined your late teacher's orphan would have a day of fishing for sustenance. Such an unfilial student." Kakashi, listening from the tree, felt a surge of emotion. He had known Naruto's living conditions were dire, but this was even worse than he had anticipated. "How much compensation did the third Hokage withhold from my teacher?" After relaying his message, Naruto initially intended to connect with Hinata Hyuga to strengthen their bond, considering she was meant to be his official partner. However, as the sky darkened, he realized he needed to return, for he still had a plan to execute. Time waits for no man. It seemed that nurturing his relationship with Hinata would have to be postponed. A man must prioritize his ambitions. After accompanying Naruto back home and watching him change into more comfortable attire and head to the washroom, Kakashi vanished, for his mission concluded here, leaving the subsequent tasks to the Umbu. Upon entering the washroom, Naruto immediately produced 2 shadow clones. Throughout the day, aside from the class division and introductions, he had spent his time wandering Konoha, subtly leaving numerous Flying Thunder God marks during seemingly inconsequential moments. He had devised an excellent plan, awaiting the arrival of nightfall. In the Hokage's office, Kakashi stood face to face with Sarutobi Hiruzen, reporting on Naruto's activities after taking him under his wing. Naturally, he omitted the more mundane details, such as Naruto climbing pillars to gaze into the distance or playfully leaping across rooftops while pretending to be on a mission, as well as his antics with dogs and chickens, none of which he believed the third would find entertaining. Are you saying that after the class division, once everyone had introduced themselves, he immediately rushed to the orphanage to seek out a ninja named Kabuto? The third Hokage raised an eyebrow, intrigued by Naruto's sudden interest in this individual. Yes, I have already investigated. Kabuto is a low-ranking ninja of average talent, raised in the orphanage. The director instilled strong values in him, and he often helps others. Naruto is one of those he has aided. The orphanage director recounted that Kabuto once encountered Naruto while he was struggling to catch fish and assisted him in catching several, even teaching Naruto the importance of perseverance and aiming to become an exceptional ninja to give back to society. So, Naruto's visit today was to inform him of his success in becoming a ninja? Hiruzen mused, a hint of amusement creeping into his expression. Indeed, that seems to be the case. Naruto left Kabuto a note, which I secretly opened. It read, "Senior, I have successfully graduated as a ninja. I will continue to strive to contribute to Konoha. I see no issues with it." Kakashi answered nonchalantly, hardly concerned, for after all, how much depth could a child possess? Just a simple note of gratitude. Chapter 21. Digging Graves. Ding. Detected that the host has triggered a side quest. Now issuing side quest. Quest 1. Summon Uchiha Obito to initiate the annihilation of Konoha. Quest reward. Summoning Beast of the Third Hokage, Inma. Task 2. Uncover the coffins of the Hokage from the Leaf Village's history, acquire the cellular tissue of the previous Hokage, and successfully retreat without detection. Reward. A bloodline limit ninjutsu of unknown type. Task 3. Stealthily infiltrate the Hyuga household, sedate the young Hinata. And the reward for this task is an absolute claim on her heart. To be honest, when Naruto heard the system notification, he was initially filled with excitement. But as he continued to listen, he rolled his eyes in disbelief, especially upon hearing the requirement to infiltrate Hinata's home and sedate the young girl for a reward that promised complete ownership of her affections. Naruto's exasperation reached a peak. Come on, brother, do you not realize that Hinata has long harbored feelings for me? Is a 100 guarantee necessary? Have you ever seen her express interest in another man besides me? This task is utterly pointless. In fact, he had already marked the entrance of the Hyuga household earlier that afternoon. As for the first task, Naruto couldn't help but scoff at the thought of using the Monkey King's staff. What did it expect him to do? It wasn't some magical staff from a classic tale, able to traverse the heavens and the earth, weighing over 500 pounds. Frankly, it was a waste. It was tasteless to consume, yet foolish to discard. Why would he expose his great weapon, the Uchiha Madara, for such a minor task? Naruto felt it was a gross misuse of resources, and to trade the vigilance of the entire Leaf Village for a mere Monkey King was a sign of utter insanity. The second task, however, was far more appealing, the bloodline limit. Truth be told, the bloodline limits in the Naruto universe are generally quite useful. There are hardly any that lack merit. The only uncertainty lay in not knowing which one he would receive until the task was completed. If he were unfortunate enough to receive a worthless bloodline limit, it would just be bad luck. Without a moment's hesitation, Naruto opted for the second task, recognizing it as the most beneficial choice available. Of course, as he made this selection, he silently grumbled about the system, thinking, "You must have known that I was going grave digging tonight, hence you devised such a convenient task for me. Next time, be more proactive. Don't emulate those dim-witted systems. You should take the initiative to issue tasks. Only then can one truly seize the advantage. Only by being proactive can one truly enjoy life." Indeed, had the system not issued a task, Naruto would still have ventured out to dig graves that night. Ever since acquiring the modified version of the Edo Tensei, his greatest desire was to unearth the graves of all the Hokage from the Leaf Village. The combat prowess of the 1st through 4th Hokage was unparalleled. This formidable combination could easily annihilate several smaller nations or single-handedly challenge other ninja villages. An immortal body. They would tire you out before you could even blink. Moreover, each of them possessed extraordinary combat abilities. Naturally, Naruto had no intention of disturbing the 4th Hokage South resting place, for he was, after all, his nominal father. While he occupied Naruto's body post-reincarnation, the consciousness was not that of the original, Yet there remained a connection by blood. When contemplating the act of disturbing the grave of one's own father, he pondered whether the system might punish him for such filial impiety. Engaged in a profound internal struggle, he ultimately resolved to proceed with the endeavor. Of course, he intended to avoid summoning his father if at all possible, as he wished to maintain a degree of decorum. As for the first and second Hokage, he felt no such reservations. They were of no consequence to him, and he intended to summon them to serve his purposes without hesitation. And please, don't lecture me on the third Hokage still being alive. I am well aware that the timing is not right. He would await the opportunity to have Orochimaru eliminate him during the Chunin exams. This was merely a matter of time. The meat was already on the chopping block. No need for concern, my friends. Retrieving a black cloak from the system space, Naruto draped it over one of his shadow clones. Given the perilous nature of the night, it was essential that his true self remain concealed. The clone could advance or retreat as necessary. Naturally, he had already employed the transformation technique. The form he assumed merely resembled a passerby he had encountered during the day. After a quick assessment, he was satisfied that the disguise was sufficiently convincing. No one would recognize him as Naruto. Opening the system interface, he directed the clone to select the Flying Thunder God technique markings. Observing the cluster of markings, Naruto nodded in approval, recognizing them as the result of his afternoon's labor. Certainly, some belonged to the second Hokage and his father, the fourth Hokage, which he had carefully categorized separately to avoid any mix-up during use. With a swift motion, the clone vanished from sight. Meanwhile, the real Naruto exited the bathroom and strode confidently out the door, lying down on his bed, covering himself with a blanket, and beginning his pre-sleep meditation. At precisely 9:35 p.m., Naruto settled into bed, noting no irregularities. On the rooftop nearby, an ANBU member with a fox mask reported to another ANBU member with a dog mask, who nodded in acknowledgement and promptly produced a small notebook to record the details. At that moment, within the Konoha cemetery, Naruto stealthily entered the hallowed grounds. He had spent the day meticulously preparing, marking the vicinity with Flying Thunder God technique seals. After all, the resting place of Konoha's renowned ninjas was sacred ground. Undoubtedly, there were lesser-known ninjas among them, but anyone who had perished in service to Konoha lay interred here, making this site a monument to the village's heroes. Naruto paid little mind to the smaller gravestones, focusing solely on the first and second Hokage. Should conditions permit, he had another candidate in mind who was also a must-dig. Producing a shovel, Naruto began his excavation. As a former model student during tree planting day, he was well-versed in physical labor and adept at digging. The unearthing of the first Hokage's coffin progressed smoothly. At the outset, he had ample strength and energy, allowing him to work with remarkable speed. Before long, the shovel struck the lid of the coffin, and utilizing the principles of leverage, he pried open the first Hokage's coffin. As expected, it had decayed significantly. Even the god of shinobi could not escape the ravages of time. Fortunately, the skeletal remains were intact, avoiding the fate of becoming mere roots. Naruto let out a sigh of relief, mumbling quietly to himself. Suppressing his nausea, he snapped off a piece from the ribcage of Hashirama and swiftly tossed it into the system space. Nothing could provide greater security than this location. Task 1 was now complete, and only the second Hokage's remains were left to retrieve. Rolling up his sleeves and wiping the sweat from his brow, he realized that this physical labor was indeed exhausting. Initially, he felt it, but constantly bending over made his joints crack audibly. With a heave, Naruto tossed the shovel out of the pit, bracing himself with both hands, and leaped out. He had closed the lid of Hashirama's coffin earlier, and as for the soil, there was no time to refill it now. Prioritizing the excavation of Tobirama's grave was essential. He vowed that if time permitted after completing the task, he would ensure everything was filled properly. No project should be left unfinished. This was the least expected of a contractor. Chapter 22, The Northern Faction. Xiang Yunfeng with a vigorous motion, Naruto prepared to knock on the second Hokage's door. Following his usual routine, he delivered a swift kick to the second Hokage's gravestone as a form of greeting. I come seeking your assistance. Awaken from your slumber. Naruto then leapt onto the grave and commenced a whirlwind of activity, shoveling the earth and mounds onto the lid of the first Hokage's coffin. There was no significant issue. The soil from the second Hokage's grave would serve to cover the first S. With a single effort, he accomplished 2 tasks. By the time he finished excavating the second Hokage's grave, the first would be nearly filled. After all, this was the resting place of Konoha's heroes, a core area that undoubtedly warranted patrols. While it may be an exaggeration to say that 2 Jonin would arrive at the slightest disturbance, it was reasonable to expect that a couple of Chunin would come to investigate. After all, maintaining the cemetery would be a high-paying, stable job in any modern context. Naruto, drenched in sweat, was vigorously wielding a shovel atop the grave of the second Hokage. The commotion was so pronounced that even the deaf could not be oblivious to it. In the midst of his joyous excavation, a thunderous voice boomed, startling Naruto, who had just pried open the coffin lid of the second Hokage. Who dares to desecrate the resting place of the illustrious Hokage of Konoha? A patrolling Chunin from the village. Witnessing the desecration of the graves belonging to both the first and second Hokages, trembled with rage and immediately produced a scroll, shattering it in his fury. At that moment, the third Hokage, who had been peacefully asleep, suddenly bolted upright, his eyes wide open, resembling a startled zombie. Without a moment's hesitation, he vanished in an instant. Conversely, Naruto, engaged in his nefarious deeds, felt a sense of relief upon hearing the outcry. Being discovered meant he could abandon the anxiety of being caught. And now he could proceed openly. My apologies, I must have taken a wrong turn, he fabricated, feigning exhaustion. I thought to dig a pit and set up camp here, planning to continue my journey at dawn. He casually claimed to be merely camping, despite the fact that he was, in reality, excavating a grave. This is the sacred resting ground of the Hokage. How could you audaciously claim you were merely camping here? The enraged Chunin pointed angrily at Naruto, indignant at his audacity. Do you take me for a fool? This is Konoha. Only a legendary figure could mistakenly stumble upon our cemetery. In an instant, Hiruzen, the third Hokage, appeared before Naruto. Having received an urgent report, still clad in his sleeping attire, Naruto chuckled, continuing his ruse with a disguised voice. Showing no fear as he leisurely lifted the coffin lid of the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. Even a man as formidable as Tobirama had succumbed to the ravages of time. What was once a renowned master of forbidden techniques was now reduced to a mere heap of bones. Tell me, third Hokage, what is the purpose of life? Naruto asked with a sinister grin. This matter is not for us to deliberate at this moment. You have 2 choices. First, return the remains of the second Hokage intact and properly restore the grave, while recounting your origins truthfully, and I may show you mercy. Second, I will eliminate you on the spot and use your blood to quell the second Hokage's wrath. Hiruzen calmly outlined his demands, though his eyes burned with fury. He harbored no doubts that this cloaked figure would escape under his watch. Why complicate matters? To be frank, I am merely a traveler passing through, without funds for lodging. Hence I sought a place to camp. I never anticipated this would be the resting place of the Hokage, Naruto cheerfully explained, while discreetly stashing away the leg bone of Tobirama, for this relic was of utmost importance tonight. Upon noticing the swift disappearance of the bone from Naruto's grasp, the third Hokage understood that this individual had no intention of returning the remains of his predecessor and had audaciously initiated a provocation. Oh, it's been years since I've encountered a bold soul who could mistakenly wander into the Konoha cemetery. This is Konoha, child. It is not a place you can simply enter and exit at will. Forgive me, esteemed elder. I am compelled by circumstances, as I have a task to fulfill. How about I take my leave now? Naruto, unfazed by Hiruzen, was merely a shadow clone, with his treasures secured in a safe space. Defeating a mere clone was of little consequence. What can you do? What can you do besides watch? Hiruzen's patience wore thin. I do not kill nameless individuals. State your name. He prepared for battle, hand on his weapon. Ah, old man, it seems you are quite the health enthusiast. Even before bed, you engage in a bit of exercise. Very well, I shall indulge your wishes. Naruto proclaimed. You heard me. I am Xiang Yunfeng of the Northern Faction, also known as the Divine Eye Peak. Inquire around. My name is well known. He declared with a thumbs up, uncertain if Hiruzen understood the gesture's significance, but hopeful that he would, as it was a gesture often used by his mentor. Northern Faction? Xiang Yunfeng? The third Hokage murmured, filled with confusion. I have never heard of such a figure. What family claims the Northern Faction? This must be an obscure clan. Xiang Yunfeng of the Northern Faction? Huh. It seems I have been out of the loop for too long, unaware of your emergence in the shinobi world. Such audacity and courage. Hiruzen showed no skepticism. After all, ninjas in the world often took pride in their names, unlike others. Naruto nearly burst into laughter, suppressing the urge to smile broadly. This naive old man actually believed his fabricated name. Searching for him would be futile. Xiangyunfeng, you'd be hard-pressed to find him unless you venture into the underworld. If you do happen upon him, remember to bring a rattle. He has a peculiar fear of it. Naruto mused to himself, convinced no one could locate the mythical figure. Chapter 23. Divine I peak regardless of your youthful prowess or the formidable background of your northern faction. To disturb the slumber of Konoha's Hokage and desecrate the hallowed grounds, you deserve death. Upon learning of Naruto's origins, Hiruzen decided to cease the idle chatter and promptly launched a shuriken towards him, swiftly following up with a series of hand seals, unleashing a torrent of shurikens that rained down like locusts. Shuriken shadow clone technique. You play dirty, old man. Naruto, no novice in the ways of combat, recalled the techniques of the third Hokage when he noticed the hand on his waist, confident that the opening move would be this very technique. He was unsurprised when it unfolded as he anticipated. Knowing the nature of the attack made it easier to counter. Without wasting words, Naruto kicked the coffin lid of the second Hokage away, using it as a shield against the onslaught of shurikens. Such fine craftsmanship, repurposed to block shurikens. What a clever use. As the shurikens proved ineffective, Hiruzen was not surprised. After all, Naruto had confidently revealed his identity upon arrival, indicating a certain assurance in his abilities. This realization sparked Hiruzen's anger. After years of inactivity, did he truly believe that his title as a master of ninjutsu was merely for show? With a decisive hand seal, he spat an old phlegm onto the ground. Earth Style, Earth Flow River. Earth Style, Earth Dragon Bullet. The two powerful earth techniques were unleashed in rapid succession. Within the confines of Konoha's cemetery, abundant with earth elements, and augmented by the formidable chakra of Hiruzen Sarutobi, a river of mud swiftly took shape, engulfing everything in its vicinity. Naturally, the graves of the first and second Hokage were deliberately avoided by Sarutobi, should their resting places be disturbed. Even if he emerged victorious from the battle, he would be forever branded a sinner. Danzo would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to exploit the situation. While the graves of the first and second Hokage were spared, the graves of other Senju clan members entombed nearby did not share such fortune, as they were reduced to a torrent of mud and debris hurtling towards Naruto. Simultaneously, at the feet of the third Hokage, a dragon's head emerged from the swiftly flowing river of earth, revealing another ninjutsu. Earth Release, Earth Dragon Bullet. Truly, Hiruzen Sarutobi proved himself worthy of the title of ninjutsu professor. Such advanced techniques would require considerable time for a typical jonin to execute, yet for him, it was nearly instantaneous. The Earth River constrained my movements, while the Earth Dragon Bullet sought my demise. Hiruzen Sarutobi, you are indeed formidable. Either refrain from action, or unleash a deadly strike. As Naruto observed the two ninjutsu unleashed by Sarutobi, he had prepared himself when the battle commenced. Yet he had underestimated the combat prowess of a Hokage, an A-rank ninjutsu, executed instantaneously. The old man's reputation as a ninjutsu professor is no exaggeration. Young one, your combat talent is remarkable. You discern the essence of my combined ninjutsu in an instant. Alas, had you not interfered with matters beyond your reach, I might have spared your life. Sarutobi feigned a tone of regret, yet his eyes betrayed no concealment of murderous intent. The second Hokage, akin to his own kin, now found his grave desecrated. He was determined to eliminate this audacious intruder. Old man, there's no need for your regrets. My life on Shinyamasune is not yours to determine. I have pressing matters to attend to today, so I shall take my leave. Naruto refrained from employing ninjutsu to counter the approaching Earth Dragon Bullet. In truth, he had no means of blocking it aside from using Flying Thunder God to escape, as he possessed only a handful of techniques. None suitable for this situation, unless he summoned Madara. This meager mud dragon hardly posed a threat. However, he could not afford to do so now, revealing Madara in public, especially before the third Hokage, was ill-advised. Young one, do you still intend to flee? Had you possessed some chaotic hidden skill earlier, it might have been effective. But now, bolstered by the Earth River, the Earth Dragon Bullet will lay you low, even if you possess strength akin to a Kage. Sarutobi's disdain was palpable, boasting was easy. Yet one must possess the requisite strength to back it. Old man Sarutobi, I intend to depart from Shinyamasune. and you cannot hinder me. Until we meet again. Naruto wasted no time in idle chatter, for the Earth Dragon was already upon him. Should he linger a moment longer, it would surely penetrate his very being. Fortunately, he had employed a shadow clone. As the ferocious Earth Dragon bullet struck, it dissipated into a cloud of white smoke, vanishing without a trace. Sarutobi's expression darkened instantly. In that moment, he comprehended why his opponent had dared to speak of future encounters with such confidence. It turned out he stood before a mere shadow clone. He had remained vigilant against his adversary, his mental acuity heightened, anticipating the use of a substitution technique or a movement ninjutsu to shift position. However, after successfully ensnaring his foe with the Earth River, he had relaxed his guard slightly, yet not completely. He never anticipated that his opponent would resort to a shadow clone. Each ninja from every village possessed unique characteristics. While clones existed, a shadow clone was a hallmark of the Hidden Leaf. At that instant, countless faces flashed through Sarutobi's mind. Danzo, Itachi, Orochimaru, Tsunade, and even Naruto, who had recently perused forbidden texts. However, he swiftly dismissed the notion. That child had merely mastered a multi-shadow clone technique. What purpose would he have for a corpse unless he had learned the reanimation jutsu? After all, that technique was indeed inscribed within the scroll. But on further reflection, the likelihood seemed slim. The requirements of the reanimation jutsu were exceedingly stringent, and it demanded a capable practitioner. Should one lack sufficient strength, the summoned ninja would become uncontrollable, leading to potential backlash. Thus, generally speaking, one could summon only those beneath their own level, or those within their control. Although Naruto possessed an ample chakra reserve, thanks to his mother Kushina Uzumaki's legacy, inheriting the extensive chakra of the Uzumaki clan, it did not imply that he could wield the reanimation jutsu. This technique was notoriously challenging to master. Furthermore, it necessitated the sacrifice of a living person, and not just any individual, only those possessing chakra. Such demands were extraordinary. Report, sir. I have observed that not only has the grave of the second Hokage been disturbed, but that of the first Hokage as well. The third Hokage was interrupted from his contemplation by a cautious report from a subordinate. Upon hearing this, he turned to witness the unsettling sight of the graves. A surge of blood rushed to Sarutobi's head, causing his vision to darken as he stumbled, nearly collapsing to the ground. Shinyamafyun, I vow not to rest until I have ground you to dust. Chapter 24. A discussion goodness. The third Hokage is truly formidable. This sensation is life-threatening. Lying in bed, feigning sleep, Naruto's consciousness returned to his body the moment his clone was obliterated. Experiencing the moment firsthand, he realized the gravity of underestimating the power of a Kage. Glancing at the space housing the cells and bones of Uchiha Madara, the first Hokage, and the second Hokage, Naruto understood he had yet to receive his task reward. It was clear he would need to excavate the grave of his nominal father. After some contemplation, he recalled a clone waiting in the restroom, initially intended for another task. However, it seemed a change of plans was necessary. He would have to return to Konoha's cemetery, though not immediately. The third Hokage, just now enraged by the realization that he had battled a mere shadow clone, would likely be furious if he dispatched another clone. That would be akin to searching for death. The clone did take flight, but not towards the cemetery. Instead, it soared to a lush tree trunk in the forest behind Konoha. Upon utilizing Flying Thunder God to arrive at this location, Naruto's shadow clone noticed a figure silently emerging from behind. A person whose glasses gleamed even in the darkest of nights. Unmistakably Orochimaru's subordinate, Kabuto. Greetings, Lord Naruto. I have long desired to meet you, but alas, your shadow guards made it perilous for me to approach. I could only await an opportunity to encounter you, and I am surprised you found me first. Kabuto adjusted his glasses, a hint of excitement in his voice. He had been waiting for Naruto for quite some time. Kabuto, let us dispense with pleasantries. I have a matter of great importance for you. You may temporarily set aside the task given to you by Orochimaru. The priority now is to fulfill my request. Naruto wasted no time, for he trusted Kabuto, a reward bestowed by the system, whose loyalty was unquestionable. If he could not rely on the golden finger within his own body, who else could he trust? Please instruct me, my lord. Kabuto wasted no words. Eager to receive his assignment, seek out the remains of deceased powerful figures from the 4 great shinobi villages, excavate their graves, and collect their cellular fragments. I require portions of their bodies. Naruto wasted no time in assigning Kabuto the critical task of gathering resources from the main players of the Fourth Great Ninja War. In the context of the Fourth Great Ninja War, although Obito cultivated a formidable army of white Zetsu, their combat prowess paled in comparison to the reanimated forces summoned by Orochimaru. Had Orochimaru possessed more stamina and the battlefield not been so expansive, the losses sustained by the allied shinobi forces in the early stages would have been significantly greater. Nevertheless, even under those circumstances, Orochimaru managed to inflict considerable pain upon the allied forces, as their casualties were genuine, while he and Obito merely lost a handful of corpses. Is the master truly going to take matters into his own hands? The security system of Konoha is far from weak, so please exercise caution, Orochimaru advised Naruto. In response, Naruto suggested that he should dig up the graves of the other 4 ninja villages, implying that he would take action himself in Konoha. Rest assured, how difficult can it be? I've already unearthed 2 graves tonight. I even exchanged blows with the 3rd Hokage. That old man is nothing special. Naruto waved his hand dismissively, conveying a sense of nonchalance, as if nothing were amiss. However, only Naruto himself understood that he was merely putting on a facade in front of Orochimaru. For the 3rd Hokage's Doton, Doryuden nearly sent him into a panic. Being trapped in a Doton, Daisoso, unable to move while witnessing an express train barreling towards him. What would one feel? The master is indeed remarkable, managing to retreat unscathed even when confronted by the 3rd Hokage. Such audacity surpasses even that of my former idol, Orochimaru, who harbored a deep-seated fear of the 3rd Hokage's strength. Orochimaru was momentarily taken aback by Naruto's bravado, but soon found himself praising him. After all, those capable of utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique are far from weak. Moreover, Naruto, at the tender age of 12, wielded it with astonishing proficiency. He saw no fault in Naruto's disregard for the 3rd Hokage. Furthermore, Naruto had mastered the forbidden technique of shadow clone jutsu from the sealing scroll to perfection. Haha, it's not a big deal. By the way, when you go, do exercise utmost caution. Here, take my long-distance communication talisman, should you require assistance. I will arrive at the earliest opportunity. Naruto retrieved a communication talisman from his ninja tool pouch and handed it to Orochimaru, as he still needed to receive progress reports from him, to ensure that Orochimaru could escape from any insurmountable troubles. He also placed a Flying Thunder God mark on his arm. If aid were ever needed, Naruto would arrive promptly, whether to assist in battle or to help Orochimaru escape. Both were equally viable options. Moreover, he currently had only one capable subordinate, whom he must protect. With proper guidance, Orochimaru could become a formidable ally in the future. Years ago, Tsunade had remarked upon Orochimaru's remarkable talent in medical ninjutsu. Additionally, he had mastered the sage art of the Dragon Cave, a technique that had eluded Orochimaru for so long, and he did so with unparalleled finesse. Orochimaru was a figure not to be underestimated. In the past, had Naruto been a mere ball of energy capable of annihilating him, then during the later stages of the Fourth Great Ninja War, Obito would have suffered a significant reduction in combat capability. Let me tell you, the primary targets are Kumogakure, Sunagakure, and Iwagakure. These should take precedence. As for Kirigakure, we can leave that for last, prioritizing Sunagakure or Kumogakure. Fearing that Orochimaru might not fully comprehend, Naruto provided some insights. Why? Is there a distinction? Orochimaru inquired, somewhat puzzled, as Kirigakure's strength was not to be underestimated. After all, it was known as the village hidden in the blood mist, and many renowned assassination-type ninjas hailed from there. Moreover, the pursuit squads of Kirigakure were considered the finest in the world. There is a significant difference. The earlier Raikage of Kumogakure possessed incredible combat prowess. The 3rd Raikage was no mere human. He battled the 8 tails to exhaustion. Can you believe that? What kind of good person can tire a tailed beast? As for Sunagakure, they have recently produced a rather eccentric young man named Gaara. You must know that his father dabbled in gold sand. If we can procure his father's corpse, we shall never lack for funds. He could even craft a golden bed for you. And Iwagakure, with its ancestral bloodline limit of dust release, is capable of instantaneous annihilation. They possess no shortcomings whatsoever. These villages have both wealth and strength, and countless renowned warriors at their disposal. Now, tell me, what does Kirigakure have to offer? The 7 ninja swordsmen? Orochimaru hesitated, never expecting such a ranking. After a brief pause, he timidly managed to name one. Huh, those fools. 4 out of the 7 were defeated by Guy's Night Guy technique. Had their leader not been lacking in physical training, the remaining 3 would have met the same fate. Don't even mention those incompetent fools. They are beneath contempt. Oh, Chapter 25, Hinata. The master truly possesses exceptional talent. Having mastered such a challenging technique as Edo Tensei, his future is indeed limitless. After hearing Naruto's disparagement of Kirigakure, Orochimaru felt somewhat speechless, yet still marveled at Naruto's aptitude. Who would believe it? Such a young boy managed to learn the Shadow Clone Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, and Edo Tensei within such a short time. Word had spread throughout the village that the techniques on the sealing scroll were notoriously difficult, and mastering 3 of them in such a brief period was no small feat. Yet, standing before him and assigning tasks was Naruto, who had undoubtedly learned all 3 techniques. The first 2 had been witnessed by the villagers and himself, but the third, Edo Tensei, had surprisingly been one of Naruto's hidden techniques. Indeed, you are quite perceptive. Edo Tensei is rather straightforward, fortunately. Naruto chuckled. As others believed him to possess exceptional talent, oblivious to the fact that he had a system. The outside world assumed that the master only knew the Shadow Clone Jutsu. However, when the master eventually showcases his true strength, unifying the ninja world will not be a daunting task. Orochimaru recognized Naruto's potential. This leader was far more formidable than Orochimaru himself. But, Master, every summoner of Edo Tensei requires a sacrifice. Where shall we procure such individuals? Orochimaru raised a valid concern, for even if he managed to collect the corpses, without sacrifices, it would be futile. Would they need to seek out wandering ninjas? The ninjas from other villages are not so easily captured. You need not worry. The Edo Tensei I have modified no longer requires any concerns regarding sacrifices. Just focus on gathering corpses. Naruto waved his hand dismissively, indicating that he already had a solution in mind and was not worried about Orochimaru betraying him, unless the system itself were to turn against him. Upon hearing Naruto mention his modifications to Edo Tensei, Orochimaru respectfully replied. Orochimaru possesses the bodily cells of all past Hokages from Konoha. However, his current strength is limited. The reanimated ninjas possess only 1/3 of their former combat capabilities, and the technique is not very stable. Improvements are underway, albeit at a slow pace. Naruto nodded, understanding that Orochimaru had utilized the modified Edo Tensei during the Fourth War. Of course, this was his own improvement as well. This lad was like a jack of all trades, digging graves, revising assignments, practicing medicine, teaching, and even managing a hospital. He excelled at everything. Truly an individual of many talents. All right, it is getting late. I must return. The task of excavating graves in the 4 great ninja villages can be undertaken gradually. There is no need to rush. Always remember, survival comes first. Naruto reiterated his advice to Orochimaru. Currently, he possessed the cells of both Madara and Hashirama. There was no need for stealthy grave robbing. Even if he did so before others, they could only watch helplessly. Who would dare to express discontent? Discontent? Would you challenge the might of a god or the legendary Senju? With the arrangements for Orochimaru to excavate graves firmly in place, he could simply await news. Orochimaru was indeed a capable worker. Back in the day, he was more industrious than anyone else before the war and had never been detected. Xiafengfeng often finds himself pursued by the pear blossom drum, whereas Yashidu is the kind who digs graves and unearths corpses without leaving a trace, appearing and vanishing like a wisp of smoke. In terms of stealth, he is undeniably formidable. Having infiltrated Konoha for so long without being discovered speaks volumes of his skills. Assigning him the task of grave digging is as simple as asking a child to retrieve money from underwater. The following morning, Naruto awoke unusually early. After meticulously arranging the plans for the night before, he pondered extensively. Besides hastily obtaining the system rewards from his father, the 4th Hokage's grave, he needed to prepare for the future. It was essential to communicate with his future wife, as a love that flourishes in mutual pursuit is far more beautiful. Thus, upon waking, he promptly washed his face and brushed his teeth, then eagerly dashed into the streets, glancing around before heading toward the Hyuga residence. He was well aware that his destined partner, the charming and diligent Hinata, practiced her taijutsu daily. After her training sessions, she either stole glances at him or returned home, leading a life that revolved around these 3 points. As expected, upon arriving, he climbed a sturdy tree and spotted his future bride drenched in sweat. diligently practicing in the woods. Although the Hyuga clan possessed training grounds, Naruto knew that Hinata typically came here alone to practice, as it provided her with an escape from judgment and a chance to unobtrusively observe her own reflection. Today was different. It was he who was watching her. Suddenly, while practicing the 8 trigrams palm, Hinata sensed an aura of peeping. With her Byakugan activated, she swiftly leaped toward the trunk behind which Naruto concealed himself, delivering a punch. The force of her palm struck first, and given the proximity, her Byakugan could easily perceive the flow of chakra within the human body, making it effortless to locate Naruto. Realizing it was Naruto who had been spying on her, Hinata instinctively wished to retract her power, but it was too late. The distance was minimal, and with her training in taijutsu, her explosive power was substantial. Just as she panicked, fearing she might injure her beloved, Naruto adeptly dodged the attack with a swift leap backward. In truth, according to the principles of the 8 trigrams palm, the moment one strikes, the follow-up moves are already conceived, including points for evasion and subsequent attack strategies. However, given that the target was her beloved, how could she pursue him? In that moment, Hinata nearly forced herself to alter her focus, vowing that even if her waist ached today, her palm must not strike her dear Naruto. "Ah, Naruto-kun, what brings you here?" Hinata stammered, her face flushed crimson, resembling a ripe tomato. Overwhelmed with embarrassment, she could scarcely believe her beloved had suddenly appeared before her. Was she dreaming? She longed to pinch herself, but feared that if she awoke, her beloved might vanish. "Ha, Hinata, you're amazing. You detected me hiding behind the tree. You are truly impressive," Naruto exclaimed, his grin wide as he unreservedly praised the bashful Hinata, who was on the verge of fainting. Hinata's mind raced with a singular thought. She wanted to flee. Aside from the time Naruto saved her in childhood, this was their first conversation. She had no idea how to face him. "Ah, how embarrassing. I almost struck my beloved. What will he think of me now? Was he actually complimenting me? Oh no, my head feels dizzy. I can't believe my beloved praised me." Chapter 26. Hand in hand, seeing Hinata sway as if about to faint, Naruto realized her shyness had struck again, a classic case of blood rushing to the head. If she calmed her excited heart, she would be fine. "Hinata, I came specifically to find you." Naruto quickly expressed his intentions, hoping to prevent the little girl from fainting. "I heard you were assigned to Team 8, alongside Inuzuka Kiba and Yamanaka Ino. Yesterday I was late and didn't get the chance to congratulate you, so I came today to do just that. By the way, I've also become a ninja. I'm on Team 7, Naruto said cheerfully, extending his thumb in praise of Hinata. "Wow, Hinata, you've become so skilled. I'll need to find time to learn from you. I want to grow stronger too." Hearing such compliments from her beloved turned Hinata's already flushed face an even deeper shade of red. She couldn't discern whether he was genuinely praising her or teasing her, given her family often criticized her abilities. Yet, it mattered little. Her beloved had praised her, a first for her. She cursed herself internally, banishing any negative thoughts from her mind. "Naruto-kun, how did you know I was here?" Hinata timidly inquired, her voice barely above a whisper. "What did you say? I didn't catch that. Could you repeat it?" Naruto feigned ignorance, deliberately cupping his ear. After all, Hinata's voice was naturally soft. And now that he was not the same as before, he intended to pursue her with fervent affection, melting her heart with his passion. As Naruto leaned closer, pressing his ear near her cheek, Hinata's previously calmed face flushed again, an involuntary reaction. She could feel the breath he exhaled rebound toward her. "I said, how did you know I was here?" Hinata mustered the courage to speak, her voice barely audible, fearing that a louder tone might startle him. This time, Naruto heard her clearly. After all, it was their first meeting, and he couldn't afford to scare her off. "I've always known. I knew you practiced here, but didn't realize how strong you had become. I was just hiding far enough away that you didn't notice me. Now that I'm this close, it's only natural you discovered me." Naruto's words stirred a tempest of emotions within Hinata. She could hardly believe her beloved had been watching her all along. "But Naruto-kun, you're amazing too. The village is abuzz with tales of how you've mastered the shadow clone jutsu created by the second Hokage and even defeated the traitorous Mizuki who tried to steal the scroll." Hinata fidgeted with the hem of her clothes, stealing a glance at Naruto, only to find him gazing back, causing her to shyly lower her head once more. In the past, she had been too shy to approach him, merely observing from a distance. Now, as she beheld the adorably charming Hinata, Naruto realized that his affection had blossomed not solely for her later physical attributes, but also for this shy girl who had captivated him all along. How could I have overlooked such an adorable and beautiful Hinata, who will eventually possess a magnificent figure? I owe an apology to those who criticized Kishimoto for his choices. Back in the day, I shouldn't have fixated on Sakura when such a gem was right before me. Hinata, may I practice with you in the future? Naruto wasted no time, fixing his gaze on her rosy cheeks, diving straight into his intentions. Pursuing a girl should be straightforward. If she didn't like you, then you would need to prepare many intricate strategies to woo her. If she likes you, just as this little girl adores herself, what more do you need to beat around the bush? Take it from me, just be straightforward. Spending each day together, who could possibly steal my destined partner? A wife must be nurtured from a young age. Seeing Naruto, with a beaming smile, propose something she could not possibly refuse. Hinata felt as if she were living in a dream. This could not be reality. Only in dreams would one's beloved be so fulfilling. Naruto-kun, can I really practice with you? Hinata could hardly believe it. Her crush wanted to spend time alone with her? Was this not the manifestation of a wish come true? To ensure she was not dreaming, she pinched her thigh, the sharp pain confirming the reality. After asking, Hinata shyly lowered her head. Despite her beloved initiating the conversation, she still needed to confirm if they could indeed practice together. Wasn't that a bit too eager? She feared Naruto might think her too presumptuous. Naruto, observing Hinata's bashful demeanor, felt a surge of joy. The reputation of this little girl was indeed well-deserved. She was light and delicate, making her easy to charm. If he whispered sweet nothings for a couple of days, she might just shed her clothing herself. Naruto gave Hinata an easy way out. The girl had a delicate disposition, and such matters should not be trifled with, especially at this juncture. Their thoughts remained unspoken, and it was not yet the time for flirtation. Of course, Hinata, I want to practice with you. After all, the teachers at school said that training with strong individuals will make one stronger. Hinata felt a wave of sweetness wash over her. They would truly train together. How wonderful. From now on, let us practice here. I will come to find you every day, she declared. But for now, we should wrap this up. It's getting late, and you need to meet with Kurenai-sensei, right? Naruto smiled at the little girl. Yes, today is the first day after the class division, and the teachers will be assessing us. Are you too, Naruto-kun? Hinata mustered her courage to meet Naruto's gaze. Yes, I am. However, my teacher Kakashi is notoriously late. Come on, let me walk you to Kurenai-sensei. Naruto chuckled, taking Hinata's shy hand and leading her out of the woods. Hinata quickly covered her mouth with her other hand. Though her mind may have short-circuited, her muscle memory made the right choice. Chapter 27. Kurenai. Naruto's boldness stirred a tempest within Hinata, her thoughts completely derailed. What appeared as an audacious act to outsiders was, in Hinata's heart, a reward that could not be exchanged for even the grandest lottery win. Her beloved truly cherished her. It dawned on her that Naruto's heart was drawn to her. Likewise, this was Naruto's first time holding hands with a little girl since his arrival. One could not deny how soft her hand was. Despite its warmth, he relished the sensation, acutely aware of how her initial panic transformed into a gentle submission in the blink of an eye. He sensed that this little girl was beginning to understand. As they walked and talked, Naruto inquired about Hinata's progress in ninjutsu, never relinquishing his grip on her delicate hand. Naturally, Hinata showed no intention of breaking free. Their interaction resembled that of a young couple in love. Soon, they arrived at the designated meeting point set by Kurenai and the others. Despite Naruto's firm grip, Hinata managed to break free, knowing they were nearing the assembly point. She could not let their new teacher witness their closeness. After all, they were still children. Although young love was harmless, public displays were less appropriate. Moments ago, in the secluded woods, it was acceptable, but now they would soon encounter Kiba and Shino. She could not let them see. Kiba was notorious for his loose lips. Kiba stared at the sudden appearance of Naruto and Hinata, momentarily stunned. How could they appear together when Naruto hadn't been assigned to their group? Hey, Naruto, what are you doing here? You're not in our class, Kiba questioned, furrowing his brow in confusion. Oh, it's just on the way. I happened to run into Hinata from your class, so I offered to walk her. Besides, our meeting point is just ahead. What's so strange about that? Oh, is that so? Well, thank you, Naruto. Hurry along to your meeting point. Being late would be quite troublesome. A teasing female voice suddenly chimed in. A woman with a smile stood atop a tree, watching Naruto and Hinata below. It was none other than Hinata's teacher, Kurenai, Asuma Saratobi's partner. From Kurenai's smile and her previous words, Naruto understood she had likely witnessed their hand-holding. Who would smile that way unless they were teasing? Moreover, she was an expert in Jinjutsu, once attempting to challenge Itachi Uchiha with it, only to be defeated in an instant. Yet, one could not deny that to challenge someone of Itachi's caliber, one must possess considerable skill. Naruto, being perceptive, recognized Kurenai's cue and decided not to linger. He promptly greeted her and turned to leave without hesitation. "You're right, Kurenai-sensei. I won't interrupt you any longer. I'm off to find Kakashi-sensei. Goodbye." After watching Naruto walk away, Kurenai was momentarily surprised but then nodded in approval. This boy was sharp. A slight hint was all it took for him to understand what to do. Redirecting her gaze from Naruto, Kurenai glanced at Hinata, whose cheeks were still flushed from their earlier interaction. She knew Hinata's background. The eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan, such a delicate flower. How had this boy won her affection? Their earlier interaction clearly indicated mutual feelings. Kurenai was certain there was more to their story, having been informed about each student prior to class division. She had learned that Hinata was the family's chosen heir, and her protection was paramount. Her life was typically dull and sheltered. She had never heard of any prior connection between Hinata and Naruto, nor had they ever spoken. It would not be an exaggeration to say they were practically strangers. What puzzled her most was that Hinata, usually reserved around unfamiliar faces, was now blushing and holding hands with Naruto. Who would believe there was nothing amiss? Kurenai felt she had stumbled upon a juicy secret. At that moment, Hinata's heart raced uncontrollably. After watching Naruto walk away, her mind replayed the moments of their hand-holding like a lantern show, each memory more delightful and nerve-wracking than the last. Her heart pounded with excitement. Kurenai noticed this but chose not to reveal anything. Such juicy gossip was best enjoyed in silence. If she made it known, what fun would that be? She resolved to keep a close eye on Hinata, convinced she had uncovered a delightful secret. Returning to Naruto, at this moment, he found himself with nothing to do as he turned away. Kakashi, on the other hand, was the quintessential latecomer. It would take him quite a while to arrive. Surely, the pretentious Sasuke and the scheming Sakura were already present, but Kakashi was the sort who had no sense of time. To put it bluntly, every time Kakashi was late in the anime, Naruto imagined him in a restroom or some obscure corner, engrossed in the book Ica Paradise written by Jiraiya. If that were not the case, how could a good-natured person be perpetually tardy and appear so lackluster? Surely, excessive indulgence must have drained his vitality, leading to a lack of spirit and a decline in memory. Moreover, he was severely lacking in chakra. Earlier, discussions on various platforms were rife with the topic of Kakashi's chakra deficiency. Most conjectured that it was due to the eye bestowed upon him by Obito, which, once opened, could not be closed, resulting in a relentless drain of chakra. Thus, Kakashi often found himself out of chakra mid-battle. However, Naruto believed otherwise. That old man Danzo had an arm full of Sharingan, yet he wasn't from the Uchiha clan and could not close them either. But when had Danzo ever shown signs of chakra deficiency? That old man could outpace Kakashi any day. Hence, Naruto firmly believed that Kakashi's lethargy, tardiness, and lack of enthusiasm were unequivocally due to his excessive reading. With this thought, Naruto couldn't help but shake his head in pity for Kakashi. What an excellent opportunity it was to charm the ladies. Why settle for the fifth girl, when he had removed his mask to enjoy a bowl of ramen? The ramen chef had been captivated, her eyes filled with hearts. Alas, it was such a shame. Chapter 28. Kakashi's tricks. Naruto strolled leisurely toward the meeting place Kakashi had designated the day before, feeling no urgency at all, for it would be a while before Kakashi arrived. The first assembly of Team 7. He was quite familiar with this episode. In the anime, during this episode, Kakashi, that sly fox, not only arrived several hours late, but also employed the infamous 1,000 Years of Death technique on Naruto for the very first time. In that episode, Naruto soared high into the air. That accursed Konoha ultimate technique, the 1,000 Years of Death. As fate would have it, during their introductions yesterday, Kakashi had set another trap for Naruto and the others. Naruto vividly recalled how that old trickster had mysteriously advised them to eat little the next day. Preferably not at all, lest they end up vomiting everywhere. Sakura, ever the naive one, believed that Kakashi was assigning them a mission to clean toilets or garbage piles, given that the village was rife with lower-ranking ninjas who performed such tasks daily. Thus, she looked utterly horrified, for such a foul-smelling and unpleasant job would be catastrophic for young female ninjas. Sasuke, in his typical self-important manner, rolled his eyes at Sakura and nervously remarked, Are we really starting with a task that exceeds our capabilities on our first day? After saying this, he swallowed hard, his face betraying his anxiety. Sasuke's words caused Sakura to panic. She rushed forward and tugged at Kakashi's sleeve, asking, "Kakashi-sensei, are we really going to engage in combat on our first day?" To be honest, Sakura was nervous. It was only their first day after graduating from the academy, and she had heard tales of the ninja world's brutality. Surely, it was unnecessary to dive into conflict right away? Or was it customary for students under a jonin to endure such trials by fire? Kakashi, feigning mystery, spoke gravely, "Everyone, we must never refuse a mission. After all, a ninja's duty is to execute tasks. Tomorrow marks our first mission, and I hope everyone can muster their spirits to avoid unnecessary casualties." Kakashi's words successfully diverted Sasuke and Sakura's attention, while Naruto, observing from the sidelines, regarded Kakashi's boasting with disdain. Wasn't it merely a game to test teamwork by snatching bells? Fortunately, Naruto was aware of the plot twist. Otherwise, he might have been frightened by Kakashi's grandiose claims. However, he had no intention of exposing Kakashi's deception. After all, he was quite convincing, and he harbored little fondness for Sasuke and Sakura. Having endured enough of their antics while watching the anime, now that he had become Naruto, he looked down upon them even more. His third reason was his desire to defy fate. He wished to transform the world of Naruto into something entirely different from the anime he had known, where everyone would have to abide by his rules. A unified Naruto world, such was his aspiration. Of course, it was still too early to voice such thoughts. The most pressing concern was to ensure that the 1,000 years of death scene did not occur, and if it did, it should not happen to him. Though considering the opponent was a jonin, the difficulty was rather high. If he could utilize the flying thunder god technique, perhaps he might stand a chance. As Naruto pondered, Kakashi let out a sinister chuckle. "See you all tomorrow. I hope it's still you." With that, Kakashi turned and departed, leaving Sasuke and Sakura bewildered. Kakashi's final statement sent shivers down their spines. Was there truly a possibility of not surviving the mission? Both shuddered at the thought. "Naruto, what do you think it will be like?" Sakura asked, noticing Sasuke remained silent. Feeling uncertain, she decided to inquire of Naruto. After all, he was one of her admirers. Though he had been quite bothersome in the past, now, aside from Naruto and Sasuke, she had no one else to turn to. "Not my concern. Life and death are fated. Wealth is determined by heaven." Naruto scoffed, flashing her a middle finger before striding away without a backward glance. Sakura glared at Naruto's dismissive gesture, her frustration boiling over as she contemplated giving him a piece of her mind. "Are you out of your mind? Just days ago, you were like a little puppy following me around, and now, when I finally give you a chance, you turn arrogant. Who do you think you are? Was this what they called the age-old adage of destroying what you cannot possess? When I ignore you, do you simply drop the act?" Sakura chastised Naruto in her mind. But she soon abandoned her thoughts and turned back to Sasuke, who was still lost in contemplation. "Sasuke-kun, what do you think tomorrow will be like? Will it really be dangerous? Can you protect me?" she implored, gazing expectantly at her idol, hoping for a reassuring response. However, it was evident that the self-important Sasuke had no intention of acknowledging Sakura, the scheming girl. He neither spoke a word nor raised his head, simply shoving his hands into his pockets and turning away, leaving a bewildered Sakura behind, utterly flustered. At Kakashi's home, Naruto had just delivered Hinata into the care of Kurenai Yuhi when Kakashi finally awoke. He was in no rush, having already intimidated those youngsters the day before. He assumed they had hardly eaten, or perhaps not eaten at all. Should he go easy on them this time? If he was too harsh, it might affect their future interactions. Surely, they wouldn't harbor any ill feelings toward him? Well, he would treat it as a way to teach them a lesson. Kakashi contemplated his approach, deciding to toy with them rather than subject them to cruelty. After all, it was a matter of a seasoned jonin taking on 3 freshly graduated genin. Having donned his attire and gear, Kakashi inspected his reflection in the mirror. Mindful that it was his first day as a teacher, he could not afford to embarrass himself. After confirming everything was in order, Kakashi stepped outside, leisurely making his way towards the designated meeting point established yesterday. Meanwhile, at the meeting location, Sasuke and Sakura had already arrived. Sakura was the first to arrive, waiting on the bridge for only a short while before the ever-dawdling Naruto strolled over with his hands in his pockets. When faced with Sakura's enthusiastic greeting, he offered no response, instead leaning against the railing, closing his eyes to indulge in a moment of tranquility. Although Sakura felt disheartened by his indifference, she maintained her composure on the surface, choosing not to show her anger. She stood next to Sasuke, her gaze fixed on him, appreciating his presence. If you want to talk to me, I'll simply admire you in silence, she thought. Thus, while Sasuke meditated with his eyes closed, and Sakura unabashedly stole glances at him, our protagonist Naruto, resembling Kakashi in demeanor, ambled along. However, having just seen Hinata off, he found himself at the meeting point on the small bridge before Kakashi. Chapter 29. The cliché test. Sensing a presence, the meditative Naruto opened his eyes, recognizing his teammate. Naruto. He promptly closed them again, continuing his pretense. Sakura cast a glance at Naruto but chose to remain silent, still recalling yesterday's confrontation when he had insulted her. She had no desire to engage with this persistent nuisance. As for Naruto, he had spotted Sasuke and Sakura on the bridge before approaching. He recognized the unmistakable pose of Sasuke, while Sakura's unyielding gaze, brimming with a hint of mischief directed at Sasuke, was particularly noteworthy. Observing this, Naruto couldn't help but sigh. How foolish had he been in the past to be attracted to such a woman? They often say that beauty lacks brains. Yet this one seemed devoid of both. What had he ever found appealing about her? With only two people present on the bridge, Naruto realized he had underestimated Kakashi's propensity for tardiness. Perhaps he was still just leaving his house. Internally mocking Kakashi, Naruto resolved that in the future, he could afford to leave later and still arrive on time. Not wishing to engage with Sasuke or Sakura, he found a spot at the edge of the bridge to lean against, contemplating when he could acquire the remaining fourth Hokage cells to expedite the completion of his task. Suddenly, with a loud bang, a cloud of smoke erupted from the bridge, and a figure emerged, perched on the railing adorned with lanterns. Before anyone could clearly see who it was, a voice resonated through the air. My apologies, everyone. The village is quite large, and I got a bit lost, Kakashi said, squinting his eyes with a smile. Naruto couldn't help but scoff inwardly. Ugh, you've used that excuse 1,000 times. Day after day in the Hokage office, he was either late or helping an elderly lady cross the street, or assisting an old man with water. Thankfully, this place was free of consequences. Helping the elderly didn't come with strings attached. If this were in another country, he would have had to sell his house to compensate. Don't say it wasn't your fault. Don't say you were just being kind. Don't say you're a ninja. If it wasn't your fault, why help? You'd be swindled otherwise. What a liar. Sakura was the first to lose her composure, launching into a tirade. Sasuke, who had been pretending to meditate, let out a cold huff, clearly unimpressed with Kakashi's pathetic excuse. Naruto took a couple of steps forward from his previous position, approaching Kakashi with an indifferent expression. He had long been aware of Kakashi's habitual lateness and anticipated such a flimsy excuse, so his disappointment was minimal. Sasuke was relatively unfazed as well. Upon arrival, he had been resting his eyes, and the gentle breeze on the bridge was quite soothing, akin to a brief nap. Only Sakura was genuinely upset. Despite having shamelessly gazed at Sasuke for an extended period, relishing the sight of his striking features, she was still frustrated at having waited so long. After all, it was never right for a girl to wait for a boy. Seeing Sakura on the verge of anger, Kakashi shamelessly interjected, "All right, since everyone is here, let us cut to the chase and quickly discuss today's task. It's crucial that you all pay attention. I will only explain it once." Kakashi skillfully redirected the conversation, reclaiming the initiative with a serious demeanor. Upon hearing this, Sasuke abandoned his pretense, and Sakura stood at attention, ready to listen earnestly. Only Naruto remained unchanged. Despite being next to Kakashi, his expression remained indifferent. Naruto was well aware of Kakashi's intentions. Wasn't the task simply for the three of them to try and seize the two bells hanging from his waist? Those who succeeded would earn their meals, while those who failed would be left hungry. Anyone daring enough to share food with the person tied to a tree would be eliminated together. Of course, this was merely a ruse. Those familiar with Naruto knew that it was the lack of food that led to elimination. The exercise was, in essence, a test of teamwork and cohesion. After all, once on the battlefield, the trio would need to support one another to enhance their chances of success and survival. Focusing solely on oneself would lead to failure and peril. Even the legendary second Hokage, who valiantly held off the pursuing brothers, met a tragic end. What chance did others have? Indeed, Kakashi solemnly announced that today's task was to snatch the two bells from him. Those who obtained the bells would officially become ninjas, while those who did not would be eliminated, faced with the choice of returning to the academy or abandoning the ninja path altogether. "What?" Sakura exclaimed, jumping up in disbelief. This was far too ruthless. She was acutely aware of her own abilities. Previously, at least Naruto had provided some support, but after recent events, she understood that among the trio, Sasuke was undeniably the strongest. After all, he was a top graduate from the academy. As for Naruto, he was no slouch either. Capable of creating thousands of shadow clones, a technique learned from a forbidden scroll, he had even rendered their instructor, Iruka, incapable of independent living. What about her? Excluding regular school assessments, her skills were decent, but realistically, facing off against a renowned jonin like Kakashi for the bells, she had no chance whatsoever. On the other hand, Sasuke showed no sign of trepidation. While Sakura was still caught in her thoughts, he coldly fixed his gaze on Kakashi, declaring, "Is that so? Then those bells will be mine." He held that confidence, for the Uchiha clan was renowned for their prowess, and although his clan had been decimated, as long as he remained, the Uchiha legacy endured. No one could underestimate the Uchiha. Naruto, however, was entirely indifferent. Snatching the bells held no significance for him. His focus lay elsewhere. "Are you all ready? If so, I'll count down to the start," Kakashi said, noticing that none of them voiced any objections. He leisurely retrieved the two bells from his ninja tool pouch and attached them to his waist, their placement conspicuously visible. As soon as Kakashi called out the start, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura instinctively sought cover to conceal themselves. Sakura swiftly darted into a thicket of dense foliage, using the cover of the trees to crouch low, revealing only her eyes as she kept watch over the unfolding events from a distance. Sasuke, after a few leaps, sought refuge atop a large, sturdy tree, concealed among its lush branches, occasionally glancing back at Kakashi, who stood in the center of the arena. In stark contrast, our protagonist Naruto dashed into the woods, but chose to observe Sasuke and Sakura. Chapter 30. A deceptive path unlike Sakura and Sasuke's cautious strategy. Naruto boldly decided to unleash his signature technique right from the outset, his renowned shadow clone jutsu. Instantly, over 3,000 shadow clones emerged, flooding the landscape with Naruto's replicas, their sheer numbers rendering the original nearly undetectable. Oh, is he attempting a strategy of overwhelming numbers? Alas, sheer quantity does not equate to effectiveness. Kakashi raised an eyebrow, visibly astonished by the multitude of clones, yet he understood that sometimes numbers do not guarantee quality. Revealing your trump card so early in the ninja world is, indeed, a foolish endeavor. Naruto, however, remained unfazed, standing his ground, even as his clones surrounded Kakashi, effectively sealing off any escape routes. Hidden behind the tree trunk, Sasuke, flanked by Naruto's clones, was equally astonished. Is this truly Naruto? He had heard rumors of Naruto mastering the forbidden technique, but to see over 3,000 clones in action seemed almost boastful. After all, Naruto struggled with basic clones during their academy assessments. Was this not an exaggeration? Yet, the reality before him was undeniable. The power of a forbidden technique is formidable. If only I could acquire such strength. After a brief moment of distraction, Sasuke's gaze flickered with a strange light as he observed Naruto's clones. Meanwhile, Sakura, concealed in the foliage, gasped in disbelief. Naruto has truly transformed. No wonder he has been indifferent to me. His strength has surged. However, he remains a fool. His opponent is a jonin, and without coordination, his direct approach could lead to immediate defeat. Just as Naruto prepared to summon his hidden clones, the mechanical voice of the system chimed in. Ding. The system has detected that the host is undertaking Kakashi's trial assessment, in accordance with the original storyline, thus activating a side quest. Option 1. Successfully seize the bell from Kakashi and receive the reward. Earth Release, Earth Passage Technique. Option 2. Successfully perform 1,000 years of death on Kakashi and receive the reward. Non-attribute ninjutsu, Rasengan. Option 3. Follow the original plot and get tied to a tree, receiving Sakura and Sasuke's assistance. Reward, Sakura's admiration. To enhance the host's motivation to complete the task, rewards will be dispensed upon selection. Should the host fail to complete the chosen task, the system will retract rewards and impose a penalty of half a month as sign-in rewards to serve as a warning. The host may choose whether to accept this side quest, to receive rewards in advance. It would be foolish not to accept this task. Considering the options, Naruto found himself torn between the first and second tasks. In terms of difficulty, The first was more manageable, as executing 1,000 years of death on Kakashi would surely prove challenging. Yet, the allure of the second task's reward was undeniable. After all, the Rasengan had defined Naruto's journey, and he had developed various techniques involving it. The only concern was the high difficulty of the second task. Kakashi was no ordinary ninja, and his defenses were formidable. After witnessing the death of his friend Rin and the subsequent loss of his trust in others, Kakashi had become a master of self-preservation. After some contemplation, Naruto made his decision. He chose option 1. Seize the bell. Congratulations, host, for making a choice. The task reward has been dispensed. Please check your inventory. With the system's confirmation, Naruto felt a rush of excitement as the details of the reward filled his mind. Earth Release, Earth Passage Technique. Upon reviewing the technique's description, he could hardly contain his joy. While its effectiveness compared to the Rasengan remained uncertain, it was precisely what he needed at this moment. Earth Passage Technique. Within the Earth element, this technique allows for unrestricted movement, free from terrain or spatial barriers, enabling the user to breathe freely underground. Was this not reminiscent of the legendary Sun Wukong's abilities? With this skill, in any battle upon solid ground, how could he possibly be outmatched? To put it bluntly, one could simply burrow underground and evade capture. Unless one were to obliterate an entire continent or engage in battle at sea, this technique would render him virtually invincible. Naruto's grin widened. In the ninja world, what is most essential? Certainly, it is the art of survival. As the saying goes, if the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear the absence of firewood. With this jutsu, who could hope to defeat him? His resolve strengthened. This newfound power refined his earlier strategy. If there had been any flaws or risks in his prior plan, the acquisition of this jutsu rendered it impeccable. Now, he was ready to engage without reservation. Nevertheless, a twinge of regret lingered in Naruto's heart. Had he learned the Earth Passage technique earlier, he might have been able to undertake the second task and emerge directly beneath Kakashi to execute the Rasengan. But all was not lost. Although he couldn't obtain the system's reward, this technique could still be learned. He could always seek out Jiraiya for guidance in the future. After all, the myriad techniques he developed were uniquely his own. What was there to fear? Hey, Kakashi-sensei, prepare yourself. Naruto shouted, and thousands of shadow clones drew forth their kunai and shuriken, launching an assault on Kakashi, who stood defiantly in the center of the arena. Ninjutsu, technique of shuriken from all directions. Countless Narutos hurled their weapons from every angle. And from an observational standpoint, Kakashi had no means of evading, as he stood in an open space devoid of cover. Bang! In the blink of an eye, Kakashi remained motionless, allowing the barrage of shuriken to pierce him. However, with a resounding crash, his form transformed into a wooden stump, a testament to the substitution technique employed by ninjas. His true self had vanished without a trace. Humph, old fox. Did you think I wouldn't know where you are? A sly smile crept onto Naruto's face. He was well acquainted with Kakashi's tactics and was aware of his likely hiding spots. If he truly wished to bait Kakashi out, it would be a simple matter. But not now. Naruto needed time. He preferred for Kakashi to remain hidden just a little longer to gain the upper hand. The reason was simple. While the shuriken rained down upon Kakashi, a lone clone had silently vanished into the depths of the forest. Chapter 31. A hidden maneuver. Observing the battle from their elevated position behind the tree trunk, Sasuke and Sakura, who lay concealed in the grass, each cursed silently in their hearts after witnessing the futility of Naruto's attack. Did he truly believe he could force a jonin like Kakashi to yield with such a tactic? Now, he was left clueless about Kakashi's whereabouts, transitioning from light to shadow. At this moment, within the Hokage's office. How is it? Have you found anything? The third Hokage sat in his chair, cradling his head, when suddenly several Umbu appeared before him. Overcome with urgency, he hastily inquired, "What is it?" "Report, Hokage-sama. We have scoured the archives, yet found no information regarding the Beipai clan. It seems that no one has ever heard of such a family. Additionally, we have consulted with other ninja villages, but there is no trace of this clan or its members," one Umbu ninja reported, kneeling on one knee, his demeanor somewhat hesitant. "What do you mean? Speak plainly, do not hold back," Sarutobi Hiruzen said, his impatience growing. "The situation is dire, and you still choose to be coy? Sir, it seems this individual may have emerged from nowhere. We suspect he could be using an alias," the Umbu ninja mustered the courage to say, worried that Hiruzen might vent his frustration upon him. After all, This information was obtained directly through combat. To present such a report in front of the Hokage felt akin to slapping the boss in the face. Unlikely. Ninjas value their reputation above all else. Moreover, any ninja capable of escaping from my grasp would instantly elevate their status in the ninja world. Just consider my 3 disciples. They became renowned after a mere skirmish with the leader of the Rain Village. You all know their prowess and renown. Hiruzen furrowed his brow, contemplating the Umbu's response. While it held some merit, the feat of eluding a godly-level ninja was not something any ordinary ninja could achieve. The reputation of a ninja supersedes everything. Your assertion does suggest that we may have faltered in our duties. We are all aware of the legendary Sannin's might. The Umbu nodded in agreement, recognizing Hiruzen's perspective. After all, who would not desire such a splendid opportunity for publicity? To say one had engaged in battle with the 3rd Hokage of Konoha and emerged unscathed. Indeed, the very Hokage who is often deemed the strongest in history. At that moment, the title of the legendary Sannin crystallized before him. He understood. This was the essence of contrast. You may boast of your strength, which I may not fully grasp. But if a universally acknowledged figure of great renown attests to your prowess, then I can ascertain your true might. It is quite possible that this individual hails from a hidden, ancient clan, one that has remained unnoticed until now. If such a clan exists, it likely dates back to the era of the first Hokage's founding of the village. Perhaps they are a venerable family from the same epoch as Hashirama-sama. If that is the case, why have they remained dormant for so long only to resurface now? What could their excavation of the first and second Hokage's graves signify? What purpose lies in removing the remains of these 2 legendary figures? Hiruzen disregarded the kneeling Umbu, thoughtfully puffing on his pipe, pondering the intentions behind these actions. Could it be related to the impure world reincarnation technique? He contemplated this possibility, for only that forbidden jutsu necessitated a portion of a deceased ninja's body as a medium, using a living sacrifice to summon their soul back to the living realm. However, this forbidden technique was unique to Konoha, developed by the 2nd Hokage. He recalled how the 1st Hokage had classified it as forbidden, prohibiting its use and dissemination, deeming it inhumane as it disturbed the peace of the departed. Over the years, only 2 individuals had seen the scroll containing this technique. One was his own traitorous disciple, and the other was Naruto. Hiruzen was aware that his wayward disciple possessed this jutsu. After all, that boy was known for dabbling in all sorts of mischief. The forbidden techniques were beyond his control. Ultimately, that overzealous behavior forced him to expel him from the village. In truth, that traitor was his most promising disciple, given his exceptional talent. As for Naruto, Hiruzen shook his head. While Naruto possessed the potential to learn such a technique, it remained merely a possibility. Firstly, he did not believe that the individual who evaded his grasp was Naruto. Secondly, even if the clone was indeed Naruto's, he would lack the sufficient power to control the summoned ninja, especially since the corpses of the 1st and 2nd Hokages had been stolen. If Naruto were to summon them, the first action of the 2 would undoubtedly be to eliminate him. He trusted that Naruto would not commit such a foolish act. Recognizing the dire consequences outlined within the scroll on forbidden techniques. Thus, would he risk exposure for a jutsu that could not currently be utilized? Hiruzen deemed it utterly implausible. Setting aside the matter of living ninja sacrifices, how could a mere freshly graduated genin procure one? Not every ninja is as incompetent as Mizuki. However, fate has a way of surprising even the most astute. Little did the 3rd Hokage know that Naruto had acquired a modified version of the impure world reincarnation technique. As the 3rd Hokage pondered in his office, Naruto's clone, clad in a black cloak, appeared at a designated location. The cloak was retrieved from the system space. Many had been taken from Obito's secret lair. Clearly, Obito had engaged in numerous questionable activities to amass such a collection of night garments. Who are you? Intruder. Enemy. Ever since the Hokage's announcement regarding the attack on Konoha's cemetery, where the graves of the 1st and 2nd Hokages had been unearthed, additional guards and patrols had been deployed. They feared that the individual known as Beipai Xiang Yufeng might return for vengeance. Especially during the night, the intensity of the patrols rivaled that of the Hokage's secret guards. Yet no one anticipated Naruto's daytime arrival. Upon seeing the cloaked figure of Naruto, the cemetery guards immediately became alert. The guard on the left, momentarily stunned, foolishly asked who Naruto was. The guard on the right, however, quickly perceived that this cloaked figure was the thief mentioned by the Hokage, and he shouted an alarm. Yet, before he could finish his warning, the figure in front of him transformed into a blur of yellow light, vanishing into the ground. The two guards stood dumbfounded. Where did he go? Fortunately, the guard on the right reacted swiftly, bellowing at his companion. What are you waiting for? Hurry and notify the Hokage. Chapter 32. Trouble looms. Report to the Hokage. We are in grave danger. As he spoke, the Leaf Village ninja who had been guarding the cemetery rushed into Hiruzen's office. At that moment, Hiruzen was hunched over, silently smoking, without uttering a word. The Umbu who had previously reported had not received any directive from Hiruzen and found himself at a loss. Unable to leave or remain, he continued to kneel, his legs nearly numb. Just as he contemplated whether to inquire, a panicked voice burst in, shouting about impending doom. Hiruzen, already troubled by his thoughts, felt his frustration rise at such an unannounced intrusion. What kind of disorder is this? What is the meaning of this alarm? The approaching Leaf Ninja wore a grave expression. Hokage-sama, it truly is dire. The graves of the first and second Hokages have been desecrated. What could be worse than this? It's at the sacred cemetery. The reporting ninja replied. At this, the third Hokage reacted as if struck by a bolt of lightning, leaping from his chair. Quickly, tell me what has transpired. What is the issue there? Report to Lord Hokage. That thief appeared again last night. Today he brazenly came in broad daylight right before our eyes. And then he vanished into thin air. Upon hearing this, the third Hokage felt an almost uncontrollable fury rising within him. How dare he treat me with such disdain? I let you go yesterday, and today you return? Not only that, but you have the audacity to show yourself openly in the daytime. Do you think I cannot deal with you? Call forth the Umbu. Order them to unleash the barrier. Today, I shall fight him to the bitter end within it. And I refuse to believe I cannot catch him. With a swift motion, Sarutobi Hiruzen tossed aside his sleeves, and his Hokage cloak billowed dramatically as he shifted into battle mode. The ninja reporting and the Umbu kneeling in anticipation were startled by Hiruzen's fury. They recognized the true provocation he faced. It had been years since they had witnessed the third Hokage in such a state, last seen during the Nine Tails attack on the village 12 years ago. In a flash, the two vanished from the office, leaving the reporting ninja in utter bewilderment. In his rage, Hiruzen moved with astonishing speed, arriving at the Konoha cemetery in mere moments. As he landed, the patrolling ninja on his right bowed respectfully and began to report the situation. Umbu positioned nearby swiftly sealed off the area. The intruder was surely still inside, likely underground, as the subordinate had witnessed him disappear in a flash of yellow light. If all went as expected, this individual was proficient in Earth-style ninjutsu. Earth-style ninjutsu, indeed. No wonder he had the audacity to boast about escaping my Earth Dragon Bullet and Earth River technique. Sarutobi raised an eyebrow. Realizing this explained why his opponent felt so emboldened. Young man, come out. Hiding is pointless. Do you believe you can walk away from here today? Hiruzen took a step forward, his voice booming like thunder, echoing throughout the Konoha cemetery. Having returned to this place for the second time, Naruto felt somewhat familiar with it. Given the current circumstances, he had already scouted the area. To his surprise, after using the Flying Thunder God technique, he encountered two patrolling ninjas the previous evening. This place had not been fortified. It seemed the third Hokage was swift in his response. Having dealt with the incident last night, he had already stationed guards by day. If there were additional guards in the daytime, one could only imagine the number by night. Certainly, there would be even more. The two ninjas immediately issued a warning upon spotting him, with one fleeing in haste. Naruto knew that one must be heading to inform the third Hokage. Time was of the essence, so he forewent any banter and promptly utilized an Earth-style technique to burrow underground, racing towards the grave of his father, the fourth Hokage. One's status dictates one's social circle. Civil servants naturally associate with fellow officials, while the privileged often mingle among the wealthy. The layout of the Hokage's cemetery mirrored this. Most powerful shinobi were buried in proximity to one another. Naruto's father, the fourth Hokage, rested beside the second Hokage, as the space had initially been reserved for the third, who, fortunate enough to remain alive, left the site occupied. Moreover, since Naruto's parents perished at the hands of the Nine Tails, their resting place was a combined grave. Having come this far, he resolved to excavate both his father, Minato Namikaze, and mother, Kushina Uzumaki. After completing this task, he soon heard the familiar mechanical voice of the system ringing in his ears. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have completed the task. Rewards have been granted. Please check your inventory. Naruto paused, astonished. Didn't you say that task rewards are only granted upon successful withdrawal without being detected? I am still underground. And the third Hokage is on his way. It seems you have unwavering confidence in me, dear system. Nevertheless, he considered it a fortunate turn of events, as it implied that today's endeavor had been without risk. Seizing the moment before the third Hokage arrived, he thought it prudent to excavate a few more graves. After taking a few steps in the right direction, he heard the third Hokage's gravelly voice calling out, clearly determined to apprehend him. Naruto dismissed him with indifference. He was busy with important matters and had no time for a duel. Once he completed his task, he would be on his way. Following the selected graves, Naruto dug up a few more, satisfied with his haul and feeling quite triumphant. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen waited impatiently, growing increasingly embarrassed at not having seen Naruto emerge. Do you think hiding underground makes you immune to my pursuit? Even if I must turn this place upside down, I will ensure you have no resting place. Hiruzen scoffed, his voice echoing through the empty cemetery. Old man, spare your breath. Do you think your puny barrier can contain me? Let me tell you, if I wish to leave, you will not stop me. I ignored you earlier because I was preoccupied. Now, however, I have concluded my business. Given your fondness for this place, I shall show some respect and announce that I, Xiang Yunfeng, will no longer return here to avoid raising your ire. Naruto chuckled lightly, having collected what he came for. He prepared to depart, as he still had other matters to attend to. Farewell, old man. Until we meet again. As he rose between two adjacent graves, Hiruzen squinted, instantly recognizing the figure before him. It was indeed Naruto. Yet, as the latter's voice faded, a sudden explosion of smoke erupted, and the cloaked figure vanished, leaving only wisps behind. Chapter 33. Sharingan. The familiar scene unfolded once more, causing Hiruzen to choke on the blood rising in his throat, tasting the bitterness of defeat. Having embarrassed himself for 2 consecutive days, the thought of failing to capture Naruto and potentially dying of rage was utterly humiliating. Observing the empty crime scene, Hiruzen sighed in resignation. Withdraw. The opponent used a shadow clone. If he wishes to escape, we cannot stop him. Hiruzen gestured dismissively to the assembled crowd, his voice laden with helplessness. It was not that he was incapable of defeating his opponent, but rather that the adversary was playing by his own rules. Relay the order to remain vigilant in the village. The range of shadow clones is limited, and the enemy may still be nearby. Stay alert and report any developments immediately. Hiruzen felt a surge of frustration. This battle was exasperating, the enemy slipping through his fingers like a sly eel. Nonetheless, he garnered some intelligence today, at the very least. He now knew the opponent's expertise lay in Earth-style ninjutsu. While this clue may seem minor, it could effectively eliminate many suspects. Naruto and Tsunade were certainly not among them. After all, Naruto could not use Earth-style techniques, and Tsunade would never disturb her grandfather's grave. The pool of potential culprits in Konoha was narrowing significantly. With Naruto's shadow clones being numerous, Kakashi remained hidden underground, reluctant to engage in what he deemed futile physical exertion. Though he could easily dispatch each of Naruto's clones, such actions would only deplete his own stamina. If he exhausted himself fighting thousands of clones, the waiting Sakura and Sasuke would have a greater chance of obtaining the bells from him. At this moment, Sasuke, who had been observing for half a day, suddenly realized that Naruto's vigorous assault had its rationale. Kakashi, if he dared to emerge, would surely exhaust himself, at the very least. He could deplete a significant portion of his stamina the moment his energy was exhausted. Sasuke was convinced that the opponent would be unable to withstand the onslaught of the Uchiha. Let us continue to wear him down, and see who falters first. Leaning against the trunk, Sasuke sat leisurely atop a tree, occasionally glancing back to monitor the developments in the arena. He had made up his mind. When the clam and the snipe fight, it is the fisherman who profits. Meanwhile, the real Naruto, watching from a distance, suddenly felt something unusual stir within him, and an expression of incredulity spread across his face. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the bloodline limit, Sharingan. This Sharingan possesses the potential for evolution, with no upper limit to its advancement. The system has automatically activated the Sharingan for the host, and to facilitate ease of use, the system has disabled special effects during activation. The pupil will not change. The abilities of the Sharingan will elevate in tandem with the host's strength and can also be upgraded through task rewards. At this moment, The host Sharingan is at the first Tomo level, providing immunity to most Jinjutsu, the ability to discern the enemy's combat trajectory and predict their moves, as well as the capacity to replicate a limited number of low-level ninjutsu. Upon upgrading to the Mangekyo Sharingan, the host can unlock specific skills. The left eye grants the bloodline of the gods. The right eye unlocks the 7 stars. What a remarkable system. This bloodline limit is truly splendid. The Sharingan, when observed within the context of Naruto, is essentially a bug skill. Not only can it activate immense power, but it also harbors an array of extraordinary abilities. In contrast, the Byakugan, which is similarly revered as one of the 2 great ocular powers, appears rather ordinary, offering little more than the ability to see through human anatomy and perceive the surroundings. After perusing the items stored within the system, Naruto nodded in satisfaction. Today, as surprises had been plentiful. Not only had he completed the task, but he had also received an assortment of rewards. Such benefits were indeed a tremendous gain. Now, he could unleash his full prowess against Kakashi. With a few leaps, Naruto arrived beside Sasuke, startling him, who was engrossed in observing the battle. Sasuke, is it wise to sit idly by and wait for the fisherman's profit? We are a team, Naruto declared, crossing his arms and grinning at Sasuke. Oh, and what do you propose? Sasuke retorted, currently unaware of Kakashi's whereabouts. The enemy is hidden while we are exposed. A rash attack would undoubtedly lead to our defeat. I know where he is. I can draw him out, but I need you both as a feint. I assure you, I can seize his bell. Naruto interrupted Sasuke's words with conviction. But there are only 2 bells. How do we divide them among 3? Sakura interjected, highlighting the most pressing issue. And Sasuke turned his gaze to Naruto. Sakura had been brought here by one of Naruto's shadow clones, while Naruto's main body had sought out Sasuke. The field was now filled with Naruto's shadow clones, and Kakashi remained hidden underground. This was indeed the perfect moment for strategizing. Very simple. We must first seize the bells. Afterwards, we can draw lots and let fate decide. Agreed. To secure the outside, we must first stabilize the inside. I concur with your proposal. After a moment's contemplation, Sasuke nodded. This arrangement posed no risk. They would execute a feigned attack, with a 2/3 chance of securing the bells. If unsuccessful, the brunt would fall upon Naruto, the primary attacker. In either outcome, they would suffer no loss. Naruto looked at Sakura. In truth, her presence was of little consequence to him, as she had yet to master Tsunade's formidable strength. However, having an additional ally was always advantageous. Distracting Kakashi with a few exclamations would be beneficial. Then it is settled. I will draw Kakashi out, and you shall adhere to the plan. Okay, no problem. Sakura had intended to say more, but upon seeing Sasuke nod, she refrained, not wishing to tarnish her image in his eyes. Had this been in the past, she would have already scolded Naruto. You, the tail-end Charlie. How dare you dictate to us? Have you lost sight of who you are after learning the shadow clone technique? Sasuke thought to himself, dismissing Naruto's authority. Naruto, however, chose not to clarify the true nature of the situation. If they possessed any wit, they would surmise that, even if they could not guess. They had witnessed ninja teams executing missions. Did they not notice that the ninjas from Konoha typically operated in teams of 3? He preferred to let actions speak louder than words. Kakashi-sensei, are you not bored hiding underground? How about this? I will reduce the number of shadow clones and refrain from using overwhelming tactics to exhaust your stamina. Let us engage in a fair duel, shall we? Naruto leaped down from the tree trunk, followed by Sasuke and Sakura, as the 3 stood together to declare war on Kakashi. I always thought this suggestion would come from either Sasuke or Sakura. I never expected it to be you. Naruto, how did you manage to persuade them to follow your lead? This is rather uncharacteristic of Sasuke. Kakashi, holding his familiar book, Make Out Paradise, slowly emerged from the ground. Chapter 34, Flying Thunder God. You lack patience. Always remember, patience is a fundamental quality of a ninja. An overly eager goal will alert the enemy to your intentions, thereby increasing the risk of mission failure. Kakashi smiled as he tucked away his book, waving at the 3 before him. Truth be told, I am not afraid of your shadow clones. After all, a wolf among sheep will always prevail. I was merely avoiding you earlier because I was engrossed in a crucial part of my book, which I could not put down. Now, having read enough, I believe it is time to engage with you. Kakashi spread his arms, casually revealing his previous actions. To Sakura and Sasuke, Kakashi's explanation sounded as flimsy as the excuses he had given for being late that morning. They scoffed at his words. perceiving him as someone reluctant to expend energy against so many shadow clones. Naruto, however, held a different perspective. He recognized the validity of Kakashi's reasoning. He understood Kakashi's obsession with Makeout Paradise, a precious record obtained through countless peepings into women's baths. Rather than a mere novel, it could more aptly be titled The Years I Spent Peeping. Naruto, do not cancel your shadow clones. Utilize all your abilities. I shall show you what true cruelty entails. Kakashi cracked his neck and extended his pinky finger towards Naruto and his companions, a clear challenge in his demeanor. To be frank, your shadow clones are indeed impressive in number. It is hard to imagine that just a few days ago, you struggled to perform the clone technique. Kakashi was well aware of Naruto's recent adventures, as news had spread throughout the village that the young fox had learned astonishing jutsu from the Forbidden Scrolls. Let us go. Naruto, unhesitant, accepted the challenge. Since Kakashi boasted that he could handle the shadow clones, Naruto would oblige, taking advantage of the chaos, especially with the waters so muddied. Thousands of shadow clones brandished their kunai, surging towards Kakashi en masse. Bang, bang, bang. Kakashi adeptly maneuvered within the circle formed by Naruto's shadow clones, leaping and dodging, unleashing strikes that obliterated clones with each movement, causing their numbers to dwindle rapidly. Reflecting on Kakashi's side, Naruto, wielding the newly acquired Sharingan as a reward from his recent mission, could distinctly perceive each of Kakashi's movements. Every action was executed with near perfection, strikes and evasions that exuded efficiency, devoid of any superfluous force. In simpler terms, Kakashi was dismantling each approaching shadow clone with the most flawless and effortless technique. This could not continue. If it did, the shadow clones would soon be eradicated. Without their assistance, Naruto would be left in a more precarious situation. After a moment of contemplation, Naruto made a decisive choice. He glanced at Sasuke beside him, nodding vigorously. As if sharing a silent understanding, Sasuke, despite not having activated his Sharingan yet, could deduce the dynamics of the battle from the alarming reduction in Naruto's clones and Kakashi's near-phantom speed. In that instant, as Naruto nodded, he too realized that they could not delay any longer. It was time to execute their plan. Kakashi continued to weave through the clones, each punch and kick resulting in another clone dissipating into a wisp of white smoke. However, Naruto's clones seemed boundless, surging toward Kakashi like an unstoppable tide. Such ninjutsu, when wielded by one with abundant chakra, truly posed a challenge. Kakashi muttered to himself. It was rare to encounter a ninja capable of summoning over 100 shadow clones. Most ninjas utilized them as decoys or for reconnaissance, and few, like Naruto, employed them as a primary offensive force. Naturally, there were also very few with chakra reserves as vast as Naruto's. Not far away, Sasuke was swiftly forming hand seals. Against someone of Kakashi's caliber, he could only resort to his most adept jutsu, aiming for a decisive strike. If this attack was evaded, the chances of success in the future would diminish significantly. Fire style, great fireball technique. After completing the seals, Sasuke puffed up his cheeks, chakra surging within him, and unleashed a torrent of flames that coalesced into an enormous fireball before him. This was the signature skill of the Uchiha clan, the great fireball technique. The first jutsu learned by nearly every member of the Uchiha. In a heartbeat, this fireball was ready, and despite its simplicity, its destructive and intimidating power was undeniable. He was confident that Kakashi would not dare to confront this fireball head-on. As anticipated by Sasuke, although Kakashi had countless methods to evade, such as utilizing Earth Style, Earth Wall to block the fireball, he felt that employing a jutsu against these three youngsters would be somewhat unfair. Kakashi swiftly stomped his right foot against the ground, propelling himself into the air, arms outstretched like an eagle, deftly avoiding Sasuke's sudden attack. Now was the moment. Naruto's eyes sparkled with determination as all the shadow clones simultaneously hurled kunai at Kakashi, who was suspended midair. Meanwhile, Sakura, having stealthily approached Kakashi's position from below, leapt upwards, aiming a small, snow-white fist directly at Kakashi's abdomen. First, the shadow clones diverted his attention, then Sasuke's fireball forced him into a position, and finally, Sakura's punch was to deliver the decisive blow. Were they truly coordinating as a team? Alas, they underestimated the prowess of a jonin. A smile crept across Kakashi's lips as he nimbly navigated through the oncoming kunai, his body defying gravity as he maneuvered through the rain of projectiles like a skilled acrobat. gliding through the chaos unscathed. Kakashi-sensei, you have lost. Naruto could not help but beam with delight. Upon witnessing Naruto's smile, a long-buried sense of vigilance stirred within Kakashi, a sensation akin to those felt during life-or-death battles, honed through years of mission experience. Before Kakashi could react, Naruto, who had just been on the ground, suddenly appeared at Kakashi's waist, swiftly snatching the bell from his side, and in a flash, returned to his original position. Kakashi stared wide-eyed, noticing a seemingly inconspicuous kunai lodged at Naruto's feet, inscribed with symbols. This is the Flying Thunder God technique. Kakashi's eyes widened in shock, waves of astonishment crashing within him. Chapter 35. Hokage-sama. Another major incident has arisen. With a grin, Naruto waved the two bells in front of him, while Kakashi stood before him, incredulous. Similarly, Sakura and Sasuke wore expressions of disbelief. Naruto's jutsu had left them utterly astonished. His speed was simply unparalleled. Naruto, what was that jutsu you just used? Although Kakashi had already formed a hypothesis, he sought confirmation from Naruto. Given the gravity of the situation, Kakashi-sensei, do you really need to ask? You've seen it numerous times. Naruto teased, twirling the bells in his fingers, offering an answer that was almost an affirmation. Upon hearing Naruto's response, even a mentally prepared Kakashi could not help but gasp, my heavens. It truly is the Flying Thunder God. Not only had Naruto learned the Shadow Clone technique from the Forbidden Scroll, but he had also mastered another jutsu, the Flying Thunder God technique, a technique considered to be of extraordinary caliber. This shouldn't be possible. You only glimpsed it that day. How could you have learned the Flying Thunder God? Unlike the Shadow Clone, this jutsu isn't easily mastered. Even if you grasp the theory, executing it in practice is an entirely different matter. This jutsu requires extensive practice. And since you glanced at the scroll, it has only been 3 days, right? You learned the Flying Thunder God in just 3 days? Kakashi's jaw nearly dropped to the ground. This was utterly outrageous. In these 3 days, apart from sleeping and fighting, you've done nothing productive. Where did you find the time to practice the Flying Thunder God? Moreover, from your earlier performance, you clearly have delved deep into this technique. It is not something that can be casually picked up. To be honest, I just gave it a shot. That day, I took a glance and thought it was quite challenging, so I didn't hold much hope. When I saw you evade our planned attack, in a moment of desperation, I decided to give it a try. What did I have to lose? I never expected it to actually work. Perhaps this is just talent. Naruto chuckled, waving the bells in his hand. Kakashi-sensei, the bells are now in our possession. We have completed your test. Kakashi, however, was no longer concerned about the bells. His mind was solely focused on one thing. A major incident had transpired. Stay here and do not wander off. I need to step out for a moment. When I return, I will discuss your matters. Kakashi's mind was racing as he hurried off to report to the third Hokage, aware that this situation was of utmost significance. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, sat in his chair, scratching his head, feeling as though his mind might explode. The northern faction Xiang Yunfeng had appeared for the second time, and both times, even under his direct intervention, the opponent had left with ease. Currently, their understanding of the enemy is limited to mere names and origins, as well as their adeptness in earth-based ninjutsu. Beyond that, they remain utterly in the dark. Such a mysterious adversary, if their origins remain unclear, poses the grave threat of being able to hold a knife to the throat of any resident of Konoha at any moment. The thought of confronting such a terrifying foe leaves Sarutobi Hiruzen feeling powerless and exasperated. The crucial aspect is that this matter cannot be publicly disclosed, lest it incite unnecessary chaos within the village and provide certain individuals with an opportunity to exploit the situation. My lord, I have examined the barrier we set up, and there are no signs of abnormalities, indicating that the enemy may be immune to it, or their strength is such that the barrier cannot even detect their presence. Sarutobi waved his hand, signaling his understanding. The opponent must possess shadow-level strength. At this level of combat power, you likely cannot intervene. They surely hail from a remarkably ancient hidden clan. Just continue your investigation and report any findings. Yes, my lord. The messenger vanished after delivering the report. To be candid, this situation is quite vexing. What is more frustrating is that this is the second time such an exasperating event has occurred, and it has come in rapid succession, leaving no room for respite. Lord Hokage, we have a grave situation. At that moment, a familiar voice broke through. Sarutobi, already feeling a headache from his previous frustrations. Failed to identify the source of the voice and chose not to look up. He was indifferent to who it was. Is it not possible to deliver a piece of good news? Why must every announcement be of dire importance? Is this place merely a venue for lamentations? Can we not have a single day of pleasant news? Why is it that you lot seem to be plagued with so many crises? What now has transpired that is so catastrophic? Could you not exhibit a modicum of composure? After all, this is the Hokage's office. A knock on the door would suffice. Must you all burst in unceremoniously? Is this a restroom? You come and go as you please. Is that you, Kakashi? As Sarutobi was venting his frustrations, he raised his gaze to find it was Kakashi, and he felt a bit embarrassed. He coughed to cover his discomfort and hastily inquired about Kakashi's presence. Shouldn't he be occupied with his genin evaluation at this hour? What brings him here? Wait, was it Kakashi who just mentioned a grave situation? What has happened, Kakashi? Sarutobi inquired in a serious tone. He recognized Kakashi's experience. The young man had faced numerous life-threatening situations, and if he claimed that something was amiss, it warranted serious consideration. During my evaluation of Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura, Naruto created 3,000 shadow clones to execute a strategy of overwhelming numbers against me. Then Sasuke unleashed a jutsu that forced me into the air, and as I narrowly dodged their attacks, Sakura struck from below, successfully seizing 2 bells from me. Kakashi recounted the events, his expression grave. Ha, what is so alarming about that? Naruto possesses remarkable talent. Shadow clones are practically tailored for him. 3,000 clones are hardly surprising. The fact that they managed to take bells from you indicates their coordination is commendable. Sarutobi laughed heartily, his face filled with satisfaction. To snatch bells from Kakashi signifies a bright future for the trio. I said, Naruto employed a jutsu to take bells from me. I barely had time to react. Kakashi reiterated, noticing Sarutobi had overlooked the crux of the matter. Oh, what jutsu was it? Sarutobi asked nonchalantly. Let them take it. Should we not allow them to excel? Flying Thunder God. Kakashi pronounced each word with unwavering conviction. Uft. What did you say? Repeat that. Sarutobi coughed, smoke choking him as he spewed 2 plumes from his nostrils. His eyes wide in disbelief, questioning whether he had misheard. Chapter 36. Sarutobi's contemplation. Sarutobi and Kakashi were engaged in a discussion regarding Naruto's mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique, both wearing expressions of astonishment. How is this possible? Sarutobi murmured. That child has actually mastered such an advanced ninjutsu. Kakashi's eyes conveyed a fleeting surprise, but he quickly regained his usual calm demeanor. Indeed, it is somewhat unexpected. Yet upon reflection, Naruto has consistently displayed extraordinary potential. Sarutobi nodded in agreement, acknowledging Kakashi's assessment while sinking into contemplation. As the 3rd Hokage of Konoha, he was acutely aware of the complexity and significance of the Flying Thunder God technique. Nevertheless, for Naruto to grasp such a skill in such a short span of time compelled a re-evaluation of his capabilities. I have another concern. Kakashi's voice took on a grave tone, laced with worry. What troubles you, Kakashi? Sarutobi sensed the gravity of the situation. He has mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. Kakashi's gaze bore into Sarutobi, his eyes flickering with complexity. Yet, during the earlier report, he had only mentioned witnessing multiple shadow clones without alluding to any other techniques. Moreover, had he also mastered additional ninjutsu? He had not reported that either. This raised a significant point of concern. Kakashi's words plunged Sarutobi into deep thought. Indeed, this situation was rather unusual. As a ninja of Konoha and the vessel of the 9 tails, Naruto's significance was indisputable. However, the fact that he concealed his mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique raised questions about his intentions. Furrowing his brow, Sarutobi pondered for a moment before asking, Kakashi, what do you believe Naruto's motive is in this? Kakashi shook his head, expressing his uncertainty. I do not know, but such behavior is indeed worrisome. If he truly possesses more potent ninjutsu, but chooses to conceal it, it could pose a latent threat to the village. After all, we require a clear understanding of each ninja's abilities to allocate tasks effectively and respond to various challenges. Sarutobi nodded in agreement, fully aware of the harsh and intricate realities of the ninja world, where any oversight could lead to dire consequences. Very well, Kakashi, Sarutobi resolved. We must ascertain which techniques Naruto has mastered. Please conduct a discreet investigation to uncover any clues while ensuring not to raise his suspicions, to maintain the trust between us. Kakashi accepted the mission, determined to unveil the truth. He recognized the task would not be easy, but for the safety of the village, he was prepared to exert every effort. After considerable reflection, Sarutobi ultimately decided to place his trust in Naruto. After all, Naruto was still but a child and had expressed uncertainty about his ability to learn such techniques. Thus, it was worth a try. Perhaps it was akin to the adage of a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse, possibly due to inheriting his father's remarkable talent. For the title of the Yellow Flash of the fourth Hokage was not merely a reputation. Unexpectedly, following the fourth Hokage, another individual could master this ninjutsu. Though Sarutobi had commanded Kakashi to investigate, he held a conviction deep within that as long as Naruto had not committed any indiscretions, the boy should be treated well. With the spirit of fire instilled within him, as long as Naruto is bound to Konoha, no village shall rival them. Kakashi concurred with Sarutobi Hiruzen's perspective, chuckling. I must return swiftly to commend Naruto. Additionally, I shall intensify my efforts in guiding them. They must not lag behind. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded slightly, signaling his approval of Kakashi's departure. Upon Kakashi's return, he beheld Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura patiently awaiting him, a faint smile of satisfaction gracing his lips. He then swiftly turned his gaze to converse with Naruto. Naruto, he began, there is something of utmost importance I must share with you. Lord Third Hokage holds you in exceedingly high regard. Kakashi's tone was infused with emotion as he continued. You possess remarkable talent. If you persistently delve into the Flying Thunder God technique, you are destined for greatness. Thus, strive diligently. Do not let the third Hokage's expectations go unfulfilled. Kakashi then shifted the topic to the bells Naruto had seized. Moreover, you have successfully claimed the bells. Truly commendable. This signifies that you have passed my test. His eyes shone with affirmation and admiration for Naruto, as if he envisioned boundless possibilities for this young ninja. Since you have acquired the bells, be prepared to accept punishment. Kakashi feigned a stern expression, uttering words of threat. Sasuke and Sakura were struck with horror. Could it be that both of them would be sent back to school? Was it not stated that only one would be required to retake the course? At that moment, Naruto sprang into action. Swiftly, he placed one bell each into Sasuke and Sakura's hands, leaving them bewildered. Kakashi-sensei, now that they both have bells, if one must return to school for remediation, it should undoubtedly be me. Naruto proclaimed loudly, his tone resolute. Sasuke and Sakura were taken aback by Naruto's unexpected choice, their eyes widening in disbelief. Previously, when Naruto approached them, he had spoken of a fair competition after seizing the bells, yet now he had gifted one to each of them, leaving himself without any. Sharing a glance, Sasuke and Sakura were overwhelmed by complex emotions. They understood that Naruto was shielding them, willing to bear the consequences himself to spare them punishment. This act stirred both gratitude and shame within them, leading them to realize that their prior assessments of Naruto may have been biased. Perhaps he was not the impulsive, immature individual they had imagined, but rather someone with his own convictions and principles. Observing the scene before him, Kakashi's lips curled into a slight smile. His initial intention was merely to test these students, yet he had not anticipated Naruto's unique resolution to the dilemma. He silently approved, feeling immense satisfaction with Naruto's performance. Perhaps this seemingly mischievous lad could indeed evolve into an exceptional ninja in the future. Sasuke broke the silence first, gazing seriously at Kakashi, his eyes resolute with a hint of defiance. I do not require such a patronizing reward, Kakashi-sensei. This bell was not earned through my own merit. If retraining is necessary, then Uchiha is prepared. Sasuke's words pierced through the slightly tense atmosphere like a sharp blade. Meanwhile, Sakura stood to the side, embroiled in her inner turmoil. Gripping the bell tightly, her fingers trembled as she fought to suppress her anxiety and hesitation. After a moment of struggle, she finally mustered the courage to speak. Her voice quivering, I can also accept retraining. Her gaze flickered uncertainly, but ultimately, she fixed her eyes ahead with determination. Chapter 37. The Formation of Team 7. I am truly elated. Kakashi's face bore a gentle smile, his voice now notably softer. What brings me joy is not solely that your team successfully collaborated to seize the bells from me. It is the realization that, through this process, you have subtly grasped the essence of true companionship. Those ninjas who willingly sacrifice for their comrades are the ones deserving of the title ninja. With that, Kakashi paused momentarily before continuing earnestly. There exists a profound adage. Those who dare to defy the established rules of the ninja world are destined to become inconsequential. However, if one fails to cherish the companions by their side, they are even more wretched than the so-called useless ones. I hope you engrave these heartfelt words in your minds. No matter the time or place, you shall always be inseparable partners. Always respect and value one another. Kakashi's gaze was piercing, particularly focused on Sasuke and Sakura, while he harbored no significant concerns for Naruto. After all, just moments ago, Naruto had unhesitatingly shared the bell he clutched tightly with them. In contrast, Kakashi's greater worry lay with Sasuke, burdened by the deep-seated vendetta of his clan's annihilation, and Sakura, whose heart was solely fixated on Sasuke. After all, Sasuke exhibited excessive coldness, while Sakura consistently overlooked Naruto. Sasuke, noticing Kakashi's occasional glances in his direction, felt a surge of irritation. He furrowed his brow tightly, attempting to suppress this vexation, but to no avail. Sasuke had always been the focal point of admiration within the academy, celebrated for his exceptional abilities and innate talent. Yet, recent events had left him troubled. Naruto, once regarded as the underperforming student, had made astonishing strides in a remarkably short time. Not only had Naruto mastered the shadow clone technique, but to his astonishment, he had also grasped the advanced flying thunder god technique. Sasuke understood the difficulty and significance of these two jutsu. While the shadow clone technique may not rank among the elite, its proficient use attests to an individual's strength. The flying thunder god, however, is an immensely powerful space-time ninjutsu, enabling instantaneous traversal through dimensions, delivering surprise assaults upon adversaries. Possessing such a technique allows one to stride confidently through the ninja world. Sasuke found it intolerable to accept this reality. He had always believed himself to be the one destined to become a great ninja. Yet now, Naruto's rise instilled within him unprecedented pressure. He began to envision a future where Naruto would bask in glory, becoming the center of attention, while he himself risked fading into obscurity. Sasuke's mood grew increasingly somber as he resolved not to let Naruto surpass him. He vowed to train harder, to enhance his strength, and reclaim the glory that was rightfully his. He believed that with sufficient effort, he could once again ascend to the pinnacle of the academy and the entire ninja world. Meanwhile, Sakura's heart was tumultuous, akin to a tempestuous sea, turbulent and restless. She could scarcely fathom that the Naruto she had often underestimated and ridiculed had transformed into such a formidable force. The Flying Thunder God technique. What a hallmark of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Witnessing Naruto execute this technique to seize the bells from Kakashi was nothing short of magnificent. Particularly at the moment he secured the bell in his hand, Sakura felt her heart race, sensing an aura of masculinity emanating from Naruto. Unable to restrain herself, Sakura glanced at Naruto once more, her heart swelling with a peculiar emotion that seemed to be quietly fermenting. At that moment, she suddenly perceived Naruto as increasingly handsome. This feeling left her bewildered, yet inexplicably exhilarated, filled with anticipation for what lay ahead. Naruto dismissed Kakashi's words with disdain. Had it been the Naruto of old, he might have been swayed by Kakashi's so-called will of fire. However, the current Naruto would never succumb to such influence. Konoha is certainly not everything to him. On the contrary, it is merely a minor waypoint along the vast journey of his life. He harbors grand aspirations within his heart. How could the suffering Naruto has endured over the past decade be so easily overlooked? Moreover, as a man standing in this world, how could he remain perpetually subservient to others, stifled and unfulfilled? The despicable Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen are the true culprits who have ensnared him in this predicament. One spreads malicious rumors that tarnish his reputation, while the other audaciously embezzles the compensation that rightfully belongs to his parents. Kakashi clapped his hands firmly, pulling the three scheming individuals from their reverie back to reality. Well, today's evaluation has concluded, and everyone has performed exceptionally well. I am quite pleased. Tomorrow morning, we shall gather beneath the Hokage office to embark on our genuine ninja careers. This time, it will be no jest or drill, but rather authentic missions. Therefore, I urge you all to be fully alert and devote yourselves wholeheartedly to the battles ahead. Of course, ample rest is also essential. Return home early tonight. Enjoy a good night's sleep to rejuvenate, and prepare thoroughly for tomorrow's challenges. Among them, Sakura could no longer contain her excitement and leapt up, exclaiming, "Oh yeah, I've finally become a ninja." No more worries about being sent back to school. Noticing Naruto and Sasuke regarding her with peculiar expressions, she stuck out her tongue in embarrassment and lowered her head. Naruto shook his head helplessly, while Sasuke cast a cold glance, offering no further response as he departed, whether to dine or to rest, for it was only 11 o'clock, leaving plenty of time. Naruto retraced his steps, his thoughts lingering on Hinata, pondering what her assessment might entail. As far as he remembered, Yuhi Kurenai was not as tedious as Kakashi and was rather easy to converse with. He decided to check in. If Hinata was free, they could walk together and perhaps share a meal to foster their bond. If Kurenai was still lecturing them, he would have time to attend to his other affairs, as he still had unfinished business to wrap up. Chapter 38. Summoning in Swift Strides. Naruto hurried to the earlier meeting point where Kurenai was addressing the team. Although he could not hear her words clearly, he noticed Hinata attentively listening. So he chose not to interrupt and veered off in another direction. He settled at a familiar dining spot, ordering a buffet meal. During this time, he made his usual trip to the restroom, where he created shadow clones and swiftly utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to escape. This time, he chose a dense forest far from Konoha. The Flying Thunder God marks in this location had been placed by his loyal subordinate, Kabuto. When Kabuto departed, he had given him several kunai marked with the Flying Thunder God seal, instructing him to find remote and desolate places away from Konoha to drop the kunai and establish the marks, which would prove invaluable later. Kabuto executed this task promptly, as it was a convenient errand. In truth, Naruto could have traveled using the Flying Thunder God marks left by the second Hokage or his father, the fourth Hokage. However, based on the coordinates in the System S space, most were occupied or situated in perilous areas, so he temporarily abandoned that idea. Summoning individuals did not need to be fraught with bloodshed. Observing the dense, towering trees around him, Naruto nodded in approval of Kabuto's work. Having a capable subordinate certainly made things easier. In such a secluded area, even if he caused a considerable ruckus, it was unlikely anyone would come. Given its distance from Konoha, without hesitation, Naruto produced 6 shadow clones. However, upon further reflection, he recalled 2 of them back to his main body. For personal and emotional reasons, he was reluctant to summon those 2. After all, they were his parents. To call upon them as mere tools would be utterly sacrilegious. If word of that got out, he would surely face the ire of the readers. After arranging Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobirama, and another piece of ninja remains he valued in order, Naruto directed the remaining 4 shadow clones to stand before the respective remains, took a deep breath, and began to form hand seals. Earth, dog, pig, dragon. Feeling an inexplicable surge of excitement, Naruto could not help but shout, though he was unsure why he felt compelled to do so. Impure world reincarnation. Layers of earthy seals swiftly emerged from the remains at the feet of the shadow clones, transforming into countless small mud dragons that enveloped the clones, which exhibited expressions of anguish as they began to struggle. Agonizing howls echoed, and shortly thereafter, a flash of light illuminated the scene, and 4 familiar figures stood before him. Uchiha Madara, reporting for duty. Senju Hashirama, reporting for duty. Senju Tobirama, reporting for duty. Hatake Shigeru, reporting for duty. Indeed, the 4th mysterious figure was Hatake Kakashi's father, the legendary ninja known as the White Fang of Konoha. His mastery of short blade techniques was unparalleled. Had he not faced scorn from Konoha for abandoning a mission to save a comrade, leading to his shame and subsequent suicide, the White Fang might well have become Hokage. His name was once resounding throughout the land. Seeing the 4 legendary figures standing before him, Naruto nodded in satisfaction. The system's version of the impure world reincarnation was indeed impressive. Offering shadow clones as sacrifices proved remarkably convenient. Madara, who would have thought that we were once adversaries, later united to establish Konoha, and now find ourselves once again serving Lord Naruto together. Senju Hashirama remarked to Uchiha Madara, I have awaited this day for a long time. Let us engage in battle. Uchiha Madara retorted, eager to test his peak strength against Hashirama's. Do not presume that your Rinnegan grants you the power to defeat me. Our most pressing concern now is not infighting, but to assist Lord Naruto in battle. Let us not forget our purpose. Watching Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama bickering, Naruto could hardly contain his delight. The system's version of impure world reincarnation was truly remarkable. Summoned figures automatically recognized their master. Casting a glance at Uchiha Madara's Rinnegan, Naruto's mind began to churn with ideas. The reason he had refrained from summoning the fourth Hokage and his wife was precisely due to Madara's Rinnegan. Previously, Madara's Rinnegan had been within Nagato's possession, who wielded it with the fundamental techniques of the Rinnegan, such as the outer path and the samsara of heavenly life. To resurrect his parents, he would need the Rinnegan's wielder to perform the samsara of heavenly life. Currently, only 2 individuals possessed this technique, Nagato and Uchiha Madara. However, Naruto did not plan to resurrect his parents just yet. The fourth Hokage and his wife had been indoctrinated by the will of fire. If they were summoned through impure world reincarnation, they would undoubtedly be constrained by the system, remaining loyal to him. But should he use the samsara of heavenly life to resurrect them, free from the system's control, their deep-seated affection for Konoha might compel them to become mere pawns serving the village. Although he could choose to disregard it, after all, the fourth Hokage and his wife were merely Naruto's parents, not his own, Wang Xiaolong. However, having traversed into this world and taken possession of Naruto's body, he found it difficult to sever the ties of familial affection. Thus, in order to avoid future complications, it would be prudent to wait until the situation was settled before utilizing the reincarnation of the dirt technique to resurrect Naruto's parents. The most challenging aspect of this forbidden technique is the initial conditions. Once summoned, the reincarnated souls can only return if the caster actively dispels the technique. Otherwise, as contracted ninjas, they are destined to exist indefinitely. After Naruto's summoning, no one else could summon these ninjas, particularly Orochimaru, who would find his painstakingly learned reincarnation technique and acquired ninja cells rendered useless. As long as Naruto maintained control, Orochimaru would never be able to summon the first and second Hokages. Due to the supreme rules of the system, no one could wrest the rights to the souls from Naruto, not even the Grim Reaper. Naruto gazed contentedly at Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobirama, and Kakashi, feeling an overwhelming urge to return and obliterate Konoha. However, upon reflection, he restrained this impulse. Konoha possessed numerous talented individuals that he needed, for while seizing power is a straightforward endeavor, governing it is an entirely different challenge. He could easily destroy Konoha, yet he did not desire a ravaged village. He wished for a thriving Konoha, one that would willingly submit to him. Chapter 39. Naruto's thoughts. The news of Naruto mastering the Flying Thunder God technique swiftly spread throughout Konoha, evidently orchestrated by the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Only 2 individuals were privy to this information, him and Kakashi. Kakashi, however, had no time to gossip. He preferred to focus on the next chapter of Ika Paradise rather than spreading rumors about Naruto's newfound abilities. What? The fourth Hokage's Flying Thunder God technique. He has mastered it? With only a handful of techniques detailed in the Forbidden Scroll, how is it that I learned 2 at a glance? Is there no justice left in this world? The news was indeed reliable, originating from the Hokage's office. According to the cleaning lady, the third Hokage had a grin that was almost crooked while administering acupuncture to a voluptuous female medical ninja. Wait, is it possible that the Hokage is the one being treated? Shoo, keep your voice down. If others catch wind of this, you'll be reported. Groups of ninjas congregated on the streets, chattering excitedly. The news of Naruto mastering a forbidden technique, particularly the legendary Flying Thunder God, set the entire village ablaze with excitement. Among the crowd were skeptics, the astonished, and those who ground their teeth in envy, including the clothing store owner whom Naruto had previously defeated. Of course, there were also those who beamed with delight, notably Hiruzen Sarutobi. As long as Kakashi continued to instill the will of fire in Naruto, he would gain yet another formidable ally. Danzo, you're not the only one who can cultivate talent. You didn't see this coming, did you? Meanwhile, Naruto, having dismissed the summoned Uchiha Madara and other formidable allies, had come to test the modified reincarnation of the dirt technique. Satisfied with the results, he felt reassured. For now, he could not maintain control over the first Hokage and Tobirama for long, as they would become pivotal in defeating the third Hokage when Orochimaru launched his attack on Konoha. He could not afford to diminish Orochimaru's combat strength at this juncture. After utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique once more, Naruto returned to his original form. He purchased 2 bento boxes from a convenience store, estimating that Hinata and the others would be finished by now. He had to see Hinata. One must seize the opportunity while it was ripe, especially when pursuing a young lady. As expected, when he arrived at Yuhi Kurenai's location with the bento, Hinata and her team were just wrapping up their session. Naruto beamed as he spotted Hinata in the distance, cherishing the thought of this adorable girl becoming his devoted follower, and perhaps a lovely companion in the future. Hey Hinata, are you hungry? I bought some bento for us to share. Naruto called out joyfully, waving his hand. Hinata had never encountered such enthusiasm. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she shyly lowered her gaze, uncertain whether to greet Naruto, especially with her teacher, Kurenai, and teammates. Kiba and Shino, present. Naruto, you're so biased. Why did you only buy for Hinata and not for me? I haven't eaten either, Kiba exclaimed, feeling left out as Naruto had only purchased 2 bento boxes, one for himself and one for Hinata. That's because I didn't prepare one for you, Shino remarked. Adjusting his glasses, Kurenai raised an eyebrow, surprised by Naruto's directness. It was evident that he harbored feelings for Hinata. However, she did not intervene. Young love was a natural phenomenon, and it was harmless. She had sensed something between them since Naruto had escorted Hinata earlier that day. Kurenai smiled knowingly at Hinata, whose head lowered further, her face growing even redder. Naruto, you've become quite the sensation lately. With your ability to produce so many shadow clones, you've certainly made a name for yourself in Konoha. Unaware that Naruto had also mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, Kurenai praised his shadow clone technique instead. Naruto, however, chose not to boast, focusing instead on the intent of sharing a meal with Hinata in a secluded location. Kurenai-sensei, please don't jest. I'm merely a genin. There are countless others far more skilled than I. Kiba and Shino joined in, with Kiba suddenly throwing an arm around Naruto's shoulders. You're not being fair. Next time, buy an extra one. What about our brotherly bond? Kiba, Shikamaru, and Shoji were notorious for skipping classes during their school days, often escaping through windows. Consequently, their camaraderie was strong, having grown up together despite the stigma surrounding Naruto. Their parents had cautioned them against associating with him, yet they remained unfazed. Childish matters were best left to children. Oh, I promise I'll buy more next time. Don't worry, Shino, I'll bring you one too. Let go of me. You smelly dog. Do you want me to hit you? Naruto and Kiba shared a unique bond. But those familiar with the original story knew that Shino held a deep respect for Naruto as well. He was simply more reserved. Aside from discussing bugs, he rarely spoke, resulting in many overlooking his presence and leading to his frequent feelings of melancholy. Regarding Naruto's comment about bringing lunch for himself, Shino felt a warm sensation in his heart. He thought Naruto wouldn't notice him, as many people are often preoccupied with conversing with others, completely oblivious to his presence. For instance, during the recent lesson, even Kurenai-sensei nearly overlooked Shino's existence a few times, which left him somewhat disheartened. Leave Naruto alone. Can't you see he has ulterior motives? Don't disturb him. Do you believe I'll unleash insects on you? Without hesitation, Shino summoned a few insects that crawled playfully in his hands, creating quite the lively scene. Kiba immediately released his grip and stepped aside, raising his hands in surrender. I believe you. Just put them away. You're tougher than I am. All right. Enough of this commotion. Naruto's meal for Hinata will get cold if you keep this up. Hinata, hurry and go eat with Naruto. And remember tomorrow's meeting point. Kurenai waved her hand, swiftly intervening to alleviate the awkward situation between the couple. If this continued, Naruto wouldn't mind, but Hinata might faint at any moment. Can't they see how shy she is? Honestly, they show no awareness at all. Chapter 40. Hinata's love. Naruto grasped Hinata's hand firmly and pulled her outside. Kurenai was right. If they continued to tease her, the petite girl might distance herself from him. It was all Kiba's fault for being so talkative. Can't he see how obvious it is? His time was limited. Unless unforeseen events occurred, he would be departing tomorrow. After all, the storyline dictated it. And he had precious little time to woo the adorable Hinata. Although Naruto knew that, even if he did nothing, Hinata had already developed feelings for him. Who wouldn't he want to savor the moment sooner rather than later? He aimed to charm the sweet girl within the limited time he had. As Naruto walked slowly through the woods, holding Hinata's hand, he savored the softness radiating from her palm. He couldn't help but marvel at how true the ancients were. Little girls really are enchanting. Naruto-kun, are we far enough? Hinata shyly spoke, her cheeks still flushed. Just moments ago, Naruto had brought her lunch in front of everyone, and the impact was overwhelming. They all understood what his actions signified. It was akin to a bold confession. In the world of ninjas, relationships between men and women remain relatively innocent. Hinata harbored an immense infatuation for Naruto. Growing up in a strict household, she constantly felt the weight of her father's expectations. which stifled her spirit. While other children enjoyed carefree childhoods, Hinata faced relentless training and reprimands, burdened with the future of the Hyuga clan on her shoulders. At the tender age of 4, on a day when snowflakes fell like feathers from the sky, Hinata, mesmerized by the beautiful scenery, couldn't resist sneaking out of her home to explore. However, as fate would have it, she soon became lost. To make matters worse, a group of neighborhood bullies cornered her, taunting her as a little monster. The Hyuga clan, alongside the Uchiha, is renowned in Konoha for their unique ocular abilities. The Uchiha possess the Sharingan, while the Hyuga are known for their Byakugan, which is easily recognizable due to its distinctively pure white pupils that set them apart from others. The bullies, noticing Hinata's unusual eyes, began their cruel taunts. Hinata, being kind-hearted, chose not to engage with them. But her timid nature prevented her from standing up for herself. The harassment left young Hinata feeling miserable and helpless, tears welling in her eyes. Until Naruto descended like a hero from the heavens. He appeared before her like a warrior. At that time, Naruto was not much stronger than Hinata, having grown up with malnutrition and a frail physique. However, witnessing Hinata being bullied ignited a fierce anger within him, and he charged at the group. The cost of his heroic act was a bruised face, as he learned the hard way that one's fists cannot combat a crowd. Yet, Naruto had always been a mischievous child, adept at fighting, and he knew how to hold his own. He climbed onto the back of the leader and unleashed a flurry of punches upon him. Ignoring the blows raining down from the others, Naruto focused solely on his opponent. His ferocity intimidated the bullies, who, after regaining their feet, fled in terror. After all, Naruto fought with reckless abandon, his reputation as the demon fox making them think twice before confronting him. With his eyes swollen from the fight and his beloved red scarf torn to shreds, Naruto stood before Hinata, who was still sobbing. Like a beacon of light, he illuminated her heart, gently asking if she was hurt and praising her beautiful eyes, declaring them the loveliest he had ever seen. His heartfelt compliments chased away the shadows of despair from little Hinata's heart. From there, Naruto took her hand, escorting her back home while reassuring her to disregard the bully's words. Since that day, Naruto's image became etched deeply into Hinata's heart. As time passed, both Hinata and Naruto enrolled in the Ninja Academy, where Naruto developed a crush on Sakura, often trailing her. Hinata, aware of Naruto's affections for Sakura, felt a profound sense of loss, but chose not to interfere. To love someone is to support their happiness, and since Naruto liked Sakura, it seemed their paths would never cross. From that point onward, Hinata secretly observed Naruto from a distance, never daring to disrupt his life. However, their serendipitous encounter that morning and Naruto's deliberate visit to see her filled Hinata with joy. Especially the way he acted in front of Kurenai and Kiba made her feel that perhaps, just perhaps, Naruto held feelings for her. Though she hesitated to be certain, they had held hands and ran together in public, and he had bought her lunch exclusively. This could hardly be mere coincidence, could it? In that moment, Hinata's heart succumbed to the whims of love. She believed that Naruto liked her. Despite his changed demeanor, Hinata found herself drawn to the present version of Naruto, especially when he sought her out. "Hey, Hinata, don't daydream. Hurry and eat." Naruto's voice rang in her ears. "I handpicked this bento. It's best enjoyed while warm. If it gets cold, it won't taste as good." Unable to resist, Hinata turned to glance at Naruto, her cheeks flushing anew. She lowered her head, her fingers involuntarily fidgeting. "Thank you, Naruto-kun." Naruto was aware of Hinata's thoughts. After all, he had spent so long pursuing Sakura, leaving little room for interaction with Hinata. To suddenly bring her lunch and draw her out was a miracle in itself, making the situation all the more perplexing for anyone involved. This is Hinata. If it were someone else, it would be unimaginable to be so close. Chapter 41, Alone. Hinata, there are words I cannot express at this moment, but you must trust me. After all, time reveals strength, and prolonged acquaintance unveils one's true character. I believe you will gradually come to feel this. As Naruto spoke, he proactively opened Hinata's lunchbox, carefully cleaned the chopsticks before presenting them to her. Observing Naruto's actions, Hinata's thoughts dissipated. She was too shy to even think about it, and she picked up the chopsticks to begin her meal. Of course, her dining manner was far from the chaotic imagery one might conjure. As a refined young lady from the Hyuga clan, she maintained her poise, especially in the presence of her beloved. The significance of this moment cannot be overstated. With her beloved nearby, Even a fierce warrior could set aside their weapon and take up a needle to sew. The two engaged in little verbal exchange, simply savoring their meal in silence. Occasionally, Naruto would select a delectable morsel from his lunchbox and place it into Hinata's bowl, causing her cheeks to flush, yet she did not refuse. They both relished this extraordinarily simple lunch, and although words were absent, fleeting glances conveyed an unspoken understanding of each other's feelings. After this meal, even if Hinata were not perceptive, she began to sense the shift in their relationship. In the realm of romance, excessive words are often unnecessary. Through their actions, one can discern mutual feelings. The sensation of love is a sweet whisper in the heart, and in this moment, even a bite of spicy pepper felt sweet to Hinata, overshadowing any heat. Once the meal concluded, the pair lingered briefly to digest. To Hinata's surprise, Naruto produced 2 cans of the popular beverage from the Hidden Leaf Village. As if performing a magic trick. "Naruto-kun, I should head back now," Hinata stammered, unsure of what to do next. Feeling awkward as she had never spent time alone with a boy, let alone her crush. "Hinata, we were training this morning when we got sidetracked. Since we have ample time this afternoon, why don't we continue our training? Afterward, I'll escort you home." Naruto, being perceptive, recognized Hinata's hesitation and knew that sending her back now would render their earlier efforts futile. After a moment of contemplation, Hinata nodded. "All right, let us begin our training." She too wished to spend time with Naruto, for this rare moment of solitude with her beloved was an opportunity she had long yearned for. And how could she refuse when he invited her? Seeing Hinata descend the steps, Naruto felt a surge of happiness. He was certain that as long as he spoke, this young girl would not leave. They began their training, with Hinata employing the gentle fist and Byakugan, while Naruto unleashed his shadow clones to flank her. Each clash of their fists sent a jolt of electricity between them, heightening their focus and joy, as such moments were scarce. The afternoon passed swiftly as they practiced diligently in the woods, and under this rigorous training, Hinata's martial skills flourished. And Naruto became increasingly adept at utilizing his shadow clones. Time seemed to fly in the company of one's beloved, and soon the sun began to set. "Let us call it a day, Hinata. It's getting late, and if we don't head back soon, you might face some scolding." Naruto paused, glancing at the sun dipping below the horizon, addressing the breathless Hinata. "Yes, Naruto-kun, I too sense that it's time to return. I had a wonderful time training with you today." Hinata blushed, her fingers unconsciously twirling in circles. "I'm also quite pleased. Training with a talented beauty like you has made my afternoon feel immensely rewarding." Naruto replied with a smile. Noticing the beads of sweat on Hinata's forehead, Naruto stepped closer, taking out his handkerchief to wipe away the perspiration. Hinata was taken aback by his sudden gesture, her face flushing from neck to forehead. She could hardly believe that Naruto would perform such an intimate act. The hand-holding in the morning and the shared lunch had already felt significant, but this gesture was beyond her expectations. "Oh heavens, after all these years, have you finally heard my prayers? What magic has changed Naruto-kun's heart? I am eternally grateful." Hinata trembled with excitement, feeling breathless, pondering whether it was Naruto's closeness that was stealing the air from her lungs. "I've told you, time reveals strength and true hearts. Hinata, you can trust me." Naruto ceased his actions, fearing that if he continued, this young girl might faint from overwhelming emotion, leading to a complicated situation. The pangs of unrequited love can be tormenting. Merely brushing away a bead of sweat had caused such a stir in Hinata, which spoke volumes about her character and the depth of her feelings. "Naruto-kun, Hinata began, but Naruto placed a finger to his lips, signaling her to be quiet. "Wait for me," he instructed, knowing well what Hinata wished to express, yet he could not allow her to voice it. The declaration of feelings should come from him. After all, granting the dreams of one who admires you in silence is the most impactful gift. Naruto's intentions were to ensure Hinata understood his feelings, so that when the moment was right for him to confess, it would not come as a shock. With their emotional distance closing in, their hearts were in sync, especially given Hinata's current demeanor. Had he not intervened, her confession would undoubtedly have spilled forth. Nodding vigorously, Hinata felt as though she might soar with happiness. After years of yearning, she finally saw the fruits of her perseverance. She would wait for him, confident that Naruto would not deceive her. Today had been more than sufficient. She felt fulfilled, joyous, and utterly blissful. Chapter 42, Barrier of Wind. With a heart brimming with excitement, Naruto escorted the elated Hinata back home. promising to meet her again at the training point the following morning before he returned to his own abode. After a quick preparation of instant noodles nearing their expiration date, Naruto had his dinner and promptly fell into a deep slumber. Ding! The next morning, the alarm clock rang punctually. Naruto opened his sleepy eyes and stretched lazily. What a delightful day it promised to be. After a restful night, with the powerful recuperative abilities of the Uzumaki clan, any fatigue felt trivial, and a brief nap was all he needed to feel rejuvenated. System, I am here to sign in, Naruto declared inwardly, eager to discover what rewards awaited him today. Ding! Sign in successful. Your rewards for today are being processed. Please stay tuned. Congratulations, host, you have received a sign-in reward. 5 explosive tags, 10 shurikens, and the wind release, wind barrier ninjutsu. The system's mechanical voice resonated in Naruto's mind. He automatically disregarded the explosive tags and shurikens, as they held little significance for him at this moment. However, the wind release ninjutsu piqued his interest, for in the original narrative, Naruto excelled in wind-based techniques. The wind release, wind barrier might prove to be even more formidable in his hands. The wind release, wind barrier was created by an ancient ninja who, tormented by incessant shuriken assaults, pondered deeply and, utilizing the properties of wind combined with his own techniques, established this ninjutsu. Within the barrier's range, all flying projectiles would be intercepted, unable to breach it, boasting a defensive strength rated at 3 stars and classified as an A-level technique. Upon reading the description and attributes of this ninjutsu, Naruto felt somewhat bewildered. Are you kidding me? Isn't this akin to Yasuo's W ability from League of Legends? System, confess. Are you from the Valoran continent? How did you bring Yasuo's skill into the Naruto universe? Will my next sign-in reward be a compressed ultimate move, the Gale Force cut? Am I supposed to procure a katana to unleash it? Should I first slap my opponent to gather wind before executing the Gale Force cut? This is utterly absurd. Despite his complaints, Naruto shrugged with resignation. After all, the system's sign-in rewards were rarely remarkable. For something truly valuable, he would have to await a task from the system, as task rewards were far superior to sign-in bonuses. After washing his face and brushing his teeth, he hastily consumed a couple of pieces of bread and some expired milk, treating it as breakfast. Just like yesterday, he hurried towards the training ground. Why the rush, you ask? Naturally, it was to meet little Hinata. They had arranged to continue their battle training that morning. Indeed, upon his arrival, he found Hinata already seated on a tree trunk, lost in thought, her cheeks flushed. Oh, Hinata, you're here quite early. Naruto greeted her promptly. Have you eaten breakfast? It's essential to have breakfast. Skipping it can harm your stomach. Good morning, Naruto-kun. I've already eaten. Hinata replied, her shyness evident as she faced him. Despite their closer interaction the previous day, her timidity remained, a trait formed over time, not easily altered. The two shared an awkward silence, unsure of what to say, as this was Naruto's first attempt at pursuing someone like her. After a prolonged moment of mutual staring, they began today's practice session, engaging in offensive and defensive maneuvers to enhance their martial arts proficiency. Hinata focused on refining her Byakugan's application and mastering gentle fist techniques, while Naruto trained his shadow clone coordination and reaction speed. With the aid of her Byakugan, Hinata forced Naruto to create multiple clones to defend against her attacks, and on several occasions, she nearly landed a blow with her gentle fist. Hinata, I've developed a new ninjutsu. I'm uncertain of its effectiveness. Would you help me test it? Naruto shamelessly claimed the system's reward as his own creation, asking Hinata to evaluate its strength. Without hesitation, she agreed, viewing Naruto as exceptionally talented. The creation of a new ninjutsu seemed entirely plausible, given that he was the finest ninja in their school, and indeed, all of Konoha. You can attack from various angles with shurikens to see if you can breach my defense. This newly created ninjutsu is a defensive technique, and I wish to assess its strength. Hinata nodded. Understood, Naruto-kun. You can count on me. Naruto swiftly formed 4 hand seals, and a tempest arose, swirling the fallen leaves into a formidable wind barrier, strikingly reminiscent of Yasuo's wind wall in League of Legends. Wow, it truly resembles Yasuo's wind wall, Naruto thought, astonishment washing over him. So, Yasuo is actually a ninja? I thought he was merely a wandering swordsman. I'm about to start, Naruto-kun. Be careful, Hinata warned softly. Noticing his distraction, despite the apparent invincibility of the wind wall, she felt a sense of urgency with her beloved behind her. knowing that any flaws in his newly crafted technique were entirely possible. System, no worries, just throw your shuriken. This wind wall is a product of his creation. Let us just say that not even Uchiha Madara could breach it with shurikens. Quality assured. Upon receiving Naruto's nod, Hinata drew a shuriken and flicked her wrist, sending it hurtling towards Naruto's wind wall. As the shuriken made contact, it halted midair as if caught by an invisible force. Hinata was taken aback, marveling at Naruto's remarkable new technique. She maneuvered and attacked from several angles, but each attempt was thwarted by the wind wall. Just as she positioned herself behind Naruto, preparing to launch another shuriken, he quickly called out, "Wait, you can't throw that one." "What's wrong, Naruto-kun? Is the test complete?" Hinata asked, slightly puzzled but obediently pausing at his request, displaying her characteristic compliance. Chapter 43. Naruto's ultimate move. Naruto explained to Hinata why he had to halt her attack. It turned out that while the wind barrier was indeed formidable, capable of intercepting any flying projectiles like Yasuo's W ability, it had a significant flaw. It could only intercept attacks from the front. If an assailant approached from behind, the barrier would leave him vulnerable. Hinata seemed to grasp the concept, nodding thoughtfully. "So, your ninjutsu has a clear weakness. But why not use your clones to also cast the wind barrier? If your real self and 4 clones activate it simultaneously, wouldn't that eliminate any blind spots?" Hinata tilted her head, offering a constructive suggestion that could resolve the technique's shortcomings. Naruto was momentarily stunned, reflecting on her words. Of course. For Yasuo's casting the wind wall together would provide full coverage. How could I have overlooked that? Hinata, you are truly amazing. How did I not think of that solution? Naruto exclaimed, excitement surging through him. Her suggestion was perfect, as it was entirely feasible. He approached her excitedly, placing his hands on her shoulders, gazing at her intently, his eyes brimming with enthusiasm. Hinata's face flushed at his sudden proximity. Although she cherished Naruto's affection, she felt bashful, her cheeks warming rapidly. "Hinata, you are my lucky goddess. It is wonderful to have you by my side." Recognizing the moment, Naruto unleashed a torrent of compliments. Normal individuals often find it challenging to withstand flattery, let alone Hinata, who harbors a secret admiration for Naruto. His words carry a weight akin to a confession, leaving Hinata feeling dizzy, as if she might faint into his embrace. Observing her reaction, Naruto realizes that his sweet words have had a profound impact, and quite effectively at that. In truth, after returning home last night, Hinata found herself unable to sleep, her mind racing with thoughts of Naruto's recent closeness, which she was perceptive enough to notice. She is not foolish. Yet, her fondness for Naruto means that rather than feeling discomfort by his overtures, she is elated. After all, the person she has long admired had previously pursued Sakura, and now he is turning his affections towards her. Could this be a dream come true? Consequently, Hinata was full of joy yesterday, arriving early at the training grounds today to await Naruto's arrival. When Naruto declared that she was his lucky charm and expressed how wonderful it felt to have her by his side, it overwhelmed Hinata with happiness, leaving her in a state of blissful confusion. This joy was coming so swiftly and frequently that it felt surreal. Hinata felt as though her spirit had floated away. She was utterly enchanted. "Rest assured, Naruto-kun, I will always be by your side. No matter when, I will support you unconditionally." This singular thought resonated within her heart. She yearned to remain beside her beloved, cherishing the prospect of such moments every day. With her large eyes fluttering and her long eyelashes quivering, Hinata mustered the courage to gaze at Naruto, her lips quivering slightly as if words were poised on the verge of escape. Naruto, seasoned in matters of the heart, recognized the signs of her growing affection. To solidify his position and ensure that Hinata understood his feelings, he decided to make a bold move. Hinata hesitated, her mouth opening several times without uttering a word. Gathering her resolve, she clenched her small fist and prepared to speak, but unexpectedly, Naruto leaned in and pressed his lips against her forehead. The warmth of his lips left Hinata's mind racing, plunging her into a state of paralysis. As a rosy blush spread from her cheeks to her neck and down to her delicate hands, transforming her into a blushing lobster, Hinata could hardly believe it. Just as she was about to confess her feelings, Naruto kissed her, rendering her momentarily speechless, her thoughts of confession evaporating, leaving only a singular realization: Naruto-kun has kissed me. In the world of Naruto, such intimate gestures are not taken lightly. While in the real world a forehead kiss might be seen as innocuous, in the pure realm of Naruto, It undoubtedly signifies love, especially between Naruto and Hinata. Hinata, if I must choose someone to walk this path with me, I hope that person is you. Naruto's kiss, though fleeting, sent electric jolts through Hinata, leaving her dazed. As she gradually regained her composure, Naruto's heartfelt words caused her to sink deeper into infatuation. At that moment, her mind was a blank slate. She would have willingly accepted any request from Naruto, even if he asked her to leap into the abyss. My beloved kissed me and expressed a desire to share a lifetime together. She thought in a state of euphoric disbelief. Who could withstand such a profound gesture from their secret crush? Naruto, well versed in the art of courting, understood that after expressing affection and sharing sweet words, it was wise to retreat, granting Hinata ample time to ponder and savor the moment. There is a saying, too much of a good thing can be counterproductive. Holding Hinata's hand, he noted her dazed expression. She was still reeling from the impact of his kiss and tender words. Hinata, today is the day I have a mission. It's time for me to leave and attend to my duties. Work hard with Iruka-sensei and wait patiently for my return. Hinata nodded instinctively, still in a stupor. In the wake of his heartfelt confession, any further words from Naruto would only be absorbed and stored in her mind, awaiting the moment when her thoughts would align once more. Seeing her in such a state, Naruto recognized that nothing more could be said. She was utterly enchanted. He gently guided her to sit upon a nearby log, where he planted a kunai marked with his name into the ground. The characters Naruto inscribed in a somewhat crooked manner. Having completed this gesture, he departed towards the Hokage building, as the assembly time was approaching, and he needed to be on his way. After Naruto had been gone for a while, Hinata gradually regained her senses. Did Naruto-kun really kiss me and express his desire to spend a lifetime together? Is this what it feels like to be courted? She pondered, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Yet, she felt a sense of empowerment. How wonderfully possessive. As she recalled the moment when Naruto kissed her forehead, she blushed anew. Looking down to find the kunai he had left behind, delicately wrapped in thread, its craftsmanship exquisite despite the somewhat distorted inscription of his name. Hinata cherished it like a treasure, for it was a gift from her beloved, a token of their blossoming relationship, an emblem of their deepening bond. Reflecting on the day's developments, she felt as though she were dreaming, as everything unfolded so quickly and felt almost surreal. Just as Hinata was lost in her sweet reverie, Naruto had already arrived at the meeting point beneath the Hokage's office, where the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, resided. At the entrance of the office building, two familiar ninjas awaited. One was Aoi, who had come to assist during the battle with Mizuki, and the other was a lesser-known character, Inuzuka Rado, whose name many might not recognize. However, if one recalls the Flying Thunder God technique from the original series, they might remember that he was among those who had been taught by the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Both Aoi and Rado were not to be underestimated. While they might seem less formidable compared to other top-tier ninjas, they were indeed competent. Serving as guards during the fourth Hokage's reign and later as protectors of the newly appointed third Hokage after the tragic events that led to the fourth's demise during the Ninetales attack. Now, they stood watch at the Hokage building. Upon seeing Naruto, Aoi and Rado exchanged glances filled with a mix of emotions, envy, jealousy, and even a hint of fear. They understood that when Naruto had only mastered the shadow clone technique, the third Hokage had already expressed his delight. After all, Naruto, as the Jinchuriki of the Ninetales and a member of the Uzumaki clan, possessed an extraordinary chakra reserve. Without the Ninetales' assistance, his shadow clones had already reached thousands. And with the Ninetales' power, the clones could number in the tens of thousands. Wasn't he essentially a one-man army? And the best part was that this multitude required only a single ration of food. What a lucrative arrangement. If a conflict were to arise, sending Naruto out would be sufficient. He need only stand against the enemy, consuming their resources and exhausting their national strength, ultimately leading to their demise. Moreover, Naruto has recently mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. This news has surely spread throughout the village by now. It is likely that no villager remains unaware of Naruto's newfound skill. After all, who in the village does not enjoy a bit of gossip? Jingzu Leitong turned to Yamashiro Aoi, commenting, "We are all human, yet there exists a stark contrast. It is enough to drive one to despair. Look at Naruto. So young yet capable of such feats, wielding shadow clones and the Flying Thunder God technique. In comparison, we seem to have wasted decades of our lives." Yamashiro Aoi immediately raised a finger. "Shh, do not speak so carelessly. If the Inuzuka clan hears you, They might chain you up and force you into breeding. Ah, no. I refuse to play the part of a tragic romance between man and dog. Jingzhu Lei Tong wailed, momentarily forgetting the existence of the dog-loving Inuzuka clan. However, it must be said, you all truly lack talent. Despite years of instruction from the fourth Hokage in the Flying Thunder God technique, the three of you can only manage to execute it in unison. Meanwhile, Naruto, at merely 12 years of age, learned it simply by glancing at the Forbidden Scroll. You all were personally taught by the fourth Hokage, and yet you do not feel ashamed in comparison? Yamashiro Aoi could not help but chastise Jingzhu Lei Tong while using Naruto as a benchmark. The latter felt a deep sense of shame wash over him, wishing to bury his head in the ground. Such words were too hurtful. There is little to be done. After all, our talents are lacking. It is a matter of natural ability. And you, how can you criticize us? Kakashi graduated in the same class as you. Yet he began taking on missions at the mere age of 5, swiftly entering the Umbu and now stands as one of the elite Jonin. Nicknamed the first technician of Konoha. And what about you? Here you are, standing guard. Jingzhu Lei Tong refused to back down. So what if you have no dark past? Aren't we all just inflicting wounds upon one another? Come on, who is afraid? Hey, hold on. We should not attack each other's weaknesses. Let us maintain some decorum. Yamashiro Aoi interjected. Nevertheless, it was undeniable that Naruto was indeed exceptional, a true testament to being the child of the fourth Hokage. Yamashiro Aoi sighed, aware that while the ordinary villagers might be oblivious, the ninjas, especially those from the previous generation, understood that Naruto was the orphan of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Perhaps this was a matter of innate talent. The fourth Hokage once dominated with the Flying Thunder God technique, and as his child, Naruto likely inherited that prowess. It would be inexplicable otherwise for him to master such a challenging technique so swiftly. Jingzhu Lei Tong reminisced about the past when the fourth Hokage personally guided them in ninjutsu, even teaching them the Flying Thunder God technique hand in hand. Alas, their talents proved insufficient, and even with the fourth Hokage's guidance, they could barely perform the technique together, falling far short of the fourth's effortless execution. Meanwhile, Naruto was lost in the memory of the gentle kiss he had placed on Hinata's forehead, the first kiss he experienced since arriving in the world of Naruto. As he approached the staircase, he noticed that the guards, Yamashiro Aoi and another individual, were staring at him with peculiar expressions. Startled, Naruto quickly touched his face, finding nothing amiss. After all, he had just kissed Hinata, and there was no way he bore any lipstick marks. Why were they gazing at him so strangely? Perplexed, he inquired, "Is there something you need?" Noticing Naruto's discomfort, Yamashiro Aoi and Jingzhu Lei Tong quickly laughed it off, assuring him that it was nothing, urging him to hurry upstairs as the third Hokage and Kakashi had been waiting for quite some time. Naruto, not suspecting anything amiss, ascended the stairs. Upon reaching the door, he overheard the voice of Sarutobi Hiruzen, the old man, saying, "Rest assured, I am assigning you the strongest team in Konoha. There will be no issues." Upon hearing this, Naruto's heart sank. Could it be? He had just graduated yesterday, and today he was being sent on a mission to the Land of Waves? Sarutobi Hiruzen, you old rascal. Are you being too harsh? This is not right. According to the timeline, we should not be here yet. As he pushed the door open and stepped inside, he discovered that Sasuke and Sakura had already arrived, and to his surprise, Kakashi was on time for once. Oh no, has Kakashi's spot now been claimed by me? Naruto suddenly realized he was the last to arrive. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat at his desk, cheerfully sifting through a mountain of paperwork, and Naruto could clearly see that the documents in his hands contained their registration information. However, the most striking figure was not Kakashi or the Hokage, but rather the elderly man seated on the sofa, Tazuna, the bridge builder from the Land of Waves. With his silver hair and beard, wearing a straw hat and clutching a bottle of sake, he seemed oblivious, taking swigs and appearing quite inebriated. No wonder he was dazed. He did not even notice their arrival. Has Konoha truly run out of capable ninjas? This group of children is meant to be the strongest team? Hokage-sama, you cannot be serious. I do not wish for you to later send someone to retrieve their corpses. Tazuna glanced at Naruto and the others, his eyes filled with disdain. The strongest team? A bunch of children dares to claim that title? It seems Konoha's reputation is overstated. There is a significant gap in credibility here. Just as Naruto was about to speak, he noticed Sakura's face flush with anger, her fists clenching tightly, clearly ready to unleash her wrath upon the old man. Who are you calling children? If I were a white tiger, Naruto would have long been drained dry. And as for collecting corpses, I would not be the first to fall. Old man, do not underestimate us. Even if we are young, we are still ninjas. Your age does not equate to strength. Ninja prowess is not measured by years. Sakura, prepared for a verbal confrontation, was held back by Kakashi, who understood that her rebellious spirit could be quite formidable. Rest assured, Mr. Tazuna, I guarantee that with this team accompanying you, even if the task's difficulty were to increase twofold, transitioning to an A-rank mission would be entirely manageable. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, stroked his beard thoughtfully, savoring his tobacco pipe before declaring, "Oh? What gives you such confidence, Sarutobi?" Tazuna, attempting to open his eyes wider, still failed to perceive any difference. Sasuke stood silently to the side, hands in his pockets, indifferent to the situation. After all, the Uchiha clan was invincible. Naruto, however, found himself in a contemplative silence, aware of the true difficulty of this task. This Tazuna was a poor man, lacking in funds, yet he carried himself with great arrogance. The task he reported to Konoha did not match the reality of the situation he faced. This mission ought to have been entrusted to A-ranked ninjas. They truly should not be the ones undertaking it. For in the original narrative, Tazuna's adversaries, Kato and his ilk, procured the services of the Mist's assassin, Zabuza Momochi, to settle matters. Thus, he is acutely aware that this old man is persistently needling Sarutobi Hiruzen, not out of disdain, but genuinely seeking to have Sarutobi dispatch a few more formidable ninjas, as he understands the task's complexity. Lord Hokage, I believe Mr. Tazuna's argument holds considerable merit. We are indeed ill-suited for this mission, especially since we just graduated yesterday. Our camaraderie is still nascent, and we have yet to undergo any real acclimatization. To embark on a mission now would pose an overwhelming challenge for us. Naruto interjected, asserting that they should not undertake this job. He was indifferent, but it seemed inappropriate to exert themselves so strenuously right after graduation. You pay us for a C-rank mission, yet expect us to handle an A-rank or even S-rank task. Is this exploitation a lesson learned from the HR department? Once Naruto mastered the shadow clone technique, his significance in Sarutobi's eyes shifted. However, upon learning that Naruto had also acquired the flying thunder god technique, Sarutobi's estimation of him deepened. At this moment, Naruto's words plunged Sarutobi back into contemplation. Kakashi glanced at Naruto. According to the intelligence he had received, such statements were not typical of Naruto, who had always been perceived as an impulsive and undisciplined youth by the villagers. Typically, one would expect Naruto to leap with joy at this juncture. After all, the higher the mission rank a ninja undertakes, the more esteemed they are. Sasuke and Sakura also turned to look at Naruto, their expressions reflecting surprise. However, Sasuke's gaze carried a hint of disdain. He had initially thought Naruto had potential, only to realize that the boy was merely brash. During the assessment, he had dared to confront even elite Jounin Kakashi, yet now, faced with a mere C-rank task, he was timid. Truly pathetic. Naturally, Naruto noticed the looks exchanged between Sakura and Sasuke, comprehending their underlying implications, yet he found it peculiar. This progression was evidently askew. According to the standard narrative, after their graduation, Team 7's first day should have involved picking up mundane D-rank tasks such as cat catching or weed pulling. Only after a month or two of such menial labor would Tazuna arrive in Konoha seeking assistance. By that time, Sarutobi would deem them prepared for C-rank missions. Yet here they were, set to embark on Tazuna's task the very next day. This timeline had been accelerated by over a month. Moreover, they were to confront Zabuza Momochi, a notorious rogue ninja from the Mist Village. In the original story, Kakashi was imprisoned in a water prison and subjected to humiliation. Despite Sasuke's nonchalant demeanor, he had nearly been dispatched to reunite with his parents by Zabuza's subordinate, Haku, using the 1,000-killing water technique. Sarutobi's lack of courtesy in thrusting them into such perilous circumstances was astonishing. Naruto, are you perhaps anxious about your lack of experience on your first mission? Or does the prospect of venturing out intimidate you? Sarutobi pondered, believing Naruto was accustomed to the comforts of the village and thus wary of the outside world, prompting him to ask with a smile. Internally, Naruto sighed. Is this truly a lapse in judgment? You, an elder, have been astute in your dealings with Danzo for years. Do you truly fail to perceive Tazuna's intentions? Surely you're not blind to the fact that Tazuna yearns for skilled ninjas. For heaven's sake, clear your smoke-clogged mind. The task's rank is fundamentally misaligned. Look, the ninjas you assigned lack confidence themselves. How am I to trust them? You ought to assign some more reputable names. Although our task's commission is modest, the scenery along the way is breathtaking. Consider it a holiday for some hardworking, illustrious ninjas. Allow them to rest and experience the cultural nuances of our land of waves. A fleeting glimmer of shrewdness flashed in Tezuna's drunken eyes, though it was momentary. Naruto, ever observant, caught it just in time. He was not the only one. Sasuke was also watching intently. Despite his brashness, Sasuke was a genius who had graduated from the academy, and after Naruto's assertion, he scrutinized Tezuna with newfound interest. After all, it was peculiar for a versatile user of the Flying Thunder God technique to decline a mission. Naruto, discerning Sasuke's expression, surmised that he, too, recognized the oddities at play. They exchanged knowing glances, a silent understanding passing between them. Do not worry, Naruto. This time, you have Kakashi leading the charge. Think of it as a cross-rank training exercise. The village requires your rapid growth, and while this task may seem ill-timed for freshly graduated ninjas, it ultimately presents an opportunity for swift development, outweighing any drawbacks. I find no issues with it. Kakashi, what is your opinion? Sarutobi inquired, setting aside the documents in his hands. Having reviewed Tezuna's task list thoroughly, Sarutobi felt confident that it posed no real problem for Team 7. Indeed, he had considered Naruto's concerns. Typically, newly graduated teams executed missions within the village, as the outside world harbored dangers. Only after attaining sufficient experience would they be dispatched on external tasks. Although Kakashi was taken aback by Naruto's remarks, to him, this level of mission was akin to child's play. He had commenced undertaking missions at the tender age of 5, having encountered far greater challenges than this. I see no issue. They could benefit from this experience. I will exert myself fully to instruct them, Kakashi affirmed, nodding at Sarutobi. He had no reservations about the matter. With Kakashi's affirming response, Sarutobi felt reassured. Ultimately, it would be Kakashi who bore the brunt of the task, while the young ones could treat it as a leisurely excursion. With this thought, the third Hokage turned to Tezuna. Mr. Tezuna, have you heard? This mission will be executed by Team 7, led by Kakashi. You can rest assured. While you may harbor doubts about those children, surely you trust Kakashi's esteemed reputation. The finest technician of Konoha. I have assigned you none other than my most competent ninjas. Moreover, do not underestimate these children. Each has been meticulously selected and trained, and they are all exceptional candidates. Not to mention, Team 7 is the strongest class of this year. You are aware of the renown that accompanies each strongest class of Konoha ninjas. Rest assured regarding this escort mission, there will be no issues. Tezuna regarded Sarutobi, who was extolling Team 7, and recognized that the decision had been made. No amount of protest would alter the outcome, unless he revealed the truth and disclosed the actual difficulty of the task. However, that was implausible. He lacked the finances to hire ninjas of that caliber. Very well, I hope they do not let me down. Tezuna took another heavy swig of his drink, not even raising his eyelids. Such behavior struck the others as somewhat lacking in decorum, particularly Sakura, whose veins stood out in agitation, while Sasuke wore a reluctant expression. The task itself was not the problem. It was the old man's presumptuousness that incited their ire. They were tempted to confront him and give him a piece of their minds. Naruto let out a resigned sigh, cursing under his breath as he realized that the timeline had shifted and an unexpected mission had arrived at this inopportune moment. Team 7, stand by. Sarutobi Hiruzen opened the mission scroll and began to read its contents. Escort Mr. Tezuna back to the land of waves. Mission rank C. During the mission, please remain vigilant. As Hiruzen continued to recite the details, the thoughts of those present in the office diverged significantly. Kakashi struggled to restrain Sakura's eager fists while maintaining a cordial demeanor towards Tezuna, his peripheral vision catching the increasingly disgruntled expression of Sasuke, worried that he might react impulsively like Sakura. Strangely, Naruto, who was usually known for his impetuousness, seemed rather dejected today. Kakashi sensed something was amiss. The atmosphere among his teammates felt as if their souls had been swapped. He couldn't shake the feeling that the Sakura he was holding back should actually be Naruto instead. Naruto was too preoccupied to pay attention to Hiruzen's proclamation, as another sound demanded his focus. Just as Hiruzen confirmed that Naruto and his team would undertake Tezuna's escort mission, a system notification chimed in his mind. Congratulations, host. You have triggered the main storyline mission, Escort Tezuna. Note, Although the mission rank is C, the actual difficulty is rated as A. Please remain vigilant and prioritize safety. Please make a mission choice and select your corresponding reward. Option 1. Safely escort Mr. Tazuna home. Defeat the duo of Zabuza and Haku during the mission and eliminate the Kato Bandit organization. Mission reward: Wind Release, Windblade. Option 2. Safely escort Mr. Tazuna home. After defeating Zabuza and Haku, summon them to fight for you. Eliminate the Kato Bandit organization. Mission reward: Double Tomo Sharingan. Option 3. Alter the mission narrative. Safely escort Mr. Tazuna home. During the mission, abandon Kakashi to his fate, allowing Zabuza to kill him, and summon Kakashi to serve you. Mission reward: Increase in height by 2 centimeters. As Naruto pondered the mission options and rewards, he was momentarily stunned. Increase in height. Seriously? Does he really need that? How dare they underestimate him? He has plenty of potential. Thank you very much. What is the significance of a mere centimeter? Alright, enough of this. The real kicker is that there's a small line I didn't mention regarding option 3. It states that the reward is not unique. You all know what that means, right? Good steel should be used wisely. Although I'm not sure why the timeline has shifted prematurely, there's no reason for Kakashi to die just yet. After all, rushing to reunite father and son feels a bit unfair to White Fang. Isn't it enough that your father is working for you? You also want the son to come and help you summon him? Come on, let us leave a legacy for the Hitaki clan. I digress. Back to the matter at hand, everyone. The first mission reward is a wind-based technique, which follows the canonical storyline and poses minimal risk. However, in terms of rewards, it's rather mediocre. Windblade sounds impressive, but is essentially just a wind blade. This is something that mages in Western fantasy novels often employ, especially wind mages. And it's quite basic. So, in comparison, the potency of this ninjutsu is rather ordinary, not offering great value. The second reward, the Double Tomo Sharingan, is definitely worth considering. After all, his current Sharingan is merely the initial 1 Tomo level. The Uchiha clan's Sharingan is notoriously difficult to awaken, requiring a significant emotional event to trigger it. Furthermore, upgrading it to its highest form necessitates the death of a loved one. Just look at Sasuke. His brother slaughtered their entire clan to awaken his Sharingan, and even then, Sasuke only unlocked his first Tomo during Zabuza's mission. Now you see how challenging it is to awaken the Sharingan, right? Thus, you should understand the value of the second mission reward. Of course, compared to the third option, the first two are trivial. What man doesn't aspire to have enduring prowess? As long as one surpasses their rivals, they can be deemed invincible. As for the formidable Uchiha, we cannot compare. Fate is fair. If it takes away one thing, it must provide something in return, right? So, there's no need to envy the Uchiha excessively or feel compelled to choose rewards 1 and 2. I choose option 2. Naruto resolved internally. The note about non-unique rewards indicates future opportunities. Besides, he is still young, only 12. What if the mission rewards come through, and he has to buy new pants? That costs money. What will be his ultimate trump card? Naturally, it will be the Edo Tensei. What does Edo Tensei require? The corpses of powerful individuals. If Zabuza and Haku perish, he will gain the reward of upgrading his Sharingan to 2 Tomo and acquire 2 loyal, immortal soldiers. No matter how one looks at it. Option 2 is the most advantageous. Once Orochimaru returns with his collection from the various ninja villages, and his undead army grows, who in the land of waves would dare to oppose him? Even Madara struggled against the 5 Kage. The rest are mere fodder. While Naruto was engrossed in his thoughts, Sarutobi had already finished reading the mission details. Naruto had absorbed none of it, but that didn't matter. He was well versed in this mission's storyline. It's just about escorting Tazuna home, fending off Zabuza's assassination attempts along the way, and annihilating the Kato Bandit organization after arriving at his residence. Simple enough. Seeing that everyone had listened to the mission requirements, Sarutobi looked up with a smile and asked, Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, do you have any questions? The die was cast. What was there to question? If inquiries were of any use, they wouldn't have been assigned this mission. Noticing the lack of objections from the group, Sarutobi waved his hand and instructed, Kakashi, take Sakura and Sasuke downstairs. Tomorrow morning, meet Mr. Tazuna at the village entrance and head to the land of waves. Naruto, you stay behind. I have a few words to share with you. Okay, I understand. Kakashi nodded. Though curious about why Naruto was singled out for a private conversation with the third Hokage, he was clever enough to surmise the reason. Perhaps the third noticed Naruto's reluctance about this mission and wanted to give him a little nudge. After all, Naruto had learned the Flying Thunder God technique, and he was more than capable of handling a C-rank mission, if not a B-rank. Even without D-rank missions for experience, a C-rank mission would still serve as good practice. Sakura, Sasuke, let us go. We'll see you tomorrow, Mr. Tazuna. Kakashi called to Sasuke and Sakura as they exited, offering a polite nod to the slightly inebriated Tazuna, acknowledging him as their employer. Kakashi was not like the impulsive youngsters Sakura and Sasuke. In the world, social connections and etiquette held significant importance. Sasuke and Sakura remained silent, obediently following Kakashi out, but as they reached the door, both Sasuke and Sakura glanced back at Naruto. As fellow ninjas of Team 7, all tasked with this mission, Sasuke felt somewhat slighted that the third had called Naruto aside for a private talk while he was excluded. Though Naruto had mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, Sasuke had graduated from the academy as a prodigy, and his Uchiha name carried considerable weight, equal to Naruto's famed title. Most importantly, while the Flying Thunder God was certainly powerful, its efficacy depended on the user. Look at the duo of Inuzuka Kiba and Nara Shikamaru. They could also utilize the Flying Thunder God, yet they were hardly formidable. Who knows? Perhaps Naruto was on par with them. Sasuke remained troubled by Sarutobi Hiruzen's decision to leave Naruto alone. Old man, do you look down upon the Uchiha clan? He thought. I shall demonstrate the power of the Uchiha to you. Unlike Sakura, Naruto's rival, Sasuke possessed an overwhelming sense of competitiveness, having been constantly compared to Itachi by his father, Fugaku. While Itachi mastered the Great Fireball technique in an instant, Sasuke toiled for an extended period, practicing until his mouth was blistered. This led to his inability to accept peers who surpassed him. Otherwise, his competitive spirit would be uncontainable. Once everyone departed, the empty Hokage office was left with only Hiruzen and Naruto. Naruto stood still, expressionless, unchanged from when he first entered. Observing Naruto's demeanor, Hiruzen mistook his stillness for nervousness, taking a deep drag from his pipe and exhaling a cloud of smoke to comfort him. Naruto, there's no need to be so tense. It's just a mission. Besides, it's a simple escort task. There may be bandits along the way, but they're just ordinary folk. And with Kakashi accompanying you, there's nothing to worry about. Internally, Naruto scoffed. What do you know, old man? If you knew what dangers awaited, would you still speak so lightly? Standing there, you have no idea of the hardships. Chapter 48. Conversation. Old man, if you have something to say, just say it. I'm listening. If not, I need to get some ramen. After all, once I embark on this mission, I want to have the chance to savor Uncle Ichiraku's delicious chashu ramen. Naruto lifted his head coldly, casting a discontented glance at Hiruzen, recalling how he always interacted with the third Hokage in this manner. All you think about is ramen. You're unwilling to take on missions just because you can't have Ichiraku's ramen? Hiruzen chuckled, realizing Naruto's priorities lay with food rather than nerves. It was understandable, given Naruto's profound affection for ramen. Regarding Naruto's informal address of old man, Hiruzen was unfazed. He had grown accustomed to it. This brat would call him Grandpa Third when he needed something, yet refer to him casually when he felt annoyed. Naruto, although you have mastered the Shadow Clone technique and the Flying Thunder God technique, you must remain vigilant. During missions, always stay alert. And while you're with Kakashi, learn earnestly. He is an exceptionally experienced teacher who can impart much knowledge. If you apply yourself, you will avoid many pitfalls and enhance your strength. The number of skilled shinobi in the village was dwindling, yet the requests for missions were increasing. Naruto, you must grow quickly. When you mature, I will pass many responsibilities onto you. Isn't your dream to become Hokage? To achieve that, you must contribute to the village. Only then will you earn their recognition and be able to ascend to Hokage. A ninja who lacks the villagers' approval cannot become Hokage. Remember this principle. Foster good relationships with the villagers. Work diligently in your training, and if you ever find yourself confused or in need of help, come to me. I will assist you to the best of my ability. Hiruzen expressed his thoughts thoroughly, encompassing future plans and reflections on past experiences. As soon as Hiruzen began to speak, Naruto anticipated the old man's intentions, having grown familiar with his mannerisms. If you were truly so benevolent, would my life still be so arduous? Have you ever seen a prince living in conditions worse than a beggar? If you had a conscience, you would have returned my father, Minato Namikaze's, withheld compensation. If you had any decency, you would have ensured that the compensation was disbursed in full. Meanwhile, You enjoy a lavish life in a grand villa, while I dwell in a slum, drinking expired milk and eating instant ramen. Sure enough, Hiruzen feigned concern about Naruto learning from Kakashi, merely wishing for him to be indoctrinated with the will of fire to serve his interests. You plan to hand over responsibilities to me? How generous. It's clear you envision a future where I toil away for your benefit, while you enjoy the fruits of my labor, living luxuriously. How about you suggest that the villagers treat me well? Your subjects refer to me as a demon fox. Why not instruct them to be civilized and polite? If I retaliate, am I not then acting inappropriately? Do you expect me to simply accept their ridicule? Naruto, no fool, grasped the underlying message in Hiruzen's few words. The prospect of becoming Hokage seemed a distant dream. While it was said to be a position elected by the people, in reality, it was often reserved for those with connections. The second Hokage was the younger brother of the first, and you, a disciple of the first and second, ascended to the third. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, is my father, seemingly unrelated to you. Yet his master was also your pupil. In essence, you are my father as senior. The fifth Hokage, Tsunade, is the granddaughter of the first Hokage, while the sixth, Kakashi, is my father as student. Even the deceased Danzo, a half-fifth Hokage, was a student of the first and second. Without such connections, who could hope to attain the position of Hokage? Why has Inuzuka Kiba never been Hokage? Why has the Hyuga clan never produced a Hokage? Why has the Uchiha clan never seen one in that role? Is it a lack of talent or ability? Absurd. Once I mastered the shadow clone technique, you began to show interest. Upon my learning of the flying thunder god technique, you began to pay attention. If I had not mastered these forbidden techniques, would you have kept me here for this discussion? Perhaps Sasuke would be standing in my place. Where was your concern before? Now, you seek to commend me. I assent it a bit late? Internally, Naruto vented his frustrations toward the third Hokage, yet his external expression remained unchanged, devoid of any ripple. Rest assured, old man. Should I require your assistance, I shall not hesitate to approach you. Also, try not to hold the villagers too accountable. They know not what they do. The seal of the Nine Tails upon you was inherently unjust. I will work to temper their attitudes, but you must also understand their sentiments. The devastation wrought by the Nine Tails still haunts their hearts. All right, you old man. It's a pity you don't teach at the North Shadow Academy. Your acting skills are exemplary. The term hypocrisy could very well have been coined for you. You present one facade while concealing another. You truly excel at maintaining a dual persona. Those unaware must be overwhelmed with gratitude toward you at this moment. Naruto contemplated whether to feign tears to express loyalty to the old man. But realizing his acting skills were insufficient for such a display, he abandoned the thought. Better to avoid overdoing it, should the old man see through him. It would not end well. Rest assured, I shall train diligently, and when the time comes, I will present you with a surprise. Naruto emphasized the word surprise, uncertain if Hiruzen comprehended its significance, but he felt his message was conveyed. Very well, you focus on your training, I shall handle the rest. Haha, Naruto, my dear grandson. I eagerly await the day you astonish me. To be honest, I can hardly contain my excitement. Sarutobi Hiruzen laughed heartily. Such moments of joy were rare for him. The grown-up Naruto must possess extraordinary strength. Naruto cast a knowing glance at Sarutobi Hiruzen and reassured him, rest assured. A grand surprise is indeed forthcoming. It won't be long now. Chapter 49. Sweet nothings. After departing from the Hokage building, Naruto reflected that he had little to pack. Aside from some expired milk and instant ramen, his home was nearly devoid of possessions. With a swift motion, he transformed into a flash of light. Vanishing from the spot, he had utilized the flying thunder god technique. Now that everyone was aware of the existence of this technique, there was no need for secrecy. Rather than let it gather dust, he might as well use it openly. Naruto landed at the rendezvous point of Team 8, where he sought out Hinata. The sudden appearance of Naruto left Hinata, Yuhi Kurenai, Inuzuka Kiba, and Aburame Shino momentarily stunned. Naruto? What on earth? How did you just appear? Kiba exclaimed, taken aback by Naruto's abrupt arrival. This must be the legendary flying thunder god technique of the fourth Hokage. Naruto, you must have marked this place. Kurenai, with her sharp intellect, deduced that Naruto's sudden manifestation, devoid of any prior indication, could only be attributed to this space-time ninjutsu. Just yesterday, all of Konoha had learned that Naruto had mastered the fourth Hokage's signature technique. Moreover, she was certain that Naruto had marked Hinata. After all, as a mere genin, he would not have been able to appear so suddenly beside her. Kurenai, being a jonin, was not to be underestimated. Idiot, did you forget what everyone was saying yesterday? Naruto has learned the flying thunder god. You just mentioned it yesterday, and now you've forgotten? Shino adjusted his sunglasses, unceremoniously chastising Kiba. Oh right, I completely forgot. So, Naruto, what brings you here? Kiba stammered. Can you please try to think a little? Your dog Akamaru is smarter than you. Shino could no longer tolerate it and dragged Kiba away. Meanwhile, Akamaru, Kiba's dog, barked in agreement, expressing his support for Shino's words. Hinata's cheeks flushed as she glanced shyly at her teacher, Kurenai. After Naruto's arrival, she sensed that he must have something important to discuss. And though she wished to accompany him, she feared Kurenai might object. Thus, she nervously looked up at Kurenai. Kurenai, being well aware of youthful sentiments, understood the unspoken thoughts between the two. Although she was currently instructing a class, she didn't mind a brief interruption. Moreover, she enjoyed witnessing such moments. Don't mind me. If you two have something to say, go ahead. I promise not to eavesdrop. Naruto felt a bit awkward upon hearing Kurenai's words. It seemed he had arrived at an inopportune moment, disrupting the lesson. Given Hinata's shyness, this must have made her feel even more uncomfortable. Red teacher, Hinata stammered. Her cheeks flushed as she fidgeted with the hem of her clothes. Oh, young ones, I understand. No need for explanations, just go. Kurenai waved her hand generously. Thank you, Kurenai-sensei. You look truly beautiful today. Naruto gratefully nodded at Kurenai before taking Hinata's hand and dashing towards the woods. Naruto, why did you come to find me at such an unexpected time? Hinata queried, her face still flushed as she bombarded him with questions. After all, it had not been long since they had parted ways in the morning. I received a mission and must leave the village for training. I don't know how long I'll be gone, so I wanted to tell you. Also, do you remember the kunai I gave you? It has my flying thunder god mark, so no matter when or where, I can teleport to your side. I just flew over from the Hokage office to find you. Naruto explained patiently as he sat on a tree branch, holding Hinata's hand. Why would they assign a mission outside the village? Shouldn't newly graduated ninjas be executing tasks within the village? Hinata was bewildered. She had just graduated yesterday, and now she was being sent on a mission? If not for her deep affection for Naruto, she might have doubted his sincerity, wondering if the morning kiss and their previous closeness were merely fleeting whims. Did Sakura's kind words sway him back into the role of a devoted admirer? Don't overthink it. I'm truly going on a mission. If you don't believe me, you can ask Kurenai-sensei, and she'll confirm it with Kakashi. Naruto, noticing Hinata's expression, knew what she was pondering and gently tapped her forehead. Oh, I wasn't overthinking. It's just so strange to send you out on a mission right after graduation. There's never been a precedent for that. Hinata protested, covering her head. Time is of the essence, and the mission is pressing. We can discuss everything else when I return. Now extend your arm. I need to place a flying thunder god mark on you. This way, if anything happens, I can reach you immediately to protect you. Naruto spoke softly, determined to safeguard his dear Hinata. Is that really necessary? I have your kunai. Hinata hesitated. The kunai can be misplaced. What if it gets lost? This is much safer. Without waiting for her response, Naruto rolled up Hinata's sleeve and marked her fair arm with the flying thunder god seal. The mark flickered briefly on Hinata's arm before vanishing. There we go. Now I can find you easily. Even if you lose the kunai, I'll still be able to track you down. No matter where you go, you won't escape. In this lifetime, you are mine. Naruto leaned closer to Hinata's ear, whispering sweet nothings, causing her already flushed ears to redden further. Yes, I will always be yours. I want to run away. Hinata murmured softly, overwhelmed by the romantic words, feeling as if she were experiencing love for the first time. In that moment, all she desired was to nestle into Naruto's embrace, forgetting everything else. Wow, this little brat is quite the charmer at such a young age. Is this really Naruto? Looking at Hinata, she appears utterly smitten, ready to do anything for him. Is it just me, or are the youth today exceptionally bold? Even I, an old aunt, find it hard to resist these sweet words. Kurenai mused to herself, blushing as she observed the scene unfold, realizing how captivating Naruto's words were. In this world, yet another lovesick soul had emerged. Kurenai couldn't help but sigh, pondering how unexpectedly charming Naruto could be. Indeed, it seems that the old adage holds true. No good man ever goes unappreciated. Chapter 50. Hinata's first kiss. Where are you all going this time? Is it dangerous? Hinata asked with concern, worried that her first day on the job would lead her to peril. Have you heard of the Land of Waves? Naruto inched closer to Hinata, inhaling the sweet fragrance of her hair. Hinata softly replied, "Yes, I know. Our history teacher talked about it. The Land of Waves is a small island nation, surrounded by sea, and quite close to our Land of Fire. However, due to its surrounding seas, the transportation within the island is largely limited to waterways, rendering other means rather ineffective. This excessive reliance on a singular mode of transport can lead to significant inconveniences." Naruto gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, as expected of Hinata, "You are absolutely right. Our mission this time is to travel to the Land of Waves and escort an elderly man and a child. Will it be dangerous?" Hinata asked with concern, caring more about the potential risks than the duration of the task. "Not at all." Naruto pondered carefully. While the process might be somewhat convoluted, the risks were indeed minimal. He just needed to remind Kakashi not to be overly complacent. There shouldn't be any issues with Zabuza. Besides, he had his own formidable abilities to rely on. If it came down to a life-or-death situation, he could always summon Madara for assistance. However, that would entail a risk of exposure, and using the Flying Thunder God technique would not bode well for his reputation. Furthermore, Kakashi had a certain destiny to uphold, and Zabuza's desire for Kakashi's life would pose a challenge. Placing his hand on Hinata's shoulder, he pulled her closer with a reassuring embrace. "Don't worry. I've got the Flying Thunder God technique at my disposal. If we encounter an insurmountable foe, I can teleport right to your side. If we can't win, we can always retreat. A failed mission is just that. I still want to be with you for a lifetime." Hinata, still processing his previous declarations of affection, struggled to find a sliver of rationality amidst her sweet romantic feelings. Just when she thought she had grasped a semblance of composure, Naruto delivered another blow of love that shattered her already fragile sensibility. In the distance, Yugao couldn't help but press a hand to her forehead, exclaiming, "This is too much. Who can withstand this? Oh no, here we go again." Indeed, with that declaration of love, Hinata, who was already inexperienced in the ways of the world and completely enamored, turned beet red, her reason evaporating in an instant. Previously, she had silently harbored feelings for Naruto, feeling a twinge of jealousy whenever he pursued Sakura. Never had she imagined that such overwhelming happiness would one day grace her life. Nor did she anticipate that it could be so sweet. Love, indeed, was a wondrous thing. With her fingers fidgeting in a flurry, her voice barely above a whisper, she stammered, "Naruto, please be careful while you're out there. I'll be waiting for your return." After uttering those words, she instantly lowered her head in shyness. They had only been together for 2 days, yet their progress was undeniably swift. No wonder the old saying goes, like dry kindling to fire. When love strikes, it truly cannot be contained. "Tomorrow, I want to be able to practice with you. When you're alone, make sure you don't slack off. Don't worry, I will definitely work hard." Hinata nodded vigorously, determined to practice regardless of Naruto's encouragement. "Well then, my dear, your boyfriend is leaving for a mission tomorrow. Shouldn't you express something?" Naruto leaned closer, lowering his head and presenting his cheek just within reach of her lips, his finger playfully tapping the spot. Clearly, he had marked his territory. I don't know if this is appropriate." Hinata felt as if she might faint, her face radiating heat. Meanwhile, Yugao, who had been eavesdropping, gasped, "What on earth am I listening to? What are they up to? Is it what I think it is? Are kids these days so mature? No, they are moving far too quickly." Unable to convince herself otherwise, Yugao continued to eavesdrop, curious about the actions of this love-struck couple, hoping they wouldn't be as scandalous as she feared. Hinata, observing Naruto's mischievous grin and the persistent finger poking at his cheek, understood his intentions all too well. Though her heart was already prepared, their pace was astonishingly rapid. After all, they had only been dating for a mere 2 days. Yesterday they were merely holding hands. And today they were at this stage? She repeatedly encouraged herself, and Naruto remained silent. Well aware that he must not rush her, she needed to come willingly. Pushing too hard would only yield adverse results. After what felt like an eternity, a warm breath brushed against his cheek, and Naruto couldn't suppress a smile. He knew what he desired was drawing near. Hinata had been rallying her courage for quite some time. This was her first kiss, and it was destined for her beloved. Although she had envisioned this moment countless times, the reality ignited a whirlwind of nerves, leaving her breathless. Slowly, she leaned in towards Naruto's cheek, her face growing ever redder, her breaths becoming rapid. Finally, she pressed a gentle kiss against his cheek, swiftly covering her face with her hands, and fleeing the scene. Oh my gosh, I can't face anyone now. This is too embarrassing. Naruto watched her retreating figure, a wide grin breaking across his face. Indeed, that little girl had a charm all her own. Yugao, witnessing Hinata's flustered exit, couldn't help but feign ignorance. What's wrong, Hinata? Her expression betrayed her amusement. The smile at the corner of her mouth revealing her true thoughts. Did she really think no one noticed their kiss? She had heard all their sweet nothings and had witnessed it firsthand. Now she pretended to be oblivious while playfully questioning her. Oh, Yugao, how unprofessional of you. As a teacher, how could you spy on young couples in their affectionate moments? Save such scenes for me in the future. I relish watching them. This was indeed too precocious. It felt as though Naruto had transformed into a completely different person. If only he had directed such charm towards Sakura. He would have won her heart long ago. Unable to suppress her musings, Yugao continued to ponder the scene she had just witnessed. The finesse with which Naruto pursued Hinata spoke of experience that could only be acquired over decades. Could it be that he had been practicing on Sakura all along? Perfecting his skills before wooing Hinata? Chapter 51. Departure. After Hinata shyly dashed away, Naruto reminisced, gently touching his face, particularly the spot where Hinata had just kissed him. Feeling the lingering warmth and fragrance. Unable to suppress a chuckle, he utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to leave the area. He decided against bidding farewell, not wanting Yugao to suspect anything, which would lead to an awkward situation. Unbeknownst to him, she had witnessed and heard everything. Upon returning home, where he had previously marked a spot with the Flying Thunder God technique, he found the convenience of this ninjutsu undeniable. It facilitated quicker travel and made transportation far more efficient. Most importantly, if the Umbu were to track or monitor him, it would not be so simple anymore. This was one of the reasons he had revealed the technique to Kakashi during the exam. Even if it was exposed, Hiruzen Sarutobi would not take action against Naruto. After all, Naruto's father was the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. It was hardly surprising that the son inherited his father's talent and mastered the ninjutsu he excelled at. As expected, when the news reached the third Hokage, he was not particularly astonished. However, if Naruto were to use the reanimation jutsu, it would be an entirely different matter. Naruto believed that if he dared to employ the reanimation technique in front of the third Hokage, Hiruzen would instantly deduce his connection to the infamous incident that occurred that night. The day he chose to reincarnate in the land of dirt marked the moment of his defection from Konoha. Naruto casually selected a few articles of clothing and a couple of nearly expired instant noodle packs. Although these items could easily be stored in his system space, rendering a backpack unnecessary, he found himself incapable of explaining the intricacies of the system to Kakashi and the others. It was a closely guarded secret. Thus, after much contemplation, he resolved to maintain a semblance of normalcy by packing a few essentials. Once he completed this task, Naruto reclined, deciding to rest early since there were no pressing matters at hand, an opportunity to recharge. At the break of dawn the following day, his alarm rang, and Naruto promptly began his mental check-in. This time, the rewards consisted merely of a handful of shuriken and several mundane explosive tags. He realized that the rewards from the check-in system were rather meager. Truly valuable items could only be acquired through the completion of system tasks and their respective rewards. He internally scoffed at the paltry offerings, musing that he could easily purchase such trivialities himself. With that thought, he rose, washed his face, brushed his teeth, and vanished in a flash, utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique. At the gates of Konoha, Steel and Kamizuki were idly watching the entrance when a flash of light heralded the arrival of a figure before them. Steel remained composed, but Kamizuki, without a moment's hesitation, reached for his weapon, only to be swiftly halted by Steel's quick reflexes. "Ah, it's Naruto. Are you heading out on a mission today?" Kakashi's Team 7 had garnered attention as the only freshly graduated squad assigned to a C-rank mission, a fact that had quickly spread through the Hokage Tower after they received their orders. Everyone was astonished by the Hokage's decision and the mission assigned to Kakashi's team, while Naruto's mastery of the Shadow Clone and Flying Thunder God techniques surprised many. It was his immediate assignment to a mission that truly highlighted the third Hokage's faith in him. Who would dare send such a prodigy out unless they possessed absolute confidence in his abilities? Kamizuki, having been restrained by Steel, took a closer look at Naruto and recognized him as the infamous Uzumaki Naruto, who had recently stirred up quite a commotion. He gradually relaxed, a gentle smile gracing his face. "Naruto, it's good to see you." Naruto nodded in acknowledgement. He remembered these two gatekeepers well. Yes, esteemed seniors. Kakashi-sensei arranged for us to meet here yesterday. After exchanging pleasantries, Steel and Kamizuki fell silent, as they weren't particularly familiar with Naruto. Although they were aware of his impressive skills and recent notoriety, they also recalled the moniker of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, making it difficult for them to approach him as they would a regular individual. A simple greeting was the extent of their comfort. Finding a comfortable spot against the wall, Naruto began to wait, and soon enough, the familiar figure of Tazuna appeared, swigging from a large sake gourd, clad in his iconic straw hat. Following him were Kakashi, Sasuke, and Sakura, all fully equipped and ready at the gates of Konoha. As expected, Kakashi was punctual for the mission. Is everyone here? Then let us set off. Tazuna scanned the group with bleary eyes, speaking in a nonchalant manner. Sakura, incensed by Tazuna's early morning intoxication, could no longer contain her frustration. Hey, old man. Can you refrain from drinking? At this rate, you might not even be able to walk. If you die without encountering bandits, it won't count as a failed mission. But we still expect to get paid. Sasuke remained silent, but his expression indicated his agreement with Sakura's irritation. Who wouldn't he be annoyed by such behavior at dawn? Worry about yourselves, you newly graduated kids. Don't let fear make you wet your pants when you see an enemy. I certainly didn't bring any diapers. Tazuna retorted dismissively. Excuse me, Mr. Tazuna, but we do have a lady present. Perhaps you could choose your words more carefully? I fear that your frail constitution might not withstand Sakura's wrath. Old man. Sakura exploded, her temper flaring at Tazuna's provocations. Watching the unfolding drama, Naruto sighed, feeling a sense of chaos. This was not the Tazuna he remembered, nor was this the Sakura he had known, who typically presented herself as a demure and gentle figure. Had his presence altered the original narrative? Kakashi, equally bewildered, recalled that the Academy records described Sakura as a calm and composed ninja, while Naruto was impulsive. Yet here, it seemed as though their roles had inexplicably reversed, with Naruto exhibiting remarkable composure while Sakura frequently lost her temper. Kakashi found himself questioning the reliability of Konoha's intelligence reports. Chapter 52, The Land of Waves and the Land of Fire, within a dense forest. Kakashi and his team had been traveling for 4 hours. The journey had been uneventful thus far, with the lush trees retaining their summer hues even as autumn approached. However, Naruto sensed something amiss. According to the storyline, a band of petty thieves should have appeared by now, yet the silence was palpable. One could hear a pin drop. Throughout the trek, Sakura and Naruto exchanged curious glances, while Sasuke maintained his ever-stoic demeanor, leaving no one privy to his thoughts. This marked Sakura's first mission outside the village, filling her with boundless curiosity. In contrast, Naruto was vigilant, keenly observing his surroundings and discreetly marking suitable locations for his flying thunder god technique, a potential escape route for the future. Suddenly, they spotted a puddle on the path ahead. Instantly, Naruto's instincts kicked in. The anticipated encounter was upon them. Kakashi, observing the conspicuousness of the puddle, noted its inadequacy as a hiding spot. Come on, it's been sunny for days. Why would there suddenly be a puddle here? Even if you claim it's horse urine, it doesn't match that color. Turning to his students, Kakashi saw this unexpected situation as an opportunity to test their skills. He first looked at Naruto, who appeared to be casually handling a shuriken. Yet his eyes were fixated on the puddle, ready for action. Kakashi nodded in satisfaction. It seemed Naruto had already discerned the underlying issue. Sakura, however, remained blissfully unaware, still treating the mission like a leisurely outing, flitting around Sasuke, pointing out wildflowers and birds, oblivious to the mounting tension in the air. Kakashi shook his head, realizing that Sakura could not be relied upon. In the upcoming battle, he first needed to ensure her safety. Turning his gaze toward Sasuke, he noted that although Sakura was persistently bothering him, being an Uchiha meant that Sasuke was inherently perceptive. The increasingly tense atmosphere prompted Sasuke to carefully survey his surroundings. Though he had yet to activate his Sharingan, he could sense something amiss, his body coiled with tension, ready to spring into action at a moment's notice. Kakashi nodded in approval. Both Sasuke and Naruto exhibited high vigilance. He felt assured that they could manage themselves, and that he only needed to keep an eye on Sakura. Did she truly believe this was merely an outing? Naruto activated his Sharingan, allowing him to clearly discern the hidden enemies lurking beneath the puddle of water. In the presence of the Uchiha's eye, no illusions or concealments could escape detection. Remarkably, The Sharingan proved to be quite advantageous. Of course, Naruto's awareness of the impending danger was also influenced by the foreshadowing in the original narrative, where this path often harbored clumsy assassins. These were merely worthless minions purchased with Kato's money. Naruto exchanged a glance with Kakashi and Sasuke, who immediately understood the unspoken message. Kakashi raised an eyebrow at Naruto, signaling his comprehension, while Sasuke, upon receiving Naruto's cue, smirked. In the next instant, a kunai was hurled towards the puddle. Naruto inwardly cursed, exclaiming that Sasuke was indeed insane. Couldn't he have given a warning before acting? What could a kunai accomplish? Naruto refrained from intervening. Sasuke's action would surely prompt those individuals to leap up and evade. Hey, you lot have been exposed. No need to hide any longer. Come out. Naruto called out, his expression exuding exasperation. In the sight of all, the puddle began to rise, transforming into two masked figures clad in black robes. Ninja, unmistakably. Sasuke's kunai passed through them without inflicting any harm, embedding itself in the hard ground. Kakashi regarded the two ninja with mild surprise. Ah, two ninjas indeed. Naruto, Sasuke, you two are quite impressive. I leave them in your capable hands. Just be gentle and don't harm the flowers and grass by the roadside. Kakashi nodded satisfactorily at Naruto and Sasuke, then uttered a rather nonsensical and irresponsibly casual remark. Naruto and Sasuke were instantly engulfed in frustration. Damn Kakashi, even at a time like this, he was still fooling around. Could he not be serious for once and refrain from acting like a carefree Sakura? The two ninja, initially astonished and impressed that these youngsters had uncovered their disguise, soon felt that something was amiss. What is this all about? Brothers, so you've seen through our disguise long before? Are you just toying with us? Can't you at least respect our identities as ninjas and not treat us like mere bandits wielding knives? As their indignation grew, they swiftly retaliated, discarding words. They unleashed an iron chain, thick as a wrist, lined with sharp teeth, aimed directly at Naruto. Initially intending to eliminate the old man, they decided that if these fools sought death, they would gladly oblige. Naruto leaped back, narrowly evading the chain that had been flung towards him. He was positioned somewhat distantly from the attackers, yet Sasuke, being closer, puzzled him. Why had they targeted him first instead? Naruto felt exasperated. It was merely a revelation of their concealment. Was it truly necessary to harbor such a grudge? After all, it was Sasuke who had first launched the kunai at them. Why not retaliate against him? Upon realizing that Naruto had evaded their attack, the two ninjas swiftly shifted their focus. The chains now aimed at the nearer Sasuke. It was as if they could hear Naruto's thoughts. With their chains swirling rapidly, they ensnared Sasuke, wrapping him tightly. In a swift, visible motion, they yanked the chains, and with a sickening crack, Sasuke's body was severed in two. Ah, Sasuke! Sakura shrieked, aghast at the sight. This was Sasuke. How could he have been bisected? She felt as if her soul had departed, collapsing helplessly to the ground. All right, let us take down one brat first. Then it's just the other two and that old man left. We can report back. The two ninjas, reveling in their apparent success, laughed triumphantly. Chapter 53. The 1,000 Years of Pain. Naruto sighed in resignation. Kato was truly a fool with money. How had such ninjas been hired for an ambush? These two were certainly peculiar. Did they not notice something was off? Even if they were blind, surely they could hear the sounds? A person bisected should not merely produce a sound akin to a crisp snap. The dim-witted duo, having dispatched Sasuke, turned their sights towards the motionless Sakura. Believing that now would be the perfect moment to attack her, success was almost guaranteed. They swung their serrated chains towards her. Naruto, witnessing their choice of target, could only shake his head. Although these two lacked intellect, their combat awareness was surprisingly good. They recognized the defenseless Sakura as their target. All right, picking the softest fruit. He shouted, Sakura, get out of the way. Seeing Sakura frozen in place, he felt compelled to intervene. Despite her tendencies, she was still his comrade, and he had to save her. Just then, where the two ninjas had been moments before, Sasuke's bisected form transformed into a cloud of smoke, exploding into a burst of mist. The sound of two heavy thuds hitting the ground jolted the still grieving Sakura from her stupor. She witnessed what had appeared to be Sasuke's severed body morph into two pieces of wood on the ground, clearly a substitution technique. Sasuke was unharmed. Relief washed over her. He was all right, but as fate would have it, she was far from safe. In that fleeting moment, the two ninjas had already surged towards her, their chains ready to ensnare her. At that instant, Naruto sighed once more. He had intended to experiment with the shadow clone technique, but it appeared that he had no choice but to resort to a decisive move. In a flash, the two ninjas lost sight of their intended target. The living figure before them vanished in the blink of an eye. They were left staring at an empty space, bewildered. Leaf Village Taijutsu secret technique. 1,000 years of pain. A low voice called out, and the two felt an ominous sensation creeping up from their rear. A sudden wave of urgency gripped them as they realized that an attack was imminent. With a swift motion, Naruto appeared behind them, accompanied by a shadow clone that mirrored his form, both wielding kunai wrapped in talisman paper. Two assassins, suspended in midair, found themselves unable to alter their trajectory. Their entire focus and energy were dedicated to attacking the incapacitated Sakura on the ground. Now that their target had vanished, sensing the imminent danger approaching from behind, the duo exerted every ounce of strength they could muster, managing only the slightest turn of their heads in the nick of time. They watched in horror as a blonde-haired boy brandished a kunai, its blade glinting ominously just a mere centimeter away from their vulnerable rear. The chill of the metallic gleam sent a shiver down their spines, making their hearts plummet. The thought of being struck by it was excruciatingly daunting. Desperately, they attempted to adjust their positions to evade the impending strike, but alas, their minds were willing while their bodies betrayed them. They could only helplessly witness the kunai, now drenched in that icy glimmer, pierce into their vulnerable areas. An agonizing pain shot from their lower bodies to their minds, eliciting involuntary screams of anguish that rendered their previous assault futile. Their weapons slipped from their grasp as the only command echoing in their minds was to clutch their wounded regions and soothe their searing pain. Simultaneously, the reflexive response from their muscles surpassed the commands of their brains, and in the moment the kunai penetrated their defenses, their legs kicked out instinctively before their brains could process the situation. The force of their retaliatory kicks sent Naruto's shadow clones crashing back to their original forms. Fortunately, it was not the original Naruto. Had it been, that kick would have left him bruised for days, as witnesses could clearly attest to the blows landing squarely on the faces of the clones. With a thunderous roar, the two ninjas, who had just been hopping in pain, were abruptly transformed into a gory spectacle of blood and viscera, scattering in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the surroundings were sullied with remnants of flesh and torn garments, indicating that the two assailants had been utterly obliterated in the explosion. The battlefield, littered with dismembered body parts, left even the seasoned Kakashi momentarily dumbfounded. While he had anticipated a conclusion, he had not envisioned such a gruesome outcome. His initial thoughts revolved around capturing the two ninjas for interrogation or perhaps inflicting lethal damage upon them. Yet none of these scenarios accounted for the carnage Naruto had unleashed. In the aftermath of this bloody scene, apart from Kakashi, everyone present succumbed to nausea. Sakura, who had been saved by Naruto, gazed in horror as the living beings around her morphed into a rain of blood and entrails. The sight overwhelmed her, and she succumbed to retching uncontrollably. Fortunately, Naruto had foreseen her potential distress and had placed her on the ground beforehand. Kakashi, who had initially reached out to stop Sasuke, now found himself supporting him instead, as it was Sasuke's first encounter with such brutality. Although he had witnessed Itachi's massacre of their clan, that had been mere murder, Naruto's assault had resulted in utter annihilation. This stark contrast in violence was undeniable, and Sasuke too turned aside to expel the contents of his stomach. Meanwhile, Tazuna, the elder who had been drinking in the midst of the chaos, had also been taken aback, his seasoned constitution unable to withstand the horror before him, causing him to retch more than both Sakura and Sasuke combined. The repulsive scene, coupled with the effects of alcohol, led him to expel the remnants of his previous meal. The only two individuals present who did not succumb to nausea were Naruto and Kakashi. Naruto, as the instigator, had anticipated this outcome and had mentally prepared himself for it. Kakashi, having been hardened by years of experience, had long since acclimatized to such sights. Despite the gruesomeness of the scene, it was merely another day for someone of his background. Kakashi regarded Naruto with a newfound seriousness, the playful demeanor in his eyes replaced by a profound respect and gravity. The source of this shift was undeniably Naruto. In Kakashi's mind, he was not surprised by Naruto's actions. Rather, he was taken aback by his composure and demeanor. He had expected even the perpetrator of such a bloody scene to exhibit some semblance of shock or revulsion. These reactions were typical for someone confronted with such visceral carnage. Yet Naruto remained unervingly calm. This chilling detachment from the brutality of his actions was beyond ordinary. After all, Naruto was still a child. The reactions displayed by Sasuke and Sakura were the ones one would expect from Naruto himself. Something about this boy was profoundly unsettling. Chapter 54, Sakura's Defense. Naruto observed the three retching figures with a blank expression. To be honest, had it not been for the unique nature of his previous work, he too would have succumbed to the nausea. The scene was indeed gruesome. As he turned to meet Kakashi's gaze, he gleaned a multitude of emotions from the latter's eyes: confusion, skepticism, admiration, and a hint of coldness. Ugh, Naruto, can you not be so twisted? Could you not have considered a less bloody approach? What are we supposed to do now? The words came from the retching Sasuke, who, despite having witnessed many things, found himself revolted by Naruto's actions. Seeing Sasuke blame him while he heaved, Naruto had no intention of explaining himself. Instead, he simply raised his middle finger in response. Sasuke, incensed by Naruto's gesture, felt his anger boiling over. After all, he was a genius. When had he ever been openly insulted by someone he considered inferior? Just as he was about to confront Naruto, Kakashi intervened, stepping in front of the furious boy to restrain him. Sasuke turned, puzzled, asking, "Kakashi, why are you stopping me? I need to teach this loser a lesson. Just look at the mess he has created." Kakashi shook his head, feeling a sense of helplessness. "Sasuke, do you know why I am holding you back?" Sasuke huffed in annoyance. "Isn't it to prevent us from falling apart? You've mentioned unity countless times on this journey." Kakashi again shook his head. "No, I am stopping you because you should be thankful to Naruto. What was our mission? To escort Mr. Tazuna safely back to the Land of Waves. Those two were enemies, intent on assassinating him and eliminating us. Do you see Sakura over there?" Kakashi pointed to Sakura, who was still hunched over a tree, retching. Had it not been for Naruto's timely intervention with the Flying Thunder God technique, she would either be dead or severely injured. Naruto merely employed the quickest and most effective method to resolve the conflict. While the scene was indeed gruesome, such is the life of a ninja. We live every day on the edge of a blade. Do you truly believe that a ninja's existence is peaceful and serene? I am thoroughly satisfied with Naruto's performance in this encounter. First, he quickly identified the hidden enemies while on the move. Second, upon discovering the threat, he displayed no panic. Instead, he executed a rapid rescue of his teammate and counterattack, thwarting the ambush and ensuring the safety of our employer and comrades. Third, Naruto has illustrated to us what it truly means to be a ninja. We will inevitably face life and death battles in the future, and those confrontations will be far more brutal than this one. We will not only contend with the severed limbs of our foes, but perhaps even those of our own allies. In extreme circumstances, we may be forced to eliminate our comrades, all in the name of protecting our mission and the interests of our village. As you ponder this situation carefully, can you still bring yourselves to blame Naruto as you do now? In this battle, your performance pales in comparison to his. Kakashi eloquently shared his observations and reflections with everyone, generously praising Naruto. To be frank, he saw a hint of his mentor, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, in Naruto's recent application of the Flying Thunder God technique. After saving his comrades, Naruto utilized his shadow clone to return to the attacker's rear, striking at their most vulnerable and defenseless points. In a bid for a decisive blow, he even wrapped explosive tags around his kunai. What a seasoned and ruthless mindset it takes to execute such a move. Kakashi shuddered to think how gravely he would have been injured had Naruto unleashed this technique on him during the recent exam. The psychological trauma would have been immense. Only these unfortunate souls met their demise, but had they survived, their suffering would have likely been worse than death. Contemplating this, Kakashi stole another glance at Naruto, who indeed seemed devoid of humanity, capable of devising such a lethal method. As he surveyed the ground strewn with dismembered flesh, he turned to see Sakura and Tazuna. Both utterly nauseated, they must have expelled everything they had eaten recently. Tazuna's pallid complexion made Kakashi wonder if the old man would end up losing his lunch more than the enemies had lost their lives. Standing beside Kakashi, Sasuke felt his pupils involuntarily constrict. Could this underachiever possess such prowess? Was he merely concealing his abilities at school? From a distance, Sakura, cradled in Naruto's arms, finally ceased her retching. She felt utterly drained, lacking the strength to walk. Ordinarily, it would have been Sakura who would have raised her voice in protest, having often expressed her disdain for Naruto. Yet today, Naruto's whirlwind of bloodshed had even riled the usually aloof Sasuke. But Sakura was different. After her bout of nausea, She transformed, becoming unexpectedly serene. Thank you, Naruto. Had it not been for you, I would have surely perished at their hands. I am forever grateful. Sakura approached Naruto, unabashedly expressing her gratitude, much to the astonishment of Kakashi and Sasuke, whose jaws nearly dropped. Seeing Sakura in this state left Naruto bewildered. Could her gratitude truly shift her demeanor so drastically? Was this the same Sakura who had only eyes for Sasuke? Sakura, what is wrong with you? Can't you see the chaos around us? Sasuke remarked, displeased that Sakura, his devoted admirer, was now lavishing attention on Naruto. Sasuke, I understand Naruto. Sometimes events unfold in ways we cannot predict. I believe Naruto had no idea his actions would yield such formidable consequences. Had he foreseen this, he would have surely warned us to keep our distance. Sakura did not turn back, her gaze fixed upon Naruto with eager anticipation, as if she had already devised a way to repay him. Naruto cast a surprised glance at Sakura, wondering if the world had flipped upside down. Wasn't she always unconditionally aligned with Sasuke? What was this unusual behavior today? Surely, the value of saving a life in the world of ninjas could not alter her loyalty? Was it true what the ancients said about a life saved demanding eternal devotion? Chapter 55. Confession. Naruto nonchalantly shook his head, indifferent to such verbal gratitude, deeming it merely a trifling act. Kakashi-sensei, as ninjas, we must always remain vigilant and observant of our surroundings to avert unforeseen crises, correct? Kakashi, maintaining his stoic demeanor, nodded in agreement. Indeed, Naruto is correct. We must always be attentive to our environment. Then, Kakashi-sensei, why did you not alert us to that large patch of unusual water? Naruto pressed on. For him and Sasuke, whether warned or not mattered little, as they had both noticed it. However, there was still Sakura and Tazuna in their midst. Had Sakura been vigilant earlier, their predicament might have been less dire. I was merely testing you. Your performances were commendable, having detected the threat beforehand. Why did you not communicate this to Sakura? Shouldn't this have been an opportunity to enhance team synergy? Kakashi returned the ball to Naruto, who attempted to ensnare him in his words, but it fell short. It's my fault. I was too careless. How could such a clean road suddenly harbor a pool of water? I shall certainly be more cautious in the future. Sakura interjected, attempting to smooth over the tension, yet her gaze remained fixated on Naruto, filled with admiration. Ding! Detecting an increase in Sakura's affection for the host by 100%. The host has entered the ranks of potential suitors for Sakura. The mechanical voice of the system echoed in Naruto's mind, leaving him perplexed. What was this nonsense? How had he become one of Sakura's suitors? This NPC was not supposed to trigger such notifications. He reminded the system that his designated partner was Hinata Hyuga. System, do remember that Naruto's official pairing is Hinata. Instead of generating these alerts, why not assign me more tasks to enhance my abilities? My repertoire of jutsu is rather limited. Naruto inwardly scoffed, speculating that the system might have peculiar preferences. How curious that it would notify him of Sakura's affection, yet remain silent when he kissed the endowed Hinata. After all, Sakura had not even been a contender. Kid, I must admit, you've got some talent. I misjudged you previously. The third Hokage was right. He truly sent me the strongest team from Konoha. These two ninjas did not even land a hit on you. Excellent. However, next time, could we avoid such brutal techniques? I'm getting old and can't stomach such bloodshed. Tazuna finally regained his composure, suppressing his nausea long enough to commend Naruto, only to be met once more with the gruesome sight of dismembered limbs, which triggered another wave of retching. Let South leave this place. It is far too gruesome for conversation, Naruto suggested, recognizing that everyone felt unwell. Why don't we find a more suitable location to discuss matters? Naruto discerned that Kakashi, Sasuke, and Sakura all had much to express. Without dissent, they assisted each other in hastily departing the battlefield. The ground was littered with remnants of carnage, and only time would reveal what had transpired here. Soon, the forest as carnivores would consume the evidence, leaving no trace behind. After traversing for a while, Kakashi found a tranquil stream where they could rest. Now was the time for dialogue to resume. Speak up, Tazuna-san, Kakashi urged, his brow furrowing slightly, prompting Tazuna to take the lead. What should I say? I can only suggest that everyone rest. Once rejuvenated, we shall continue our journey. Tazuna hastily sought an excuse to divert the conversation, his eyes darting nervously, unable to meet Kakashi and Naruto's gaze. His guilt weighed heavily upon him. He knew that if he revealed too much or exhibited any unusual expressions, it would raise suspicions among Kakashi and the others. This was precisely why he had consistently resorted to drinking throughout their ordeal. Only when intoxicated can one better safeguard secrets. No one would invest time in analyzing the expressions of a drunken fool. How could Tazuna's cunning scheme elude Kakashi, who hails from the Umbu? From the very beginning, Kakashi harbored suspicions regarding this matter. Tazuna persistently requested the third Hokage to assign them a formidable ninja for their escort. Yet the mission was merely classified as an ordinary C-rank task. Nevertheless, even though Tazuna masked his intentions well, Kakashi continued to scrutinize him. Given the nature of their mission, a rational individual would be concerned about ambushes lurking in the bushes or valleys. However, when they approached the puddles left by the two ninjas, Tazuna inexplicably halted. What does this imply? It suggests that this old rascal must have encountered similar ninjas before. Otherwise, how could an ordinary person stop at the mere sight of a puddle? Mr. Tazuna, I believe you owe us a reasonable explanation. Those two ninjas were clearly targeting you. Our mission is solely to clear the path of marauding bandits and thieves, not to engage with ninjas. Tazuna remained obstinate, attempting to deflect the conversation. Mr. Kakashi, you are overly cautious. Those two ninjas were surely not coming after me. Perhaps it was merely a coincidence. I truly have nothing to explain. Mr. Tazuna, if ninjas are involved, the mission's classification changes. It would no longer be C rank, but would rise to B rank or even A rank. Such a task is beyond the capacity of our team. You misrepresented this mission. Given the current circumstances, we have the right to unilaterally rescind the mission contract. Mr. Tazuna, you breached the agreement first. If you continue to conceal the truth from us, we shall return to Konoha, and you shall traverse the path alone. Upon witnessing Kakashi's resolute demeanor, Tazuna realized his ruse had been uncovered and that he could no longer maintain the facade. With a resigned sigh, he decided to spill the beans. Mr. Kakashi, I was wrong, but please believe me, I have my reasons. Sakura and Sasuke were left bewildered, struggling to comprehend the situation. Was there truly such a rule in Konoha? Only Naruto understood that Kakashi was attempting to deceive Tazuna. Once a Konoha mission was accepted, it must be completed regardless of the peril involved. True to form, Tazuna began to put on an emotional performance, tears streaming down his face. His lamentations were so heartfelt that even the most stoic listener would be moved to tears. Old man, I lived by the river in the land of waves, with a house and fields, yet that Kato gang. He sobbed dramatically, his acting prowess evident as he tugged at the heartstrings of Sakura, who was left utterly dazed. Kakashi-sensei, Naruto, Sasuke, Grandpa Tazuna is truly suffering. Shouldn't we help him? Sakura implored, her delicate hand tugging at Naruto's sleeve. I apologize, everyone. I simply cannot afford to pay for higher-ranked missions. Out of desperation, I resorted to this strategy. I do not blame you if you choose to leave. However, pity my family and the innocent villagers who are at risk of being slaughtered by Kato. Tazuna managed to squeeze out a few tears, dramatically wiping them with his sleeve. Grandpa, are you telling the truth? Sakura knelt before him, offering her handkerchief to wipe his tears. Old man, the situation is not as simple as you claim, but I am intrigued by this Kato gang you speak of. I wish to witness their capabilities. His capabilities involve ending your life. Naruto inwardly cursed Sasuke for his timing. Why did he choose this moment to speak up? Was he unable to contain himself after being triggered? During a fight, he was nowhere to be seen. Yet during such theatrics, Kakashi found it hard to compete with him. Isn't that right, Kakashi-sensei? Indeed. Is this matter also my concern? I never seek the spotlight. My sole focus is on scholarly pursuits, Kakashi replied, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Sasuke provocatively glanced at Naruto. If some individuals are fearful, they may return to the village. The tasks ahead will only become more perilous. Naruto, catching Sasuke's intense gaze, thought, what is wrong with him? Where did he get the notion that I am afraid? If anyone is afraid, it would be Sakura. I have no reason to fear. Holding the legacies of Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama, and Senju Tobirama, I fear nothing, not even if the entire Mist Village came after me. Seriously, where did you learn that sidelong glance? Did Kakashi fail to teach you how to properly wield the Sharingan? Should you wear your forehead protector ask you to cover one eye like him? The mission can continue, but only if you, Mr. Tazuna, disclose every detail without reservation. Knowledge of oneself and the enemy ensures victory in every battle. Kakashi reflected before speaking. He had noticed the subtle rivalry between Sasuke and Naruto, but chose not to intervene. Competition was beneficial, fostering growth for both parties. The greatest fear lies in stagnation when one has no rivals. Subsequently, Tazuna continued his act of desperation while recounting the extent of Kato's oppression in the Land of Waves. He spoke of his desire to repair the bridge, connecting his village with the outside world, and leading the villagers to resist Kato, only to face assassination attempts from ninjas sent by him. As Tazuna unraveled his tale, Kakashi and the others began to grasp the situation. Naruto, however, appeared unconcerned. He had known the story since his first encounter with Tazuna. Kato, the head of the criminal organization in the Land of Waves, had been ruthlessly exploiting the impoverished populace. As a member of the lower class, Tazuna was unwilling to remain oppressed, gathering like-minded villagers to embark on the bridge repair project. However, this bridge, intended to connect to the outside, drew Kato's attention. During construction, Kato repeatedly sent individuals to sabotage their efforts. At the height of the conflict, Tazuna's son-in-law, Inari's father, was killed by Kato's men. By the time Tazuna sought assistance in Konoha, the bridge was already mostly complete, yet the final touches proved insurmountable. Completion of the bridge would dismantle Kato's transport monopoly, significantly reducing his financial resources and undermining his power, an eventuality Kato would never allow to transpire. During this time, Kato had invested heavily, recruiting rogue ninjas and thugs to obstruct the bridge's construction, while assassins targeted Tazuna, the project leader. Faced with escalating danger, Tazuna had no choice but to seek protection from the ninjas of the Land of Fire. Yet his limited finances made hiring high-ranking ninjas impossible. Thus, he resorted to deceptive tactics, misrepresenting the mission's difficulty. Tazuna laid bare all the details of his predicament, weaving a tale so vivid that Naruto and his companions could almost visualize the events unfolding in their minds. Sakura, being a woman, was the first to succumb to her compassion, eager to assist Tazuna from the very beginning. After hearing his plight, her resolve to aid him only intensified, rendering her determination impervious. Kakashi-sensei, let us help Grandpa Tazuna. He is truly pitiable. Moreover, in the face of a villain like Gato, we must embody the spirit of a ninja and eradicate evil. Kakashi remained silent, contemplating the situation far more deeply than Sakura, especially after grasping Gato's power and influence in the Land of Waves. If they were merely dealing with rogue ninjas of a lower tier, the difficulty of the mission would merely escalate. Previous reactions indicated that Naruto and Sasuke could handle such adversaries without issue. However, the stakes were now much higher. As the notorious crime lord Gato, with his vast business interests tied to the bridge, the battle between them was a matter of life and death, leaving no room for retreat. Under such circumstances, Gato would likely spare no expense to summon elite ninjas for assistance. Engaging with this caliber of ninja was no simple arithmetic. Encounters of this magnitude were bound to be fraught with challenges. Kakashi himself was relatively unfazed, having traversed many lands over the years. But he was deeply concerned for the safety of his three students, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura. Chapter 57, Zabuza now. Naruto, what are your thoughts? Kakashi decided to solicit the opinions of his three students. It doesn't matter to me. I'm fine with whatever. After all, I have the Flying Thunder God technique. If it comes down to a tough fight, I can just take you all back to Konoha. I refuse to believe he would dare pursue us there. But let me be clear, we can only handle some ruffian ninjas and bandits. If we encounter any formidable opponents, don't expect us to help. Remember, we are still just kids. Naruto shrugged nonchalantly, showing no signs of concern. After all, it seemed highly unlikely that things would come to a dire end for him. Kakashi turned to Sasuke. Now it was his turn to speak. Sasuke, meeting Kakashi's expressionless gaze and glancing at Naruto's indifferent demeanor, gritted his teeth and declared, I have no issues whatsoever. Whoever comes will be defeated beneath the Uchiha name. This mission is an opportunity for me to sharpen my skills, and I hope the opponent can provide me with even the slightest surprise. If they are anything like those ninjas we encountered earlier, it will be far too easy. Kakashi nodded, choosing to overlook Sakura, who had been the first to advocate for assisting Tazuna. Asking for her input now would be a waste of time. Then it is unanimously decided, we shall proceed. With the mission's difficulty elevated, everyone must remain vigilant. Tazuna breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that this group had not abandoned him. It seemed that his tactic of evoking sympathy was effective, as there were still many fools in this world. Hooray for Kakashi-sensei! Sakura exclaimed joyfully, jumping with delight. As long as they could assist the pitiable Tazuna, everything was worthwhile. Thank you all. Konoha truly lives up to its reputation as a village of compassion. You are all such kind-hearted individuals. Once I return, I shall erect a monument in your honor so that everyone knows of Konoha's greatness and your bravery. Tazuna wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, recalling how terrified he had been moments ago. If these individuals had chosen to abandon him and return home, his fate would have been sealed. Naruto could hardly contain his frustration. Old man, enough with the theatrics. Instead of wallowing in self-pity, why not prepare us a few hearty meals? I refuse to believe we will be limited to mere vegetables on your turf. We want meat, got it? We are still growing. Tazuna looked embarrassed, rest assured. The fish from the land of waves is renowned for its exquisite taste. When we arrive, I'll have my daughter prepare you all some braised carp, fried small yellow croaker, steamed grouper, and a nourishing soup that will leave you drooling. Tazuna's words instantly awakened the appetites of Team 7, and their stomachs audibly protested. Amidst Tazuna's hearty laughter, the group awkwardly rubbed their bellies and quickened their pace. Kakashi brought up the rear of the group, keeping a watchful eye on Sasuke, who seemed to be harboring an unusual animosity towards Naruto. A team must foster internal competition to progress, but it should always be a healthy rivalry. Initially, Sasuke's provocations were merely a test, but now they seemed to carry an undercurrent of something darker. Kakashi observed that Sasuke was no longer interested in merely surpassing Naruto. He sought to trample over everyone and believed himself unshakable. Such arrogance could lead to dire consequences. Kakashi sighed inwardly, recognizing that it was time to mentor Sasuke. Otherwise, this reckless pride would inevitably lead to his downfall. The land of fire is vast, and while the land of waves borders it, Team 7 still had to traverse numerous mountains and rivers, even taking a boat to reach the island of the land of waves. Throughout their journey, they matched Tazuna's pace. As ninjas, covering this distance was trivial, but Tazuna was an ordinary old man, and his pace was considerably slower. Thus, they moved slowly. And before they knew it, 3 to 4 days had passed. During this time, aside from the initial encounter with 2 ninjas, they had faced no other attacks, which heightened Kakashi's anxiety. After all, it is often eerily calm before the storm. Having crossed out of the land of fire, they boarded a ship and traveled for about a day before reaching solid ground again, marking their arrival in the land of waves. Everyone, if we continue like this, we will soon arrive. Thank you all for your hard work during this journey. Once we reach our destination, I will treat you to a wonderful meal, Tazuna cheerfully proclaimed, his excitement growing as they neared his village, eager to reunite with his family. Sighing, Naruto couldn't help but feel a sense of foreboding. What was destined to happen would come to pass, and there was no escaping it. This meal would not be as delightful as he hoped. According to the original storyline, as soon as they set foot in the land of waves, Zabuza would appear. Now that they were on Gado's territory, Zabuza and Haku would not be far behind. They might even be lurking nearby, watching them intently. Kakashi-sensei, Sasuke, Sakura, be cautious. I have a bad feeling, Naruto warned Team 7. Despite Zabuza not having any known connections to them, it was always wise to prepare for the unexpected. What have you sensed, Naruto? Kakashi was the first to inquire. After spending days together, he understood that Naruto would never speak without reason, and there must be a rationale behind his words. Naruto shook his head, choosing not to elaborate. How could he explain? Should he tell them that he was aware of the unfolding events for the next several hundred chapters? If we were to put it this way, this group of individuals, including Kakashi, would surely regard him as a madman. Furthermore, he could guarantee that Sasuke would be the first to lead the laughter. If you're frightened, just say it outright. Why all the cryptic murmurs? Should Sasuke gaze disdainfully at Naruto, it would only reflect the latter's increasingly unfortunate state over the past few days. Just as he contemplated a few jabs, the tranquility was abruptly shattered by the emergence of a colossal blade from the thicket ahead. The blade spun ominously in the air, emitting a chilling sound as it hurtled directly toward Team 7. Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, evade. Protect Mr. Tazuna. Kakashi had been prepared, after a loud shout. He swiftly retrieved a kunai from his waist pouch, twirling it on his index finger before launching it at the whirling blade. Chapter 58. Kakashi Sharingan. With one hand grasping Tazuna's collar and pulling him back, Kakashi launched the kunai at the incoming decapitating blade. After all, Team 7's primary mission was to safeguard their employer, Mr. Tazuna. It was imperative to neutralize any attacks that could endanger him and to ensure that Tazuna was placed in a sufficiently secure location. This was the foremost duty of a bodyguard. Thanks to Naruto's earlier warning, Kakashi had maintained a heightened vigilance throughout their journey, and this response was not hasty. The kunai seemed to possess an inherent force as it collided with the oncoming blade. The moment the kunai met the decapitating blade, the resounding clash echoed in their ears. With a brief moment of hesitation, the blade then continued its spin, crashing into a nearby tree with such tremendous force that it embedded itself deeply into the trunk. Almost immediately, a muscular man, masked and imposing, stood atop the hilt of the decapitating blade, exuding an aura of menace. "Hey, Leaf Ninjas, could you kindly hand over the old man behind you? Otherwise, I might just send you all to your demise." Standing on the decapitating blade, Zabuza Momochi looked down at Team 7 with an air of superiority, his gaze filled with cold indifference. Kakashi's expression shifted to one of astonishment. His heart sank to the depths of despair as he recognized the individual before him. After such a prolonged wait, a formidable opponent had finally arrived. It was time to face the music. Sasuke, brimming with excitement, retrieved a kunai from his pouch, eager to engage. Wasn't this the moment he had been waiting for? Yet, before he could spring into action, Kakashi swiftly intervened, restraining the impulsive Sasuke. This was no ordinary foe. The man before them held significant notoriety. To Kakashi's surprise, the legendary mist assassin, Zabuza Momochi, had personally come to confront them. "I never expected the ninjas of Leaf to know my name. Indeed, I am Zabuza. Since you are aware of my identity, you must understand what must be done. I only require him." Zabuza gestured mockingly at Tazuna, completely disregarding the three young ninjas before him. Who is he, teacher? Even the most oblivious of students, like Naruto, sensed the gravity of the situation. Swallowing hard as he inquired of Kakashi. Initially, he had been too caught up in his bravado to notice, but after being halted by Kakashi, he began to feel the oppressive aura emanating from Zabuza. This man had undoubtedly taken many lives. Sasuke recognized the aura of malice, reminiscent of a haunting memory from the past. With a grave expression, Kakashi addressed them. "He is the legendary mist assassin, Zabuza Momochi. This individual is notorious. He once attempted to assassinate the fourth Mizukage of the Hidden Mist and was forced to defect from the village. His hands are stained with the blood of countless comrades from the Hidden Mist. You must understand, he is an S-rank criminal. Do you see the blade beneath him? It is known as the decapitating blade. Have you heard of the 7 ninja swordsmen? The decapitating blade is one of their weapons. Such a level of ninja was not to be trifled with. Everyone, step back." Upon uttering these words, Kakashi removed the forehead protector shielding his left eye, revealing his Sharingan. Faced with such an adversary, he could not afford to be careless. "S-rank ninja," Sasuke murmured, realizing the gravity of the situation. Just moments ago, he had considered rushing in to engage, but now, the reality of facing an S-rank criminal struck him. Sakura's face paled at Kakashi's revelation. What? How could a ninja of such high caliber come to assassinate Grandpa Tazuna? Sasuke could not help but swallow hard, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. He was grateful Kakashi had stopped him. Had he charged in, it would have been tantamount to delivering himself as a sacrifice. Naruto, observing Sasuke's fearful demeanor, could not resist a taunt. "Hey, why aren't you charging in? Weren't you just yelling about wanting to take him on? What's the matter now?" With his arms crossed, Naruto smirked at the flustered Sasuke, seizing the opportunity to revel in his rival's moment of hesitation. "Don't gloat, Naruto. The opponent is an S-rank. At least I had the courage to face him with a weapon. What about you?" Sasuke retorted angrily. "If you're so brave, why don't you step up?" "Well, it appears there are some tensions brewing among the youngsters. Perhaps you should consider my earlier suggestion? After all, there is no financial incentive for me to kill you." Zabuza remarked nonchalantly, spreading his arms wide. "Apologies, but I fear you may be disappointed. Mr. Tazuna is our employer, and our mission is to ensure his safe return home. Once we accepted this task, we are bound to it until death, even if it means facing a tiger." "Oh, so you intend to fight to the bitter end?" Zabuza questioned with an air of superiority. "Thank you for your kind offer, Zabuza, but if you wish to harm Mr. Tazuna, you will have to step over our dead bodies." Kakashi replied gravely, fully aware of Zabuza's formidable reputation, knowing he was among the most wanted criminals. What a pity. But it's not every day one gets to clash with the copy ninja of Konoha. Allow me to experience the prowess of Kakashi's Sharingan," Zabuza said, his tone indifferent. Yet his words dripped with lethal intent that resonated with everyone present. "What is happening? How does Kakashi possess a Sharingan from the Uchiha clan?" Sasuke exclaimed in astonishment, realizing that it was not just any Sharingan, but the 3-tomo variant, potentially a Mangekyo. What is going on? Wasn't it said that only the Uchiha clan could possess the Sharingan? How could Kakashi, of the Hatake clan, have it? Naruto observed as Sasuke fixated on Kakashi's eye, fully aware that his friend was grappling with the implications of Kakashi's Sharingan. Take your time to ponder. Even if you were to guess until the end, you would never uncover the truth. That Sharingan appeared alongside the massacre of your Uchiha clan. They are a pair. Chapter 59, The Clash Ninjutsu, Mist Concealment Technique. As the second pillar was still entangled in thoughts about Kakashi's Sharingan, Zabuza had already resolved to cease any further conversation with Kakashi. It became evident to him that to eliminate the old man Tazuna today, he first needed to dispose of Kakashi. With swift movements, Zabuza began to weave hand signs. And upon completing the last sign, a thick mist rapidly enveloped him, swiftly spreading throughout the area. In the blink of an eye, it occupied a significant portion of the surroundings. Within approximately 10 seconds, Kakashi, Naruto, and the others found themselves shrouded in the white fog. Visibility reduced to less than 2 meters. Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, ensure Mr. Tazuna's safety. Kakashi's voice echoed from a distance, but the direction was indiscernible. The mist not only obscured vision, but also disoriented their sense of direction. Upon hearing Kakashi's call, Naruto immediately formed a circle with the other two, placing the frightened Tazuna at the center. Each held a kunai, their eyes vigilantly scanning the surroundings, ready to strike at the slightest disturbance. At the onset of the confrontation, Naruto activated his Sharingan, yet the insufficiency of its current level, with merely 1 tomo, rendered him incapable of penetrating the mist technique employed by Zabuza. Sasuke swallowed nervously and remarked, Kakashi just mentioned that Zabuza excels in assassination. Everyone, be extremely cautious. The disappearance of the enemy from sight could indicate 2 scenarios. Either Zabuza was poised to strike and assassinate Mr. Tazuna, or he was preparing a ninjutsu that required the concealment of his form with the mist technique. I believe the latter is more probable. What do you think? Naruto observed his surroundings intently, sharing his thoughts. I concur with your assessment. Sakura was the first to respond, leaning towards the second option. I think the first scenario is more likely. For Zabuza, his target is Mr. Tazuna. Accomplishing his task would yield him the bounty from Gato. There is no need for him to engage in a protracted struggle with us. Sasuke argued that Naruto's first scenario held more weight, considering Zabuza was indeed a mercenary. And engaging in a fruitless endeavor without compensation seemed illogical. Release some fire techniques, Sasuke. After a moment's contemplation, Naruto instructed Sasuke to unleash several fireballs. Aware of the urgency of the situation, Sasuke complied, albeit reluctantly, questioning why he should follow Naruto's command. As the fireballs soared in various directions, the mist momentarily dissipated, only to swiftly return to its previous state. What a ridiculous idea. I wasted chakra for nothing. Look, it's utterly useless. Initially, Sasuke had assumed Naruto intended to use the fire techniques to clear the mist. However, the rapid resurgence of the fog shattered that notion, leading him to vent his frustration at Naruto. I can't believe I listened to you. Now I can't even get my pants on properly. Ignoring Sasuke's complaints, Naruto had not suggested the fire techniques to eliminate the mist. Given the humidity of the Land of Waves, dispersing the fog was an impossible feat. Instead, Naruto aimed to utilize the openings created by Sasuke's fire techniques to seek clarity and regain the initiative. In the meantime, Naruto divided himself into 5 shadow clones, with 4 forming a protective circle around the trio, while his original self and another clone dashed towards a nearby large tree. Hey, what are you doing? Sasuke shouted, alarmed at the reckless move, as the visibility was non-existent, and charging out could lead to an ambush, particularly with the original Naruto exposed. Disregarding Sasuke's warning, Naruto clenched his right fist, joining forces with his shadow clone to strike the tree, which was as thick as a bowl. With a loud crack, the tree splintered under their assault, and Naruto seized it, spinning around before hurling it in a specific direction. The massive trunk and lush branches created a cacophony as they sliced through the mist, yet Zabuza's figure remained elusive. Eventually, the flying tree collided with another tree of similar girth, landing heavily on the ground. Naruto, don't be reckless, come back, Sakura urged, her expression filled with anxiety. Such brute force was undoubtedly providing the enemy with opportunities to strike. However, before she could finish, a figure leaped from the branches. And in the astonished gazes of Sakura and Sasuke, Zabuza formed hand signs, soaring through the air like a great bird. Water release, waterfall technique. Zabuza had finally completed his ninjutsu, smirking coldly as he taunted, "Konoha's pests, meet your demise." The water beneath him began to surge violently. Torrents of seawater converging with a deafening roar, culminating in a colossal wave that surged toward Naruto and his companions. Earth release, earth flow wall. At a critical moment, Kakashi appeared, swiftly weaving hand signs. Just before Zabuza's tidal wave reached them, a wall of earth, adorned with various dog heads, rose to shield Naruto and Sasuke. "Zabuza, your opponent is now me. Unless you eliminate me, you cannot harm Mr. Tazuna. Do you truly believe your earth techniques can withstand my water techniques? Do not forget where you are. This is the land of waves, where the power of water is augmented by at least 30%. Zabuza mocked, his confidence palpable. Kakashi's earth technique appeared formidable, but in this land, its effectiveness was questionable. Wind release, wind barrier. Without hesitation, Naruto unleashed his wind technique. If Zabuza claimed that Kakashi's earth technique was inadequate, then perhaps combining it with his wind technique would suffice. "Impressive, Naruto, this jutsu appears quite formidable," Kakashi praised. Having never witnessed such a wind technique before, curious about Naruto's source of knowledge. "I wonder if my wind barrier will diminish the impact of Zabuza's waterfall technique." Naruto retorted confidently, "Come on, let us see if you can break through my wind technique." Chapter 60. Spitting blood. The tumultuous seawater surged chaotically through every visible corner, reaching heights of approximately 4 to 5 meters, akin to a minor tsunami. As the seawater swept through, even the smaller trees were uprooted and carried away by the force of the waves, floating along with the current. Kakashi's earth technique was evidently not ordinary. Although cracks appeared, causing the members of Team 7 to hold their breath, it ultimately held firm. Though Naruto's wind barrier had little effect from the front, it still proved useful from the sides. Following Hinata's advice, Naruto and his clones collectively released the wind barrier, encasing them like a small shelter. Despite Zabuza's relentless torrent, the direction of the flow allowed the water to recede after a single impact, draining away through lower terrain. Due to the necessity of refraining from utilizing the vast and formidable technique known as the Great Waterfall, Zabuza's previously cast mist hidden technique was inadvertently dispelled by his own actions. Of course, one could interpret this as a mere consequence of having exhausted his cover. After all, this technique was primarily designed to facilitate surprise assaults with ninjutsu, and as long as he was unperturbed, success was virtually assured. The entire arena was now a waterlogged domain conjured by Zabuza, and should he unleash a potent water-style ninjutsu next, it would undoubtedly yield tremendous results. Water-style, water dragon bullet technique. "Zabuza, do you truly believe I am inconsequential?" Kakashi declared from atop a mud wall, observing Zabuza as he formed his seals. Ignoring Kakashi's banter, Zabuza remained focused on his hand signs. The most formidable single-target attack within the water style was indeed the water dragon bullet. Yet its preparation was notoriously lengthy. "Cho shin ma na hi yo cho go yo na in tatsu inu in me cho you me in tatsu you na mi na in su e na inu in you in e na cho hi yo cho." Water style, water dragon bullet technique. Water style, water dragon bullet technique. Kakashi and Zabuza simultaneously shouted the names of their respective techniques, igniting Naruto's fervor. This was indeed one of the most exhilarating moments from the original narrative. A single water dragon bullet required a staggering 44 hand seals, and the manga had even depicted this sequence in slow motion, layering their hand signs for dramatic effect. Following this depiction, numerous devoted fans of the series had taken to practicing it, finding it exceedingly challenging. Witnessing this live is truly a spectacle. You have managed to innovate upon a simple water dragon bullet. I recall the second Hokage performed this technique with far more simplicity. It was more straightforward than this. Naruto critiqued the iconic duel between the two. Though Kakashi was employing a strategy of reactive prowess, his years of dedication to the art allowed him to keep pace with Zabuza, utilizing the Sharingan's replication ability to synchronously unleash their respective techniques. Two colossal water dragons erupted from beneath them, the water morphing into exquisite dragon forms under the concentrated chakra. The two dragons entwined in the air, their immense heads, under the control of Kakashi and Zabuza, opened wide to clash with one another. Though we share a common origin, must we clash so fiercely? As the two water dragons collided, they disintegrated into countless droplets that cascaded down like a torrential downpour, splattering against the faces of both combatants with a cacophony of sound. Seizing this moment, Naruto decided to abandon restraint, as the pace of the battle had been too lethargic. Most importantly, the grand display of the dual dragons had concluded, and Zabuza was nearing his retreat. Naruto swiftly produced two kunai from his pouch and hurled them at Zabuza with precision and speed. "Hey, Blondie, you play pretty dirty. Aiming for the lower regions, are we?" Zabuza chuckled lightly, sidestepping the kunai aimed at him, while tilting his head to evade the other that was directed at his face. Naruto anticipated Zabuza's swift reaction, aware that kunai were unlikely to be fatal. Instead, he sought to create an opportunity with them. In the next instant, Naruto vanished like a flash. As Zabuza had turned to evade the kunai, he barely had time to react before a familiar figure appeared before him. Naruto's powerful right hook landed squarely on Zabuza's chin with unembellished force. The impact sent Zabuza flying, akin to a ragdoll. This kid has truly mastered the flying thunder god technique. The kunai Naruto had thrown were no ordinary weapons. They had been marked with his signature technique. Years prior, his father had bestowed upon this maneuver a flamboyant, albeit somewhat absurd name, the memory of which he preferred not to recount here. After landing a solid hit, Naruto pursued the trajectory in which Zabuza was sent flying, summoning several shadow clones. One clone seized Naruto's arm, executing a Thomas spin, utilizing the momentum to propel Naruto swiftly towards Zabuza. Meanwhile, Zabuza, having collided with three large trees, finally came to a halt against the fourth, his back ablaze with pain. How is this kid so fast? What technique allowed him to appear before me in an instant? Wiping the blood from his mouth, Zabuza glared at the advancing Naruto. He grasped his executioner's blade, prepared to cleave Naruto in two should he dare approach. Naruto, however, was not naive. Aware that Zabuza had rapidly readied himself for combat, he recognized the opportunity for pursuit had slipped away. He lamented inwardly, halting his advance, knowing that a direct approach would render him vulnerable to Zabuza's blade. Observing Naruto's retreat, Zabuza expelled a copious amount of blood, not from Naruto's strike, but rather from the subsequent collision with the tree, compounded by a touch of indignation. After all, Zabuza was a renowned veteran. Being struck and sent flying by a mere child was a humiliation he could scarcely endure. The mere thought of such disgrace circulating among his peers was unbearable. Chapter 61. Water Prison Technique. Water Clone Technique. Zabuza formed seals once more as water swirled around him, coalescing into two identical duplicates of himself. "Oh, is this your game? You might be a tad overconfident." Multiple shadow clone technique. Naruto raised an eyebrow, dismissing Zabuza's attempt at duplicity. While he might have been concerned in other scenarios, when it came to clones, even if Zabuza possessed the chakra for 8 more clones, he would still be outmatched. As he spoke, over 200 Narutos appeared before Zabuza, on treetops, trunks, and all around him, a sea of golden-haired figures. What? How can there be so many clones? Zabuza was flabbergasted, questioning the abundance of clones and whether Naruto possessed such vast chakra reserves. Initially, he had intended to create 2 clones to draw fire, allowing for a stealthy attack. However, this multitude presented a conundrum. When had Konoha produced such a prodigy? With such mastery of the body flicker technique and shadow clone technique, was this indicative of Konoha's true strength? Zabuza's confidence in his intelligence reports on Konoha began to waver. Had he focused solely on completing missions for profit, allowing his rivals to ascend in power? Or had his own skills diminished from associating with lowly rogues? Despite his confusion, Zabuza's years of professional integrity compelled him to conclude the battle swiftly. After all, Kakashi was still present. Mist Hidden Technique. Zabuza activated the Mist Hidden Technique once more, attempting another surprise assault. However, having learned from his previous misstep, Naruto was not about to allow him the same opportunity. Over 200 shadow clones charged at Zabuza, ready to engage. Naruto's shadow clones leaped energetically through the forest, and Zabuza's 2 clones stood protectively in front of the original, determined to shield him as he prepared to unleash his jutsu. As the shadow clones engaged in close combat with Zabuza's, the disparity in skill became apparent. Within moments, several of Naruto's clones were swiftly dispatched, dissipating into a wisp of smoke. Lightning Blade. Kakashi, seizing the opportunity after Naruto's clones initiated the attack, unleashed his signature technique, Lightning Blade, to turn the tide. It is said that Kakashi once cleaved through the very lightning in the sky with this technique, earning its name. In an instant, he appeared behind Zabuza, who was fully focused on gathering his strength for a major move. With a hand crackling with blue lightning, Kakashi struck with blinding speed towards Zabuza's back. True to his roots in the Umbu, Kakashi was a master of lethal tactics. If he hesitated now, it would be inexcusable. The blue electric light illuminated Kakashi's face as his hand pierced through Zabuza's heart. However, to Kakashi's astonishment, there was no hint of pain on Zabuza's face, but rather a mocking smile. Kakashi, did you really think I wouldn't see your lightning blade coming? It's a fine technique, but its lengthy preparation is its downfall. Now, take a moment to rest. In an instant, Zabuza's hand shot out to grasp Kakashi's hand, which had penetrated his body, and in the blink of an eye, Zabuza transformed from human form into a water sphere, enveloping Kakashi entirely. Alas, the inevitable had come to pass. Kakashi, my dear teacher, it seems fate has decreed that you must endure this water prison for a while. Naruto, witnessing this turn of events, could only shake his head in resignation. The tactics and flow of battle had deviated significantly from the original narrative, yet Kakashi had nonetheless fallen into Zabuza's water prison. This is the water prison technique. Kakashi's pupils constricted sharply as regret washed over him. He had been too careless. After all this effort, Zabuza had deliberately exposed a weakness for him to walk into. Naruto, run. Seek reinforcements, we cannot win. Kakashi yelled urgently, realizing that if he remained trapped, Naruto and the other two would stand little chance against Zabuza alone. Naruto recognized the gravity of Kakashi's warning. Zabuza's prowess was undeniable. Even with over 200 of his clones battling against Zabuza's two, the odds had swiftly shifted from 100 to 1, and it seemed that in just 20 seconds, his clones would be decimated. Zabuza truly lived up to his fearsome reputation. There was no exaggeration in his title. Sasuke, let's go. Without hesitation, Naruto rallied others. Knowing that even though he could handle it alone, having Sasuke's support would bolster their strength. Sasuke remained silent, unleashing a series of fireballs in response. At this early stage, he had yet to undergo rigorous training. Aside from the family's signature fireball and his self-taught taijutsu, he was akin to other novices fresh from the ninja academy. After all, who teaches you real skills in school? The curriculum consisted of mass-produced knowledge, barely sufficient for practical use. True mastery could only be acquired beyond the classroom. Water release, water formation wall. Sasuke's few water balls were swiftly intercepted by Zabuza's clones using the water formation wall. Now, with the original incapacitated, only the clones were left to fend off the remaining attackers. However, these few younglings were more than enough for Zabuza's clones. Let us not mention the incident where Naruto had been sent flying and spitting blood. Anyone who brings it up will face my wrath. Do you believe I would engage in idle chatter with you while wielding a decapitating blade? As the water formation wall dissipated, Naruto flung several shuriken. He knew that shuriken would have no effect on Zabuza, who would easily evade them. Having learned from previous encounters, Zabuza, though he did not understand how this blonde boy could appear before him in an instant, deduced that it had to do with the shuriken. Thus, as soon as Naruto launched them, Zabuza's water clone stepped forward to intercept. Even if Naruto managed to close the distance, he would still be far from Zabuza himself. Naruto refrained from marking Kakashi and the other two members of Team 7 with the Flying Thunder God seal. Managing too many marks would be cumbersome, and besides, he had a modified version that worked with his father's and the second Hokage's seals. Furthermore, even if he had marked Kakashi, he would only end up trapped in the water prison alongside him. After all, the water prison technique could only be broken from the outside. Those within, no matter their strength, would be powerless. Of course, the effectiveness of high-level jutsu remained uncertain. After all, one could never tell with such unpredictable techniques. Chapter 62. Tactical Escape. Sasuke, the original, cannot move. If he does, Kakashi can break free. Do you understand? Sasuke joined Naruto, standing side by side as they faced Zabuza's two clones. But how do we get past? These two clones are formidable, Sasuke remarked, aware that while strategy might allow for underestimating the enemy, in battle, one must always respect their opponent. Those two water clones had effortlessly sliced through hundreds of Naruto's clones, and rushing in recklessly would likely lead to his demise. Let's do this. Are you ready? Naruto placed a hand on Sasuke's shoulder, and they whispered a plan, reminiscent of schoolchildren sharing secrets. Sasuke turned to Naruto, skeptical. Will this really work? Trust me, my friend. I promise it's foolproof. Then why not you? Because I scored full marks on my ninja tools in school, while you, my friend, are the king of misses. Sasuke wasted no time in exposing Naruto's academic shortcomings. Having the authority to do so. Quit whining. If we delay any longer, Zabuza's blade will be upon us. Naruto rolled his eyes, frustrated. I fear this opponent's unpredictability. I sent you because your life is expendable. As long as I remain unharmed, anyone else can take the fall. Fine. If you dare betray me, I will make sure you regret it. Naruto grumbled inwardly, knowing that should Sasuke fall victim to Zabuza's might, revenge would be futile. Multiple shadow clone jutsu. In a flurry, over 200 clones emerged, and Naruto's forces expanded rapidly. Zabuza, observing the multiplication of Naruto's clones, scoffed derisively. I expected you to be a skilled ninja, but it seems you only know this one trick. Aside from clones, what else do you have? This technique is as common as cabbage. Can you show me something fresh? Zabuza had discerned that these youngsters were likely fresh graduates from the Ninja Academy, lacking in true skill. The only noteworthy technique they possessed was the multiple shadow clone jutsu, which relied heavily on individual capability. For Naruto, the clones he created would be as ineffective as ants challenging an anteater, merely providing a meal for the opponent. Ignoring Zabuza's taunts, Naruto commanded his 200 clones to charge forward. Zabuza's clones, equally relentless, surged forth, and as before, the moment they clashed, numerous shadow clones dissipated into smoke. Kid, have you run out of tricks? Zabuza laughed heartily, finally able to indulge in laughter after such a long time. Naruto, cease your futile attacks and quickly return to seek assistance. Take Mr. Tazuna and protect Sakura. Kakashi urged anxiously from within the water prison, utterly immobile. Run? None shall escape. Zabuza declared menacingly. Kakashi, I want you to witness the demise of these little brats right before your eyes. Especially that blonde-haired one. I intend to chop him into 8 pieces to vent my wrath. He touched the bruised part of his cheek, still aching from the earlier blow. The boy with the yellow hair could not be allowed to escape. If he grew stronger, he would undoubtedly become a formidable enemy. Huh, you think a pathetic creature like you can take my life? If it weren't for the fear of exposing my identity, I would summon the second Hokage to duel you. Let's see if your water jutsu can match the prowess of a master of the sea. Naruto cast a sidelong glance at Zabuza. You think you can chop me into pieces? The entire Mist Village combined wouldn't stand a chance against me. In a matter of moments, over 200 shadow clones were slaughtered, leaving only a handful. As Zabuza swung his blade, the remaining clones swiftly drew kunai and shurikens, launching them toward him in a flurry. If that is your objective, I must say you are woefully naive. Do you think I would not anticipate such a move? Zabuza scoffed, finding the scattered attacks beneath his notice. He leaped into the air, evading the projectiles, which streaked past him like meteors, vanishing behind him. Upon landing, he maintained his firm grip on the water sphere encasing Kakashi, effortlessly dodging such trivial assaults. Is that all you have? If not, prepare to meet your end. Fire style, great fireball technique. Just as Naruto prepared to retort that the one destined to die was Zabuza, Sasuke's voice emerged from behind him, catching Zabuza off guard as he was still mocking Naruto. Nanny, where did this kid come from? Wasn't he beside the blonde? Zabuza's mind reeled as confusion set in. Who was that fire-wielding brat behind me? To be frank, with your intellect, you would be better suited to care for horses in Konoha. Take a good look at who I am. Sasuke taunted, smirking. In an instant, a cloud of white smoke dispersed, revealing that the Sasuke standing before Zabuza had transformed back into Naruto, who stood with arms crossed, grinning mischievously. Ah, I see. You both are the same person, and the kunai behind me was merely a shadow clone's diversion. Quite the clever ruse, Zabuza realized, begrudgingly impressed. However, the situation was dire. He could either relinquish his grip on Kakashi or endure the full brunt of the fire technique. Given his earlier injury, absorbing another fireball would surely be detrimental. In a flash, Zabuza sighed in resignation. As long as I have my life, I can always find more fuel. He chose to release his control over Kakashi, swiftly drifting to the right, narrowly avoiding Sasuke's fireball. Without pausing, he thrust his blade toward Naruto with tremendous force, aiming to eliminate the cunning boy who had thwarted his plans. To think you would dare threaten my student in my presence. How disrespectful. Once freed, Kakashi vanished before Naruto, blocking Zabuza's strike with a kunai, the clash producing sparks that illuminated the dim surroundings. I am furious. Truly I am. Kakashi's gaze fixed sternly upon Zaibu, his demeanor as frigid as the Antarctic, causing the temperature in the vicinity to drop significantly. Chapter 63. Fierce Combat. Kakashi was consumed by rage. Taking 3 freshly graduated students on a mission was already a challenge, but to lose face before them was intolerable. If word of this reaches the village, how could I ever hold my head high? What kind of incompetence is this? The elite Umbu are of such caliber? The renowned copy ninja, Kakashi, trapped like a dog in a water prison, only to rely on his students for rescue. How will I ever live this down? Without further ado, Kakashi charged forward with his kunai, determined to confront Zaibu. Your sword may seem formidable, but I, Kakashi of the Sharingan, am no mere novice. Fueled by a mix of sorrow and fury, Kakashi's combat prowess surged as he engaged Zaibu in a fierce exchange. The sharp clinks of weapons colliding echoing through the air. The two were evenly matched, each unwilling to yield as they clashed. Kakashi's frustration matched Zaibu's determination. The two locked in a battle of strength, neither willing to back down. Sasuke, exhilarated, returned to Naruto's side. That fireball I unleashed forced Zaibu to release Kakashi. How was that for a display? Sasuke challenged Naruto. Without my intervention, Kakashi-sensei would still be trapped. Your kunai could never reach Zaibu. Only my fire jutsu could leave him no room to evade. Indeed, your fire jutsu was invaluable. Do you understand now why I had to launch you first? Only your transformation technique could deceive that old fox. If I attempted it, he would see through it halfway. Naruto refrained from arguing further, acknowledging Sasuke's contribution. The boy had remained silent for too long, and a little praise might stave off his darkening mood. Of course, I am the top graduate from the academy. I've always said you should study ninjutsu diligently, and now you see its importance. Sasuke boasted, reveling in his competitive spirit with Naruto. Let us split into 2 groups and launch our assault from the flanks, providing cover for Kakashi-sensei to take down Zaibu. Naruto proposed, recognizing the stalemate between Kakashi and Zaibu as the perfect opportunity. A coordinated attack from both would leave Zaibu with no means of defense. Sasuke silently agreed, opting for action over words. In a flash, he darted to the right, initiating the attack. Seeing this, Naruto followed suit on the left. Prepare to perish. Zaibu. Naruto and Sasuke roared in unison, fists clenched, ready to strike. Zaibu's pupils widened in realization, caught in a duel with Kakashi. He had no time to defend against the impending blows. As Naruto and Sasuke's fists descended, Zaibu gritted his teeth and stomped the ground, summoning a surge of strength to push forward. Sensing his movement, Kakashi also exerted his force, but unexpectedly, the tremendous pressure that had surged toward him suddenly vanished. Caught off guard, Kakashi continued pushing forward with all his might. Seizing the moment, Zaibu utilized Kakashi's momentum to retreat just in time, narrowly evading the onslaught of punches. However, Naruto and Sasuke's fists, propelled by their forward momentum, collided with tremendous force, marking the climax of their fierce confrontation. Kakashi, perceiving the imminent danger, swiftly withdrew, yet Naruto and Sasuke's fists collided with an undeniable force. Fortunately, it was merely a brief clash, resulting in no significant injury. Kakashi's timely retreat prevented a potentially grievous outcome, as his kunai might have inadvertently struck either Naruto or Sasuke. Old man, if you have the skill, don't run, Naruto exclaimed, pointing accusingly at Zabuza. You make such grandiose claims, yet you flee without a word. Zabuza, upon hearing Naruto's complaints, felt a surge of frustration. How dare you, with such a large fist before my face, expect me to dodge? Are you oblivious to your own strength? He scoffed, dismissing Naruto's words. With that, he resheathed his executioner's blade and leaped back several paces. Once assured of a safe distance, he began to form hand seals with remarkable speed. Kakashi, observing Zabuza's actions, quickly advanced a few steps, activating his Sharingan. He mirrored Zabuza's hand seals, both ninjas entering into a synchronized sequence. Zabuza, astonished to see Kakashi replicating his seals, felt a surge of dread. Could it be that their jutsu were identical once more? The memory of their previous encounter's water dragon jutsu lingered vividly in his mind, where Kakashi had executed the same technique with remarkable speed, producing an equally formidable dragon. Would he replicate it again? But as Zabuza pondered, he noticed that Kakashi had ceased forming seals. Had he completed them so quickly? But wasn't Kakashi a copy ninja? His own seals were not yet finished. Was it a different technique he had never encountered? Water release, great waterfall technique. Kakashi shouted, and instantly, the ocean wave summoned earlier by Zabuza surged beneath him, rising to colossal heights, crashing forward with tremendous force towards Zabuza. This was the very technique I intended to unleash. How could this be possible? I hadn't even released it. Yet he preemptively completed the seals and unleashed it. Is this the speed of his hand seals? No, he has clearly discerned my intentions. Zabuza's mind was consumed by this singular thought, leaving him speechless. The distance was already short, and combined with the swiftness of the technique, the tidal wave engulfed him in an instant. The speed was so overwhelming that he had no time to erect a water barrier. The sheer force of the attack sent him spiraling uncontrollably, crashing into several trees along his path. The combination of the Jutsu's assault and the physical impacts caused Zabuza to spew blood profusely. In the desolate battlefield, the only sounds were the roaring waters and Zabuza's agonizing cries. Goodness! Thank heavens Kakashi-sensei used Earth Release to shield us. Indeed, the great waterfall technique was devastating. It felt as if Zabuza had been forcefully overwhelmed, his cries echoing in despair. Naruto and Sasuke perched atop a tree, discussing the situation with abandon, having leapt to safety the moment Kakashi unleashed his jutsu. Chapter 64. The appearance of White the Ocean, unleashed by the technique, had initially surged to heights of 5 or 6 meters. However, as the chakra dissipated, it rapidly diminished to a depth of 2 or 3 meters, revealing Zabuza's condition. Is he dead? Sakura, who had similarly climbed the tree with Tazuna to escape the flood, asked anxiously. Zabuza was formidable. It would be best if this attack finished him off. Impossible. He ranks among the top ninjas. Do you think a single technique could defeat him? Naruto shook his head. Though powerful, the great waterfall technique was more about area than sheer destructive force. In terms of single-target potency, it paled in comparison to the water dragon jutsu. As the flood receded swiftly, they noticed Zabuza lying in the mud, coughing violently and clutching his chest. Clearly, the technique had not claimed his life. But he was indeed gravely injured. Kakashi, how could you release it so quickly? Did you foresee my technique? Zabuza coughed up blood, his gaze fixed on Kakashi. Filled with resentment, he yearned to understand how he had been defeated. I did not predict your jutsu. You merely fell victim to mine, Kakashi replied, his tone calm and devoid of emotion. From the moment we stood opposite each other, it may have seemed I was replicating your jutsu, but my Sharingan had already begun ensnaring you in an illusion. Within that realm, time flows differently, allowing me to discern your intended technique. I witnessed your jutsu, yet you remained oblivious to my illusion. Thus, in reality, your hand seals were a fraction slower than mine, which explains my ability to release my technique first. You thought I was faster, but in truth, it was you who had slowed. Zabuza spat a mouthful of blood, splattering several meters away, his eyes burning with fury as he fixed his gaze upon Kakashi. Throughout his extensive career as a ninja, his defeats had been few. But this moment was undoubtedly the most humiliating. Who would have imagined that a simple assassination mission would involve the legendary Kakashi of the Leaf as an escort, accompanied by an extraordinary young prodigy? Zabuza, your defeat is not unjust, Kakashi stated coldly. The tides of time will inevitably challenge the old guard. We will one day be surpassed by the next generation of ninjas. This evolution is beyond our control, hence your defeat is not unfounded. Is that so? Zabuza's expression turned bitter. So, in the end, he was bested by youth? Sasuke and Sakura approached, excitement gleaming in their eyes as they regarded Zabuza in the mud. This was their inaugural mission, and they had vanquished the infamous Zabuza. Truly a remarkable feat. Time will ultimately discard the antiquated. Clinging to the past makes failure inevitable, Sasuke declared, surveying Zabuza from above. In his eyes, Zabuza's reputation seemed excessively inflated. He could easily surpass him, thanks to Naruto and Sasuke. Especially Sasuke's powerful fireball jutsu that forced Zabuza to abandon his water prison technique. I was able to escape. Your teamwork was commendable, Kakashi praised, placing a hand on Naruto and Sasuke's shoulders, his face beaming with pride. I had truly underestimated these two youngsters. In the face of overwhelming odds, they managed to devise a reasonable strategy in the shortest time, though I had yet to impart much knowledge to them. Their seamless cooperation hinted at the emergence of a formidable team. Kakashi-sensei, don't forget about me. I'm here too, Sakura chimed in, eagerly clinging to Kakashi's arm with a playful demeanor. Indeed, Sakura, your performance was commendable as well. You protected Mr. Tazuna admirably. Keep up the good work. Kakashi affectionately ruffled Sakura's hair, showering her with praise. In the end, victory and defeat are part of the game. Proceed as you will. As Zabuza steeled himself, closing his eyes as if resigned to his fate, Sasuke retrieved a kunai from his waist and approached with a cold demeanor, raising both hands to aim for Zabuza's heart. Just as Sasuke was about to strike, Naruto intervened with a kick that sent Sasuke stumbling. What are you doing, you fool? Sasuke shot an angry glare at Naruto. If you're here, stop hiding and show yourself. Naruto offered an apologetic smile to Sasuke, refraining from answering his question, and called out to the desolate wilderness surrounding them. Are there more enemies? Sakura pondered, startled. Has the Kato organization sent more people? Kakashi observed Naruto intently. He felt no unusual presence from him until now. However, upon further scrutiny, he realized, come out. If you don't, I'll send him to the afterlife with a single blow. I will count to 3. Sasuke quickly recognized Naruto's words as a signal indicating more presence nearby, likely Zabuza's accomplices, and pressed the blade against Zabuza's neck. If they did not reveal themselves, he would send Zabuza back home with a swift strike. I am quite curious as to how you discovered my presence. A figure gradually emerged from behind a large tree. A masked ninja clad in a green robe. You must be his accomplice, huh? I never expected this fool to have allies. Sasuke tightened the grip on his kunai, the blade now cutting into Zabuza's skin, blood seeping forth. You wish to save him? I think that is impossible. You are not taking him anywhere. Instead, how about this? You stay here with him as company, and I will kindly send you both to the afterlife together. The arrogant voice of the newcomer echoed, his gaze fixated on the masked ninja in the tree. You are mistaken. I am not here to save him. Firstly, I am not the accomplice you speak of. Secondly, my objective aligns with yours. I am here to kill him. I am an Umbu ninja from the Mist Village, and I have been pursuing him. My mission is to eliminate him and return with his corpse. The mysterious figure continued. After all, he is a rogue ninja from our village. If you do not believe me, I can show you my identification. Chapter 65. Unmasking the identity upon the newcomer's declaration of identity, indicating he was not an enemy. Sasuke visibly relaxed. As long as he was not an adversary, that was acceptable. Naruto couldn't help but exclaim, this is different. In the original story, when Haku first appeared, he immediately pierced Zabuza's neck with long steel needles to send him to the afterlife before revealing his identity to Kakashi and the others. Then, using his Umbu status, he took Zabuza's corpse away and found a secluded place to revive him from a faux death, which led to the subsequent battle on the Great Bridge and allowed Zabuza to unleash his bloodline limit, indirectly aiding Sasuke in awakening his eyes. Why is it that here, he is opting for diplomacy first rather than combat? After contemplating, Naruto deduced that while the overarching direction of this world remained unchanged, specific details had shifted due to certain elements. For instance, according to the original plot, they would not have received this mission for at least 2 or 3 months. However, they had completed the escort mission for Tazuna just the day after their graduation. The Mist's Umbu? Kakashi furrowed his brow. He had dealt with the Mist's Umbu before and, upon closer inspection of the newcomer's mask and its distinctive patterns, he nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, it is a Mist Village Umbu mask. Each village's Umbu wears masks while executing missions to conceal their true identities, using aliases to prevent recognition. However, every Umbu unit also has unique identification methods. It is not sufficient to merely wear a mask and claim to be Umbu. The Mist's Umbu masks feature unique lines that conceal specific identification codes. Konoha possesses a similar system, and being a former Umbu member, Kakashi could discern the differences, as Konoha and Mist had clashed often in the past. It is indeed the pursuing Umbu from Mist, without a doubt. Kakashi confirmed, providing clarity. Konoha's esteemed members. I wonder if it would be convenient for you to hand Zabuza over to me, so I may report back to the village? The masked figure waved a hand in greeting, addressing Naruto and Kakashi with a request. That is not out of the question. It is fitting for you to handle your village's traitor. Sasuke withdrew his kunai slightly, pondering the situation. Then I shall extend my gratitude. He had previously been a notable figure in his village and believed it would be easier to escort a deceased Zabuza than a living one. The masked figure extracted several steel needles from his hair, evidently intending to revive Zabuza. Wait. At that moment, Naruto stepped forward, interrupting the masked figure's actions. What now, Naruto? Sasuke inquired irritably, baffled by Naruto's repeated disruptions. Do you not see that the Mist Zambu is here to clean up their own mess? What do you intend to do now? You have been acting out of character all day. Ignoring Sasuke's complaints, Naruto positioned himself in front of Zabuza, obstructing any potential attack from the masked figure. You are called Haku. You encountered Zabuza after he defected from the village. He took you in and led you on various missions to earn a living as a ninja. You are not here to kill him. You are here to save him. As for those steel needles in your hand, if I am not mistaken, you intend to inject them into Zabuza's neck, allowing him to enter a state of false death, where his pulse and breath would cease, appearing lifeless. However, once those needles are removed and with the right medication, Zabuza could be revived. Am I correct in my assertion? With arms crossed, Naruto declared resolutely. What? You are actually Zabuza's accomplice? Really? Is that true? Naruto, do not speak recklessly. Sasuke, Kakashi, and Sakura were all taken aback. Naruto, do not make such claims. Teacher Kakashi has confirmed that mask is indeed from the Mist Village. So the identity checks out. Sakura hurriedly stepped forward, grasping Naruto's arm in an effort to dissuade him. The mask is indeed from the Mist Village. But the person is not one of them. That mask was left behind after they killed the Mist's pursuing Umbu ninja. Naruto's gaze locked on Haku. I bring this topic to light to inform you that you will not leave here alive. I regret to inform you that you shall all perish today. Haku remained silent, shock washing over him. How did this boy know such details? The events of their ambush on the Mist Pursuit team were known only to him and Zabuza. There was no way a third party could be aware. They had eliminated every ninja present that day without leaving a single survivor. Haku remained speechless. Yet his involuntary physical reactions betrayed him. These secrets could only be known to him and Zabuza, yet someone had unearthed this hidden truth. How was this possible? Zabuza's eyes widened in astonishment. Blonde brat, I must admit, I am truly impressed. How did you uncover this? If it weren't for the forehead protector emblazoned with the symbol of the Hidden Leaf Village atop your head, I would have sworn you were a shinobi from the Mist Village. Zabuza's melancholic smile revealed that, now that this young man had unraveled his long-standing ruse of feigned death, his plans were destined to collapse. Faced with the encirclement of 3 adversaries, he saw no chance of overcoming Kakashi and that peculiar blonde youth. Why? The situation has become untenable. Depart at once. Lowering his head, Zabuza deemed it unnecessary to sacrifice another life. Mr. Zabuza, if I cannot escort you to safety, then I wish to meet my end alongside you. White shook his head, removing his mask to reveal an androgynous visage of exquisite beauty. Is he male or female? Sakura gasped upon seeing White's face. If he is male, he is remarkably delicate. If female, she is astonishingly fair. Before I respond to your inquiries, I would appreciate it if you could first answer Mr. Zabuza's question. How did you uncover our identities? The events of that year had been executed with such precision that, aside from the higher-ups in the Mist Village, no one else could possibly know about the fallen Umbu. Judging by his earlier demeanor, Kakashi was oblivious, and that young brat should have still been in diapers at the time. How could he possibly know? Could he be the reincarnation of one of those fallen ninjas? White pondered this possibility, though it primarily stemmed from Naruto's tender age. Chapter 66. Numerous doubts and explanations. Are you the reincarnated soul of those from that era? White cautiously broached the question, which mirrored Zabuza's own thoughts. It was the only plausible explanation they could conceive. I am not. Naruto shook his head. Such notions of reincarnation are mere fabrications. When one dies, the soul returns to a tranquil realm, a world of serenity. Naruto lamented, a realization he had only come to after witnessing the conclusion of the Hokage saga. How do you know this? Kakashi began to speak, but Sasuke interjected, causing Kakashi's frustration to mount. These 3 students are incredibly difficult to manage. One is always vying for the spotlight, and the other for conversation. Do you 2 comprehend the values of respect and reverence for your teacher? It's bad enough that you've usurped my chance to shine. Now you're even stealing my questions. Among us, who is the teacher and who are the students? Could you not show me, your esteemed instructor, a modicum of respect? If the teacher failed to recognize the imposter, and the students exposed him instead, how could I continue to guide you? Apologies. But I too am unaware of your true identities. My deductions regarding you are merely conjectures, Naruto admitted with a shrug, presenting a rationale that seemed utterly absurd. Upon hearing his explanation, not only White and Zabuza, but even Sakura and Sasuke regarded him with skepticism. Tazuna shot Naruto a look of disdain. If you don't wish to speak, then don't. Is deceiving others really entertaining? Very well, I shall temporarily entertain your explanation. But how do you account for my name? This is our first encounter, is it not? To know my name must surely be a guess? If you can guess so accurately, you ought to abandon the path of a ninja and take up fortune-telling on the streets, where you'd surely earn more. White remarked dismissively, clearly unconvinced by Naruto's answer. Naruto felt a pang of anxiety at White's inquiry regarding his knowledge of his name. Oh, how do I explain this? He thought, realizing that this was indeed information only Zabuza had known upon his arrival. After a moment of contemplation, a wry smile crossed Naruto's face. This situation is rather ludicrous, and I fear you may not believe me when I recount it. Go on. We have encountered even more absurdities than this. What could possibly be more ridiculous? Zabuza shook his head. You were just acting so absurd that it's hard to imagine anything more ludicrous than you. Naruto glanced at the others, noting their unified expressions of disbelief, indicating that they had formed a collective front against him, while he, due to his outrageous behavior, found himself on the opposing side. In truth, I could call your name because it was a gamble. You may find it hard to believe, but after escorting Mr. Tazuna beyond the borders of the Land of Fire, I had a peculiar dream that night. In my dream, I saw you. Naruto gazed intently at White's face, causing him to blush slightly. Those eyes truly were striking, lacking any subtlety. Are you implying that you dreamt of me, and that is how you knew my name? White raised an eyebrow skeptically. Indeed, I dreamt of someone who bore an uncanny resemblance to you, though not in your current form. In my dream, the figure was a woman, whom I referred to as sister. I recall fervently practicing ninjutsu in the dream until I collapsed beneath a tree, and upon waking, I found a strikingly similar woman sitting beside me, shielding me from the harsh sunlight and offering me buns to eat. I remember she had a basket filled with flowers and food, and as she departed, I asked her name. She told me it was White. Thus, upon seeing you today, I took a chance, for you are so alike. I assumed you were the sister I dreamt of. White's heart raced. Naruto's description of the dream mirrored his own recent activities, albeit with slight variations. Just days prior, he had donned casual clothing to gather flowers in the woods, though he had never encountered Naruto beneath any tree. However, he had indeed brought food that day, though they were rice balls, not buns. Was it fate at play? Zabuza, observing White's expression, realized that Naruto's dream was undoubtedly a reflection of White's experiences. After all these years, he had come to understand White quite well. No, you are lying to me. White shouted fiercely, shaking his head in denial. You are fabricating this tale. When I first appeared, I wore a mask from the Mist Village. You had never seen my face. How could you know I look identical to the person in your dream? What say you to this? Naruto's mind buzzed. Oh no, how did I forget that detail? How the devil do I explain this? Brothers, what should I do? I urgently seek assistance. After a moment's thought, Naruto replied, I admit. There was an element of chance in my assertion, but I was not entirely relying on luck. I have faith that destiny would not allow me to have such a dream without reason. Therefore, upon waking, I immediately endeavored to recall the dream's details. Perhaps you won't believe me, but I distinctly remember that although you changed your attire, your hairstyle and the few steel needles upon your head were indelibly etched in my memory. I even asked you why you brought such long needles for flower picking. Fearing you might injure yourself, I wanted to see them, and you stated they were very important and should not be touched. So when you revealed the steel needles, they felt remarkably familiar. How did you deduce that the needles were for feigned death? Was this also part of your dream? White pressed, his skepticism palpable. He found Naruto's reasoning utterly preposterous, refusing to accept it. Your information is outdated. Do you truly believe this technique is so obscure? I'm afraid. Within the confines of the Konoha bookstore, such plot devices have been recounted countless times in novels. There are those who feign death using steel needles, others who utilize the tortoise-breathing technique to simulate lifelessness, and then there are those who practice breath-holding techniques. Are you familiar with the tortoise-breathing technique? It is described in novels as a method where individuals mimic the hibernation habits of turtles, creating a ninjutsu that enables them to play dead. And breath-holding techniques. Some can hold their breath and appear as though they are devoid of life, resembling a corpse. These scenarios are precisely how the novels in the corners of the Konoha bookstore are written. Naruto declared earnestly, gesticulating as he explained to Sakura and Zabuza, fearing they might not comprehend. I can attest to this. There are indeed several books in the Konoha bookstore that detail such accounts. Sakura raised her hand, vouching for Naruto. Chapter 67. Spare him, is that truly the case? Kakashi turned his head, his gaze fixed intently on Sakura, his mismatched eyes causing her to feel uneasy. I can corroborate that there are indeed such books. Sasuke chimed in, raising his hand at an inopportune moment, stating candidly that Naruto's claims seemed rather outlandish. Few would dare to believe him. He too was perplexed and skeptical, primarily due to the numerous inconsistencies in Naruto's narrative. The entire situation was simply too absurd. However, upon Naruto mentioning the Konoha bookstore, he gradually began to entertain the possibility. In the corner of the Konoha bookstore, there were indeed several legendary novels that contained a myriad of fantastical tales, depicting numerous battles and peculiar ninjutsu. Many villagers viewed these stories as mere entertainment and wonder. Naturally, children were particularly fond of such books, as they were filled with curiosity. Why was I unaware of this? I have visited the Konoha bookstore as well. How could I have missed it? Kakashi inquired, clearly confused. Are there such books in that store? Are you serious? Every time you've been there, your attention was solely on the latest edition of Intimate Paradise. With that distraction, which book could possibly capture your interest? Naruto and Sasuke muttered in unison, both thinking the same thing. Kakashi entered the bookstore with only Intimate Paradise in his sights. He didn't even spare a glance for anything else. Usually, others would read the mission scrolls to him. Did you expect him to read other books? Dream on. The main issue was that those particular books were somewhat tucked away. Aside from those who enjoyed this genre and children, hardly anyone ventured to explore those shelves, considering them too ludicrous. Sasuke spread his hands, shrugging in resignation. Really? Kakashi and Tazuna remained skeptical, casting dubious glances at Naruto, attempting to discern any flaws in his expression. However, Naruto's composure had thickened significantly. He had long since mastered the art of maintaining a steadfast demeanor even in the face of adversity. With Kakashi's prowess, attempting to see through Naruto now would require centuries of practice. I swear, my words are as solid as gold. They are logical and substantiated, with evidence to verify. Initially, Naruto felt a tinge of insecurity, having fabricated a tale, but after Sakura and Sasuke stepped forward to back him up, his confidence surged. He might have been speaking nonsense, but they had undoubtedly witnessed it. Kakashi nodded in silence. However, his skepticism had only intensified since the incident involving the stolen sealing book. Naruto had become increasingly enigmatic, as if shrouded in a layer of mystery that was thickening with each passing moment. What secrets does this child conceal from us? A spark of insight flickered in Kakashi's eyes, swift as a flash, almost imperceptible to anyone else. Unfortunately, while Kakashi scrutinized Naruto, Naruto was also subtly observing Kakashi, instinctively sensing that he might have overplayed his hand regarding the revelation of Haku's identity. Though the glimmer in Kakashi's eyes was fleeting, Naruto, who shared the same ocular prowess and had his focus entirely on Kakashi, seized upon this opportunity. He keenly perceived that even if Kakashi believed his excuse, he would undoubtedly investigate further, and even if he unearthed the truth, doubts would likely persist. Internally, Naruto sighed deeply. This was a pretense he ought not to have engaged in. Zabuza fixed a penetrating gaze on Naruto, seemingly attempting to delve into his thoughts, then turned to Haku and asked, "How plausible do you think his claims are?" Haku remained silent. Naruto's excuse was too far-fetched. To be frank, he found it hard to believe. Equally, he was hesitant to accept it. I have heard tales of individuals who can foresee the future, thus evading calamities. I suspect this boy has encountered such an extraordinary experience. Fate has revealed part of the truth to him. For us, it is calamity, but for him, it is fortune. Heaven aids him, but not me. What can I do against fate? Alas, Zabuza, perhaps this is our destined path. I resign myself to it. Haku shook his head, a bitter expression on his face, realizing that his life might very well end here today. Little did he expect that despite the numerous experts from the Mist Village, they would fall victim to a few mere children from Konoha. The whims of fate are unpredictable, a grand irony indeed. I believe it is half destiny and half meticulousness. This boy will undoubtedly become a significant figure. Hey kid, do you play Pai-Gao? Zabuza called out to Naruto. I am not Hey, nor am I kid. I have a name. Uzumaki Naruto is who I am. If you are familiar with me, call me Naruto. Without turning around, Naruto waved his hand dismissively. I have heard of Pai-Gao, but never played it. I once read a line that advised against gambling and promiscuity, suggesting that one should cherish life and steer clear of vice. Oh, so you prefer indulgence over gambling, huh? At your young age, have you matured enough? Zabuza chuckled. momentarily taken aback. Huh, vile. Sakura exclaimed, her cheeks flushed as she spat in disgust, the thickness of her spit reflecting her disdain for Naruto. Brother, I usually urge you to read more, yet you insist on feeding the pig. This phrase does not imply you should choose between gambling and promiscuity. It originally meant to advise loved ones against the perils of gambling. The suggestion against promiscuity means to refrain from meddling in others' affairs, for you will receive no gratitude in return. Naruto cast a scornful glance at Zabuza, lamenting the lack of culture. In that moment, he also glanced at Kakashi. Instantly, Naruto's expression mirrored Sakura's disdain. Although Kakashi did not engage in promiscuity, his taste for adult literature was hardly commendable, and he claims to be a role model? Vile. Kakashi, caught off guard by Naruto's gaze, was bewildered. What did that mean? Wasn't he criticizing Zabuza? Why was Naruto directing disdain at him? What business is it of mine? Kakashi thought, feeling wronged. He prided himself on maintaining a clean reputation, free from scandal. Very well. Naruto, it seems we have formed an unexpected bond. Heroes emerge from youth. If I were to perish at the hands of a youthful hero such as yourself, I would not consider it a loss. I have but one request. Should you choose to kill me, spare Haku. He is still young, with little blood on his hands, and he has acted solely at my behest. I implore you to let him go. Zabuza gazed at Naruto and Kakashi with pleading eyes, fully aware that only they held the power to decide his fate. Although Naruto was just a child, logic dictated that if Naruto refused, appealing to Kakashi would be futile. Mr. Zabuza, do not speak further. If you perish, I shall not live on without you. Haku declared resolutely, having committed himself to living only for Zabuza since the moment he was saved. Look, do you see? It is not that I wish for him to die. He has made his own choices. Naruto turned to face Zabuza, who sat slumped on the ground, extending his hands in exasperation. Chapter 68. Is love in the air? Am I not dead, and yet you are already causing a ruckus? Haku, I deeply dislike your presumptuousness. If you truly wish to follow me, you must heed my words. Now that the situation has become irreparable, why sacrifice a life in vain? I do not wish for my remains to lie exposed in the wilderness after my death. You should consider, at the very least, living on as my undertaker. Remember to arrange for a scenic resting place for me, one with mountains and rivers, and preferably less sun. Having lived under shadows throughout my life, the glaring sun would be too blinding and uncomfortable for me. Zabuza, resigned to his fate, sat down on his knees, tears streaming down his face as he wept inconsolably. Sakura, feeling a surge of compassion, turned away to wipe her tears, unable to restrain herself from speaking. Sasuke, glancing at Sakura's sorrowful visage, remained silent. After all, life and death are commonplace in this world. To weep so freely would flood the Pacific. Could Naruto truly allow them to depart? Their emotional display was overwhelming. Perhaps we are being too cruel? Sakura approached Naruto, tugging at his sleeve, tears still glistening in her eyes as she sobbed. She was moved by the bond between Zabuza and Haku, pondering if this was what true connection meant. If you die, I shall not live on alone. We are both considering one another's well-being. All we seek is for the other to survive. Wait, what? Naruto turned to Sakura, his gaze fixated on her, causing her heart to race. Kakashi also turned his attention to her, as did Tazuna, his mind swirling with questions. Are you out of your mind? Just a while ago, you were fighting fiercely, and now you plead for him? Do you even remember who he is? He came to kill me. Do you think asking for mercy will save him? Using my head as a bargaining chip. Do you think he is on holiday here? His mission is to bring my head back. Tazuna, exasperated, thought to himself how absurd this team was. A teacher relying on his students for rescue. One student fiercely aggressive, another cold and aloof, and yet another seemingly out of touch with reality. Sarutobi Hiruzen, what kind of ridiculous team have you assigned me? Is there not a more competent group in Konoha? This girl is clearly deranged. Moreover, she cannot distinguish friend from foe. I suggest you all engage in some serious political education upon your return. As the eyes of the team turned toward Sakura, the icy stare seemed to awaken her senses just a bit. Blushing, she stubbornly spoke, what if we reconsider? After all, her voice trailed off, realizing her request might be a bit excessive, and she gradually withdrew her hand from Naruto's sleeve. Observing this, Naruto turned back, contemplating Zabuza and Haku for a moment. He then stepped toward Kakashi, gesturing for him to lean in closer, wanting to share something in private. Whispering into Kakashi's ear. Naruto's words were too soft for anyone else to hear, and he shielded his mouth with his hand to prevent lip reading. Kakashi bent down, listening intently, occasionally nodding in agreement. And after exchanging a peculiar glance with Sasuke, they continued their discussion. Sasuke felt a chill run down his spine as he noticed the strange looks Kakashi and Naruto exchanged, as if they had stumbled upon a rare treasure. These two were undoubtedly up to no good, probably plotting something sinister. The duo conspired for what felt like an eternity. Even Zabuza, who awaited his fate, began to feel puzzled. Was such prolonged discussion necessary for a single execution? Was it not a matter of merely drawing a blade? What? Were they contemplating an elaborate torture? Hey, are we killing or not? Why the delay? Can't we expedite this process? Zabuza shouted, his patience wearing thin. Finally, both Naruto and Kakashi nodded vigorously before simultaneously addressing Zabuza. Mr. Zabuza, your bond with Haku has deeply moved us, and coupled with our companion Sakura's plea, after careful deliberation, we have decided to spare your life and allow you to leave. Kakashi stepped forward, standing before Zabuza, delivering this stunning proclamation. What? Are you jesting? This cannot be. Is this for real, Kakashi-sensei? The expressions of everyone varied, and Zabuza was bewildered. What was happening? Just like that, he was to be spared? Sasuke was equally perplexed. While Sakura's sentimental antics could be excused, it was baffling that Kakashi was also acting irrationally. Were they truly releasing a lethal enemy? Had Kakashi lost his mind? Tazuna leaped up in disbelief. What madness is this? You intend to let a ninja who seeks my life go free? Is this how you protect someone? Do you underestimate them or overestimate yourselves? I am doomed to suffer with such an unreliable team. Initially believing that the students might be a bit daft, he now saw that even the teacher had lost his senses. Heaven help me. Who can rescue me from this madness? Among the group, the only ones truly elated were Sakura and Haku. Sakura was astonished that Kakashi had genuinely agreed to spare both Haku and Zabuza, while Haku was overjoyed that Zabuza would not meet his end. He would willingly trade his own life for it. Kakashi-sensei, I knew you were the best, Sakura exclaimed, stepping forward to embrace Kakashi's arm affectionately. Kakashi, you fool. Do you even comprehend what you're doing? Sasuke cursed silently, questioning Kakashi's judgment. Allowing such a formidable enemy to escape would surely lead to dire consequences when he returned, fully healed. He was convinced this was somehow linked to Naruto. Though Sakura's words had weight, Kakashi was not obliged to heed them. After all, Sakura lacked the influence to sway him significantly. The only other person capable of affecting Kakashi's judgment, aside from himself, was Naruto. Considering how Naruto had pulled Kakashi aside to whisper, Sasuke was certain that Naruto had somehow enchanted Kakashi. He distinctly recalled Naruto's fervent pursuit of Sakura's affection. Surely, he wasn't letting his infatuation cloud his judgment now? Chapter 69. Conditions. Zabuza was bewildered. What was this maneuver? To be allowed to leave? Kakashi, there must be conditions attached to your offer. Am I correct? At this juncture, there's no need for subterfuge. Zabuza was no fool. His mind raced with possibilities. If he was to be spared, then Kakashi must be seeking something of greater value in return. Kakashi snapped his fingers, recognizing that conversing with an astute individual requires little elaboration. Correct. Since you've cut to the chase, I shall be direct as well. Before you are allowed to leave, you must accept 2 conditions. If you can fulfill these, I will grant you your freedom. What conditions? Speak. Zabuza replied eagerly. We can meet any conditions, even 20, as long as you uphold your end of the bargain. Haku interjected, for nothing was more vital than Zabuza's life. First, upon your departure, you must abandon the mission assigned to Mr. Tazuna and cease any pursuit of bounties related to him or others involved in this matter. No problem. With your protection, even if I wish to kill, it won't be so easy. As for the others involved in this matter, you need not worry. Once Zabuza is dead, the rest will be leaderless. In this regard, I excel beyond Kato. Zabuza, without a hint of hesitation, would abandon a task if necessary. His life is not worth sacrificing over such trivialities. My second condition is that before we leave, I hope I can have a match with him. Kakashi suddenly turned to Bai, pointing at Sasuke, and presented his second condition. What? Sasuke, who was enjoying the spectacle, was taken aback to find himself unexpectedly dragged into the conversation. What is going on, Kakashi? Either let him go or kill him. Why have a match? Naruto jumped up, bewildered at how he was suddenly thrown under the bus. Kakashi looked at Sasuke, his eyes filled with seriousness. There was little else to see, after all. Only the ramen chef, Shomei, had glimpsed Kakashi's true self. Sasuke, the purpose of this outing is not solely to complete a mission. There are other objectives, one of which is to observe your combat capabilities and team tactics. As it stands, I have gathered data on Naruto's individual attacks and team awareness, while I have a general understanding of your team's data. However, I remain uncertain about your individual combat abilities. Now, there is no better opportunity than this. We shall release Zabuza as a renowned ninja in the shinobi world. His reputation is his greatest asset. I believe Zabuza won't act against his own interests, considering he still has a future in the ninja world. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Zabuza? Kakashi turned to Zabuza and inquired. Zabuza nodded in response to Kakashi's gaze. When one is under a roof, one must bow their head. Rest assured, I guarantee I won't kill him. After receiving a satisfactory answer, Kakashi nodded and looked back at Sasuke. Zabuza was severely injured. Engaging him in combat would bear little significance. However, the ninja named by beneath him was no ordinary shinobi. He must possess remarkable skills, or he would not remain by the side of the notorious Zabuza. Utilizing him to assess your combat prowess is most suitable. Currently, this is our finest opportunity. I doubt we will encounter a ninja of this caliber again. Kakashi patted Sasuke on the shoulder and expressed his thoughts with a smile. Rest assured, we are the most formidable in this area. Those superior to me are either dead at my hands or have departed to other realms. Among the ninjas Kato can recruit, we can claim to be the best. You may proceed with confidence. Zabuza raised his head proudly, asserting his confidence. No one can threaten you. I nodded in agreement, expressing his deep concurrence. Such a splendid opportunity serves as both a test and a means of improvement. Combat experience cannot be gleaned from books. It can only be amassed through real battles. If you pay close attention, you will learn a great deal from this match. Kakashi earnestly advised. Well then, Kakashi-sensei, may I participate? Sakura raised her hand and interjected, eager for such an opportunity. Sakura, it's best you sit this one out. You don't need it at present. And your abilities don't align with this task. This is a special privilege I'm granting Sasuke. Kakashi grinned and declined her request. You don't possess the Sharingan. What is the point of joining in? I'm fine with it. Let us do this. Sasuke pondered briefly, scanning the faces of Kakashi, Zabuza, Sakura, and Bai, before his gaze landed on Naruto, igniting the flames of his competitive spirit. I will not be outdone. Though you progress swiftly, I am a genius too. Hey kid, let me remind you that Bai is a bloodline limit ninja. You'd best be on your toes in this battle, or you might not just come away unscathed. Zabuza remarked, observing Sasuke's eager demeanor and unable to resist the urge to caution him. Having reached an agreement, the matter of life and death was resolved, and this would simply be a sparring session. Though he knew Bai would not fight to the death, he still wished to spare Sasuke from undue suffering. After all, if things went awry, Kakashi's face would be left with no dignity. A bloodline limit, you say? I understand. Sasuke nodded. What of it? In the entire shinobi world, when it comes to the strength of bloodline limits, who can rival the Uchiha? As the pinnacle of ocular jutsu in the Naruto realm, the Sharingan's reputation is well-deserved. Kakashi, I may not know much, but I can confidently say that once Bai unleashes his bloodline limit, this kid will be unable to win. I suggest you prepare some bandages. You might need them. With the danger of death averted, Zabuza reverted to his earlier cocky demeanor, his grin making one want to strike him for his arrogance. Kakashi, however, remained unfazed. The more perilous, the better. Only through danger can certain matters become justified. Zabuza, do not underestimate him. You have witnessed Naruto's strength. You have also experienced the synergy and power of their team firsthand. Without a doubt, if it comes to a life-or-death situation, the outcome is uncertain. In this spar, do not presume Bai has the upper hand. The true strength of my team is beyond your imagination. Kakashi crossed his arms, his expression serene. You may not know that Sasuke is an Uchiha, right? If you did, I believe you would not be so quick to draw conclusions. Zabuza remained silent, deciding to await the outcome, for arguing was futile. If you are prepared, let us commence. Kakashi led Tazuna and Zabuza to a tree trunk, while Naruto and Sakura positioned themselves on a neighboring tree, clearing the ground beneath them for Sasuke and Bai to engage in battle. Chapter 70. Ice Mirror and Thousand Killing Water Surge. Bai stood before Sasuke, his expression emotionless as he regarded the defiant youth opposite him. Once upon a time, he too bore such an expression, yet everything was lost on a fateful day. Concerned about Zabuza's injuries, Bai refrained from unnecessary banter. He omitted the customary pre-fight exchanges and leapt backward, unleashing his grand technique. The sooner it concluded, the sooner he could tend to Zabuza's wounds. Time was of the essence. Ice release, ice mirror. Bai called out, his fingers dancing fluidly as he formed hand seals with remarkable speed. This kid's hand seal speed is impressive. Zabuza, you indeed have a fine partner. Kakashi nodded in admiration at Bai's swift hand seals. After the ice release secret technique was executed, mirrors formed from ice quickly materialized in the air, encasing Sasuke entirely, while Bai, in an instant, leapt backward, seamlessly blending into one of the mirrors. With abundant moisture here, utilizing water techniques is exceptionally effective. Your subordinate excels in fire release, does he not? He'll find himself at a disadvantage. Zabuza remarked, a silent smile gracing his lips as he turned to suggest something to Kakashi. Perhaps you should include that kid as well. I doubt he can handle it alone. Thank you for your concern, but let us observe, until the end. No one can predict the outcome. Kakashi declined Zabuza's suggestion with a shake of his head. Sasuke's combat talent is high, my task is to guide it out. Once Bai entered the realm of the ice mirror, in a mere instant, identical reflections of Bai appeared in each mirror surrounding Sasuke, their postures synchronizing perfectly, their tones and expressions indistinguishable. Within the realm of illusions, Sasuke felt as if he had entered a three-dimensional venue, surrounded by an overwhelming crowd, rendering him incapable of discerning his true self. Amidst a multitude of mirrors, he pondered which reflection concealed his essence. As he surveyed the mirrored surroundings, he realized he could no longer determine through which mirror he had entered. Though the mirrors remained stationary, the figure of White moved like a rotating lantern, blurring the lines between reality and illusion, leaving Sasuke utterly bewildered. This is my bloodline limit. Once inside, no one can escape unscathed. Prepare for my assault. White's voice reverberated from all directions, resonating in Sasuke's ears. Originally, he intended to exploit White's moment of speech to identify the true body among the myriad reflections. However, as White began to speak, Sasuke quickly discerned his error. Every figure seemed to articulate with the clarity of a living being, rendering it impossible to ascertain the true form by sound alone. With a swift gesture, White summoned moisture from the air, coalescing it into numerous ice needles that resembled those he had wielded upon his entrance. Is this your ninjutsu? Sasuke inquired warily, his eyes filled with trepidation. Indeed. Secret technique, 1,000 kills water flight. White declared, unleashing a torrent of ice needles from the encircling ice mirrors. Sasuke brandished 2 shurikens, one in each hand, pivoting his body as he transformed into a blur, the resonating clang of metal echoing through the air. This is still somewhat strained. I cannot sustain this defense indefinitely, Zabuza remarked, observing Sasuke's frantic attempts to repel the ice needles. Concentration is essential for miracles to occur. The foes he will encounter will only grow stronger and more merciless. If he cannot overcome this challenge, how can he aspire to be a ninja? I have faith that he will discover a solution. Let us watch closely. In the midst of the fray, Sasuke gasped for breath, surrounded by the remnants of fallen ice needles, all deflected by his shurikens. Despite his best efforts to evade and counter, he bore several wounds, even a cut upon his face. How can I not discern which is the true body? How could this be? Sasuke's eyes sharpened as he fixated on each incoming ice needle, recognizing that not a single one was a mere illusion. They were all genuine. If this was a rapid positional change, then the speed of movement was unfathomable. Conversely, if each mirror was indeed real, that was inconceivable. Could it be an optical illusion? Perhaps the true essence lay not within the mirrors, but within the ninjutsu itself? Zabuza murmured to himself, now suspecting that the mirrors served merely as a facade to obscure his vision, with the primary assault stemming from the opponent's ninjutsu, a 360-degree attack with no blind spots, appearing to emanate from each mirror when in fact they were mere illusions. Tazuna stood aghast. Good heavens, the ferocity of a ninja battle is astounding. If I were in there, I would surely be turned into a porcupine. Sasuke's eyes widened in realization. The mirrors are merely a ruse. The real threat lies in your area of effect ninjutsu. If that is the case, let us see how you fare against this. Secret technique, 1,000 kills water flight. White's voice resonated anew from the mirrors, yet this time only one figure raised a hand, forming ice needles aimed at Sasuke. Sasuke sidestepped, narrowly evading the assault. How can this be? He furrowed his brow, having already discarded his previous conclusion. If you cannot swiftly discern the answer, My attacks will consume you within this ice mirror formation. Even if you evade my strikes, how many can you withstand? Secret technique. 1,000 kills water flight. White unleashed his bloodline limit once more, this time conjuring an even greater number of ice needles. Sasuke sensed the heightened humidity in the air, a clear indication that the volume of attacks had increased. I cannot afford to delay. I must find a way to shatter the mirrors swiftly. Sasuke sheathed his shurikens and quickly formed hand seals, unleashing a great fireball technique. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. A massive fireball erupted from his mouth, racing toward the ice needles, which responded in kind. The collision of fire and ice birthed a thick mist, enveloping the battlefield akin to Zabuza's hidden mist technique, obscuring Sasuke's figure within the icy confines. With a swift motion, 2 shurikens shot forth from the mist, targeting 2 ice mirrors at a 45-degree angle, only to be effortlessly deflected by White. Futile. I am both the clone and the true body. Chapter 71. The Death of Sakura's Secret Technique. 1,000 kills water flight. White summoned an overwhelming number of ice needles, far surpassing the previous onslaught. This surge was primarily due to the prior clash, where the collision of water and fire had generated an abundance of moisture, accelerating both the speed and quantity of his attack. Here it comes. Kakashi observed intently, his body taut with anticipation. This was the moment he had awaited. Countless ice needles whistled through the air, directed at Sasuke, who dared not underestimate the impending threat. He channeled chakra into his ocular nerves, striving to enhance his perception. Simultaneously, he swung his arms vigorously, deflecting the barrage of ice needles, the clattering of metal resonating throughout the arena. Yet, the sheer number of projectiles was overwhelming. Despite his desperate efforts, a significant portion pierced through, and the quantity continued to swell. Sasuke felt the specter of death loom over him. This was far from the friendly spar Kakashi had described. Unbeknownst to him, the watching Kakashi and Naruto experienced a different reality, while he felt an unmistakable intent to kill emanating from White. Kid, it's only natural for accidents to occur during a spar. When you report back, remember to tell them I sent you. Sasuke's pupils dilated as White's icy words dripped with malice, solidifying his conviction that his life was in grave peril. Kakashi, they seek to eliminate us. Be vigilant. Zabuza? Sasuke shouted, gripping his shuriken tightly, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. I warned against letting the tiger return to the mountain. Sakura and Naruto, those fools, have now brought this calamity upon us. Kakashi, how could you trust such a cold-blooded assassin? What? Tazuna gasped in alarm at Sasuke's shout, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Wasn't this supposed to be a spar? He glanced at Zabuza, who was also watching him, and instinctively recoiled. Fearing he might fall from the edge of the tree branch he was precariously perched upon. Glancing down from his lofty position, Tazuna cautiously inched back, hoping that Kakashi, their teacher, would provide protection. Sasuke, do not fear. I am here to assist you. Just as White prepared to unleash another wave of ice needles, Sasuke heard a frantic cry and turned to see Sakura racing toward him, having freed herself from Naruto's grasp. With chakra converging beneath her feet, she propelled herself forward, leaving behind a trail of afterimages as she dashed toward Sasuke. Do you wish to perish? So be it. I'll grant your wish. As by released the illusion of the ice mirror, Haruno Sakura rushed unimpeded into the fray, inching ever closer to Sasuke. What a fool. Did he not notice my predicament? It would have been far more prudent for him to strategize from the outside rather than charge in uselessly. Before Sasuke could utter a word, Bai's jutsu was unleashed. Countless ice needles transforming into a torrential rain of icy projectiles aimed directly at Sasuke. Mid-air, Sakura, witnessing this calamity, swiftly turned her body to face Sasuke. You must survive. Sasuke. In an instant, the multitude of ice needles struck Sakura, who had leapt to shield him, transforming her into a veritable pincushion, her back riddled with sharp ice, blood pouring from her mouth. Sasuke, in a frantic movement, caught the faltering Sakura in his arms, his other hand frantically deflecting the onslaught of needles. Have you lost your mind? Why did you rush in? His voice was a tempest of fury. Sakura's affection for him was as evident as Naruto's pursuit of her. Yet he had never reciprocated. A lingering presence in his heart remained unresolved, rendering him incapable of entertaining sentiments of love. However, before he could convey this to Sakura, she spoke, Sasuke, do not grieve. To die in your stead is the greatest joy of my life. You must live. Sakura, her voice barely a whisper, fought to keep her eyes open, attempting to wipe the blood from Sasuke's face where the ice needles had marred him, but her strength waned, her fingers faltering as her eyes fluttered shut. Sasuke was overwhelmed by panic. This was impossible. Trembling, he placed his hand upon her nose and mouth, seeking any sign of breath. Next, he grasped her left wrist, searching for a pulse. Her once pristine wrist was now marred by the piercing ice needles. When he touched it, warmth lingered, yet her pulse had vanished. "Sakura!" he roared, rage boiling within him. "Kakashi, you bastard, did you see this? This is your doing. I will kill you." As fury ignited in his heart, memories of Sakura's tender care flooded back, juxtaposed against the sight of her lifeless body before him, stirring a tempest of emotions within him. The flames of wrath consumed him, pushing him into a frenzy. As a seeker of vengeance, old grievances remained unresolved while new ones arose. From this moment forth, another burden weighed upon him, yet one less soul loved him. Sasuke's heart ached. This sensation was reminiscent of a previous time, a painful echo from his childhood. The fire of rage burned brighter, his hatred swelling. The culprits behind this calamity were not solely Bai, but also Kakashi and Naruto. Had it not been for their ill-fated decision to release Zabuza, he would not have engaged Bai in combat. If they had refrained from sparring, Bai would not have had the opportunity to single him out, and Sakura would not have recklessly intervened to shield him. Glaring at Naruto, who remained lost in thought atop a tree, Sasuke's anger intensified. He knew well the speed of Naruto's flying thunder god technique. If Naruto had wished, he could have easily intercepted Sakura before she charged in. Even if she had entered the fray, Naruto's prowess should have allowed him to rescue her before the ice needles arrived. Yet, Naruto did nothing. He stood idly by. Sasuke's vision turned crimson. With your speed, why did you not stop her? You profess your love for her, yet you allow her to perish before your very eyes. Hatred, regret, frustration, guilt, and shame collided within him, igniting a fiery heat in his eyes. Suddenly, his pupils shifted from black to red, a small tomo appearing within his gaze. Chapter 72. Sasuke awakens the Sharingan. Finally, it has awakened. The process was arduous. Fueled by rage, Sasuke was oblivious to the fact that he had unlocked the Sharingan. All he sensed was a newfound clarity in his vision, yet the scene before him began to warp, and the ice mirrors distorting and fading. Turning his gaze, he was struck dumb by the sight before him, his kunai slipping from his grasp. "Sakura, are you not dead?" Sasuke stammered. Frozen in shock as if confronted by a specter, his right hand pointing accusingly at her, his words tumbling over one another. "Sasuke, are you alright? What just happened? After unleashing your jutsu, you just stood there. You were shouting at Kakashi-sensei, calling him a bastard. What is going on?" Sakura's expression was one of confusion. She had been captivated by the grand spectacle of the fireball jutsu clashing with the 1,000 flying water needles, only for Sasuke to suddenly lose composure and erupt in fury. "What happened? What is going on? Why are you not fighting?" Sakura was utterly bewildered, failing to comprehend the situation. "As you wished, Kakashi." Zabuza glanced at Sasuke, recognizing the familiar eyes and tomo, instantly grasping Kakashi's intention for Bai to fight Sasuke. This was the purpose. A mutual understanding. A delightful collaboration. Kakashi responded with a smile. "Ah, so he is of the Uchiha clan. No wonder you dared to claim the outcome was uncertain. If both are wielders of bloodline limits, their battle could indeed tip either way." Zabuza, gazing upon Sasuke's Sharingan, remarked in awe. The rumors from Konoha spoke of the Uchiha clan being obliterated overnight, with only one child surviving. It seemed this young man was that fortunate survivor. With the Uchiha legacy at his disposal, coupled with his own formidable prowess, Kakashi. Had I known the situation was such, even tenfold the remuneration would not have persuaded me to take this job. Zabuza shook his head vigorously. The composition of this team was formidable. Even if he and Bai were to join forces, they would find it challenging to contend with such a unit. The disparity between appearance and actual combat strength was too vast. "What are you saying? What do you mean I am dead?" Sakura was puzzled. Why did Sasuke suddenly appear as if he had seen a ghost? "Allow me to elucidate." Kakashi stepped forward, seizing the moment to clarify the situation. "Sasuke, what you witnessed earlier was an illusion. The instant your fireball and Bai's ice jutsu collided, creating a great deal of steam. You were ensnared in an illusion I had prepared. The scenes you saw of Naruto failing to save you and Sakura shielding you were all orchestrated by me. This strategy was discussed with Naruto. We believed it feasible, and Bai consented. The moment you entered the illusion, Bai's bloodline limit ceased its assault. Why? Sasuke was at a loss. An illusion? When had he fallen victim to such? Why? Do you not feel something amiss? Reflect carefully. Does anything seem out of place? Kakashi gently patted Sasuke's shoulder, encouraging him to discern the truth. Eyes. Is this the Sharingan? Sasuke was no fool. Recalling his prior experience, he quickly recognized the anomaly. It appears you have made a discovery, indeed. In this battle, due to emotional turmoil and provocation, you successfully awakened the Uchiha clan's bloodline limit, the Sharingan. Kakashi felt a sense of relief, knowing that Sasuke's awakening was not without his orchestration. How did you come to know the conditions for awakening the Uchiha Sharingan? Sasuke suddenly realized a crucial point. Kakashi possessed the Sharingan and was knowledgeable about its awakening. This matter is quite extensive. What I can tell you is that I am not the Uchiha you envision. The origins of my Sharingan are entirely legitimate, and I shall reveal its story when the time is right. What you must understand now is that you have activated the Sharingan, and the next step is to swiftly enhance your ocular prowess. The Sharingan is renowned as the strongest bloodline limit in the ninja world for a reason. If you can master its ocular techniques, the benefits you will reap will far exceed your expectations. Sasuke stared blankly at Kakashi, absorbing his explanation. He now understood why he had seen the deceased Sakura standing before him, and why Kakashi and Naruto remained unperturbed even after he issued a warning. It turned out to be an elaborate scheme, a preordained illusion. All of this was orchestrated to facilitate his awakening of the bloodline limit, the Sharingan. When did you cast this illusion on me? Sasuke brushed aside Kakashi's hand resting on his shoulder, feeling frustrated at the cunningness displayed. At the moment of your emotional upheaval. When I proposed to spare Zabuza's life. Kakashi shrugged, exclaiming with a hint of exasperation, "Oh, the impetuousness of youth." So at that moment, you had already conspired with Naruto to use an illusion to provoke my emotions, allowing me to awaken my eyes, correct? Indeed. Sasuke fell silent, astonished that the second condition had yielded the result of his Sharingan. Zabuza had already agreed to abandon his mission, and he would no longer target Tazuna and his companions. Our subsequent mission would be devoid of difficulty. After completing this task, our report will undoubtedly be reviewed personally by the Hokage. If we can accomplish even this A-rank mission, our ranks will surely be elevated upon returning to the village, especially since there is a shortage of manpower. If we do not seize this opportunity for you to awaken your eyes, I fear there may not be another chance for you to do so in a safe environment. Naruto is aware of this too? Sasuke inquired, recalling how he had seen Naruto and Kakashi whispering to each other before his turn. Indeed, my initial intention was to force you to reach your limits, thereby compelling you to awaken your eyes in battle. However, Naruto suggested that I use an illusion on you. Once you awakened your eyes, you would break free from the constraints on your own. As it turns out, just as he predicted, my illusion began to wane the moment your Sharingan awakened. It is somewhat understandable that you are aware of the Sharingan, given that you possess one. But how does Naruto know about it as well? I am curious about how he came to such knowledge. Sasuke fixed his gaze upon Kakashi's eyes and remarked, "Do you not find Naruto's mysteriousness rather excessive at times?" Chapter 73, Punishment. Everyone harbors their own secrets. Although Naruto is peculiar, the fact that the Sharingan can discern illusions is common knowledge, and I find nothing strange about it. Kakashi shook his head, although he harbored some doubts about Naruto. Those doubts were irrelevant to Sasuke. They were now a team, a cohesive unit. What they needed was unbreakable trust, the assurance that they could rely on one another. Seeds of suspicion must not take root among the three of them. Very well, Sasuke nodded, conceding that since Kakashi had spoken, he would refrain from further discussion. Kakashi, we have completed our mission, and I hope you will honor your promise. Haku approached Zabuza, supporting his unsteady body and looking at Kakashi and the others. Of course, you are now free to go. Our grievances are resolved. However, you must uphold your promise not to harm Tazuna again. Otherwise, you will be in violation. Should that occur, we will not show mercy. Kakashi nodded, asserting that even a rogue ninja like Zabuza had kept his word, and as a respected member of Konoha's elite, he would not stoop to breaking promises. However, some things must be made clear. Should you return, it will truly cost you your life. Rest assured, I have no intention of seeking trouble with you. I would rather avoid you altogether. Zabuza glanced at Naruto, Kakashi, and Sasuke, adding with irritation, what kind of fool would provoke this formidable team? Haku, let us depart. Zabuza instructed, and Haku nodded at Naruto as a farewell before the two vanished from sight. You truly are impressive, Such formidable opponents have been driven away by you. Tazuna approached excitedly. He cared little for the awakening of eyes or the bonds of ninjas. What mattered to him was preserving his own life. Moreover, from what the sword-wielding ninja had said, it seemed they would not accept any further missions concerning him, which provided him with an additional layer of assurance. Uncle Tazuna, rest assured, Konoha guarantees quality. With us around, not even the mightiest foe could challenge you. Naruto, beaming with pride, patted his chest, relishing the opportunity to boast. After all, boasting incurs no penalties. Besides, having just faced such a formidable ninja, what harm is there in a little bragging? Uncle Tazuna, once we reach your domain, you must treat us well. Just look at Sasuke. He endured quite a bit for your sake. Naruto remarked while gesturing towards Sasuke, who was being tended to by Sakura. Naruto, you scoundrel. Sasuke fumed. Realizing this whole ordeal was your ill-conceived idea, I could have emerged unscathed, had it not been for you and Kakashi, two schemers, coaxing me into battle with Haku. Sasuke had entirely forgotten Kakashi's earlier words. Were it not for Naruto's suggestion to use an illusion, he might have sustained even more injuries. Tazuna paid no heed to the bickering of the two youths. He joyfully waved his hands, assuring them, rest easy. Once you arrive in my territory, I will treat you to a feast. Magnanimous. Generous. Naruto praised, giving a thumbs up. Beep. Detected that the host has unilaterally altered the mission progress by allowing Zabuza to leave. The host will now face a penalty for mission failure. Upon hearing the mechanical voice, Naruto was immediately startled, causing Sakura, who was bandaging Sasuke, to jump in surprise. While Kakashi looked at Naruto with a puzzled expression, wondering what had come over him. Naruto's face fell as he realized his oversight, in his eagerness to assist Sasuke's awakening. He had forgotten his primary mission was to eliminate Zabuza and Haku. Curse it, I was distracted by Sakura's incessant whining. The host has chosen to accept the task failure. Mission rewards will be revoked, and as a penalty, the host will forfeit sign-in rewards for the next half-month, including weekly sign-in rewards. It is hoped that the host will adhere to task completion. Any further abandonment of selected tasks will result in increased penalties. This is the final warning. The host should take note. The system's cold notification felt like a death sentence, filling Naruto's heart with despair. System, I was wrong. Please, let me off this time. It is my first offense, and considering that, can we let bygones be bygones? I need to check in. How can I go on without you? Tomorrow marks my first weekly check-in, and now it's all gone. I worked hard for 6 days. Oh, system, can we negotiate? Kakashi, observing Naruto's distressed expression, couldn't help but inquire. What's wrong, Naruto? Is something bothering you? Oh, nothing. I just suddenly recalled something unpleasant. Naruto waved his hand dismissively. This matter was unspeakable, his greatest secret. How could he confide in Kakashi? Kakashi was puzzled, thinking that recalling something unhappy should warrant a frown. Yet here was Naruto, wearing a long face. Nevertheless, if Naruto chose not to share, Kakashi felt it was not his place to pry. Everyone harbors their secrets. If Naruto was unwilling to speak, he would not press him. Sakura diligently cared for the only injured member of their team, Sasuke, while Naruto sighed heavily during their breaks, lamenting his foolishness. How could he have let Zabuza go? What had gone awry in his judgment? Filled with regret, Naruto attributed it all to his body, suspecting that it had a mind of its own. His intention had been to eliminate Zabuza to complete the mission and earn a reward, yet his body, seemingly acting of its own volition, chose to aid Sakura instead. Yes, that was it. Naruto was certain of it. It had to be his body's fault. Its muscle memory was too fond of Sakura. When he saw her cry, he instinctively chose to act in a way that would bring her joy. His intention had always been to take down Zabuza and upgrade his Sharingan. Speaking of the Sharingan, Naruto glanced at Sasuke. When the Sharingan is not activated, it remains hidden. Sasuke's eyes appeared ordinary. Yet Naruto knew that behind those seemingly normal eyes lay a recently awakened one-tomo Sharingan. At this moment, they were on the same wavelength. Naruto possessed a one-tomo, as did Sasuke, while Kakashi held a 3-tomo plus a Mangekyo. In Team 7, 3 members bore the Sharingan. What a twist of fate. Should this team still be called Team 7? Perhaps it should be dubbed the Sharingan Squad instead. Chapter 74. Return home in terms of cunning and strength. Naruto was indeed a cut above the rest, making Sasuke, the school's recognized prodigy, seem somewhat overrated. Kakashi pondered as he observed Naruto's recent progress and comprehensive considerations. It was evident that he needed to report to the third Hokage upon their return. Kakashi had realized something was amiss with Naruto and resolved to inform Sarutobi of Naruto's performance during this period. This way, should any unforeseen issues arise in the future, Sarutobi could not lay the blame at Kakashi's feet. The group joyfully made their way to Tezuna's home, and as darkness fell, they finally glimpsed the half-finished bridge. Tezuna joyfully called out, quickening his pace, eager to see his grandson Inari and his daughter. Reflecting on the arduous journey, Tezuna felt tears welling up. He was grateful for the strength of the Leaf villagers, without whom he might never have seen them again. Naruto and the others felt elated as they entered Tezuna's domain. And for the first time that night, they would not have to gnaw on rations. While they had occasionally hunted for wild game, the lack of proper cooking tools and ingredients had always compromised the flavor. Tonight, indulge yourselves. Eat as much as you desire. Fill your bellies, Tezuna announced with a grand gesture. Naruto was the first to react, having grown weary of the meager rations over the past few days. Although there were some provisions in the system's space, he could not access them due to the limited capacity of his backpack, forcing him to sneak bites in solitude. However, this furtive snacking only heightened his cravings, making him increasingly hungry. As Inari's mother and Inari prepared to eat, they suddenly heard Tezuna's distant voice calling out. They thought they had misheard, as Tezuna had previously informed them that the journey to the Leaf would take a long time. Yet, how much time had passed? When the calling echoed a second and third time, they finally set down their chopsticks and stepped outside, recognizing the weary figure from afar. "Grandpa, you're finally back," Inari exclaimed, breaking free from his mother's embrace and rushing towards Tezuna, who quickened his pace as well. He scooped Inari into his arms. "My Inari, are you happy to see Grandpa? Did you miss me during my absence?" Tezuna asked affectionately, his demeanor a stark contrast to the earlier tension with Naruto and the others. "I missed you so much. I thought of you 100 times a day. Mom said that when I think of you 1,000 times, you'll return," Inari replied, hugging Tezuna tightly, fearing he might vanish once more. After all, he had awoken to find his grandfather gone, with his mother explaining that Tezuna had gone to the neighboring country to seek help. Tezuna, holding Inari, beckoned the others to return home. He wasted no time, knowing they were famished after their journey, and instructed Inari's mother to prepare a feast. He ordered a variety of delectable dishes, including spicy rabbit heads, braised rabbit meat, pig trotters and sauce, braised pork ribs, and steamed grouper, among others. Naruto and the others realized that Tezuna was indeed serious. This was a feast of the finest dishes, ones they typically would not indulge in. Just look at how Inari's mouth watered. As Naruto and the others enjoyed their meal at Tezuna's home, Zabuza was being assisted back to his lair by Haku. This was the dwelling provided by Kato, a place of communication between Kato and Zabuza. "Zabuza, how are you faring? Did you take care of that old man?" The contact sent by Kato inquired politely upon Zabuza's arrival. He was careful to be courteous, having witnessed the fate of the previous liaison, who had been brutally reprimanded by Zabuza and met a gruesome end. This second messenger, terrified of a similar fate, was grateful that Zabuza had spared him, knowing the need to report to Kato. Now, as the successor to the fallen liaison, he was naturally positioned to act as the intermediary between Zabuza and Kato. Despite his inquiry, he held little hope, for Zabuza's current state clearly indicated he had sustained injuries, mirroring the condition of many who had returned to report unfavorable progress. This was precisely why Kato had decided to enlist several formidable ninjas at considerable expense. "Relay to Kato that I, Zabuza, will not be accepting this mission. I can refund the payment or substitute it with another task, but the assassination of Tezuna should no longer be mentioned," Zabuza stated, sitting down with a sigh after Haku assisted him. "This injury, while not severe, will likely prevent me from taking on significant assignments for 10 days to half a month. Moreover, one must also consume several doses of herbs to treat internal injuries." "What?" The contact person's face turned pale. He was acutely aware of this man's temperament and strength. To him, everyone was merely a target for profit, and there was nothing he would shy away from. Thus, after he set the price, although Cardo felt as if his heart was being torn apart, he nevertheless acquiesced. This was solely because in this line of work, his task completion rate was impressively high, and he was remarkably efficient in his endeavors. However, who would have thought that such a formidable individual would find himself in such dire straits today? Who exactly is the opposition? Is it possible that even the infamous no more slashing cannot defeat them? The tumultuous thoughts swirled within him, yet he dared not express any of it outwardly. After all, No one could predict whether this merciless killer might unsheath his great sword in a fit of displeasure. He resolved to inform Cardo that he should abandon this endeavor and relinquish any hopes. After finishing, No More Slashing dismissed the contact, yearning only for rest and recuperation. He wished to forget everything: Cardo, the bridge, money, and tasks. This outing had yielded no profit, but he had certainly attracted quite a bit of trouble. The contact dared not linger, hastily retreating from No More Slashing's abode, needing to report this situation to Cardo. It was evident that No More Slashing had failed, and given the circumstances, it seemed a significant failure at that. He felt akin to a mouse cornered by a cat, gripped by sheer terror. Chapter 75. Aftermath. Is that what he said? Truly useless, boasting so grandly, yet ultimately, he too was defeated? Within Cardo's stronghold, he sat upon his throne, listening to the report from the contact he had dispatched to No More Slashing. "Boss, what shall we do now?" The contact inquired cautiously, fully aware that Cardo was in a foul mood and that careful navigation was necessary. "What else can we do?" "Gather the men and arm ourselves," Cardo declared with a sweeping gesture, standing resolutely. It is better to rely on oneself than on unreliable others. Rather than spend vast sums hiring a band of untrustworthy individuals, it would be far more effective to storm in and eliminate those troublesome few. Inform the brothers that for every one of those troublesome commoners we slay, there shall be a bounty of 1,000 taels. Boss is magnificent. Boss is imposing. Let us vanquish them. No holds barred. How dare they provoke us? The throng of underlings erupted in cheers upon hearing the enticing bounty, the stronghold echoing with their fervent cries. Everyone was eager, readying themselves for the impending conflict. This was a rare opportunity. "Brothers, tonight indulge yourselves, replenish your strength, for at dawn, we shall march to the bridge. That band of paupers shall be driven away. The bridge belongs to us," Cardo proclaimed with authority. Initially, he had thought highly of the ninja, but now, witnessing No More Slashing's failure, he realized it was not as formidable as he had imagined. Clearly, he would have to take matters into his own hands. Otherwise, the bridge would surely be lost. The men below were terribly inept. If only there were more like him, resolute and brilliant, they would not be in such a predicament. While Cardo was rallying his troops with sumptuous feasts in preparation for battle, Naruto and his companions had already relaxed, satisfied, and rubbing their round bellies. Even Sakura, who often appeared conflicted, had astonishingly devoured 3 large bowls of rice, not to mention Naruto and Sasuke, who nearly polished off the entire spread. They had all worked hard throughout the day and were now ready to rest. "Tomorrow we shall take a day to recuperate, and the day after, we return to the village hidden in the leaves," Kakashi stated after fiddling with a toothpick under his mask for some time, outlining the upcoming plans. "Kakashi-sensei, aren't we going to help Uncle Tazuna with his troubles?" Sakura raised her hand, being the first to voice dissent against Kakashi's plan. "Our mission is to escort Tazuna safely back to the Land of Waves, and as it stands, our task has been accomplished. There is no reason to continue." Before Kakashi could respond, Sasuke provided his input. However, Sakura hesitated. The circumstances Tazuna had described were grave indeed. Furthermore, he had treated them to such a lavish dinner that to simply leave without further assistance seemed rather ungrateful. "I believe Sakura has a point. We should stay and help Uncle Tazuna resolve his troubles before we depart." Naruto chimed in lazily, reclining on a soft cushion. Hearing someone support her, Sakura's spirits lifted, especially since it was Naruto who had saved her life, lending credence to her thoughts. "Naruto truly stands by me as always." Despite his earlier aloofness, in this critical moment, he could not hide his true intentions. Sakura delightedly immersed herself in her reverie. "Naruto, do you not realize we have little time? There are many tasks awaiting us back in the village, and we are currently in short supply of personnel." Kakashi furrowed his brow, aware that 2 members of the team were in favor, while 2 were opposed, with the supporter being none other than Naruto, who had recently shown remarkable growth. This compelled him to reconsider. "Kakashi-sensei, I understand your concerns, but as the saying goes, one should be grateful for the kindness received. Although Uncle Tazuna deceived us regarding the mission's level of danger, we have navigated through safely. Moreover, he has shown genuine sincerity towards us. Did you not notice the lavish meal he provided us tonight? He truly offered us the best he could." Just earlier, she had seen Tazuna's grandson eyeing the bowl of shark fin soup greedily. "Exactly. Kakashi-sensei, we must show our gratitude." Sakura eagerly added her support. "Rest assured, Kakashi-sensei. Just for tomorrow, We shall take the initiative and assist them in dealing with Kaido's organization, restoring peace to the region for the local populace. Naruto yawned, patting his full belly. After a hearty meal, fatigue soon set in. It was still early, yet he could hardly resist drowsiness. Naruto, your intentions are not as noble as you claim, are they? You are clearly reluctant to leave, enticed by Uncle Tezuna's hospitality. Sasuke shot a glare at Naruto, exasperated by his antics. How could you accuse me of such? I would not linger for mere culinary pleasures. Naruto hastily denied, asserting that it would be foolish to stay for such trivial reasons. We must uphold world peace and contribute to creating a harmonious world. If we do not eradicate Kaido and his ilk, they will undoubtedly return. Can Tezuna afford to hire us repeatedly, rather than have them live in constant fear? We ought to lend our assistance for a permanent resolution. At worst, we can hasten our return journey. Since we moved slowly while escorting them here, we can speed up our pace on the way back. How does that sound? Naruto glanced at Kakashi and Sasuke, seeking their opinions. Very well, but we must work efficiently. There are numerous matters to report upon our return. Kakashi pondered for a moment before unexpectedly nodding in agreement with Naruto's proposal. All right, let us assist them. But is it not a bit excessive to confront those mountain bandits and ruffians? Sasuke, seeing Kakashi's acceptance, reluctantly nodded but then raised his concern, questioning whether it was appropriate for ninjas to intervene against mere thugs. Excessive? Tomorrow, Kakashi-sensei need not lift a finger. It will be just the three of us. It is entirely reasonable for adults to deal with children, no? Naruto waved his hand dismissively, well versed in this form of moral persuasion. Indeed, Kakashi-sensei, you need not intervene. This is an excellent opportunity for us to hone our skills. After hearing this, Sasuke rolled up his sleeves, ready to take on 10 foes. No, 100. I initially had no intention of intervening. You may handle it, as you see fit. By the way, a lone tiger cannot withstand a pack of wolves. So don't come crying for help later. I might need to assist an elderly lady in crossing the street. Kakashi spread his hands in resignation. Since these youngsters wished to take the lead, he would gladly assume the role of a bystander, which was quite effortless. Damn it, Kakashi-sensei, you are utterly shameless. Indeed. You said the same thing the last time you were late. How brazen. The three of them united in their stance and promptly began to rally against Kakashi, filling the room with laughter and cheer. Chapter 76. The Unruly Tongue. Where are those ruffians from the Leaf? Come out, you scoundrels. Early in the morning, while Naruto and the others were still dreaming, a rough and exceedingly arrogant voice boomed from outside. Judging by the chaotic sound, it seemed there were quite a number of them. Naruto rubbed his eyes and forced himself to sit up, while Sasuke had already leaped to the door, peering through the crack to assess the situation outside. What is going on, Sasuke? Naruto asked, still groggy from sleep. Who on earth is so reckless this early? There was a throng of people outside, numbering at least 300, each brandishing weapons, and many wore headbands, closely resembling the organization mentioned by Uncle Tezuna. Sasuke reported while observing, confirming that there were indeed many people outside, but their side was also steadily receiving more villagers armed with hoes and sickles. System, sign in. Ding. Sign in denied. Host task failure punishment in effect for another 14 days. Damn it. Naruto suddenly remembered that because he had let Zabuza go, he had failed his task. Not only had he forfeited the rewards, but he had also been stripped of his sign-in privileges for half a month. What a colossal loss. Naruto felt a pang of regret. Although the daily sign-in rewards were usually meager, there were occasional windfalls, such as his wind barrier and the medicinal sage. He sprang up, flinging open the door, only to be met with a band of ruffians clad in thuggish attire, each wielding gleaming swords, causing the villagers confronting them to tremble in fear. It seemed the situation was rather dire. You can handle this, right? Kakashi emerged from somewhere, still wrapped in a blanket, appearing half asleep, yet his sarcasm was fully intact. I believe Sasuke is correct. Those must be the members of the Kaido organization. Which decent person would venture out brandishing a weapon like that? They might as well have villain written on their foreheads. Naruto shot a disdainful glance at Kakashi, who was truly infuriating. As a teacher, he ought to assist, yet here he was, offering only mockery. You should lie back down and continue sleeping, he retorted. What should we do, Naruto? Sakura inquired, having arrived and seeking guidance. It was her first encounter with such a scene. What else can we do? I was just pondering how to find them, and now they've conveniently come knocking. Naruto sneered, his eyes gleaming with lethal intent. Indeed, fortune had delivered a pillow to his slumber, with so many adversaries. It was the perfect opportunity to eliminate them all at once, erasing any future threats. He just wondered if this was all their strength. Sasuke nodded in agreement, eager to capture them all in one fell swoop, hoping all members of the Kado organization would gather here. Having missed the chance to showcase his strength against the two rookie ninjas, and with Zabuza's overwhelming prowess, he now found an ample opportunity to demonstrate his abilities against numerous ninjas, albeit unknown to him. They were still ninjas. It would serve as proof that the Uchiha name was not mere bravado. He was indeed a bona fide genius. Hey, which one of you is Kado? Step forward so I may see you. Without hesitation, Sasuke leaped forward, standing before the group of Kado's men. Who is this little brat? Daring to speak to us in such a manner? Go back and ask your elder to take you to the restroom, and don't hinder us from conducting our business. Exactly, this little punk has some nerve. Hey kid, have you seen this long knife? I'll slice you with it, and it'll be quite a spectacle. As Sasuke stared at the burly, dim-witted ruffians, veins popped on his forehead in irritation. Oh, a few words, and this kid is already riled up. Look at those little fists clenched. Hey, whose delicate little child is this? If you don't come out soon, I'll take you back and keep you as a pet. Please, don't frighten the poor child. Come here, little one. Your big brother will take good care of you. A lewd-looking ninja with a face full of scars extended his tongue, lewdly licking his lips, making those who beheld it feel nauseated, his eyes fixated on Sasuke with unmistakable intent. Though dawn had barely broken, a multitude had already gathered before Tazuna's home. While Naruto and the others were still in slumber, Tazuna's daughter, up early to prepare breakfast, sensed something amiss as a horde of people approached their home, all wielding weapons. She hurried back inside to awaken her father, Tazuna. Upon hearing her words, he immediately grasped that it was undoubtedly that scoundrel Kado leading his men. He rushed to awaken the still sleeping Kakashi. To his dismay, Kakashi, comfortably nestled, did not even open his eyes, and simply stated that the matter was entrusted to his 3 students, instructing Tazuna not to disturb his slumber and to seek out Naruto and the others. Tazuna was left dumbfounded. While he had witnessed the battle prowess of the children in previous ninja skirmishes, could those 3 endure against such a large number? At least wake up and have a look. It's not just 1 or 2, it's hundreds. He shook Kakashi's body again, attempting to rouse him, believing he comprehended the gravity of the situation. To his chagrin, Kakashi merely rolled over, ignoring him, regardless of Tazuna's shouts. Only the thunderous sound of snoring responded. Sighing, Tazuna lamented his misfortune in having such a teacher. His 3 students were indeed unfortunate. He sighed inwardly, realizing he could no longer rely on Kakashi and had to awaken the 3 children himself. Yet, before he could make his way to knock on their door, Naruto and Sasuke had already sensed something was amiss, and in the blink of an eye, that cool little boy had appeared before them. Don't act like a toad that doesn't bite. Tell your boss Kado that once we've had our breakfast, we'll settle this on the bridge. Those who do not show up will be cowards. Sasuke wasted no time, pointing at the loathsome, pockmarked ninja and unleashing his threats. Oh, this kid has quite the fiery temper. What's the matter? Young stallions are always so spirited. A couple of rides will tame them. Naruto shook his head in pity at the reckless behavior displayed by the opposing side. Such words would surely seal their fate. As expected, Sasuke, after hearing their taunts, vanished into the crowd, and his right hand produced a kunai, aiming it at the most obnoxious of the ruffians. Chapter 77. Breakfast before battle, an identical tactic. I dare wager, Sasuke must have copied and pasted Naruto's approach. As the figure of the second pillar flickered, his wrist twisted, and a shuriken appeared between his fingers. With a series of swift steps, he materialized behind the ruffian who had just insulted him, and without hesitation, plunged the explosive-laden shuriken directly into the unfortunate ninja's posterior. A bone-chilling scream echoed, leaving the nearby vagabonds in stunned silence, unsure how such a ghastly cry had erupted so suddenly. Get out of the way. One of the ninjas shouted as he glanced back to see sparks igniting from the shuriken embedded in his comrade. Realizing the imminent danger, he quickly urged his companions to retreat. Naruto, observing Sasuke's actions, couldn't help but shake his head. Even someone as proud as Sasuke could not escape the notion that effective techniques are worth learning. This reminded him of the original story, where Sasuke had replicated Lee's taijutsu to develop his own lion's barrage, which Naruto later appropriated and renamed the Naruto barrage. Now here they were, Sasuke employing the same effective method once again. How convenient. The shuriken, wrapped with an explosive tag, was a technique Sasuke had adopted from the 2 Karamis sent by Kato. And now he was utilizing it here, proving that neither side could escape the repercussions of Kato's minions. Sasuke, I must admit, this tactic is even more effective in a crowd. Boom. The ruffian who had provoked Sasuke was obliterated, while those nearby, too slow to escape, suffered grievous injuries. The ferocity of Sasuke's decisive actions left the approaching group utterly stunned. This kid is ruthless, someone murmured, swallowing hard. Fear gripped them as they contemplated the lengths to which one must descend to devise such a cruel tactic. They believed themselves to be merciless, often threatening limbs. Yet this seemingly cool-headed youth was far more brutal than they had anticipated. Well done, well done. A hero emerges in youth. You must be a ninja from Konoha, Kato remarked, clapping his hands with a sinister grin as he pushed through the crowd, his underlings parting to make way. You are Kato? Sasuke frowned at the approaching figure, a short, stout man wearing sunglasses, his face laden with excess flesh. This was the leader of the gang? Indeed. I never expected Konoha to send mere children. How amusing. Zabuza truly is a waste, to be bested by mere kids. Kato surveyed the vacated area where Sasuke had detonated the explosive shuriken, his tone dripping with disdain. Don't think that just because you've killed a few useless fools, you've won. Since you mentioned a showdown on the bridge after breakfast, I shall oblige, allowing you to fill your bellies before you meet your end. Do not presume I offer you an escape. Should you depart now, I shall let bygones be bygones. However, if you persist in your obstinacy with that, Kato departed, leaving behind a sense of dread among those who witnessed the cold demeanor of the youth with his hands in his pockets. The villagers, watching Kato's departure, breathed a sigh of relief, but soon their anxiety returned. After all, they had declared war for a confrontation on the bridge after breakfast. What were they to do? Would they truly face Kato's gang in battle? Tazuna-san, could you please prepare a hearty breakfast for us? We still have a journey ahead. Naruto yawned, entirely uninterested in the preceding altercation. What? Tazuna was taken aback, bewildered that the ones who had declared war were now suggesting they simply eat and run. What about us? Do not worry, Tazuna-san. As the saying goes, a good deed deserves another. We will help you eliminate Kato's gang, ensuring your safety before we depart. Sasuke, keenly aware of Tazuna's hesitations, spoke plainly, alleviating the need for further roundabout conversations. All right, rest assured, breakfast will be steamed buns. Hey Dahe, please clean up this mess. I will head into the kitchen. Tazuna cheerfully entered the kitchen, instructing the nearby villagers to clear the gruesome scene created by Sasuke's explosive antics. Thankfully, Inari was still asleep. Had he seen the aftermath, they might have needed a therapist to counsel him. Sasuke, remember to pay for your stolen techniques next time. Naruto teased as Sasuke returned, hands in pockets, exuding an air of superiority. Your shuriken wrapped in explosive tags is not your original creation. What do you mean by stealing techniques? Sasuke replied dismissively, refusing to engage further. Yet, to Naruto, this was clearly an expression of insecurity. Look me in the eyes and say that. Surely, my attack on the posterior is my own innovation. Who else has dared to strike such a vulnerable area? Upon hearing this, Naruto was incensed. You little rascal. So you deny it after stealing my techniques, huh? Everyone has their strengths. What is wrong with that? Not everyone possesses something worth stealing. Sakura chuckled, watching the boys bicker. Stop arguing and hurry up for breakfast. We have a fierce battle ahead. We need to replenish our strength. Having witnessed the earlier chaos, Sakura felt more prepared this time, especially since the villagers were cleaning swiftly, despite the gruesome scene. Those ruffians hold no power over us. Just send Naruto alone. His shadow clones could handle 10 at once. Sasuke remarked slyly, eyes glinting with mischief. Really? Are you waiting for me to take on all of them alone? Do you think I'm merely a child? There are over 300 ruffians, including numerous rogue ninjas. Do you wish to exhaust me? Naruto protested vehemently. Then step aside. I shall take care of everything. I will show you the might of the Uchiha. Sasuke revealed his fangs, fully aware of Naruto's unwillingness, relishing the moment. Chapter 78. The Kato gang. Naruto suddenly grasped Sasuke's intentions. It was all an elaborate setup for him to showcase his strength. He realized that his recent performances had overshadowed Sasuke, burdening him with the pressure of being the top graduate bearing the title of genius. Sasuke sought to find an opportunity to display his prowess. Upon reflection, it was evident that Sasuke had always strived to dominate Naruto. and his defection from Konoha after the Chunin exam stemmed from his realization that his Chidori could not compare to Naruto's Rasengan. With this understanding, Naruto decided not to dwell on it. If Sasuke wished to take on the burden, so be it. If you wish to fight alone, then I shall let you. However, I have one request. What request? Sasuke inquired, puzzled by Naruto's sudden willingness to relent. When you kill Kato, let me land a couple of strikes. Naruto exclaimed indignantly. Such a trivial matter. The prospect of killing you is hardly a concern. Do you harbor such intense hatred for him? To be honest, I find that old fellow quite irritating as well. Sasuke waved his hand dismissively, remarking that it was merely a head. What harm could come from relinquishing it? It was hardly a matter of great significance. My motivation for the strike was due to his unbearable arrogance. He boasts even more than you do. After casting a glance at Sasuke, Naruto swiftly dashed away, fearing that Sasuke might cause him trouble. Goodness. Sakura nearby was laughing uncontrollably. These two truly embody a love-hate relationship. Feeling at a loss if they went a moment without bickering, breakfast was devoured at an astonishing rate by Naruto and his companions, who then dragged the still drowsy Kakashi along with Tezuna's family, followed by a throng of villagers eager to join them, as they headed toward the bridge that Tezuna was repairing. At this moment, Kato and his group awaited Naruto and the others at the bridge's entrance, their numbers clearly surpassing those that had congregated near Tezuna's home. Mr. Kato, those little brats must be the ninjas from Konoha. I suspect that Zabuza may not be defeated by them, but rather that they are on the same side. A man wearing a hat and sporting a scar approached Kato, whispering. Kato, a short, stout middle-aged man puffing on a cigar, reclined comfortably in a chair brought to him, saying, regardless of whether they know each other or whether Zabuza's defeat was genuine or not, we will deal with these brats first. Then take a breather before sending that waste of a man, Zabuza, to his grave. He boasts daily about his prowess, yet he cannot handle a few youngsters. As Kato cursed, he spat a glob of phlegm onto the ground, exuding an air of a nouveau riche. Boss, they are coming. Someone spotted Naruto and his entourage, comprising the farmers, and immediately leaned in to report to Kato. Excellent. You little brats must be feeling quite bold, choosing to make enemies of your friends. Today, you all will remain here. Oh, and that girl at the back seems appealing. Keep her around. Once I've had my fun, I'll let you have your turn. Kato's laughter erupted as he beheld Naruto and the others approaching, his gaze lecherously scanning Sakura. Sakura was infuriated, exclaiming, Close your filthy mouth, you wretched fool. How dare you even think of laying a hand on me? Though Sasuke had little fondness for Sakura, he could not ignore the fact that she had once shielded him in a Jinjutsu, and Kato's words ignited within him a desire to retaliate even further. Naruto, Sasuke, let's eliminate them. Sakura yearned to charge at Kato and put an end to his insolence, tearing apart his foul mouth. However, upon witnessing the throng behind Kato, she resolved to let Naruto and Sasuke take the lead. I've had enough of you. I thought you would handle this yourself, yet you leave it to us. Naruto groaned. Feeling headachy, this girl was quite authoritative. Oh dear, so many people. As a girl, I am somewhat frightened. Sakura feigned innocence, attempting to persuade the men to charge forward. Don't look at me. I can't go. I promised Sasuke that today was his show. Naruto waved his hands, having previously agreed to witness Sasuke's performance, and he knew that if he stepped in now, it would upset Sasuke. Without further ado, Sasuke lowered his body, reached behind him with both hands, and produced 2 shuriken, launching himself into the fray. Protect me. Kato retreated without a second thought, especially when he saw Sasuke charging his way. Bringing to mind the earlier scene of Sasuke throwing shuriken into a target, scattering debris everywhere. As Kato's voice faded, around 20 men leaped forward to shield him. These were hired thugs he had paid well, and now it was their time to shine. Sasuke, seeing the situation, flipped his wrist, and suddenly, 2 shuriken became over a dozen, hurling them at the crowd ahead. The assailants, not daring to take this lightly, drew their weapons, some brandishing kunai while others unsheathed swords, determined to intercept Sasuke's projectiles. The sounds of metal clashing filled the air as some shuriken were deflected to the ground, yet several found their mark, piercing the throats of those wielding swords, rendering them lifeless. Such precision indicated that Sasuke had clearly honed his skills. Kakashi observed Sasuke's shuriken-throwing technique with satisfaction, nodding in approval. Truly, he was the top graduate from the Ninja Academy. His fundamentals were impeccable. Impressive. Go, Sasuke. Sakura cheered fervently, rallying behind him. Everyone charge. Whoever kills that little brat shall receive a bounty of 30,000 ryo and be promoted to captain. Kato had retreated to the back, where his men brought him a chair, and he lit another cigar, his brashness on full display as he watched the hundreds of men before him, eager to witness how that young boy would attempt to breach their ranks. With Kato's monetary incentive, the crowd before Sasuke surged forward, as if imbued with newfound vigor, charging towards him. Chapter 79. Annihilation. With so many people, should we not assist? Sakura fretted, observing the dark mass of individuals advancing. She grasped Naruto's arm anxiously. Rest assured, this is Sasuke we're talking about. Sasuke with the Sharingan. The movements of those opponents appear as childish play to him. There is no need for concern. Just sit back and enjoy the show. Naruto firmly held back the eager Sakura. He shook his head, signaling her not to interfere, assuring her that Sasuke had his own rhythm. Should he falter, he would retreat on his own. Turning to Kakashi, Naruto noticed him looking utterly nonchalant, seemingly disinterested. To Kakashi, this minor skirmish was trivial. He could easily extricate Sasuke if necessary, viewing the entire affair as child's play. Just look at Kakashi's lethargic demeanor. You can tell that Sasuke is in no danger. If anything were amiss, he would not hesitate to pull out that book of his. Naruto, our numbers are rather insufficient. We lack the required presence. Kakashi casually remarked, glancing back. You should create a few clones to bolster the villagers' morale. Why don't you create some? You are certainly capable. Naruto protested, feeling it was uncharacteristic of Kakashi to delegate such tasks. I can't. I need to conserve chakra for emergencies. You, on the other hand, have an ample supply. Creating a few clones won't affect you. Kakashi dismissed, revealing his true reluctance to act. How lazy can you be, always relying on others? Naruto muttered, yet proceeded to create around 300 clones. In an instant, the bridge transformed into a sea of orange as countless Narutos stood in formation, causing the villagers who accompanied Tazuna to erupt in cheers. Though they lacked understanding of the ninja battles, they instinctively recognized that the side with greater numbers held the advantage. They initially had quite a number of people, and now with Naruto's shadow clones added to their ranks, they felt entirely unafraid. With so many of them, what was there to fear? Even if it came down to one-on-one, and besides, Tazuna had mentioned that these youngsters, despite their age, possessed remarkable combat prowess. Two of them, wielding trees of varied sizes, could break them effortlessly. Sasuke, do you need assistance? Naruto shouted, although his tone hardly suggested he was offering help. No need. Just sit back and watch. Sasuke retorted, brandishing his kunai as enemies fell around him like ripe melons, blood gushing forth. He moved gracefully among them, not a single drop of blood staining him. See, I told you he doesn't need our help. Naruto crossed his arms and shrugged at Sakura. Sasuke continued to maneuver through the throng, sweeping his leg to knock down a large group and unleashing a fireball that sent screams echoing through the air. Kato watched helplessly as his loyal subordinates were sent flying by Sasuke's kicks, some fortunate enough to land in the water below, thrashing about, while others met a more dire fate against the bridge's railings, their chests caving in under the force. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Sasuke seized the moment, leaping into the air, hands forming seals as a massive fireball erupted, crashing into the crowd below. The ruffians attacking him were instantly engulfed in flames, wailing in despair. Witnessing Sasuke's ferocity, the others quickly modified their strategy, deciding to target the perceived weaknesses. More than 20 of them, shouting in frenzy, abandoned their assault on Sasuke and charged towards Naruto and Sakura. They had concluded that these two were incapable of fighting back, after all. One was a girl specifically requested by Kato, and the other just a child who shouted slogans but never took action. They believed that while all children may share similarities, there were discernible differences in their capabilities. This blonde kid looks like an easy target. Let us take him down. Hey, they're coming for me, Naruto exclaimed, grinning widely. When heaven offers a path, you disregard it, yet you choose to tread into hell. The several dozen Naruto clones surged forward without needing any command, surrounding the approaching thugs in an instant. Something feels off. This kid looks formidable, one thug remarked. Stop talking nonsense, we're already here. Let us take him down. How tough could he be? Fueled by rage, the thugs lost their capacity for rational thought. If only they had paused to consider that a ninja capable of creating hundreds of identical clones was not to be underestimated. Unfortunately, they had no time for such contemplation. Leave no mercy, life or death matters not. Naruto commanded, gesturing grandly as his clones charged forth. The thugs found themselves facing 4 or 5 Narutos each, unable to react. In an instant, they were bombarded from all directions, blocking punches to their faces, yet failing to shield themselves from the kicks aimed lower. They managed to deflect a counterattack but could not evade the dual strikes that felled them, resulting in a cacophony of pain. Some were blinded, others hunched over in agony, and many lay sprawled on the ground, clutching their wounds, blood spilling forth. The sound of their lamentations eclipsed even the noise made by Sasuke, who had taken down 100 adversaries. The sheer volume of their cries caused Kato, seated in the back, to flinch. What kind of blow could produce such a sound? Unbeknownst to him, even the 6th man had not screamed so loudly when his fingers were severed. Had he been rendered a eunuch instead? Meanwhile, upon hearing the commotion from Naruto's direction, Sasuke intensified his assault, delivering blows that sent more thugs flying, each one spewing blood as if it were a mere game. To be frank, if there had been a blood donation truck nearby, they would have filled it to capacity in 10 minutes. After dispatching the close-range assailants, Naruto returned to his original spot, standing beside Sakura. They had agreed not to assist Sasuke, so he firmly resolved to adhere to that promise. However, when the fight came to him, it felt unjust not to exert some effort. Kakashi observed Sasuke dispatching the thugs as if they were mere vegetables. Truth be told, he too felt a stirring within him. This was no time to simply lend a hand, but rather a chance to unleash pent-up emotions upon a punching bag. Had it not been for their prior agreement to refrain from intervening, he would have eagerly tested his Chidori against those brutes, imagining how they would dance in response to his strikes. Kakashi stroked his chin, an uncharacteristic grin forming on his face. Chapter 80. Kato's demise in little more than 10 minutes. Kato's henchmen lay strewn about, moaning in agony, with some floundering in the water below the bridge. "Hey, fatty. It's your turn." Sasuke approached Kato, who sat frozen in fear, wiping the blood from his knuckles as he regarded the panicked man. In that brief span of time, the bridge had turned into a scene of carnage, cries of despair filling the air, the blood of the dismembered gangsters staining the bridge's surface. Kakashi, Tazuna, and the villagers stood in awe, jaws agape at the display of power from Sasuke and Naruto. This is what a ninja is. Truly remarkable. Never had they imagined that a few children could wield such strength. Surely, this adult with one eye concealed was even more formidable. After all, he had yet to engage. If he did, he might annihilate them all in an instant. Good point, I commend you. The villagers whispered excitedly among themselves, their faces alight with enthusiasm. Kato's reign, which had loomed over them for years, seemed to be reaching its end. "Speak. How do you wish to meet your demise?" Sasuke's icy voice jolted Kato from his stupor, causing the cigar to fall from his trembling hands as he knelt before Sasuke. "Please, spare me. I was wrong." Kato pleaded, tears streaming down his face, his sanity seemingly unraveling. Sasuke's relentless assault had shattered his misconceptions. It was not that ninjas were weak, but rather that he had only encountered inept ones. Kato's narrow view had led him to believe that ninjas were merely stronger warriors with more techniques. Although he had employed Zabuza, he had never witnessed his true strength. Had he seen Zabuza in action even twice, he would not have made such a foolish mistake. Even if they were mere children, they were still ninjas. Moreover, Naruto and Sasuke were not ordinary ninjas. Kato felt a warmth spreading down his leg as he realized he had urinated himself. Sasuke's Sharingan remained active, and any slight movement would be detected. The eye captured this unfortunate incident with clarity. Sasuke was taken aback. Kato had wet himself. My heavens. He instinctively covered his nose and jumped back, distancing himself from Kato, while also calling out to Naruto, who stood at a distance. "Hey, Naruto, weren't you going to take Kato down? Come over, this head is yours." Though Naruto had his own Sharingan, he was far enough away to miss the initial incident. Upon hearing Sasuke's call, he was met with a wave of annoyance. "Seriously? You've got to be kidding me. How am I supposed to approach now? I'm surrounded by that stench." The briny sea breeze wafted gently, though the stench of blood was overpowering on the bridge, with crimson stains sprawling across the ground. Nonetheless, it was evident that Kato had indulged himself well at breakfast, having feasted on lamb to his heart's content. Even from a distance, Naruto could detect the savory aroma of the meat. He sent forth a shadow clone, while his true self remained behind, as shadow clones bore no consequence. Upon reaching Kato, the clone delivered a swift kick to his chest, eliciting a piercing scream. Kato crumpled to the ground, gasping for breath, his corpulent physique betraying years of indulgence as a leader, accustomed to a life of luxury and ease, devoid of any strenuous labor. Naruto's kick was undeniably powerful. Kato felt as though his heart might cease its rhythmic beating, aware that his ribs were likely fractured, the unmistakable crack echoing in his ears. 30 years of fortune and misfortune, Kato. Today marks the day of reckoning, Naruto asserted, stamping his foot onto Kato's chest. The latter writhed in agony, desperately attempting to displace Naruto's formidable foot, but the pain coupled with years of opulence had sapped his strength. Please, spare me. I can offer you wealth, abundant wealth. Just grant me my life. I vow never to transgress again. Kato wheezed, clinging to Naruto's leg, seeking mercy. Only now do you seek to plead for mercy? Where was your bravado earlier? You came to threaten me. Naruto leaned in closer, fixing Kato with a steely gaze. Do you know what it feels like to be abruptly awakened from a peaceful slumber? I was lost in dreams, engaged in combat discussions with lovely ladies. And you chose to invade my tranquility with your entourage of ineptitude? Now you wish for my clemency? What of my disrupted dreams? Kato nodded vigorously. Though the pain had him grimacing, still, he was willing to do anything to survive. I have money. I can compensate you. No amount is too great. Naruto scoffed. Even now, you cling to riches. Do you truly believe money can resolve all? Money is a fine asset, but here, it is not, but refuse. Even if you brought me a fortune of gold, it would still be refuse. It holds no allure for me. Keep it for yourself. With a chilling smile, Naruto withdrew a kunai and, with both hands, plunged it into Kato's heart. In that instant, Kato's body arched in pain, resembling a shrimp. But his life flickered out amidst the gazes of onlookers, collapsing lifelessly upon the incomplete bridge. Naruto forcefully extracted the kunai, twisting it as he withdrew to ensure Kato's demise was complete, a spray of blood erupting forth. He deftly sidestepped, observing Kato's unyielding, defiant stare as he calmly sheathed the bloody kunai at his waist. Kakashi observed Naruto's actions with a stoic expression. From the perspective of a ninja, Naruto's execution was impeccable. Yet from a generational standpoint, Kakashi sensed a stark difference in this version of Naruto compared to the one described in the intel. Previously mischievous, Naruto now exhibited a ruthless decisiveness, his gaze reminiscent of an unfeeling butcher, as if he perceived his prey not as a human, but as livestock awaiting slaughter. Thank you, Sasuke. Truth be told, being roused from a delightful dream is quite infuriating, especially by someone so pretentious. The shadow clone of Naruto dissipated as his true self approached Sasuke, patting him on the shoulder. I must say, you were formidable. You single-handedly took down so many. Truly deserving of your top rank upon graduation, Naruto praised, raising his thumb in admiration. Well, it was rather simple, considering the power of the Uchiha clan, Sasuke replied nonchalantly. Chapter 81. The laboring youth Tazuna and the villagers stood in stunned silence for a brief moment after witnessing Kato's demise at the hands of Naruto. Then, as if celebrating a festival, they erupted into jubilant cheers, their faces alight with excitement. The Kato group, which had plagued the land of waves for 2 decades, was finally eradicated. Their lives were set to improve, free from oppression at last. The villagers beamed with newfound joy. Old man, the tyrant who tormented your land of waves has been vanquished. You can live without fear from this day forth, Naruto announced with a smile as he approached Tazuna and the others. Tazuna's complexion fluctuated, alternating between pale and flushed, pale from the horror of the brutal battle, and flushed with exhilaration. No one felt more elated than those who had long suffered under Kato's thumb. Trembling, Tazuna grasped Naruto's hand, tears welling in his eyes. His voice caught in his throat, unable to articulate his gratitude. With teary eyes, Tazuna gazed at Naruto and the others, unsure of what to say. Finally, he dropped to his knees, bowing deeply in reverence. I am at a loss for words. Oh, ninjas of Konoha, you not only forgave my deception, but risked your lives to bring me safely home and have now rid us of that tyrant Kato. You are angels sent from the heavens to aid us. Witnessing Tazuna kneel, the other villagers followed suit, a sea of gratitude swelling as they recounted the heroic deeds of Team 7, having endured Kato's tyranny for far too long. Kakashi hurried forward to assist Tazuna in standing, overwhelmed by the sheer number of people kneeling in gratitude, unsure how to address them all. Mr. Tazuna, you are too gracious. This is our duty as Leaf Ninjas. Protecting the weak and escorting you home is our mission. To safeguard everyone and eliminate tyrants is the principle of Konoha. We are committed to rooting out evil. Please, do not be alarmed. This is our responsibility. Everyone, please rise. After helping Tazuna to his feet, Kakashi moved to assist the others, feeling slightly flustered by the unexpected gratitude, as it was a rare experience for him to be on the receiving end of such admiration. Naruto, aware of the discomfort of having so many adults kneeling before him, chimed in, "Please, everyone rise. Kakashi-sensei is right. This is what we are meant to do." Sasuke joined in, assisting the two nearest elderly villagers. "Please get up. This is our responsibility." Sakura, her emotions overflowing, rushed to help as many as she could, her compassion evident in her tears. "Konoha is truly filled with good people. I must write a letter of thanks. I need to express my gratitude to you all." Tazuna exclaimed, fervently grasping Naruto's hand. Though Sasuke had contributed significantly to the battle, it was Naruto who had delivered the final blow to Kado. Sasuke, feeling a surge of annoyance at Tazuna's exuberance towards Naruto, thought, "I put in all the effort, yet no one acknowledges me? Why is everyone flocking to Naruto? Is it merely because he has blonde hair?" Sasuke felt a tinge of melancholy. However, his naturally aloof demeanor kept him from reveling in the company of others, and he particularly despised being surrounded by a crowd. Yet, witnessing Naruto in the midst of such a gathering irked him. No one seemed to care about the process. Everyone only valued the outcome. While the journey may have taken considerable time, the result was often a fleeting moment, the very thing everyone yearned for. Kakashi, sensing Sasuke's thoughts, chimed in with a timely interjection, as if he could see through Sasuke's mind. "Damn it, after all this time, I've become a mere worker. I knew that brat wanted me to leave some of the Kado for him." Sasuke smacked his forehead, realizing everything fell into place. It turned out Naruto was simply waiting for him. Truly cunning. "Naruto," Kakashi called out, for there were certain matters that only Naruto could handle. Turning at the sound of Kakashi's voice, Naruto looked back, puzzled. What else was there to do? Kado had already been dealt with, and they had just agreed to enjoy a grand feast at Tazuna's house, as several villagers had offered to bring out their finest ingredients for him to sample. "What is going on? Hurry up. Uncle Tazuna is preparing an even better meal for us today. Don't just think about eating. Come over here." Kakashi waved him over. "What is up?" Though Naruto sensed something was off, he complied and approached. "Well, since you have an ample amount of chakra, could you create 1,000 shadow clones to handle these people? Finish off those who are on the brink of death, and let the living remain after we leave. Tazuna still needs to repair the bridge. It's too chaotic here, it won't do." Kakashi pointed at the groaning subordinates of Kado on the bridge. Naruto was taken aback. "Wait, aren't they also your responsibility? Whoever caused this mess should clean it up. It was all Sasuke's doing. You should have him do it." Immediately, Naruto pointed at Sasuke, indicating that he was the one who had slain them. "Humph, when the villagers were surrounding you to express their gratitude, you said nothing. Now you suddenly remember? Where were you when it mattered? Hurry up, hurry up." Sasuke, with a haughty snort, retorted sharply at Naruto. Naruto shook his head in exasperation. "Wow, you guys really are picking on the innocent." Upon hearing this, Sasuke scoffed. "Innocent? You're anything but. You're full of deceit. Look at the ones I've killed. And then look at yours. When have you ever struck without resorting to underhanded tactics? Did you see that one over there, who lost control?" Sasuke pointed to a burly man among the 20 or so who had charged at Naruto. "That guy is sprawled out and covered in filth because you stabbed him in the rear with a kunai. Innocent? There are no innocents in this world." After saying this, Sasuke felt a wave of nausea. Naruto was simply too much of a rogue. The man lay on the ground, a mixture of red and yellow substances staining the earth, utterly unable to control himself. Clearly, the controlling mechanism had been irreparably damaged by Naruto. "No need for that. I'll have air go from the village come to clean this up. That's his specialty." Tazuna appeared at the right moment, proposing a solution, his face beaming with a smile that could rival a blooming flower. Chapter 82. Farewell to Zabuza Yoshi. "Uncle Tazuna, your prospects are looking bright. You're quite the opportunist." Naruto clapped Tazuna on the shoulder, thoroughly impressed. Such a perceptive person was indeed rare. It was no wonder this old man thrived in the village. He possessed genuine talent. Let us go to my house. Everyone can take a hot shower and then enjoy a meal." Tazuna beckoned everyone towards his home. Having completed the bridge work, and he had plenty of hands to handle the aftermath without burdening the ninja. "Is this the place?" Naruto pondered as he gazed at the secluded little dwelling. Hidden in such a location, It was no wonder the mist ninjas had struggled to locate Zabuza. On one hand, Kato and his men provided cover, and on the other, the remoteness of the area was perfect for concealing individuals. "Come in." The door swung open seemingly by itself, and Zabuza's voice emerged from within, clearly still recovering from his injuries. "What brings you here?" Upon seeing Naruto, Haku immediately raised his guard, suspicion evident in his eyes. What was a Konoha ninja doing in such a place? "I've come to see Mr. Zabuza. I mean no harm." Naruto spread his hands wide, turning in a circle to show he bore no weapons, presenting himself as safe. "I am here specifically to discuss a matter with Mr. Zabuza." Naruto approached Zabuza and knelt down. Zabuza, still nursing his wounds from the conflict with Naruto and his companions, appeared weak as he sipped the herbal medicine being offered by Haku. Although his mobility was largely unaffected, traces of frailty seeped into his voice. "Kid, I knew you were here the moment you arrived. I'm curious. This place is known only to Kato and his contacts. How did you find out I was here?" After taking a sip of the bitter concoction, he furrowed his brow. "How about I tell you that later, Mr. Zabuza? I came here to propose a transaction." Naruto did not answer Zabuza's question, but instead declared his intent. "Oh, a transaction? Do tell." Zabuza's interest peaked immediately. Could it be that this kid sought his services for assassination? That seemed unlikely, and he was eager to learn what this young boy wanted to negotiate. "Mr. Zabuza, I have heard about your past actions from Kakashi-sensei. To be frank, I don't believe the opinions of the outside world are entirely accurate. Rather, I see you as a man of honor, someone who values loyalty and sentiment. You are a true hero, having undergone brutal training as a ninja from a young age. You stood against the tyrannical rule of the fourth Mizukage, only to find yourself forced into a life of wandering after being outmatched. Everything you did in the Mist Village was not for yourself, but for the common folk, to liberate them from their suffering. From this perspective, you are a great man." Naruto gave Zabuza a thumbs up, affirming his past actions. In truth, these were insights that Kakashi had never shared. They were purely Naruto's own deductions. The past is the past. Right or wrong has lost its significance. Right and wrong are determined not by our words, but by power. When you hold that position, what you declare as right is deemed right, and what you deem wrong is considered wrong. If you've come to tell me that my actions are justified, there's no need, for I no longer care. If you intend to reminisce about the past, that too is unnecessary, for I never look back. History is written by the victors, and it seldom reflects the truth. Zabuza shook his head, evidently interpreting Naruto's words as an attempt to reminisce, believing this was merely a pretext for some ulterior motive. "Just get to the point. Enough with the roundabout talk. It's exhausting." Naruto paused, somewhat surprised by Zabuza's response. However, since the man had spoken so directly, there was no point in hiding his intentions any longer. "I wish to collaborate with you, Mr. Zabuza, to control this territory." "What?" Zabuza was momentarily stunned. Did this kid even realize what he was proposing? To collaborate with him to control this area? Was he intending to become a rogue ninja and establish his own domain outside of Konoha? After a brief moment of shock, Zabuza burst into laughter, though the intensity of his amusement clearly aggravated his chest wound. "Kid, are you trying to make a fool of me? You're a Konoha ninja. You want to partner with me? Aren't you afraid I'll expose you? If I were to tell anyone, the higher-ups in Konoha would tear you apart. You wouldn't escape unscathed." Naruto shook his head firmly. "Mr. Zabuza, I am not joking." He sat up straight, readjusting his demeanor and tone before continuing. "Mr. Zabuza, what you are about to hear is a profound secret, and I implore you to place your trust in me. If all goes as anticipated, within 1 to 2 years, I shall undoubtedly defect from the Hidden Leaf Village. As for the specific reasons, I urge you not to inquire. All you need to know is that I am not in control of my own fate. Furthermore, I am not jesting. Kato is the true power broker in this territory. If we join forces to seize this domain, I will take not a single inch for myself, and we shall split the profits equally. What say you to these terms, Mr. Zabuza?" Zabuza's expression finally shifted. With such forthrightness, he could ascertain that this young man was indeed serious and not engaging in idle banter, and that the matter at hand was of great significance. However, to defect from the Leaf Village? Given this youth's performance in battle, the skills he exhibited at such a tender age foretold a future where he would surely wield considerable influence within the village. To abandon such a promising path for the life of a rogue shinobi seemed utterly inconceivable. "Young man, this proposition is undeniably tempting. yet forsaking the esteemed title of a leaf ninja to become a rogue. What is it that you truly desire? Zabuza lifted the teapot and poured a cup of steaming tea before Naruto. I have my own difficulties. It is precisely because I intend to defect that I require a sanctuary for unforeseen circumstances. At present, I have no alternative refuge. And your ability to remain hidden here for so long speaks to both Kato's protection and the seclusion of this place. Based on the current conditions, I cannot conceive of a location more alluring than this. Naruto raised the teacup to his lips, feeling the warm liquid flow into his belly as the delicate aroma filled his mouth. Kato's men are not to be trifled with. Though a tiger may be fierce, it cannot withstand the harassment of a pack of wolves. Overcoming Kato is feasible, but having dominated this territory for over 20 years, his influence runs deep. To usurp him recklessly might expose my presence to the pursuing forces of the Mist Village. As you are aware, I am still a wanted man. Should I act impulsively, it could lead to dire consequences. Eliminating Kato is simple, yet controlling the territory is an entirely different challenge. Zabuza refilled Naruto's cup, elucidating the crux of the matter. Chapter 83. Impure World Reincarnation. The arrow is knocked. It must be released. Naruto tapped his fingers on the table and uttered a statement that left Zabuza astonished. What do you mean? Zabuza's hand, poised to pour tea, froze midair. Could it be that Kato and his men sought their own demise by provoking us at Tezuna's doorstep? Just moments ago, I personally dispatched Kato with a kunai, and his subordinates lie either dead or grievously injured. Naruto spoke matter-of-factly, and his words plunged Zabuza into silence. So it seems the arrow is indeed knocked and must be released. What are your plans now? Zabuza inquired, for not just anyone could partner with him. The urgent matter at hand is to fully take over Kato's territory. I must return to the leaf, and you are my best option. Naruto spread his hands, revealing the only viable solution at present. I can handle Kato's subordinates without issue, but the challenge lies in identifying which territories belong to Kato, and my knowledge of their management is quite limited. Furthermore, Kato's enforcers are merely muscle. The core management personnel are scattered elsewhere. Without their cooperation, controlling the territory is but an empty promise. If only you had spared Kato's life. Zabuza furrowed his brow, lamenting the missed opportunity. The current situation cannot be subdued through sheer force. Kato has held dominion here for over 20 years, and he has established connections throughout. Those connections are the true invaluable resource. So, will you proceed? Naruto gazed at Zabuza, his brow knitted in contemplation. If Zabuza declined, they would have to devise an alternate plan. I will. I am weary of being a pawn for others, running errands for a pittance. I would rather establish my own dominion as a leader. Zabuza, a decisive figure, did not hesitate in his response to Naruto's inquiry. With Kato's demise, chaos is inevitable. Rather than await the emergence of a new overlord to whom I would be beholden, I would prefer to assume that role myself, as it would grant me my own enterprise. Excellent. Your words bring me great comfort. Naruto nodded in agreement. Now that we have forged an alliance, I shall no longer conceal certain matters from you. Allow me to present something remarkable. Naruto smiled mysteriously, leaving Zabuza perplexed. What scheme might this boy be concocting? Naruto drained his teacup and swiftly performed a hand sign for the shadow clone technique, instantly creating an identical replica of himself. He then retrieved a kunai, stained with Kato's flesh and blood, from his system space and placed it before the clone. The original stepped forward, inscribing strange symbols beneath the clone's feet. After retreating a couple of steps, Naruto swiftly completed the hand seals, and with a sharp command, the clone became enveloped in the mysterious markings on the ground. Following a cacophony of wails, the clone transformed into a stout figure clad in a suit. Kato. Zabuza's pupils dilated in astonishment. He had just heard this young man declare Kato's death. So what is this? There exists a forbidden technique in the leaf, developed by the second Hokage, known as impure world reincarnation. It requires a living person with chakra as a sacrifice, and the deceased can be summoned back into the physical realm using remnants of their flesh. As Zabuza beheld the astonished expression on Naruto's face, he shrugged his shoulders in resignation, recognizing that such jutsu is not widely known. But you just used a clone. Zabuza narrowed his eyes at Naruto, wary of being taken for a fool. Where is the living sacrifice? This is a special version. Naruto replied with a grin, and he did not exaggerate. It was indeed a unique system version. Kato, meet Lord Naruto. The summoned Kato, having undergone the system's reprogramming, was now devoid of any animosity toward Naruto, filled instead with unwavering loyalty. With him by our side, the speed at which you can seize the territory will undoubtedly increase, and the resistance will be greatly diminished. What do you think? Is this surprise not to your liking? Naruto proudly gestured toward the summoned Kato, explaining that he had intentionally preserved a fragment of flesh during Kato's assassination, foreseeing how to maximize his benefits from this entanglement. Zabuza's body began to tremble with excitement. This truly was a delightful surprise. With this, seizing the territory would pose no challenge whatsoever. Simultaneously, he harbored additional thoughts. Does this technique have any limitations? Zabuza inquired in a hushed tone. Indeed, those summoned through this technique will exhibit unwavering loyalty to the summoner. Of course, this applies to my version. In the original Leaf version, the strength of the summoned entity correlates to the summoner's prowess. Thus, the combat capability of the resurrected ninja cannot exceed that of the summoner, or else control will be lost. So, your modified version of the technique imposes no such restrictions, correct? Zabuza scrutinized Naruto, his brow furrowing. Unwavering loyalty? Naruto nodded in affirmation. His version was indeed superior to the rudimentary one created by the second Hokage. So, if I were to refuse, what would you do? Zabuza regarded Naruto with keen interest, increasingly impressed by the young man's cunning and strength. Leaf Village has indeed been fortunate, though it failed to recognize his potential. This young man seems resolute in his desire to become a rogue shinobi. If you refuse to comply, I shall have no choice but to alter my plans, relinquishing our collaboration and allowing Kato to continue his dominion over this territory, while bestowing upon him a formidable cadre of proficient ninjas to ensure that this land remains firmly within my grasp. Naruto did not conceal his intentions. Since it is a partnership, transparency is paramount. Why seek my collaboration then? You possess the capability to govern this region alone. With our cooperation, the territory would be mine, yet you would only receive half the profits. It is, by any calculation, a losing proposition. Zabuza raised his teacup and took a sip, voicing his candid thoughts. The people of this land have endured Kato's oppression for over 2 decades, suffering greatly. I cannot bear for them to experience such anguish again. My choice to collaborate with you stems from your concern for the people and the village. Your stewardship of this region would not be mired in the same corruption as Kato's. I yearn for the citizens here to live in peace, free from exploitation, and to enjoy a life of happiness and stability. Your willingness to assassinate the Mizukage for the sake of the people assures me that under your guidance, their lives will only improve. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Zabuza? Naruto lifted the teacup filled by Zabuza, his gaze intense. Under Naruto's unwavering stare, Zabuza's tense expression faltered. He waved his hand dismissively and said, "Kid, don't flatter me. I know you well enough. You've said it yourself. Those you summon will obey you without question. If you instruct him not to exploit the people, I doubt he would dare to defy you. Besides, does he possess the authority or strength to oppose you?" Zabuza was no fool. With someone like Kato, who only resorts to hiring others, there was no chance of betrayal under Naruto's command. Even after 20 years of training, it would be impossible. Some individuals are simply born warriors, such as the young man before him, whose intellect dwarfed Kato's. A partnership it is. With a slight clink of their teacups, Naruto and Zabuza sealed their alliance with a sip, signifying the establishment of their pact. "Congratulations, Mr. Zabuza, we finally have our territory," I exclaimed with exuberance. After years of wandering alongside Zabuza, although they had witnessed countless beautiful sights, the transient lifestyle had become burdensome. Furthermore, the pursuit teams and bounty ninjas dispatched by the mist had not ceased for a moment. The Umbu who previously hunted me were quite formidable. If I could enlist their support, the troubles I face in governing this region would diminish significantly. Zabuza poured himself another cup of tea, replenishing Naruto's as well. "Just let me handle it. As long as there are corpses, everything will be fine." Naruto nodded affirmatively, understanding Zabuza's implication. After all, he remained a notable figure. Should he reveal himself, complications would undoubtedly arise. The rabble Kato had gathered might bully ordinary citizens, but when confronted with true ninjas, this incident would serve as a lesson. "Kato, you shall stay by Zabuza's side to assist him in taking over your territory. All those thugs and ruffians you've been harboring must depart. Let them return home to farm or seek their fortunes elsewhere, but they cannot remain here. Moreover, after so many years of your occupancy, you must have amassed some savings. Correct? Share a figure with me." Naruto turned to Kato, as his visit was not solely to collaborate with Zabuza for a safety net, but also to reclaim Kato's ill-gotten gains. In grand endeavors, financial resources are imperative. Report, my lord. I possess approximately 300 million ryo, along with numerous property deeds. Kato stated, that will suffice. Just tell me where you've hidden the money. The rest can be discussed with Mr. Zabuza later. Naruto quickly interrupted Kato's account, content with merely knowing that there was wealth involved. 300 million ryo. Such an astonishing sum. I never would have imagined that such a small place could yield such riches. Zabuza, I shall take this money with me. The remaining properties and deeds will belong to you, and we shall split any future profits evenly. How does that sound? Naruto regarded Zabuza, feeling somewhat guilty about leaving him with nothing from such a substantial wealth. Please leave me a bit. How about 50 million ryo? After all, we cannot exploit the people any longer, and there will certainly be many expenses. Managing this territory and recruiting soldiers will require funds. If you take it all, my future endeavors will be hindered. Zabuza's eyes darkened, overwhelmed by frustration. What is this kid thinking? If you take all the money and leave me with a stack of property deeds, how am I supposed to survive? At the very least, leave me some cash. Indeed, you make a valid point. Naruto sheepishly scratched his head, realizing he had indeed been excessive. Let us settle on leaving you 50 million. The money of the impoverished should not be taken, but this territory boasts remarkably developed trade routes, frequented by affluent merchants, many of whom lack compassion. While the people's funds must not be exploited, it does not mean their wealth cannot be appropriated, as long as it does not exceed reasonable bounds. Naruto suggested to Zabuza. Years ago, he had watched a film titled Let the Bullets Fly, in which the wealthy Huang Xiling colluded with the county magistrate to swindle the populace, frequently extracting money under the pretext of combating bandits. What was the outcome? The citizens saw no restitution, while the rich received full reimbursement, ultimately splitting the spoils 70-30. Each new magistrate would launch a bandit campaign, and the money flowed faster than a printing press. Rest assured, I know how to proceed. The only reason I failed back then was due to unforeseen circumstances. If I had succeeded, you would have had to visit me in the hidden mist village. Zabuza waved his hand, indicating that he was well aware of such matters. As long as there is a means of collecting funds, what is the point if we do not exploit? Do we wish to listen to the praises of those below? Let us proceed to the burial sites you mentioned, and then I shall retrieve the money. Naruto downed the tea on the table, rising and pulling Zabuza toward the door. Wait, mister. Zabuza is currently recuperating and should not move about. I shall guide you. Bai, seeing Naruto tugging Zabuza out, quickly intervened, knowing the locations of the burial sites. He could lead Naruto there himself. Naruto glanced at Bai and then at Zabuza. Releasing his grip, he thought, what a splendid partner. Following Bai, Naruto navigated through the woods. Soon arriving at the site, observing the hundreds of mounds of earth, he gasped, recognizing the extent of the killings. Are these all the Umbu from the mist? Naruto asked Bai in disbelief. Indeed, they are the Umbu, the renowned first pursuit team in the world. Over 100 slain? It appears that in the hidden mist village. Being an Umbu is a high-risk profession. These are the accumulated bodies over the years. Each year, they send a new batch. To be frank, there are many capable individuals among them. There were times when Zabuza and I nearly met our end. If you can resurrect them, our burdens will lighten significantly. Don't just think about controlling this territory. Acquiring even more would be a trivial matter. How trivial? Just watch. Naruto leaped down from the branch, activating his shadow clone technique, instantly creating hundreds of Narutos surrounding the area. Working in groups of 3, they swiftly excavated the more than 100 graves Zabuza had concealed. Some of the earlier victims had long since decayed to mere skeletons, while others, more recent, still bore the remnants of rotting flesh. Naruto directed his clones to draw a large summoning circle, placing the corresponding bones or decaying flesh beneath each clone's feet. With the seals of the summoning technique completed, the once silent forest erupted with terrifying wails. Naruto gazed contentedly at the squad of over 100 elite members from the Mist's Umbu before him. To be candid, he believed that the skirmish with Zabuza a few days prior had been due to that old fool underestimating them. If they had truly unleashed their full potential, Zabuza would not have faced such a humiliating defeat. It was evident that these individuals were exceptionally skilled. Take them back and report to Zabuza. Assure him that they will follow his orders without question. I have already made the necessary arrangements, Naruto instructed. White looked at Naruto, who seemed intent on leaving, and inquired, "What about you? Aren't you coming back with me? I'm off to collect the bounty. 300 million Ryo awaits. Wait for me there." Before he finished speaking, Naruto transformed into a puff of white smoke, revealing that the one who had negotiated was merely a shadow clone, while his true self was elsewhere. Chapter 85. Home. The shadow clone had undoubtedly gone to negotiate with Zabuza, while the real Naruto was at Tezuna's house, indulging in a feast. At that moment, Tezuna's home was bustling with people. Upon hearing that the nefarious Kato had been eliminated by ninjas from the Hidden Leaf Village, the villagers were filled with joy. Tezuna promised to host them generously, and everyone brought out ingredients, determined to showcase every specialty dish from the Land of Waves for Team 7 to savor. As a result, when the dishes were finally served, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura hardly paid attention to Tezuna's praises and dived straight into their meal. "This is incredibly delicious," was the sole thought racing through Naruto's mind. Meanwhile, after discovering the location of Kato's hidden treasure, Naruto had summoned a formidable group of Mistumbu to aid Zabuza. And upon returning to his true self, he abruptly stopped devouring food upon receiving feedback from his clone. He immediately set down his chicken leg and stood up. "What's going on? Hurry up." Sakura, completely unconcerned about her ladylike demeanor, stuffed her mouth full and, seeing Naruto rise, struggled to articulate her words. "You all keep eating. I need to use the restroom. I'll be right back." Utilizing his urination jutsu, Naruto squeezed through the lively crowd to reach the restroom outside Tezuna's house. This technique had never failed him. Earlier, while his clone was on the way to meet Zabuza, he had left several flying thunder god marks along the route for emergencies. Now, it seemed fortune favored him, as Kato's hiding place was quite close to one of those marks. If he hurried, he could reach it in less than half an hour. The clone promptly flew to the marked location and dashed without pause. Money. 300 million Ryo. Driven by the allure of wealth, the clone sprinted forward without stopping, arriving at Kato's hidden stash, where several guards were patrolling. Naruto had no intention of concealing his identity. Kato had long since provided him with the access code and key. Naruto boldly greeted the patrolling guards and entered Kato's treasury. After transferring the entire sum of 300 million Ryo into his system space, he emerged and informed the guards that Kato had new instructions. A certain Zabuza would soon arrive to take over, and they were not to be misled. Otherwise, they could find themselves on the wrong end of Zabuza's blade. Handing over 50 million Ryo in cash to Zabuza, Naruto remarked, "Here, this is for you." Zabuza trembled as he accepted the thick stack of bills. 50 million. How many missions would I need to undertake to earn this much? "Hey, this isn't another clone, is it?" Zabuza asked, counting the money without turning around. "Of course. My real self is at Tezuna's house, enjoying a meal," Naruto replied, somewhat surprised by Zabuza's question. But he answered honestly, "Then I won't bother making you tea. It's rather expensive." "Seriously? You have 50 million Ryo. And you're worried about the cost of tea?" Naruto retorted, rolling his eyes and giving Zabuza an irreverent gesture. "Rest assured, I will manage your territory well. If you truly decide to defect from the Leaf, this place will be secure. In the meantime, I will intensify recruitment efforts for wandering ninjas outside. Some of them are quite skilled," Zabuza said as he tucked the counted bills away and poured himself a cup of tea to savor. "I have faith in your abilities. If you handle things properly, this place can truly become a bastion for your kind. Here is my contact information and a flying thunder god kunai. Should you find yourselves in urgent need, reach out to me, and I will arrive swiftly." Naruto handed Zabuza a kunai, already marked for ease of use. With these reanimated soldiers at our disposal, what could possibly go wrong? Unless the Mist Village were to mobilize its entire force, sending more Umbu would be futile. Do not forget, I was once a member of the Umbu myself. I am well aware of their tactics, Zabuza declared confidently, accepting both the kunai and the communication scroll. After all, cooperation was paramount. Should the need arise for assistance, it would not be an issue, particularly against formidable foes like the 5th Mizukage. Rumored to be not only striking in appearance, but also exceptionally powerful. "We will return to the Leaf tomorrow, so I want to come to say goodbye. Kato will remain with you, and once you've completed the handover, if you find him useful, keep him. Otherwise, I will lift the control when I come back. Safe travels to you all." Zabuza raised his cup, and Naruto intended to reciprocate the gesture. However, upon glancing down, he realized that Zabuza had not provided him with any tea set for his clone. He could only manage a wry smile before vanishing in a puff of smoke. What a bold young man. Uzumaki Naruto? How intriguing, Zabuza mused, chuckling softly as he reflected on Naruto's departure. When Naruto had come to deliver the funds, he had made sure to clarify his situation. Since they were partners, it was crucial to share pertinent information. Although the specifics of the system's tasks remained undisclosed, Zabuza gleaned that Naruto, much like him, was enduring a difficult existence. The difference being that while Zabuza suffered the plight of an entire village, Naruto bore the weight of his struggles alone. It turned out that even the illustrious Leaf Village could not escape such sordid circumstances. After listening to Naruto's account, Zabuza couldn't help but feel a pang of empathy. He had initially believed Naruto to be a favored child of the village, yet it seemed that despite being the son of the Hokage, he was relegated to a life of instant noodles. It appeared that the relentless pursuit of power was an inescapable reality for all. When his father was alive, Naruto certainly would not have faced such hardship, after all. Being the child of the Hokage afforded him certain privileges, and many would have sought to curry favor with him. Yet, with both parents perishing in battle and his lineage concealed, living through such adversity was already a significant achievement. Zabuza had come to regard Naruto as a kindred spirit. All acts of rebellion were born from necessity. Who would willingly live under the stigma of being a rogue ninja, if not compelled to do so? The following morning, Naruto and his companions packed their belongings early. After a day of indulgence at Tezuna's home, sampling a plethora of delectable dishes, they found their stomachs fully satisfied and resolutely declined the sumptuous breakfast offered to them. Kakashi-sensei, let us depart. Sakura called to Kakashi. Let us go. Kakashi gestured grandly, leading Naruto, Sasuke, and the others on their journey back. Tezuna and many villagers who had come to bid farewell watched the departing figures of Naruto and his team with heavy hearts. After all, these were their saviors, the angels who had liberated them. Take care, everyone, Tezuna shouted, waving from behind, while Naruto and his companions continually waved goodbye. The villagers showered them with blessings, their warmth akin to unrelenting waves. Chapter 86. Buying flowers 3 days later, in the afternoon, Kakashi and his group successfully returned to the Hidden Leaf Village. On the return journey, free from obstacles and protective targets, the speed of the group significantly increased, driven by their eagerness to reach their destination. Kakashi, along with Naruto and Sasuke, first arrived at the Hokage office building to exchange their mission report with the third Hokage. After receiving their mission remuneration, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura withdrew, leaving Kakashi and Sarutobi Hiruzen alone in the office. Kakashi, your expression suggests that you have something to discuss. The third Hokage's deep voice resonated. After so many years, he understood Kakashi well. Typically, he would leave immediately after exchanging reports, unless there was an exceptional circumstance. Kakashi was indeed conflicted, uncertain of how to articulate his thoughts. On one hand, Naruto was the jewel of Hiruzen's eye, a future star. On the other hand, he was also the orphan legacy of the fourth Hokage. The intertwining of these identities left Kakashi hesitant to speak as it pertained to Naruto's future. While I am pleased with Naruto and Sasuke's adaptability during this mission, I am increasingly concerned about Naruto's apparent bloodlust, Kakashi finally admitted, unable to contain his worries. As someone who had walked a similar path, he did not wish for Naruto to follow in his footsteps. Hiruzen remained silent, aware of the implications behind Kakashi's words. Indeed, they had thoroughly reported the mission details, and it was evident that Naruto's actions had been excessively brutal. Kakashi, you began undertaking missions at the age of 5, which was beyond the comprehension of most. I can understand this, child. When facing enemies, one must not show mercy, but rather conclude the battle swiftly using the most effective methods. Although Naruto's approach may be ruthless, his results are undeniably effective. It aligns with the notion that the process is inconsequential. Only the outcome matters. Kakashi fell silent, grasping the third Hokage's perspective. As long as it did not involve their comrades, the means were justified. Although you spared Zabuza this time, we have no ties to him. Assisting Sasuke in awakening his Sharingan has turned misfortune into fortune. Kakashi, I had faith in assigning Sasuke to you. You are the only one in the village who knows how to utilize the Sharingan effectively. Understood. I will make the necessary arrangements, Kakashi replied with a firm nod, aware of his responsibilities. After leaving the Hokage building, Naruto chose not to return home. Given his extended absence, his first priority was to reconnect with Hinata. Although he had only been away for a short while, a day apart felt like an eternity. Holding 250 million Ryo, he was now quite affluent. Who would still purchase discounted instant ramen? He could buy Ichiraku ramen and have it prepared fresh for him. Ah, Naruto. Long time no see. Back from a mission? Ino Yamanaka, managing her family flower shop, looked up and greeted him, recognizing him immediately. Although their relationship was not particularly close, they were acquaintances. Hello, Ino. It's been a while. You look even more beautiful. Naruto greeted enthusiastically, effortlessly navigating the pleasantries. Really? Thank you. Ino was taken aback. Naruto's warmth was unfamiliar. Though they had known each other, they had never interacted in such a manner. Are you here to buy flowers? What do you need? Ino quickly changed the subject, her ears slightly flushing, as compliments about her appearance were rare. In her childhood, she had often been teased by Sakura for her broad forehead. Yes. I'd like a bouquet of roses. Oh, and what is this? Please get me a bouquet of this too. Initially, Naruto intended to purchase only a single bouquet for Hinata, but considering her association with Kurenai, he felt it prudent to strengthen their bond with an additional bouquet. After all, one could never go wrong with flowers. Ah, okay. Ino, initially composed at the mention of roses, found the request for a second bouquet rather unusual. Most people only bought one. Is there a problem? Naruto inquired, sensing something was amiss in Ino's demeanor. No. It's just rare for someone to buy two bouquets at once. Most only get one. Ino laughed awkwardly, concealing her true thoughts. By the way, what kind of flower is this? It looks lovely. Naruto pointed to the bouquet he had casually selected, noting no significant difference aside from the roses. That's a 100-leaf lily. It's quite beautiful. Ino replied with a knowing smile. Unfortunately, Naruto failed to grasp the underlying meaning of her expression, simply appreciating the flower's beauty. After completing his purchase and collecting the packaged bouquets from Ino, Naruto visited a bento shop, acquiring 5 boxes of bento. With a swift use of the Flying Thunder God technique, he vanished, a sight the bento shop owner had grown accustomed to. The news of Naruto mastering the Flying Thunder God technique had spread throughout Konoha, so his sudden appearances were no longer shocking. Moments later, Naruto appeared beside Hinata, startling those present, as his silent arrival during a lesson was disconcerting for anyone. Once they recognized Naruto, Kurenai and Kiba breathed a sigh of relief. Only Naruto could pull off such stealth, as no one else could appear so mysteriously. Naruto, have you completed your mission? Kurenai asked, puzzled by his sudden appearance. Many were unaware of Naruto's return, leaving Kurenai uncertain whether he had just finished a mission or was merely slacking off during one. Yes, I just got back today. I came to see Hinata. Naruto gestured towards her, signaling Kurenai to understand. Here, Hinata, this is for you, along with some bento. Kiba and Shino. These two are for you. Don't say I'm not generous. Naruto presented the 100-leaf lily and bento to Kurenai, then handed out the other 2 boxes to Kiba and Shino, knowing that neglecting them would lead to trouble. Oh, I knew it. Thank you so much, Naruto. Kiba exclaimed, rushing forward to take the bento, indifferent to whether Naruto had bought flowers. Hey, you little rascal, call me Kurenai-sensei, not Kurenai-ne. Kurenai scolded him, her cheeks flushing. It was unclear whether her blush stemmed from the compliment or the flowers. Only she could answer that. Oh, come on. Calling you Kurenai-sensei feels so formal. Kurenai-ne is much friendlier. Naruto waved dismissively, seizing the opportunity to strengthen their bond. All right, you smooth-talking brat. Everyone knows why you're really here. Go on now. I'll give you half an hour. Kurenai waved him off, accepting the flowers and bento. She was no fool. It was clear that Naruto had gone through all this trouble for Hinata's sake. Naruto was not one to dawdle. After receiving permission from Kurenai, he took the blushing Hinata by the hand and dashed towards the small grove behind them. He had missed this gentle and charming girl dearly during the past few days. This is for you, Hinata. Once they reached a tree trunk, Naruto produced a bouquet of roses and a bento box from behind his back, alongside his own portion. Oh, Naruto-kun. Hinata's face flushed even deeper as she gazed at the roses. The significance of the flowers was well understood, and their relationship was already established. However, what girl does not appreciate flowers, especially such a grand bouquet? After receiving a substantial sum from Kato, Naruto had purchased the largest bouquet available, leaving Ino, the florist, grinning from ear to ear, as Naruto's singular purchase was worth that of several customers combined, ensuring an excellent day for her business. Hinata, you have no idea how much I missed you while I was away. I dreamed of you every night. Honestly, I wanted to sneak over to find you, but I worried I might scare you. So, as soon as my mission ended, I came straight here without returning home. He clasped Hinata's hand, burying his face in her palm, and began to pour out his heart. Hinata felt utterly shy. She had already been flustered when Naruto appeared, and now, hearing his earnest words of affection, she struggled to maintain her composure. "I missed you too, Naruto-kun." Feeling the warmth of his cheek against her palm, she timidly confessed her own feelings. Naruto, hearing her words, beamed with joy. He stood up and settled beside Hinata, resting his head on her shoulder and wrapping his arms around her slender waist. This sudden intimacy made Hinata tense, holding her breath. "My dear, don't be so nervous. Relax, we're officially dating," he whispered into her ear, sending her heart racing. Meanwhile, Kurenai observed the bento and the enormous bouquet Naruto had gifted her. Her cheeks flushed with a mix of embarrassment and other emotions. Watching Ino and Shino eat, she reluctantly began to eat her bento, though her thoughts remained elsewhere. "Now that you have all this money, what do you plan to do with it?" Hinata tilted her head, inquiring about Naruto's newfound wealth. Without reservation, he shared the details of the 250 million ryo he had taken from Kato, leaving Hinata wide-eyed with astonishment. Seeing her adorable reaction made Naruto want to kiss her fervently. But he restrained himself, knowing the moment was not yet right. Haste might lead to unintended consequences. During their private moment, he recounted the dangers they encountered, the heightened difficulty of their mission, and how they dealt with the aftermath of Kato's bandit group. Hinata listened intently, her heart racing with trepidation as she clutched Naruto's arm, fearing this was all a fleeting illusion that might vanish at any moment. "With all this money, of course, I plan to marry you," Naruto replied with a grin. "What else could I do with it? Everyone knows that marrying these days is quite costly." "Ah, stop it. If you keep saying things like that, I might just have to leave," Hinata exclaimed, her cheeks bright red. Naruto's words were simply too much for her to bear. Since he had started seeking her out, she often found it difficult to distinguish between his sincere words and playful banter, but she was certain they were all sweet nothings. Each time, Naruto's declarations left her blushing and flustered, making it impossible for her to evade or resist. Even though their relationship was clearly defined, such words still left her feeling shy. "I'm not lying. I'm serious, my treasure. Earning all this money is certainly for my future wife. Just look at this magnificent bouquet. It's purchased with this money. Otherwise, with just the mission commission, I'd have nothing left for meals after buying roses." Naruto chuckled as he embraced Hinata's waist, inhaling her delightful scent. "But won't this money cause any issues if you don't keep it under wraps?" Hinata asked with concern, fearing the potential repercussions if Naruto's wealth were to be revealed. "Don't worry, my dear wife. Very few know about this, and those who do are part of our mission. No one else will find out. You need not fret," Naruto reassured her, confidently promising that as long as he and Hinata kept silent, no one would know, and Hinata's focus was solely on him. "After finally establishing myself as a leader, who would want to return to a life of wandering? Hurry, Naruto-kun. Please be careful on your missions. They are far too dangerous." Hinata's heart raced at the thought of Naruto's perilous encounters, especially regarding Kakashi being trapped by Zabuza. The thought of their captain being unable to contend with such threats made her anxious. Thankfully, her beloved had outsmarted the situation and rescued Kakashi, ultimately turning the tide of battle with Sasuke's assistance. "Rest assured, my wife, I will be cautious in the future. I won't act recklessly," Naruto promised, patting his chest with determination, while his hands instinctively wrapped around Hinata's waist once more. He was utterly captivated by this shy and innocent girl. Her endearing nature was simply irresistible. After spending a delightful time with Hinata, sharing their bento, Naruto finally emerged from the grove, clutching the enormous bouquet as class time approached, realizing he could not overstay his welcome, especially with others present. Amidst Ino's teasing, he bid farewell to the blushing Hinata and Kurenai, reminding Kurenai to take good care of Hinata. As Kurenai was indeed responsible for her student, she nodded in agreement. Especially after Naruto's thoughtful gifts, it was only natural to comply with his request. Meanwhile, an unexpected visitor arrived at the Hokage office. "Old man, after all these years, you still haven't changed your voyeuristic ways." Hiruzen Sarutobi was intently watching a crystal ball displaying a public hot spring in Konoha, filled with young women bathing. His excitement nearly caused him to lose composure when an unexpected voice interrupted his observation. "If word gets out that the revered third Hokage is a peeping Tom, will you still have any dignity left?" Hiruzen quickly closed the lid of the crystal ball, turning to face the intruder. "Only you would dare to intrude here." Hiruzen noted, recognizing the bandaged figure of Danzo, the leader of the Root organization. What brings you here unannounced? Hiruzen asked, clearing his throat and discreetly shifting the box containing the crystal ball to the corner of his desk. I hear Kakashi's Team 7 has returned from their mission. I understand they performed exceptionally well, upgrading a C-rank escort task to an A rank. Tawanzo did not respond to Sarutobi Hiruzen's inquiry. Instead, he proceeded to pose his own question. Sarutobi furrowed his brow, realizing that Kakashi and the others had just returned, and yet Root had already been informed. Tawanzo's intelligence network was evidently improving. Indeed, this was the case, but it was also due to Zabuza's overconfidence, compounded by Naruto's unexpected use of the Flying Thunder God technique, which ultimately rendered this mission more thrilling than perilous. Sarutobi nodded, praising Team 7 for their performance. I have observed Naruto's conduct during this mission, and frankly, I believe he would be a valuable asset to Root. Thus, I hope you will allow him to join us. Tawanzo boldly proposed, directly requesting Naruto's induction into Root, leaving the third Hokage momentarily speechless. What? Tawanzo, do not even think about it. A child as promising as Naruto cannot possibly join your ranks. I advise you to abandon any such notions, or I will ensure you face severe consequences. The third's expression, which had initially remained composed, shifted to one of rage as he slammed his hand on the table, rising to his feet. He had anticipated Tawanzo's attempt to recruit Naruto, but had not expected it to occur so swiftly. Allowing Naruto to enter Root would be tantamount to supplying the enemy with reinforcements. Moreover, Root was already filled with skilled operatives, many of whom remained hidden from view. It had been ages since a potential newcomer had surfaced, and now Tawanzo was attempting to snatch him away. You have heard Kakashi's report. Naruto, with his decisive and ruthless nature, is perfectly suited for Root. You understand our motto. We will stop at nothing and employ any means necessary to achieve results. Do not even think about it, Tawanzo. But I must have him. Then you may try. Sarutobi and Tawanzo glared at each other, both clearly indicating their readiness to engage in conflict if necessary. For so many years, whenever Root sought someone, they have never failed. Tawanzo scoffed, confident in Root's undefeated reputation in this regard. Tawanzo, I am aware of your methods, but heed my warning. While I may turn a blind eye to many matters, if you dare to interfere with Naruto, I assure you, you will lose everything. Sarutobi ignited his pipe, taking a couple of deep puffs before delivering his ultimatum. Tawanzo, I am resolute in my intent to secure Naruto. Do not think for a moment that I regard even those two ancient relics above me. Your schemes do not intimidate me. This boy's contributions to Root would far exceed those of merely serving as an ordinary jonin under your command. We both act for the benefit of the village. The difference lies in my lack of ulterior motives, while you... Shinju Tawanzo regarded Sarutobi with a cold smile, for he knew all too well the true character of this old acquaintance. The world may perceive the third as flawless. Yet Tawanzo recognized that a teacher capable of raising disciples steeped in vice was hardly virtuous. Over the years, they had come to understand each other well. He was aware of Tawanzo's intentions for Naruto and understood the facade he presented to the world. You must sense it as well. Naruto, now endowed with power, is gradually changing. This is still under control, but what if, one day, the seal within him breaks and the Nine-Tails vies for dominance? What then? Can you truly manage a ninja with the Nine-Tails chakra, one who can employ the Fourth's Flying Thunder God technique? Tawanzo, do not mistakenly believe I am here to contest for talent. In truth, you should be grateful to me. You know the methods employed by Root. Should that day ever arrive, I guarantee that even if the Nine-Tails seizes control, Naruto will still heed Root's commands. Would you prefer a compliant Nine-Tails Jinchuriki or an unpredictable high-risk jonin? Tawanzo remarked casually, casting a sidelong glance at Sarutobi. Despite half his face being obscured by bandages, the pressure emanating from his remaining eye was palpable. The third Hokage, inhaling from his pipe, contemplated the situation. He understood Tawanzo's perspective regarding the risks associated with Naruto. Yet he also recognized that handing Naruto over to Tawanzo would significantly bolster Root's strength, whereas his own capacity to counterbalance Naruto's prowess was uncertain. He was aware of Tawanzo's nature. If that old fox truly managed to secure Naruto, branding him with Root-S insignia, he would undoubtedly zealously impart various suitable yet perverse techniques upon him, including many forbidden arts. Currently, he could still keep Tawanzo at bay, owing to his position as Hokage and the fact that while Root was formidable, the ninjas under his command were hardly inept. However, should he acquiesce to Tawanzo's request for Naruto, the ramifications would be dire. Sarutobi crushed the pipe in his hand, lost in thought. I can consider granting you a chance for engagement, just one opportunity. If Naruto chooses to join you, I have no objections, but if he opts not to, you must not pursue him again. After a long pause, Sarutobi raised his head and exhaled a deep plume of smoke. After much deliberation, he resolved not to confront Tawanzo openly and instead proposed a neutral suggestion. Very well. Tawanzo nodded, recognizing that as long as the third agreed, the rest would be manageable. As for whether Naruto would join voluntarily, who could truly say? Enjoy your art. I shall not intrude further. Tawanzo departed from the Hokage's office, leaving Sarutobi alone at his desk, enveloped in thought. Bring me 2 individuals to invite Naruto for a visit. Inform him I have pressing matters to discuss. Upon returning to his root base, Tawanzo immediately exuded an authority that rivaled that of the third, sitting imperiously in his chair as he began to issue commands. With Tawanzo's directive, 2 ninjas clad in the attire of Umbu swiftly took their leave, vanishing without a trace. The attire of Root members bore a striking resemblance to that of Umbu. The only notable difference was the diversity of their masks. While Umbu masks typically depicted animals, Root's varied widely in design. Ding! The system has detected that the host is being targeted by Shimura Tawanzo. The following tasks have been issued. Task 1. Agree to Tawanzo's request and join Root, subjecting yourself to his whims. Task Reward. Complete set of Rasengan techniques. Task 2. Vigorously berate Tawanzo and sever ties with him. Reward. 2 Tomo Sharingan and the initial version of Rasengan. Having just returned home and prepared to indulge in a hot bath, Naruto had not yet disrobed when the long-awaited mechanical voice of the system echoed in his mind. Initially, he was elated, thinking it heralded some new benefit, but alas, the news was rather disheartening. Damn it, just back and already on Tawanzo's radar. What bad luck. Naruto muttered under his breath, promptly turning off the hot water. Realizing the system had begun to issue prompts, he anticipated Tawanzo's arrival shortly. As expected, merely 3 to 5 minutes passed before he heard a knock at the door. Upon opening it, he found 2 ninjas resembling Umbu standing at his doorstep. But he knew they were from Root. Naruto-kun, we are ninjas under Lord Shimura Tawanzo. He wishes to invite you to the Root base for a visit. Might you be available? If I were to decline, would you two accept that? Naruto remarked helplessly, recognizing that with Tawanzo sending someone, he had no real choice but to comply, for Tawanzo was the most powerful individual in Konoha after the Hokage. Very well, lead the way. Upon hearing this, Hinata ceased her refusals. She understood Naruto's goodwill and felt deeply touched. During their time together, her feelings for him had steadily blossomed, and she found herself unable to extricate herself from the warmth of his caring nature. Indeed, her love for Naruto had deepened significantly. I understand. Thank you, my dear. Hinata exclaimed, planting a gentle kiss on his cheek. She was no longer the shy girl she once was. She had committed herself to Naruto, and now that their relationship was public, what was wrong with affectionately calling her boyfriend by such endearing terms? Naruto had often playfully teased her, and in the midst of their growing affections, she finally called him that willingly. At this moment, the only thing separating them from a wedding was the ceremony itself. Their feelings had become unbreakable. Curiously, the entirety of Konoha seemed to be aware of Naruto and Hinata's romance. Yet the strict Hyuga clan had not expressed any objections. Contrary to expectations, there was no intervention to disrupt their love, even when Naruto escorted Hinata to her doorstep. No one from her family appeared to oppose them. This led the villagers to naturally conclude that the Hyuga family had accepted Naruto as a son-in-law. After all, if her father did not object, what could anyone else say? Yuhi Kurenai and Kakashi gathered their teams at the village entrance, tacitly allowing Naruto and Hinata a moment to bid farewell. Although Naruto had anticipated that Hinata would soon embark on a mission, he felt an inexplicable urge to express more. I can't quite explain it, but I have a strange feeling that the journey may not be entirely safe. Please remember to prioritize your safety, and no matter what happens, please remember to prioritize your safety. No matter what happens, contact me immediately, all right? He urged, gripping her hand tightly. It had been a considerable time since he had scolded Danzo, and despite the absence of any immediate reaction from him, though they had undertaken several missions since, everything had proceeded uneventfully. Naruto attributed this calm to the influence of the third Hokage, believing that Danzo, despite his discontent, he dared not overstep his bounds. After all, Naruto was the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails and possessed the Flying Thunder God technique. It would not be easy for anyone to confront him directly. Of course, he acknowledged that had it not been for the mission, he would have preferred not to confront Danzo, as the thrill of taunting him had its own allure. However, given the lack of incidents and his continued comfort within the village, Naruto felt a sense of security while the third Hokage remained alive. He was currently riding the wave of this protection. As long as the elderly Hokage was alive and intent on safeguarding him, he found himself in a position of leveraging the situation, believing that as long as the third, who was determined to protect him, remained alive, in collusion with his rebellious disciple Orochimaru, had plotted to eliminate Hiruzen Sarutobi and even attempted to drag Tsunagakure into the fray. Unfortunately for them, the discovery of the fourth Kazekage's corpse thwarted their plans, nearly igniting a conflict between the two villages. You are all in a reconnaissance team, so any unusual signs along the way should be detected promptly. With the ninja tools I provided, you should be able to hold out for a few minutes. I can reach you in an instant with the Flying Thunder God technique. Therefore, my dear, please remember to call for me at the first sign of trouble, Naruto insisted, shaking his head to dispel his swirling thoughts and solemnly conveying his instructions to Hinata. Understanding Naruto's anxiety, Hinata appreciated his concern for her safety and did not resent his earnestness. She listened intently, committing each of his words to memory. Rest assured, my love, I will heed your advice, she replied, nodding earnestly. That's good. Now go. Kurenai and the others are waiting for you. Yes, and you too. Please take care, Hinata said, making her way toward Kurenai. She was well aware of Naruto's capabilities. Through their recent training sessions, she had witnessed his remarkable growth in strength. Despite the third Hokage's serious tone regarding the mission, she understood that for Naruto, it was hardly a concern. His training over the past few months had transformed him significantly, and the true extent of his abilities would only be revealed in high-stakes battles. For ordinary encounters, Naruto could likely dispatch foes with ease, and she was confident that he could easily handle minor opponents. As the couple bid farewell, they prepared to set off. Safe travels, Kakashi. And you as well, Kurenai. No one else in the village knew about. After bidding each other farewell, it was time for them to set off. Safe travels, Kakashi. And you too, Kurenai. Take good care of them. Kakashi and Kurenai, both of the same generation, had been classmates. Kakashi, excelling academically, graduated early and later joined the Umbu, establishing a formidable reputation in the ninja world. However, Kurenai was no slouch either. Her Jinjutsu was highly regarded in Konoha, and she had defeated numerous elite shinobi from enemy nations. While Kakashi's team boasted superior overall strength, thanks to the presence of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki and Uchiha Sasuke, Kurenai's team, comprised of the Inuzuka and Aburame clans along with the Hyuga, still held their own. We will each take one of these 4 scrolls. That way, regardless of who the enemy captures, they cannot obtain all of them, while the mission may fail. And Sakura, Chapter 94, the first wave of testing all agreed with Kakashi's plan, which effectively placed them in an invulnerable position. No matter how the enemy attempted to seize them, they would always possess only 3 scrolls, with the 4th entrusted solely to Naruto. They would only ever possess 3, while Naruto, with his ability to utilize the Flying Thunder God, could swiftly retrieve the 4th. Thus, if they encountered an ambush, it would prove ineffective. Even if they succeeded in taking a scroll, it would result in their own undoing. Meanwhile, Kurenai's team had been traveling for 4 hours, pressing forward from Konoha to Tsunagakure. They felt a certain level of confidence on this route, as Konoha's reputation within the Land of Fire remained strong. Except for a few reckless rogue ninjas, very few would dare to attack Konoha shinobi. Thus, they traveled with a sense of ease, covering significant distance from the village in a short span of time, without encountering any disturbances. Inuzuka Kiba, with Akamaru perched atop his head, was on high alert, his keen sense of smell alerting them to any unusual sense. Why must we escort the scrolls to Tsunagakure? Couldn't they just bring them here themselves? Couldn't they just bring them along themselves? Kiba asked Kurenai nonchalantly as they continued their journey. Naruto was not interested in listening to Sarutobi's incessant ramblings. Ultimately, neither of them was a good person. Listening to their mutual disparagement was less appealing than indulging in a bowl of ramen. What? I barely earn a few words on my missions, and your subsidies surpass my hard-earned wages. I'm doing you a favor by not asking you for money. I'm doing you a favor by not asking you for money, and now you wish to swindle me? Naruto retorted with irritation. annoyed that the old man was still thinking about his finances. The third Hokage found amusement in the situation. Assign this mission to Team 8's Kurenai and inform the Oil Clan Shino, leaving everyone else out except Hinata. Assign this mission to Team 8's Kurenai and inform the Oil Clan Shino, leaving everyone else out except Hinata. Danzo instructed after contemplating the task details and Team 8's member profiles. Understood. The subordinates promptly accepted their orders and departed to coordinate with the Hokage office on reporting and personnel selection for the mission, ensuring that only Team 8 would be eligible during that time frame. Naruto, you might be so defiant today, but I hope you retain that spirit when you come to beg for my assistance later. You possess the Flying Thunder God technique, which makes you elusive, however. Hinata does not, does she? I eagerly anticipate the day you kneel and plead. Danzo reclined comfortably in his chair. Naruto's harsh words had genuinely irked him. For a fleeting moment, he had contemplated confronting Naruto directly, already envisioning employing Itachi's Jinjutsu. The speed of Naruto's Flying Thunder God made it imperative that he act swiftly, if he failed to alter Naruto's mindset at the first opportunity. The repercussions could be dire, especially considering Naruto's potential for retaliation. The Flying Thunder God was notoriously elusive, and even during sleep, one would need to remain vigilant. Moreover, it would be a futile endeavor. From the moment Naruto entered, Danzo had been scrutinizing him. Despite Naruto's seemingly carefree demeanor, it was evident that his body was tense, indicating a readiness for combat. This was not merely a trip to the route, but rather a battle in his mind. Indicating a readiness for combat. This was not merely a trip to the route, but rather a battle in his mind. Had it not been for the presence of the third Hokage, Danzo was certain he would have had no chance of victory unless he employed Jinjutsu immediately. After departing from the third Hokage's office, Naruto did not head to the Ichiraku ramen shop. After days of travel, he felt sticky and longed to return home for a shower. He wanted to be fresh when he next embraced Hinata, although she had shown some reluctance due to shyness. He was also conscious of his odor. After all, he couldn't allow his wife to think he was unclean. Maintaining some decorum in courting was essential. Moreover, he was eager to test the newly acquired Sharingan and Rasengan. In the familiar confines of his home toilet, Naruto gazed at the Rasengan in his hand. He would resort to the Super Rasengan, and if that too fell short, he would employ the Wind Release Rasengan. There would always be a variant of Rasengan suited for the situation. This technique was renowned for its diversity. In the ensuing 2 months, there would always be a variant of Rasengan suited for the situation. This technique was renowned for its diversity. In the ensuing 2 months, Naruto's routine consisted of daily morning sparring with Hinata in the small grove, while the remainder of his time was devoted to self-cultivation or fulfilling tasks assigned by the village. The system's penalty for missing half a month of check-ins was automatically lifted, and after a long wait, Naruto finally received his first weekly and monthly rewards. It was far more valuable than many advanced jutsu, serving as the foundation for grander techniques. It was far more valuable than many advanced jutsu, serving as the foundation for grander techniques. The monthly reward bestowed upon him a high-level jutsu known as Wind Release, Rain of Pear Blossoms. Initially taken aback, Naruto realized it was essentially a long-range version of the Rasen Shuriken, with the added benefit of being free of side effects. He discreetly found a location to test it out, using a wild boar as his target. Upon completion, the boar appeared unharmed, even its skin intact. However, upon closer inspection, it was as if the creature had transformed into a puddle of flesh, reminiscent of a non-Newtonian fluid. Patience had indeed borne fruit. Naruto mused that the weekly and monthly rewards far surpassed the daily ones, which were mostly basic items like shurikens and explosive tags, with little of value. Throughout these months, Naruto remained unwavering in his daily visits to Hinata, their bond rapidly deepening. His rapport with Team 8 improved significantly, and Kurenai transitioned from initial resistance to acceptance of Naruto's playful address of her as Sister Kurenai. Likewise, Hinata experienced the sweetness of love during this prolonged interaction. As Naruto's flirtations increased, the once shy Hinata gradually acclimated to his affectionate gestures, now remaining composed even in the presence of her teammates, such as Kiba and Shino. Of course, Naruto's expenditures had also increased. He made it a point to bring a bouquet of flowers daily, essential for courting Hinata and ingratiating himself with Kurenai. Contrasting starkly with the mischievous Naruto of his school days, he would even purchase flowers for himself from Ino's shop. contrasting starkly with the mischievous Naruto of his school days. He would even purchase flowers for himself from Ino's shop, prompting her to reflect on how profoundly society could change a person after school, particularly the newly acquired techniques. Meanwhile, he was not the only one striving for improvement. In the back mountains of Konoha, Kakashi was training Sasuke. Since their return from the land of waves, Kakashi had noticed Sasuke's increasingly somber demeanor, aware of the underlying reasons. Naruto's progress was evident to all. Since their return from the land of waves, Kakashi had noticed Sasuke's increasingly somber demeanor, aware of the underlying reasons. Naruto's progress was evident to all, while discussions surrounding him proliferated, leaving Sasuke feeling isolated. Kakashi was concerned about Sasuke's mental state, fearing he might succumb to despair. The comparison of their missions in the land of waves had visibly affected Sasuke, and Kakashi realized he could no longer afford to ignore this. He sought out Sasuke and brought him to the back mountains of Konoha to initiate a specialized training regimen tailored for him. Initially, Sasuke resisted Kakashi's arrival, feeling averse to the idea of more training, especially since their previous lessons had consisted solely of tree climbing and water walking. Thus, he was naturally disinterested in any new training proposals Kakashi might present. Kakashi refrained from providing explanations, recognizing that some matters were futile to discuss, especially considering the current state of Sasuke, who was evidently not receptive. It was far more effective to take practical action. Was it for his signature? This is a chakra test paper, Kakashi elucidated. By infusing your chakra into it, you will discover your chakra attributes. Was it for his signature? This is a chakra test paper, Kakashi elucidated. By infusing your chakra into it, you will discover your chakra attributes. Sasuke immediately comprehended the purpose of the paper. It was meant to assess his chakra attributes. He obediently directed his chakra into the test paper, with his palms pressed together, prompting Sasuke to hastily discard the paper in alarm. Congratulations. You possess both lightning and fire attributes, Kakashi exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with delight at Sasuke's revelation, prompting Sasuke to hastily discard the paper in alarm. Congratulations. You possess both lightning and fire attributes, Kakashi exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with delight at Sasuke's revelation. He had initially assumed that Sasuke would only exhibit the fire release of the Uchiha clan, but to his surprise, he also possessed lightning release, making it an opportune moment for him to learn his own signature technique. What does that mean? Are you saying I can learn lightning release in addition to fire release? Sasuke inquired tentatively. Indeed, Kakashi replied with a smile and a nod. He then stepped back a few paces, swiftly forming hand seals, and conjured a dazzling orb of lightning from his hands. Sasuke recognized this technique. He had witnessed Kakashi employ it during his battle against Zabuza. This is my original technique. Chidori. The third Hokage rated it as an S-class technique, as I once used it to slice through descending lightning, hence the name. At this point, you will be able to stride confidently among your peers in the Leaf Village, Kakashi proclaimed proudly, although he added a caveat, as one should always remain humble. Except for Naruto, of course. The Flying Thunder God technique is an anomaly. He is not included in this calculation. Sasuke's previously brightened expression immediately dimmed, and he scoffed. Except for Naruto, of course. The Flying Thunder God technique is an anomaly. He is not included in this calculation. Sasuke's previously brightened expression immediately dimmed, and he scoffed. That was an anomaly. You saw how I pierced his heart with Chidori. He didn't even utter a sound. Yet that was merely a water clone. That was an anomaly. You saw how I pierced his heart with Chidori. He didn't even utter a sound. Yet that was merely a water clone. And you were trapped in a water prison. Ultimately, I was the one who saved you with a great fireball. Silence. Are you going to learn this technique or not? If not, I shan't teach you. Kakashi's expression darkened, clearly vexed by Sasuke's banter. Here I am, generously offering you my best techniques, and you choose to belittle me. Chapter 92. An urgent mission. Toby has already made the arrangements. They will commence tomorrow. Within the root base, a root ninja knelt before Danzo, who sat in a chair. Chapter 92. An urgent mission. Toby has already made the arrangements. They will commence tomorrow. Within the root base, a root ninja knelt before Danzo, who sat in a chair, reporting the progress of the arrangements. There were no oversights? Danzo inquired coolly, yet his tone conveyed an unmistakable authority and an intolerance for failure. Everyone understood that Danzo demanded perfection in the tasks assigned to him. Rest assured, sir. We have eliminated all low-level tasks within the village over the past few months. According to schedule, it is now time for each team to execute their missions, and the tasks assigned are both reasonable and devoid of any loopholes. Very well. Inform the teams that, aside from Hinata, there shall be no survivors. Yes, Naruto, I shall make you aware of the might of Root, and you will learn the consequences of crossing me, Danzo muttered to himself, closing his only visible eye as he leaned back in his chair, entering a meditative state, leaving no one aware of the thoughts swirling in his mind. The following morning, Naruto, as usual, completed practice with Hinata in a secluded grove. Subsequently, he took her hand, and they happily made their way to the location where Yuhi Kurenai was stationed. Over the past few days, joining Team 7 while Naruto took his place in Team 8, thus sparing the couple from being separated. Such audacious comments naturally resulted in a playful scuffle between Naruto and Hinata, with Kurenai not intervening. After all, playful banter was a sign of affection. Such audacious comments naturally resulted in a playful scuffle between Naruto and Hinata, with Kurenai not intervening. After all, playful banter was a sign of affection. Naruto had essentially become an unofficial member of Team 8, frequently appearing alongside them during lessons and missions. After bidding farewell to Hinata, Naruto began his solitary training as usual. However, a message from Kakashi arrived, informing him that the Hokage's office had assigned them a mission requiring their presence. Naruto was not surprised. They had been engaged in missions for quite some time, albeit trivial ones. Utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique, he swiftly arrived at the Hokage office, only to find not just his team, but also Team 8 present. In recent months, it was not uncommon for them to encounter one another in the office, only to find not just his team, but also Team 8 present. In recent months, it was not uncommon for them to encounter one another in the office, and Naruto had grown accustomed to it. It was likely yet another task involving trivial pursuits, as had been the case for the past few months. Naruto has arrived. Let us begin. Upon seeing Naruto, the third Hokage set down the documents in his hand and addressed the assembly. Kakashi, hearing this, promptly tucked away his intimate paradise book. Accustomed to being observed by others and feeling no embarrassment. Art is not something to be embarrassed about. One must learn to appreciate it. At present, your team's previous display of strength in the Land of Waves qualifies you to undertake the more challenging mission, Sarutobi Hiruzen announced. Your team's previous display of strength in the Land of Waves qualifies you to undertake the more challenging mission, Sarutobi Hiruzen announced, handing Kakashi a scroll that detailed the task of escorting 4 pieces of confidential information to the Land of T, classified as a C-rank mission. Is there anything particularly significant about this mission? Kakashi inquired, wary of tasks with scant details, as they often carried inherent dangers. This mission has been attempted before, but failed. The escorting ninjas are currently recuperating in the Konoha hospital. Fortunately, the contents of the scroll must be assembled together to be viewed. None can be missing. If any attempt is made to forcefully assemble them, an automatic destruction protocol will activate. The previous escort team had 2 clever ninjas, but the enemy only managed to steal 2 scrolls, which consequently self-destructed. We are entrusting you with this mission, and we hope for a successful outcome. Their combat capabilities are limited. Given your team's strength, escorting the scrolls should pose no issue. The Land of T is relatively close. Their combat capabilities are limited. Given your team's strength, escorting the scrolls should pose no issue. The Land of T is relatively close, and their receiving personnel are already en route to meet you. This is your route map. If all goes smoothly, you should meet them within 7 days at this location. Your mission is to travel to the Land of Wind to retrieve a shipment of gold sent from Sunagakure and return safely to Konoha. Your task is comparatively simpler. Your mission is to travel to the Land of Wind to retrieve a shipment of gold sent from Sunagakure and return safely to Konoha. Your task is comparatively simpler. Yet do not underestimate it. There are many bandits along this route. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned and retrieved another scroll from his desk, presenting it to Yugao, and conveyed the details of their mission. These are 2 unexpected tasks. Do you have any questions regarding them? Hiruzen inquired, casting a glance at Kakashi and Yugao. The escort mission for the gold was nearly on par with a B-rank task, and the task involving the scroll was similarly classified. However, in terms of danger, having a fair understanding of the circumstances in the Land of T, believing that there would be no repeat of the previous troubles experienced with Zabuza. Very well, prepare yourselves. Having a fair understanding of the circumstances in the Land of T, believing that there would be no repeat of the previous troubles experienced with Zabuza. Very well, prepare yourselves. We must depart immediately. Time is of the essence, and we cannot afford to wait until tomorrow. Hiruzen nodded, promptly organizing both teams for their immediate departure. Yugao swiftly led Team 8 out of the office, needing to prepare her students, while Kakashi took Naruto and Sasuke along, as they too required preparations. Outside the office building, Naruto embraced Hinata, whispering details into her ear. This was her first time embarking on a mission, having previously engaged in village tasks such as capturing stray cats and dogs or tending to gardens and roofs. Escorting gold would inevitably involve encounters with bandits, so he felt compelled to emphasize essential points to her. Others observed Naruto and Hinata's exchange, choosing not to interrupt. Over the past few days, the sweetness of their romance had become common knowledge, with many envying Hinata, who returned home each day cradling a bouquet of roses. Yet, some, like Sakura, felt a pang of jealousy, reminiscing on how she had failed to notice Naruto's romantic side earlier. How did I not see how charming Naruto could be? Speaking of which, he seems to be growing more handsome these days. Oh, how I envy her. Please be careful, all right? Do not act recklessly. If you find yourselves in an emergency, crush this scroll immediately, and I will come to you at once. Chapter 93, Naruto's instructions after outlining the crucial points. Keep some for yourself. You can't give me everything. Hinata protested, attempting to decline, as she already possessed similar items. Listen, my dear, I have more than enough. Remember, keep some for yourself. You can't give me everything. Hinata protested, attempting to decline, as she already possessed similar items. Listen, my dear, I have more than enough. Remember, if you encounter anyone, do not hesitate. Stand back and hurl these at them. Do not be stingy. Our goal is to overwhelm them with finances. Your safety is paramount. Hinata, touched by Naruto's concern, ceased her refusals. Their time together had strengthened their bond, and she found herself increasingly enamored by his thoughtfulness. I understand. Thank you, my love. Hinata exclaimed, planting a kiss on his cheek. No longer was she the shy girl she once was. She had chosen Naruto, and now that their relationship was public, there was nothing inappropriate about expressing her affection for her boyfriend. Naruto's persistent teasing had coaxed her into calling him husband, a title she now embraced willingly. And at that moment, their relationship stood firm, merely awaiting a wedding to solidify their bond. Interestingly, the entire village of Konoha seemed aware of Naruto and Hinata's romance. Yet the strict Hyuga clan remained silent on the matter, contrary to expectations of opposition. No one from the Hyuga family appeared to disrupt Naruto's escort of Hinata to the doorstep, leading the villagers to conclude that the Hyuga family had accepted him as a son-in-law. After all, if her father did not object, what could anyone else possibly say? Naruto felt an inexplicable urge to say more and offer additional reminders. Hinata, I don't know why, but I have this strange feeling that the journey may not be smooth. Naruto felt an inexplicable urge to say more and offer additional reminders. Hinata, I don't know why, but I have this strange feeling that the journey may not be smooth. Please, ensure your safety. If anything happens, contact me immediately, all right? Holding Hinata's hand, Naruto expressed his anxiety. The closer they got to departure, the more unsettled he felt. He attributed this calm to the influence of the third Hokage. He believed that as long as the third continued to protect him, He attributed this calm to the influence of the third Hokage. He believed that as long as the third continued to protect him, it would be exceedingly difficult for anyone to act against him. Naruto also trusted that Danzo was not foolish enough to engage him without a guarantee of victory. In all honesty, if it weren't for this mission, Naruto would prefer to avoid antagonizing Danzo. After all, confronting him up close was a significant provocation. However, after such a lengthy period without trouble, he felt secure in his daily life within the village. He believed that as long as the third remained alive. After such a lengthy period without trouble, he felt secure in his daily life within the village. He believed that as long as the third remained alive, even attempting to implicate the Sand village. Fortunately, the Sand's forces discovered the body of the fourth Kazekage, and a confrontation between the two factions nearly ensued. Even attempting to implicate the Sand village. Fortunately, the Sand's forces discovered the body of the fourth Kazekage, and a confrontation between the two factions nearly ensued. Your team specializes in reconnaissance, so any disturbances along the way should be noticed in advance. With the ninja tools I provided, you should manage for a few minutes. Casting aside his scattered thoughts as he earnestly instructed Hinata, Hinata understood Naruto's tension, recognizing that he was concerned for her safety. She did not resent his insistence, but listened attentively to his instructions, committing every word to memory. Don't worry, my love. I will follow your advice. Hinata affirmed, nodding earnestly. She did not resent his insistence, but listened attentively to his instructions, committing every word to memory. Don't worry, my love. I will follow your advice. Hinata affirmed, nodding earnestly. Through their recent training sessions, she had witnessed firsthand the extent of his growth. Though the third Hokage had portrayed the mission as serious, she understood that for Naruto. Through their recent training sessions, she had witnessed firsthand the extent of his growth. Though the third Hokage had portrayed the mission as serious, she understood that for Naruto, it posed no real threat. His months of training had transformed him remarkably, and the true measure of his strength would only reveal itself in high-stakes battles, in ordinary skirmishes. And she knew he possessed a particularly formidable technique that, aside from her, remained a secret within the village. Having exchanged their farewells, it was time for them to embark on their journey. Safe travels, Kakashi. And to you as well, Yugao. Take good care of them. Kakashi and Yuhi Kurenai emerged from the same graduating class, both being classmates. However, Kakashi distinguished himself early on with his exceptional academic performance, graduating shortly after commencing his studies. Kakashi and Yuhi Kurenai emerged from the same graduating class, both being classmates. However, Kakashi distinguished himself early on with his exceptional academic performance, graduating shortly after commencing his studies. And she has defeated numerous elite ninjas from enemy nations. In terms of overall strength, Kakashi's team undoubtedly possesses a slight advantage, bolstered by the presence of Naruto. And she has defeated numerous elite ninjas from enemy nations. In terms of overall strength, Kakashi's team undoubtedly possesses a slight advantage, bolstered by the presence of Naruto. When compared to Naruto and Sasuke, reveal a distinct disparity, as the latter duo can be likened to a trump card capable of dominating the field. When compared to Naruto and Sasuke, reveal a distinct disparity, as the latter duo can be likened to a trump card capable of dominating the field. We shall each take one of these 4 scrolls. Regardless of who the enemy captures, they can never acquire all of them. While the mission may fail, the secret entrusted to us by our employer shall remain secure, Kakashi instructed. Naruto, you are of utmost importance. I have concealed one of the scrolls in a safe location within the village. If we remain untroubled on our journey, you can utilize Hiration to retrieve it. However, the group unanimously agreed with Kakashi's strategy. Such an approach effectively positions them in an invulnerable stance, no matter the enemy's attempts to seize the scrolls. The group unanimously agreed with Kakashi's strategy. Such an approach effectively positions them in an invulnerable stance, no matter the enemy's attempts to seize the scrolls. They would always possess only 3, while the 4th scroll could be swiftly reclaimed by Naruto alone, a ninja capable of instantaneous travel. Meanwhile, Kurenai and her team had been traveling for 4 hours, diligently making their way towards Sunagakure. Given the high reputation of Konoha within the Land of Fire, they felt relatively secure, as only a few reckless rogue ninjas would dare to confront them. Therefore, they pressed forward with confidence, covering considerable distance in just a few hours without encountering any disturbances. Inuzuka Kiba, with Akamaru perched atop his head, led the way, his keen sense of smell alerting them to any unusual sense. Teacher, why must we escort the cargo? Couldn't they just transport it themselves? Kiba inquired casually. Kurenai smiled at his question. Your suggestion has been considered and even proposed to Sunagakure. However, due to a lack of personnel and their busy schedule, we negotiated that they would escort the cargo to the border, after which we would take over. This delineation of responsibility ensures that, in the event of an incident, accountability rests with the party on whose territory it occurs. But what if something goes wrong during the transfer? Kiba pressed. If complications arise during the handover, it will depend on who possesses the gold at that moment. Should it be in Sunagakure's possession, the responsibility lies with them. If it is in our hands, then it is ours to bear. Thus, we must remain vigilant while the gold is with us. But for now, we may relax a bit. Kurenai, having undertaken numerous missions, understood that the most perilous moment in escort tasks often occurs when receiving the cargo. The current journey to their destination represented their last opportunity for ease. They found that the escort from Sunagakure had yet to arrive, likely due to the slow pace necessitated by their cargo. They found that the escort from Sunagakure had yet to arrive, likely due to the slow pace necessitated by their cargo. Kurenai instructed her team to set up camp for rest, as they had arrived early to afford themselves this opportunity. Once they reached their destination and exchanged the goods, time for such leisurely respite would be scarce. The arrangement for Sunagakure to deliver gold to Konoha was no secret. This route had seen its fair share of banditry. However, due to the joint efforts of Konoha and Sunagakure to curb such incidents, occurrences had diminished significantly. After all, while gold holds value, one must have life to spend it. Teacher, something feels off. There's a strange scent ahead, Akamaru suddenly alerted, indicating at least 3 individuals in the vicinity. Kiba's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as he conveyed the information to his comrades. Prepare for battle. As time passed, shadows darted through the darkness. Thanks to Akamaru's alertness, Team 8 had already been forewarned and was prepared. Hinata gripped a handful of shuriken and explosive tags, equipment gifted by Naruto, with even more stored in her ninja tool pouch. Before the assailants could utter a word, Kurenai's team unleashed a barrage of projectiles. For figures lay lifeless on the ground, clad in dark attire. Kiba approached to remove their masks, revealing that they bore no headbands, making their origins indiscernible. For figures lay lifeless on the ground, clad in dark attire. Kiba approached to remove their masks, revealing that they bore no headbands, making their origins indiscernible. Kurenai let out a sigh of relief upon hearing this, as such encounters had become rare on this route. Nevertheless, Kurenai let out a sigh of relief upon hearing this, as such encounters had become rare on this route. Nevertheless, you will keep watch for the first half of the night, while Shino takes the second. Hinata, you shall rest with me. Upon hearing Kurenai's orders, Kiba and Shino offered no objections. They understood that voicing dissent was futile, as Kurenai had previously conducted drills, establishing them as the most suitable for night watch. Over time, Kiba and Shino offered no objections. They understood that voicing dissent was futile, as Kurenai had previously conducted drills, establishing them as the most suitable for night watch. Over time, Kiba and Shino accepted this arrangement, knowing that the following morning would reward them with a delicious breakfast. Although Hinata and Kurenai did not stand guard, they would prepare the necessary provisions for the night shift and ensure their comrades were well nourished for the next day. This arrangement proved beneficial. Most team leaders merely instructed their charges to make do with their own rations or the unpalatable soldier pills. As the saying goes, one must sacrifice to gain. Most team leaders merely instructed their charges to make do with their own rations or the unpalatable soldier pills. As the saying goes, one must sacrifice to gain. The night watch yielded a rewarding meal, and both Kiba and Shino found the arrangement worthwhile. Moreover, given Hinata and Kurenai's culinary prowess, the prospect of their cooking was a delightful incentive. Hinata, in particular, had dedicated herself to honing her cooking skills ever since falling into the throes of romance. Recognizing the age-old adage that to win a man's heart, one must first capture his stomach. Upon discovering the culinary prowess of Yuhi Kurenai, Hinata frequently sought her guidance in the kitchen, determined to embody the ideal of a devoted wife and nurturing mother. It is an undeniable trait among Japanese women, once married. They often prioritize their husbands. The same holds true within the realm of Naruto. Despite being a lady of high standing, Hinata prepared diligently for her future life with Naruto, the man she had cherished in her heart for so long. She had already resolved to ensure that he would be pampered to an extraordinary standard, one that even a 5-star exclusive establishment could not match. Chapter 95. Naruto's premonition. After waiting in place for approximately 2 days, Kurenai and her companions did not dare to let down their guard, remaining vigilant for the arrival of the Sand Village's escort team. Today, with her Byakugan activated, the Sand Village has arrived, Hinata exclaimed as she rushed to share the good news. As Naruto's casual address had become second nature to Kurenai, the Sand Village has arrived, Hinata exclaimed as she rushed to share the good news. As Naruto's casual address had become second nature to Kurenai, let's pack up the tent. We must prepare for the handover. Kurenai immediately commenced her arrangements, as this was not her first experience with such a process. Let's pack up the tent. We must prepare for the handover. Kurenai immediately commenced her arrangements, as this was not her first experience with such a process. Unfortunately, they had no choice. After all, with a debt of gratitude to repay, the 2 boys were the primary laborers. Moments later, the Sand Shinobi appeared before them. Upon verifying the identities of the arriving party, the handover commenced. After meticulously counting the quantities and inspecting the goods. Upon verifying the identities of the arriving party, the handover commenced. After meticulously counting the quantities and inspecting the goods, Kurenai affixed her signature to the handover document and presented the completion certificate to the Sand Shinobi. Once the goods were in hand, they officially became the property of Konoha. Even if someone were to seize the gold in front of the Sand Shinobi, they would bear no responsibility, as the transfer had been completed. According to custom, we wish you a safe journey. The Sand Shinobi, holding the certificate, exhaled in relief. The completion of the transfer had lifted a significant burden from his shoulders. We wish you a safe journey. The Sand Shinobi, holding the certificate, exhaled in relief. The completion of the transfer had lifted a significant burden from his shoulders. Thank you for your hard work, everyone. We will take it from here. Safe travels. Kurenai courteously greeted the Sand Shinobi, sensing their tension. After all, transporting such a large sum of gold was no small feat, and anyone in their position would be on edge. Same to you. It's still early. You should leave at once to complete your task safely. The Sand Shinobi understood the protocol. Once they received the task certificate, there was no reason to linger. They too hoped for the swift and secure arrival of their counterparts from Konoha, as no one wished for mishaps. Thank you all. Kurenai shared the same sentiment. And with mutual respect, they exchanged farewells. The Sand Shinobi departed, while Kiba and Shino positioned themselves in front of the cart. Hinata took the reins of the cart. They had devised a tactical arrangement in anticipation of this journey, with Kiba and Shino flanking the cart for protection, while Hinata drove and Kurenai maintained surveillance. Should any disturbances arise, Team 8 would instantly be on high alert. As Hinata guided the cart forward, the weight of the gold hindered their speed, resulting in a return journey that would take considerably longer than their initial travel time. Kurenai-sensei, we should hire more horses. These are struggling to pull the load. At this rate, by the time we reach Konoha, the opportunity will have passed. Kiba grumbled as he forged ahead, unable to contain his frustration at their slow pace. While hiring more horses could increase our speed, it would also exacerbate the jostling on the road. A minor bump could lead to the cart overturning. And if the gold spills, reloading would consume far more time than the journey itself. Moreover, the situation could become significantly more perilous. Kurenai firmly rejected Kiba's suggestion. They had once experienced a similar situation where a cart of gold had tumbled into a ravine due to an ill-advised increase in speed, resulting in severe repercussions for the shinobi responsible. Thus, the team preferred to proceed at a slower pace rather than risk a disaster. After all, a delay might only result in a robbery, which a shinobi could potentially thwart. However, an overturned cart would guarantee disaster. Meanwhile, Kakashi and his team encountered a peaceful journey. Despite everyone remaining on high alert, no suspicious activity emerged until they neared the rendezvous point in the Land of Tea, where they still encountered no unexpected incidents. This eased the minds of the group, especially Kakashi, who preferred to avoid complications. In contrast, Sasuke, having mastered Kakashi's Raikiri and benefited from his tireless instruction, had now awakened his Sharingan to 2 tomos. His proficiency in the lightning technique had advanced significantly, excelling in hand seals, lethality, and timing. Under such guidance, Sasuke's strength had surged remarkably. Now, he eagerly awaited the chance to confront some unsuspecting bandits to test his newfound abilities. Over the past few days, Naruto had been plagued with unease. As they drew closer to the mission site, his apprehension intensified. He sensed that something ominous loomed ahead. In the past, similar feelings often coincided with the system alerting him to a mission. Yet this time, despite his instincts, the system remained silent, leaving him unable to articulate what felt amiss. He shared his concerns with Kakashi, who acknowledged that Naruto's unease was somewhat unusual. However, he attributed it to Naruto's worry for Hinata's situation, with outsiders unaware that they were on a mission, assuming they were merely travelers. Naruto and his team had experienced an exceptionally safe journey, devoid of any incidents. With outsiders unaware that they were on a mission, assuming they were merely travelers. Naruto and his team had experienced an exceptionally safe journey, devoid of any incidents. In another part of the forest, a group of ninjas clad in black cloaks and masks stood atop several trees. One of them stated, "They have arrived. It appears they are nearing their destination. Inform them to prepare and remember the mission requirements. Proceed with precision." Understood. Simultaneously, Naruto and his team successfully reached the meeting point and made contact with the representatives of the Land of Tea. After receiving confirmation from Kakashi, "Please verify the contents, and if all is in order, we shall prepare to return. Please verify the contents, and if all is in order, we shall prepare to return."